musical experience you can have.
Enemy number 3, 10 years ago, was released today from the federal penitentiary after serving 11 years of a 10-to-life sentence. To this day, $250,000 in gold bullion involved in the original crime has not been recovered. Police officials doubt the gold can be recovered, pointing out that should the gold be found by Pappas, the insurance company had the first claim. be a partner. Hey, I'd sure like to meet this guy.
Look, I got something big on tap now. Remember my telling you about Victor Pappas? The guy used to be my partner?
You mean the gentleman who was serving his time in the federal penitentiary?
Was serving time, baby.
Don't call me baby.
Sorry. Anyway, he got out today. Throwing a little party for him tomorrow night.
So?
So he's got $250,000 hidden away. I'm the boy that's gonna find out where.
$250,000? Possibilities of a big Tom after all. Could I have misjudged you?
fast for you. Know I read slow. There's nothing to read, stupid. They're just pictures.
Hi there. What a wonderful time for you to drop by. You know, they're just setting up to shoot a scene of our new star, and I'd love to introduce you before they begin. Honestly, we're all just bursting with excitement about this brilliant new performer. We think this one will not only win every award hands down, but it's just going to win the hearts of people all over the country. Come on, I want you to meet a great new star.
suspects. My job, find out who. There's a guy named Jones, lab man. He makes prints of films. He handled this print.
Then there's Smith. He's a film distributor. He sent the print to the station. And Brown. He's film director at the station.
I know. You're trying to make me the ball guy.
And Harris, projectionist at the station.
I only had that print long enough to thread her up.
We don't know. All we got are suspects. My job, find out who. My job, find out who. What if they stick to their stories? We're stuck with a perfect crime. It happens more than you think.
Sound is all around us, everywhere. It beats at our eardrums until much of the time we're hardly conscious of it. But on this particular Saturday morning, Jimmy Foster suddenly became very conscious of it. Well, he'd soon find out whether there was a vibration along with the sound. The scrap of wood showed him that when the bell sounds, it does vibrate. Try this, Jimmy. Sound
short waves for a high note, long waves for a low note. So you see, the loudness of any sound you hear varies with its intensity and its distance from you. Be careful, Jimmy, it corrodes my radio plug. Now watch.
And that's that.
That's that, but it's not all by any means.
That's a telegraph message.
Yes. About 125 years ago, Samuel Morse invented the telegraph, a way to send code messages over an electric wire. The code was made by using different clicks for each letter of the alphabet. First message sent over 40 miles of wire was, "What has God wrought?" The telegraph was, and still is, wonderful.
next stop, New York City. Most of the sound factors are already known. The speed of the tape in recording, its playing time, and the sound level required. A fine-grained deposit of nickel. This makes smooth-walled grooves. This takes precisely 2 minutes and 40 seconds. They have to be perfect. This is the point where most people long for a road map. You discover unlimited variety, the finest in sound and performance. This takes precisely 2 minutes and 40 seconds. They have to be perfect. Hum or whistle when they feel on top of the world.
unexplainable. That is why you are here. And now, for the first time, we are bringing to you the full story of what happened on that fateful day. The incidents, the places. My friend, we cannot keep this a secret any longer. Can your heart stand the shocking facts about grave robbers from outer space?
Charge now, Lieutenant. Yeah, yes I am.
Elden? Yes, sir?
Back up the car and gather radio. Tell the coroner he's got to make another trip out here.
We once laughed at the horseless carriage, the airplane, the telephone, the electric light, vitamins, radio, and even television. And now some of us laugh at outer space.
Hurry, hurry, hurry! The big show is ready to start! Fathers and mothers, boys and girls, young and old, are all going to see the church.
Let me into that machine. No, you can't go on now. Somebody's doing his stuff. I can't, Professor. You just watch me. Let me into that machine. No, you can't go on now. Somebody's doing his stuff. I can't, Professor. You just watch me.
Of the nature of sound.
That's for me, the nature of sound.
What you get in a hi-fi set is best described as presence, a feeling of life and nearness in the music.
Once you've heard high-fidelity reproduction, you'll be hard to satisfy with anything less.
its frequency. Are you with me? Now watch while I sing a low note.
Wicked wild, wild west. Jim West, desperado, rough rider. No, you don't want nada. The Wild Wild West.
Guys, this is a history podcast.
Sure. Serious.
Let's talk presidents. In fact, let's talk all of them in order.
Yep.
That was it?
Hold on.
No.
Just wait. Let's talk Washington, Adams, Jefferson, Madison, Monroe, Adams, Jackson, Van Buren, Harrison, Tyler, Polk, Taylor, Fillmore, Pierce, Buchanan, Lincoln, Johnson, Grant, Hayes, Garfield, Arthur, Cleveland, Harrison, Cleveland, McKinley, Roosevelt, Taft, Wilson, Harding, Coolidge, Hoover, Roosevelt. No, hold on, give me a second. Hoover. Yeah, it's Roosevelt. Truman. Second. Truman, Eisenhower, JFK, Johnson, Nixon, Ford, Carter, Reagan, Bush, Clinton, Bush, Obama, Trump.
Say Obama now?
Obama. Wow.
Obama now.
It took me all night.
Damn, dude.
You studied for that all night?
No, it took a half hour.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Same.
I had to keep practicing. I was doing it before bed. Like I was praying.
The vice president.
Adams.
Are you seriously going to try?
I could go. I think I could
Here's
go
a good
decent.
piece of trivia, and don't look it up.
Nope.
Okay.
Here's a quiz question. Who is Johnson, Lyndon Baines Johnson's vice president after Kennedy was shot when he became the vice president? Your mother's cunt.
Oh, man.
It wasn't her.
It was not.
It wasn't your mother, it was her cunt.
Her cunt was a... Wait a second. This is a history podcast.
Yeah.
What if that was true?
You're telling me.
Absolutely hate those ants.
Yeah, because he only needed her for 1 year. And then
She's
when he
gonna be
ran
so excited. She's
then
gonna
when
be
he
so
ran
excited to watch this.
Then when he ran, he got somebody else, but he called out, "Joan, I need your cunt to be my vice." He called her from Dallas. You know that famous picture of him on the plane?
That was...
He called her right before that. I need your vagina to be my president, my vice president.
All right, so let's start from the top. Mom, I'm so sorry that he said that.
I'm not. I never met your mom.
You held back. You held
Very
back.
sweet. She's very sweet. Very
Your
sweet.
mom. All right. Let's start with Washington, dude.
Yeah.
What do you guys know about him? What do you say?
I mean, Washington is
Never
like
lied.
a transitionary guy because he was so British. He was a British general. He wasn't like he wasn't born in the he didn't create America. It wasn't even his idea.
Yeah.
He was just a tool of. He was the first general president.
No, he was born in the U.S.
No, I know, but he wasn't like he was a Brit. He was a
Yeah, he
was
fought
a
in the
Brit.
French and Indian War as a British.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a lord.
He actually kind of sucked in that.
In that war.
In fact, also kind of.
Everybody sucked in the wars. Though.
Everything he did was
It
retreating.
was luck to win anything. Then.
Yeah, he was good at retreating. That was like his number one.
It's an important thing to be
which
good
is
at.
very good in war. They don't
Otherwise,
teach
you
that.
lose once. He would fight again because he retreated so well.
Yeah.
It's pretty tight, though. Show up and be like, nah. And
Yeah.
just run away. I'm like, nice.
1789 is when he started. All
Well,
right.
most of the guys, it was so hard. Like, a lot of the army didn't want to be there and didn't have to be there. It's crazy. Like 1776, the year that Washington did all that insane shit. It's crazy that people kept expecting the army to flee.
Yeah.
But they hung in there with little. It's not like they were like, we're making America that's coming later.
Yeah.
They had no fucking idea. So he's as good as they were, basically. And it's not, you picture him on this horse, like, talking. But no, most of them didn't even look at the guy. They didn't see him. Like in the movies when they show a guy making a speech to a whole army. And there's 3 guys can hear him. It's impossible. And the rest are like, what's even happening? And they're all shitting
it's like
around.
Braveheart
They're
when
all
he's giving
dying
the speech. The only people that can hear him are like, shut up.
Yes,
The
yeah.
2 dudes like, the English are too many.
The English are too many.
Home.
Yes, we will live.
We will live.
That's a good point. I never thought about that.
Yeah.
No one heard this.
No one heard any of their speeches, so it was really these guys all got together. I don't know. They got together. They decided to just keep doing it.
I don't want to spend too much time on Washington.
Yeah, Washington. I
He's
was
played
never that.
out.
I never really. I mean, the great thing he did was leaving when it was time to go.
By the way, I
Like,
completely missed this
A
section
lot of them wanted him to be king.
on my first playthrough.
And a lot of them wanted him to be permanent. He's
Didn't
the
see
one who
that there
said
were
the
multiple
thing where
coffins.
They wanted him to be Adams.
Yeah.
Wanted him to be Your Majesty
But-
or Your Excellency.
Yeah, so I have no idea
And he
what's
said,
about
"Mr.
anything
President."
going on in here.
Jefferson was the first Mr.
The only type of guide I'm using is
but
one
Washington
to.
wanted Mr. President.
I just don't want to miss areas this time around.
His Majesty.
And
Washington kept His Excellency.
According
I'm
to
not
the
using the
HBO
guide to like
series
get me
about
through the areas,
Yeah, but I
just to get to the areas themselves.
Washington said, "I want Mr. President."
Maybe he did.
Wow, this looks
but he went
sweet.
by His Excellency. Therefore, the reason he did it was because he didn't want to shake people's hands, and back then that kind of.
Because he was like Howie Mandel.
Yeah, he was like he'd rather just
He was
have
a
people
germaphobe?
bow. I don't think he was a germaphobe as much as he just was like, this does command some respect. Because this is the first time in his life he started to get criticism.
Really?
Because when he was a general, everybody globally, outside of England, was like, this guy's the fucking
By the way,
man.
president. Like, to talk about that word for a second,
Yeah.
what a president is. Like, just an overall president thought here. What I love about presidents is that it's a human being, it's a person. And to me, like, it's like, like some college professors teach the Bible as literature. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, they don't teach the Bible as
Maybe the mic.
religious subjects. They teach it as, like, what it's done for history and what the stories are about and
Check.
that kind of thing. I look at U.S. presidents that way. I don't have a political view about any of them. I just think they're fucking fascinating. And president, the
Check.
word by itself, like your president is nothing. It's
Check
not,
1, 2.
You're not a leader.
Check.
You're not a ruler. You don't rule. You preside. I mean, that's literally what it means is that there's a whole group of people that are running the government by the people's will, and you preside. You just happen to be there. It's like in the Senate, whenever they
Check.
show people in
Check
the
1,
Senate
2.
speaking, they always say Mr. President
Check
over
1,
and
2.
over again. And they're speaking to whoever is presiding. It's never the vice president.
I don't know
It's
how, but a
literally
bunch
the
of game
president
got
of the
put on
Senate,
there.
But it's
Hopefully this is
whoever
better.
takes the chair that day. Who's presiding? It's an incidental title given to an equal who is chosen for that minute to preside. That's what I like about it. That's what I like about how they framed it.
Yeah. When did they set term limits? I didn't even look into that because he just left.
Right, he was the first one to go. I could stay, but let's
he's
get
like,
this
"I'm done."
going. Let's get this started.
Yeah.
There's some famous moment where he was speaking to the Congress, and they were trying to get him to king himself. And he was apparently really vain about that he wore glasses, so no one ever saw him with glasses on. And so the moment that's supposed to be this shocking moment was that he took
So
out
anybody's
his glasses
eardrums
and
that
put them
blew
on, and
out,
he said,
I
like,
apologize.
I fear I didn't see you for what you are. That was supposed to be this big moment. But I like to think
It'd be
that
funny
if
if he
he
was
did, like
dumb.
he was really hoping if he missed, he's like, I fear I didn't see. And they're all like, yeah, you wore glasses. We all. You know what I'm saying, though?
Yeah.
Like he keyed the whole thing on this moment. See what I'm saying? And they're like, George.
Yeah, it's also a good moment for him to be like, yeah, you're right. You should not.
How
be
do you
king.
turn down
He's
king
trying to do
status,
funny
though?
jokes.
What?
How do you turn down? Like,
That's what
you
makes
should
him
be
the
king, and you're like,
That's what makes
no.
him the man, dude.
That's wild, dude.
That's what makes him.
Well, also,
like,
he wasn't, again, none of these people knew the future. He didn't know that he was giving away the keys to later nuclear war America.
True, yeah.
He thought we were a dumb fucking, like, what?
Yeah, and these were all separate colonies.
Like,
True,
if Louisiana became a separate nation, the first president of Louisiana might be like, you guys, I'll do one term.
Yeah, I'm
It's
done.
good. I don't need to like hang in there.
All right.
So,
Adams.
Okay, Adams is like my favorite of those guys.
I
the
like
founding
Adams
fathers.
I like
dudes.
Adams from the show. I loved him in that. He was great, Paul Giamatti.
Well, I
As
read
a-
his biography. I listened to it. I don't know.
As a president,
Counts.
Oh, he was not a great president.
Not at all.
It shows everybody's got these different kind of strengths. He was a great framer. He was one of the guys. He did many very important and gutsy things, and he was also the only one of those guys who was not rich. He was a poor farmer. He was his education changed his life. He's like one of the first Americans who had that experience. You know, where he was, you know,
This thing
had a
is saying
decent
that it's
farm, but not
better
much.
to
But he made his brain work,
Ronnie
and he excelled and passed that on to his son.
He fucking ruled the revolution.
Yeah.
Adams was the man.
Adams
Trying to
was
stick
the
to
man,
his-
and because these other guys, fucking Benjamin Franklin was just a giant perverted asshole.
I loved him.
Oh, he was great. And all these guys
Yeah.
are great. I'm not judging any of them, but he wasn't. He was of limited use because he was intrigued by America, but he didn't give a shit.
Yeah.
He never would have shed a fucking any blood or sweat or tears for the country. He just was interested, and he had a huge brain, so he'd lend it when he felt like. He was also full of shit, you know. Like he was supposedly invented electricity, but some other guy, he saw a guy in his own autobiography.
What?
Hold on
He
a
saw.
second.
He
I
never
just watched
faked
Ken
anything.
Burns on him. I'm pumped on him right now.
Okay, so he saw a guy do the kite.
What?
And he was like, "That's cool," and he paid the guy for like the license to the gag, and then he got one of his sons to do it, to go around doing it for money. It was just a thing that he picked up other people's ideas, which is its own thing.
He also, all of his inventions he would never patent, which is
Really?
pretty sick. He was like, all my inventions are for everybody.
Yeah, he was for what do you call it? Open source.
Open source.
But
yeah.
he did get a little jealous because all of a sudden, because he was the man.
Yeah.
He was the American that everybody loved.
Be
And
frank.
then then Washington became the man.
The general.
Like the French were like General Washington's the guy. So he got a little. He was a fame hungry.
Did you ever read his
Yeah.
autobiography?
No.
It's amazing because he has no judgment of himself. So he's the only, like a lot of people that write autobiographies, it's kind of careful. But like he tells this story about he was living in London and there was a guy who worked for him, kind of like a half tradesman kind of guy who he befriended. And the guy had a woman he wanted to marry, a maiden, but he didn't have a position and he didn't have his own home yet. So, and his mother didn't want. I don't remember all the logistics, but it was that that he asked Benjamin if he could move his wife into his house so that they could marry, and he said sure. And he said, and she moved into my home, and then I took it of my pleasure to, you know, to partake of her sexually, and she, you know, spurned my advances, so I threw her out. And that was the end of their marriage. And I never saw him again. He was real upset, and I never saw him again. But I know both their lives were destroyed. And then in May, I met this other guy. Like he just talks. He did awful things to people, and didn't give a shit.
Yeah, he. There's some pretty sick quotes about slavery too. That he was like, "I am racist." He was one of the first, if not the only, founding father to like constantly be like. I am big.
Right.
None of them. Everyone else was like, "This is the law."
Everybody was like,
"Yeah,
it's economics.
You're trying to
It's
fuck
not,
this
it's not
up."
about
He's like,
race. And
"Something's
he's like, "Oh, it's
wrong."
totally about race."
Yeah.
Yeah, they were writing the Constitution like, look, our hands are tied. We can't do anything.
They had to take it out.
So he was, when he showed focus, he was of use to like the revolution. And same with Jefferson. Jefferson was like an impressive fucking freak, and so he would just like leave Washington. He would just go like, my wife is dead, whatever bullshit. And he would get on his horse and just leave, because also he was a man of great wealth, and he had his life in Monticello and in Virginia was, we'll get to him, but the point is that Adams was just a doggedly hard-working. He was the only one who worked constantly.
Yeah.
And it was really the three of them in Madison, but he was the guy who did the hardest work to get this shit started.
Yeah.
He also apologized for cursing.
Adams?
In one of his things, he's like, I lament to admit that I sometimes cursed, which I feel shameful about.
Also, when Adams did his did the Constitution of Massachusetts, the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts is like the most liberal document in the world. Because Adams was like, I'm going to get it right. Everything that I couldn't get done in the American Constitution, I'm doing in this. And there's stuff in there about Jews having rights. There's even something about gay people in there. Like he was into gay rights, Jews.
Pretty gay back then.
It's pretty gay, pretty Jewish.
It's gay to be a gay Jew.
It's gay to be into Jews.
Yeah.
Dude,
to be into Jewish rights in the 1700s was gay.
Those parliaments
undeniably gay.
Undeniably
crazy
gay.
back then. Like, I don't know, what about Jews? People are like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah,
It's
what are
like,
you
come
talking
on,
about,
guys.
Jews?
Back then, have a room full of dude in powder wigs being like, boo.
Like,
and the Jews looked exactly they looked the same as they do now. The big black coats,
exact same outfits,
same way.
Hold on, I got what Adams did. While he was in office, he was worried that his logic was another country could just come take this at any moment. So he came up with the Alien and Sedition Act, which meant if you talk shit on the government, we can jail you. So he started arresting journalists. He started
Well, he was the first liberal who got befuddled by guys that back then it was another Democrat. It was Jefferson.
Yeah,
going like whatever it takes to win.
Yeah,
it's always been like the different parts of American democracy, the different kinds of people, the people who are like, we got to get this right, we got to sell our good ideas and convince people we're right, but then the other guys who are like, we just got to take office, we just need to win, and nerds lose that fight. Adams was the first one-term nerd president. There's a few of them.
Yes, you're exactly right.
Bush the first is another one.
He's
to
a
me.
one-term guy. He was from 97 to 01.
Yep.
Let's move to Jefferson.
He's number 3.
That's 01 to 09. He was a 2-term guy. Adams was a Federalist. Washington was obviously independent. Jefferson was a Democratic Republican. He was the first Mr. President. Right when he got in, the French and the British started going to war. So everybody in America was like, fuck England. Also, France just helped us.
Yeah.
Fuck England. Let's join it. And he was.
Although he loved the French. He loved the revolution in French.
Yeah, he did.
The Adams didn't, because it was bloody and horrible.
And he didn't like the French.
He didn't, and Jefferson loved the revolution, and he had all his friends over there. He spent a lot of his life there.
Yeah, but Americans started being like, fuck England. Let's join France in the war. He was the only one with the foresight to be like, we have 40 guys in our military and 3 boats.
Yeah.
Let's shut the fuck up.
Was not.
So he declared neutrality, and everybody called him a pussy. Then England started blocking his like fucking ships. I think he might have been the one who said, we're just not going to trade with either of them. So then the American economy just plummeted. England started just saying, if you're not trading with us, we're just going to confiscate your ships, kidnap all the sailors, make them join the British Navy.
What?
So he was getting punked by England.
You're talking about Jefferson. Well, it's interesting because Adams, what ended his presidency was a fake rumor that Jefferson started, that Adams was trying to start a war with and start a navy and do this stuff, and it was all fake. But then it ended up kind of haunting Jefferson because the truth about all that ended up fucking him a lot.
Huh.
One thing interesting about Jefferson is because he's so famous for having had a slave and having had like 50,000 slaves, or whatever, not that many, and having had children with his slave, and I don't think he ever even gave
He didn't free them.
He
He didn't free the kids.
He didn't free a couple. He freed a couple.
He freed 2.
Yeah.
And the rest he kept enslaved until he died. And what was interesting about them?
Damn, he did the ultimate because I said so.
His son, like that. Can I stop being a slave? He's like, no. I said no. They were like white.
Really?
His slave children, the woman that he
Sally.
had kids with, Sally, was like half white, or like was very light skinned.
Yeah, I think her mother, because her mother was in his family for a long time.
And his dad was fucking like,
yes.
I mean, it was like,
But
she was kind of a product of his father.
I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure about that. But it's but an interesting thing about him in terms of slavery and American politics is that his first elected position was in the Virginia legislature. He was like a House of Reps guy in Virginia. And the very first act he ever the first thing he ever did as a politician was to propose a bill in the Virginia government to abolish slavery in the state of Virginia. It's the first thing he did.
Whoa.
Of course, it got shot down, but it was his desire and his dream.
Yeah, because he was big on that with the French Revolution.
Yes,
with
and
Lafayette,
Yes, and all of these guys, all of these early guys, wanted slavery out, but there was no way the South was going to do it.
Yeah,
and they wanted the Southern because the choice was to have like just 2 countries or 4 countries over here, or have a unified country and just deal with it.
Yeah,
we're going to have slavery, but create a framework.
Yeah,
where in the future, when it becomes possible, when things change, when things get more modern, we can get rid of it in the future.
And I could be wrong, but I think the North had abolished slavery early, like 1806, which is while Jefferson's in office. I could be wrong.
I don't know.
It was around the exact same time as England. In fact, maybe before
really?
the North. We were right. Us Northerners, we got it right.
A fun Jefferson story that I like is that when he was in Paris, he had this woman, a girlfriend, Causeway or something. His wife died when he was pretty young, and she made him promise on her deathbed that he would never have another woman, which is a horrible thing to do.
Yeah, fuck,
to
man.
a young man that you're fucking.
Yeah, it's like,
not even somebody to take care of the kids they had.
It's like, no, I promise.
Yeah, I know, but he's.
Oh, for sure.
So it was part of the reason that all of it, including Sally Hemings, that his loves were all secret because he was ashamed of every woman that he loved after that.
That's hot.
And so there was a woman in Paris. She was a British painter, and her husband. She was a woman. She was married, but she was a painter, and she fell in love with Thomas Jefferson, and they were very much in love with each other. But then the way they broke up was very funny to me because he wrote her these beautiful letters. She was in love with him. He was in love with her. But then the French, when he was leaving France, they wanted a great portrait of him to put in the National Gallery, and they said to him, "You can choose any painter in the world." And he was like, "No, I want a real guy." And his girlfriend was like, "Why not me?" And he's like, "Baby, come on. I mean,
Like,
we
you're good.
fuck.
You're
good,
good.
but you're not like fucking grown man. You're not like fucking. I'm not for history."
True. These guys were that's the weirdest thing. How history mind. They were like knowing they were going to get
They
sucked
knew,
into
dude.
history, which is crazy to think about.
So here's a good one because we got to speed up.
Yeah.
So he goes over. So Napoleon's in there in France.
Yeah.
Post-revolution. This is the Louisiana Purchase. They sent James Monroe over. That was his bro. He goes to France. They thought they were negotiating the sale of just the port of New Orleans. This is all thanks in part to the fucking Haitian Revolution, which fucked France. Look into the Haitian Revolution. It rules. He gets over there. Monroe finds out, oh, they're trying to sell all of the Louisiana. Like, it's from New Orleans to the Rockies to Canada. It's huge. From the Appalachians to the Rockies, basically. And they didn't have time to consult Congress. So Thomas Jefferson just bought it on the spot, which he was like, I abused the fuck out of my power. And that was his whole thing, is government should have no power.
Yeah.
He was against any
Well, that's what Jefferson's whole life was like, doing fucked up things and then saying nobody should be able to, like, saying slavery. He's like, people that need to stop having slavery. He's fucking a slave. He's like, somebody's got to put a stop to this.
We got to stop this.
That's the same thing as with that.
Somebody's got to stop fucking these slaves.
Yeah.
Well, Louisiana
I wish it could be me,
Got 6
but I
kids.
need to fuck this one right now.
Those arguments must have been crazy. Dude.
All right.
But yeah, that was big because that secured the southern port. Then we had,
And Monroe was Secretary of State.
Monroe, yeah.
And then wasn't he the
No, Madison's next.
Because usually the Secretary of State would end up being president.
Vice president at this point. Although who was it? It was Jefferson Adams.
Jefferson was Adams' vice president.
Yeah. So that's 2 straight vice presidents. Then we got James Madison. He was a dork.
Yes.
He was a huge dork.
He was a nerd.
He was a frail, nervous. Think Gerbies.
What?
He was
Yeah.
Gerbies.
Really?
But this is sick. So basically, he had the first. They said his lady was the first lady, Dolly Madison. That was like really like they would have parties at the White House. They would like try to get.
But also, he was Jefferson's mentor. He was another guy like Adams who was there all the time.
Yeah.
He was like a worker. He kept shit going. And he would write Jefferson and say in France and go, "Can you fucking come home and be president. And Jefferson would write back and go, I am just enjoying Paris and I don't want to do it. And then he would float in and just take the fucking big job. And yeah, Madison gets 4 years and people are like, dude, you're boring.
No,
America has never liked
Madison
nerds.
gets 2.
Don't touch me. Don't ever put your fucking hands on me.
I can't touch your
Don't ever
shoes
put
out
your
of respect.
fucking hands on me.
I'm going to grip you up.
God damn it.
Hold on. So Jefferson was to shut the fuck up, guys. Shut up, guys.
Sean, get out.
Sean, don't look at me. So Madison takes some of the flack because everybody was calling Jefferson a pussy for not fighting England. So he's like, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do it.
What?
So America just declares war on England.
He nerd raged.
He nerd raged on England. England immediately marches down and burns Washington, D.C.
Burns it down.
They burnt the White House immediately.
He spaz cried.
But he spaz cries. He's like, nobody's going to call me gay. But then everybody always acts like we lost 1812 just because they burned that shitty White House.
Yeah.
So first off, Washington, D.C. was a swamp. It was literally a swamp. It was a shithole. No one lived there. War of 1812, we fucked England up. Fort McHenry, Star Spangled Banner, all that shit. Battle of New Orleans, we smashed them.
Battle of New Orleans was, what's his name?
Jackson.
Jackson.
Yeah.
And Jackson, they were fighting the Battle of New Orleans. The war had been already over for a while.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the war was already settled.
Oh, yeah, they fought
the
it in
treaty was
1815.
signed.
It was in January of
And
1815.
he was still fighting.
Yeah.
Once you get to Jackson, he's fucking incredible.
Wild.
Incredible.
All right. So,
first Trump. He was the first Trump.
Yep.
So all of a sudden America, that's our first war as a country.
Yeah.
So now America's
also,
not
before
just
that,
colonies.
because England was just taking pot shots. England would just park a ship outside of like a Baltimore or whatever,
They're
and
so
just start
good.
heaving fucking fireballs for no reason. Like
dickheads.
you know where do you know Hudson, New York? It's a town on the Hudson. It has a weird maritime feeling to it. It looks like Nantucket. And that's because it's all people from Nantucket. It used to be this little whaling village in Nantucket. And in the 1810s, the British would just park a ship and just set houses on fire for fucking fun. What? So all the people that lived in that town founded Hudson. And they would go out and whale in the ocean, and then they'd drag a whale up the Hudson River.
Holy shit.
And they would slaughter it and then send it down the river. It was a great way to send whale meat and oil down to here, New York City.
Yeah.
And that established a hub in New York, and upper New York State. Hudson became a very big, important. And that's where you ever heard of a guy named Legs Diamond? Because Diamond Street was like the first whore street.
It sounded like
Hudson became a place for farmers to bring their herds and get laid and get, just fuck and gamble and have their animals slaughtered and brought down here on boats, and then they
got paid.
Damn.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's what was going on. That's how much things like just the English, one English ship lobbing fireballs changes a ton of things.
Yeah, some
and they finally needed it to stop.
Resulted in some guy getting hit. Like, I'm never going to be able to face me wife.
Me wife.
So.
Okay, so now you got.
Now we're kind of unified. That was the first time.
Madison.
The War of 1812. It was a draw. I mean, they signed a treaty after 2 years.
Nothing changed, though.
Nothing changed.
The English stopped harassing us.
Yeah,
though.
but we declared war. They came over.
Yeah.
We kind of fucked them up, though. I looked at the casualty numbers. It was like double.
That doesn't matter in the historical story.
Of course. But everybody always acts like, because they got over here and they all died of disease kind of immediately. Like, they got fucked up.
It was hard to.
And they were like, we can't afford to fight this while we're fighting the French. Truce. That brings us to Monroe. Monroe was kind of the man. Monroe was the last founding father to be a president, fought in the Revolutionary War, was at Valley Forge. He came up with the Monroe Doctrine, which is neutrality. We got the Americas. Nobody fuck with us. Because they were all worried Europe was going to Spain or Europe was going to come back and take South
that was
America.
all the source of all our problems was these other fucking European countries being involved in their wars. So he was the first guy to go,
yeah, we're never going to go get involved in their wars.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and that's kind of what they were saying was that's like the most lasting policies of any of the founding fathers was like American neutrality. Europe, you can have your wars. We're staying the fuck out. Obviously, it lasted 100 years. Added Florida. Monroe got Florida from the Spanish.
Nice.
So the reason that happened, though, was because of Jackson. Because Jackson was taking his troops to Florida and Monroe was sending a guy on a horse. I don't know if they had telegrams yet, but it'd take him 8 days to say, leave Florida alone. We're trying to negotiate a price. But finally, Monroe decided we don't want Florida anymore. They're asking the Spanish owned it. We can't afford to buy it. I can't justify it. I'm not going to get it through Congress. And Jackson was writing back and saying, I'm just going to take it. I'm just going to take it militarily. I'm going to attack them. And Monroe said, no, you may not. I'm president. You may not do that. And Jackson just ignored him. And he did it.
What?
He took Florida, and then he showed up in D.C. and was like, right? That was good, right? And Monroe's like, yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, he's like, but also I bought it.
Good job. Yeah, also I think we
paid for it.
We paid for it, and it was a mess.
While Jackson was like fucking with them, the Spanish were like, to Monroe, they were like, yeah, you can buy it.
He just went and killed him.
Yeah, he was down fighting them, and he was like,
yeah.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, we're going to sell it.
There's 2 generals that did that. Him and MacArthur did that, too. Just did shit without permission.
Yeah.
And then showed up and said, right, Mr. President? Wasn't that the plan
That was
all
pretty
along?
good.
And he was like, yes, it was the plan all along. Whatever you want. Whatever you want.
So you got that. But this is interesting, because Monroe was the first part that this is where the slavery issue starts to take real issue, because it was the Missouri Compromise. So Missouri was becoming a state. It was another slave state. Pro-slavery.
Yeah, so every time they added a slave state, they'd have to add a free slave.
Free one to make sure it was balanced.
Yeah.
So that's when we added Maine. Missouri got to be a slave state. That's it for him. John Quincy Adams.
So John Quincy Adams was Secretary of State. John Quincy Adams had a big role in the
So this time I wanted to see how it was.
Florida.
Yeah.
And he had a big
That's
role
pretty cool
in
that
that
you're, like,
compromise. That was
not
a big
able to
part.
kill
He was a
him.
statesman.
Probably is
John
a
Quincy
way.
Adams, fucking fascinating guy. I read his biography. The thing about him and his father is that they wrote copious, really long diary entries, so we know a lot about those guys. But he traveled with his father to England. He was like the last link to the Great Revolution.
Yeah.
Because he was with his father wherever he went, and he took him to France. He ended up being a diplomat. He was the first American ambassador to Russia. He lived in St. Petersburg, Russia. And him and his...
Oh, wait, was he the one who helped them kind of revolutionize?
I don't...
Or was that before?
Remember that.
Okay.
I mean, but he was in Russia way back then. He'd take like a sleigh to countries that aren't there anymore, like Prussia, and he traveled all over. He traveled more than any like human being back then, and he went across the ocean several times. So like something like 12 times back and forth.
Now
amazing guy, incredible guy.
His opponent was Jackson in this election.
Yeah,
Jackson dominated. He won the popular vote by a greater margin than Reagan beat Carter. It was a landslide victory for him, but Jackson, in the Battle of New Orleans, came out and said all the guys from Kentucky were being fucking cowards. So then when it comes to the Electoral College, the guy counting the votes happened to be like a senator or something from Kentucky.
What?
And he was like, fuck this guy. And he just swung like 10 states. Because back then the Electoral College made perfect sense. Nobody in any state had ever heard of one of these guys. There was no news. There was no fucking anything.
Now you needed somebody. Yeah, you needed super delegate.
You needed to just get your local guy.
Yeah.
And be like,
you go figure it out.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that was enough for this guy to swing all these dudes in the meetings to be like, dude, Jackson's a fucking dickhead. We need John Quincy Adams. So he swung. I mean, it was
John Quincy Adams was another nerd, one-term nerd.
Yes.
Who just couldn't get, I mean, as a president, he couldn't get, and he got almost nothing done. Partly because Jackson and his people just thwarted every single thing he tried.
The whole country loved Jackson.
Everybody fucking loved that dude.
He was Trump.
So much.
He was Trump.
He was Trump. Imagine if Trump, like, dueled as much as...
Jesus
Jackson died
Jackson
with
dudes.
something like 12 bullets in his body.
Yeah.
What?
That never left his body. He dueled all the time.
Yeah, let's just go straight to Jackson. He's the next.
Wait,
president.
you guys let me know.
He can't not be mentioned, John Quincy.
JQA.
Yeah, fuck John Quincy.
John Quincy Adams. Well, after his presidency, he was in Congress forever from Massachusetts. He died at his seat in Congress. Wow. He died at his desk. He was because his thing. He was a huge abolitionist. He was like the only guy in the Congress willing to be an out and out. The slave states had so much power they passed a law, a gag law, that said you can't say the word slavery in Congress. There used to be, there was a thing in Congress back then called petitioning. Anyone could send a petition to their congressperson, and they had to say it, they had to mention it. So, like, you could send a thing to Congress saying, I want all, I want retarded people to drive, whatever you run up here. I want retarded people to have driver's license.
Yes.
And he would say, he'd have to go, okay, the petition from Shane Gillis, he wants retards to drive.
Honorable.
And everyone would go, I move to table it. And then they just table it. But they passed a law saying you couldn't even mention the petition that said the word slavery. Because that's how electrified this. It was like, we don't want anybody, we know you're trying to get rid of slavery, we don't even want you to say it. And they passed it. So Quincy Adams would do it, and he would just break the law, and he would just say it over and over again. He would read petitions about slavery, and he would get sent. Then they would all vote, the whole Congress, to censure him for going against the rules, and he got censured over and over again. And he represented the Amistad slaves and got them set free. Yeah, did you know that?
No.
Yeah, he was the slave ship that was taken over by slaves and was grounded in Massachusetts, I think.
You're saying the S word.
Oh, whatever.
Yeah.
He got not only in trouble, those slaves asked him to represent that. He was their lawyer.
What?
Because they were Virginia slave masters who were waiting, they were Haitian slaves that they were waiting for, that they had paid for. But he found a way it wasn't like a slavery is wrong trial. It was, you guys don't have a receipt trial. It was like, you ain't got the paperwork, go fuck yourselves. So they were free. But he died. He was in the middle of a big impassioned argument. He was yelling, and he had a heart attack, and he died right there with the whole Congress around him
watching,
because people loved that guy. He was a great guy. He was the first president or former president to ride on a steamship. He used to ride on the steamships with a blanket over him, and folks would surround him. All the passengers would surround him because he would just tell stories. He's a great guy.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Man, I didn't know any of
There's
that.
just a part of me that liked Jackson.
Jackson's great, but I mean, again, to me, I look at all these guys. I evaluate them as characters. They're all great, amazing characters. They all did awful things,
of course.
Yeah.
But I mean, Obama fucking bombed, fucking weddings.
Obama.
But yes, Jackson was a crazy but shrewd. A great thing about Jackson was that his inaugural party in the White House.
Yeah,
this is wild.
They
stormed the Capitol.
He invited everybody. That's exactly right.
He
invited everyone. He said anyone that wants can come. No invitation needed. It's the people's house, and the house was crammed with common people getting drunk, stealing shit, and they wouldn't leave. And there's a honor code in the White House. You don't ask someone to leave. You don't ever throw anybody out. So they couldn't get them. Like, days went by where people are shitting on the floor and raiding the fucking pantry and just fucking people and whatever.
What?
And so what they did was they got huge kegs of beer and they put them on the lawn. And they said, "Hey, come out. Let's drink under the stars. Let's have, And they invited them out for beer on the lawn, and they all came outside and they locked doors. That was how he was a people's president.
Yeah,
like
he was
there
the first populist
in his
first guy. Yeah,
first one to appeal to the common person. Yeah. There was an author, English guy. I read his biography of him, and they have one account of an English traveling writer who write travel logs, and he was in Washington, and he thought, "What is it like? Can you meet the president?" And he just walked. There wasn't a fence around the house.
Yeah, people just could walk in.
So he just walked to the front door and he knocked on the door, and a butler came to the door and said hello, and he said, "I'd like to meet the president." And he's like, "Is he expecting you?" He goes, "No." And then the butler's like, "All right, well, come in and sit down." And he went in. The guy waited like 20 minutes, and Jackson came out of his office, which was like full of people.
I love
he
this
said, "I'm in a pretty important. Like, who are you?" And he said, "I just wanted to meet you and say hi." And he was like, "All right, can you wait an hour?" And he's like, "Sure." So he went and whatever, fucking signed a thing to kill all the Indians.
Yeah.
And then he came and had sandwiches brought, and he sat with the guy and just talked to him for an hour.
Damn.
Damn.
He also he was the first president, I think, to ride on a train. He took a train. He was the first one to do this, that he went all over the country.
Yeah.
He went up to Maine. Presidents never travel. He was the first guy to do that. Like, he thought people should see the president. People should have contact with the president.
The Trail of Tears, he flubbed that one.
Yeah,
flubbed.
He was a bit of a flake. He did do exactly what his goal was.
He did what he tried to do. Fucking flubbed.
That was a bit of a flub.
He was not. He didn't make mistakes.
I looked it up. I don't know if they had slaves.
Yeah.
The fucking dudes on the Trail of Tears, they were like, we got to bring our slaves.
If slaves are available, folks get slaves. That's just the way that goes.
I couldn't believe it.
But when he was
peaceful,
that's what the part you don't hear is, like, the Indians are like, you know what he did to us, and what he did to our slaves was even
our
worse.
slaves had it real bad on the Trail of Tears.
I mean, tell me about it.
Yeah, but didn't they like share everything with their slaves though?
I don't know. Yeah, they were way better.
It was egalitarian.
Real peaceful.
It was egalitarian, dude.
There were some of those good slave owners. The natives.
There is some story from some big chief went to the White House to meet with Jackson, because Jackson was very honest.
Yeah.
He didn't underhand ever. He didn't play politics. He did horrible things, but he just went ahead and did them. Like, there was a slave revolt during his presidency where they took over a fort. The slaves took over a fort and just said, we just want out. We just want to be taken to the north or Canada or whatever. And so he just got a bunch of cannons and he just lit the whole place up and killed
bombed
them.
Jesus.
He didn't fucking care. So some famous, like a name you'd recognize, it wasn't like Sitting Bull, but it was some big, all of the Indians, all the tribes chose this guy to negotiate.
I think I did this.
Jackson, and he went and talked to Jackson, just the two of them.
I don't know.
And he came out crying and said,
"What?
We're in trouble."
Yeah, he says, "We're not. This is gonna go bad. This is gonna go bad." No, he just had his way of thinking about how it was gonna go. He's like, "No, we got to clear these guys out of here."
Also in line with Trump, he was like, "This is where the term mudslinging starts."
Yeah,
it was him and John Quincy. Their election or their debates and shit was. He would just talk. They would talk shit. There would be nasty rumors in the papers.
Whatever it took.
Yeah.
Whatever it took. No, I remember. I have a friend who's a Trump guy, who I've known for a long time. I'm not going to say that his name is Nick DiPaolo. But knowing Nick has always given me some insight into the mentality of that kind of guy. Not just Trump, but guys like Jackson. I remember once I was with Nick and a lot of people, and he was like three. Democrats were yelling at him, and he was starting to say crazy, fucked up things to them. And at one point, I'm like, Nick, you know that's wrong. And he goes, "It's 3 against 1." Like, what do you want me to do? Like, he's in and it gave me and then it brought me back to when I was like 19, and I was friends with Nick, and we were comedians in Boston. And there was a pinball machine we really liked playing at this one club. So we're playing pinball against each other. And when it was my turn, I was starting to beat his score, and he just put his hand over my hand so I couldn't flip. And he just looked at me like this, and I'm like, "Really?" And he goes, "Yeah, I win. I win. I don't care." But Jackson,
was big too.
Jackson was Jackson was the first. Yeah, he was a football player. College football. Jackson was the first president to go like, "Fuck you. I'm winning. I'm winning this. I don't care what happens to you. We're gonna you know."
So he also, one of the big things with Jackson, he vetoed more bills than every president before him combined.
Nice.
He hated the banks. He like went to war.
It's crazy that he's on the 20.
Yeah.
It's like a joke because he hated the idea of a central bank. He hated the idea of a treasury. He thought that it should just be folks have their money in gold and you trade, and he wanted.
So I think the U.S. Bank at the time, I think it was called the United States, like the Bank of the United States, was up for to be renewed, and he just happened to be the president, and he vetoed it.
Yeah, and it was a thing you don't veto.
You can't veto it.
No,
he vetoed it. So then the next guy, we'll get to him, is his vice president Van Buren. He takes over. He takes over a completely destroyed economy because he vetoed the bank.
That's the way it goes. The cool guys. America is made of cowboys and nerds. So you got cowboys who show off and who show what kind of people we are, and then you have nerds who actually get things done. But the cowboys get the credit.
Yeah.
And then the nerds get fucked every time.
He got fucked. His nickname was Van Ruin.
Yes. He had a lot of nicknames.
They were like,
Old Kinderhook. He was another total nerd, and everybody hated Van Buren. He was like a little fucking...
Yeah. He was supposed to be, I think, he was one of those vice presidents that was supposed to be a link. Like, because Jackson was the man in the South, kind of, or wherever, and they were like, let's get this dork to...
He was from Kinderhook, New York.
He was his Pence.
Yeah.
He was Trump's Pence.
Yeah.
He was... the legend is that, he was one of the first people to have...
something much bigger was going to drop down.
Pamphlets, like a lot of pamphlets. Like the press, like the mass press started to get big. So his pamphlet was... Because he was called Old Kinderhook. He's from Kinderhook, New York. So his thing was OK, and it was a check mark.
Oh, nice.
And that's where people say that OK comes from.
What?
Yeah.
Because it was like his thing was OK with a check mark. That was the point. It was like vote for Old Kinderhook.
That's the thing. That's the thing. When you look into this, that's where all of our shit comes from.
Yeah, that's nuts.
It's all of this. All right. Well, we got to speed up because this one's funny. Van Buren sucked, whatever.
Yeah, he's...
Here comes Harrison. He's the next guy. Everybody called him Old Granny because he was too much of a geezer to run. So on his inauguration, he was like, I'm going to prove to everyone how tough I am.
Yeah.
It was freezing cold and raining. He had like an 8,000 word inauguration.
Yeah.
He got a pneumonia and died.
He died. He was like a few months.
He died immediately. Like
Shortest term. Died.
Shortest term.
Never didn't have a minute of acting as president.
Trying to prove he was tough.
Got sick the first day.
Died immediately.
And died a few months later.
What?
Yep.
That brings us to Tyler. He did nothing.
Tyler was
his
general,
party abandoned
right?
him.
No, I'm thinking of Taylor.
He was Harrison's vice president. So Harrison dies. The one thing he did do is set the precedent that the vice president stays as president.
Nice.
So everyone was like, "What? We don't know what to do here. The president's never died. Do you take over as an interim guy until we find a new guy?" And he was like, "No, I'm just the president."
I'm the president.
And enough that his party hated him for that. So his own party abandoned him. They didn't put him up for re-election.
Well, because they thought they should choose another guy.
They wanted to be able to put another
stronger guy.
Yeah, so he stayed. He had no parties supported him. He got nothing done. He was never up for re-election again.
It must have been awkward.
That brings us to our guy, though. This is who I wanted to get to. Polk, dude. Turns out Polk's the man.
Really?
Yeah.
I know nothing about Polk.
No.
He was one term because he was a dark horse out of nowhere, and he promised everybody in his party, I'll only do one term. That way, some of you guys that are good, that are getting ready, you can take over. I promise to do one term. When he was running, his opponent's slogan was, "Who is James K. Polk?" Like, people were talking shit. As soon as he got in, this is good. He was a tiny guy. He was 5'8", which was like...
That's really small.
Yeah, he was 5'8", and when he got in, his wife was the one who came up with, they got to play Hail to the Chief every time you come in a room to give you some respect.
Give him a little,
Yeah, so that's why that happens.
Nice.
So right away, Polk starts going
But it was
wild.
kind of a joke. It's like if a midget walked in.
Everybody
goes, it's just a little guy.
No, Polk's a beast. Immediately, he starts fucking with the British about Oregon. So they have the Oregon Territory out there, which is just beaver hunting. Everybody's, beaver hunting. We're doing a little bit of that in Nash Vegas.
What do you mean?
It means trying to get pussy.
About pussies.
Hunting in Oregon for...
They were in Oregon, Oregon, pussy hunting. So the British were pussy hunting. The British and Americans were both pussy hunting on the same territory. And Polk was like, "Nah, we're done with that." And he set the latitude and longitude was 54 and 40. So he came out with the slogan 54 and 40 or fight. He was saying that to the British. He was like, "We're gonna fuck you guys up."
True.
So he came out with that, and the British
people were really into
they loved
latitudes and longitudes.
They were. So he called that, and the British were afraid to call his bluff. They were just like, "Fine, take it."
Like, that slogan is so good.
Yeah, just take it. Fuck, dude, this guy's nuts.
You came up with fucking. You used the longitude and latitude.
So he takes that territory, which is huge.
Elden rings.
And then it's not just Oregon, it's Washington, all that.
You know why Oregon is Portland is called Portland?
This is just.
I bet you I do.
It was kind. Do you?
No, it's not.
It was going to be Boston.
What?
Because there's two guys. Is it Lewis and Clark?
Yeah.
So one of them is
that was Jefferson.
One of them is from Boston, and one of them is from Portland, Maine.
Yeah.
And they both wanted to name it after their hometown.
Oh.
And they flipped a coin and named it Portland. And there is a Boston in Oregon. There's a town called Boston, Oregon. Anyway, go on.
So after he gets Oregon,
Yeah.
he's like, "All right, it's time for me to get Texas." He starts fucking with the Mexicans. Like, so they would send troops down just to see if the Mexicans would shoot first. Finally, they did. He
Fucking
immediately
lazy Mexicans.
Finally, they shot
so
a bunch
many
of-
times.
He-
Get off their fucking
Yeah,
frijoles
dude.
and fire a shot.
So they go to war.
Here they come again. I don't want to fire.
He
I'm too
fired
busy
the last
drinking
Probably one of them was like-
tequila.
70,000 troops poured in.
Oh, no.
So we immediately took California, Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, Texas.
And
This
then
is all
who was
Polk
the
in
general?
4 years.
Who was the general that penetrated all the way to Mexico City? This is later, right?
This was the next guy who was Zachary Taylor.
Yeah, Zachary Taylor was
Zachary
the big
Taylor.
Mexican-American war
Yeah,
guy.
he was the war hero.
What?
Zachary Taylor was dominating.
So they
but this is-
gathered-
He went into Mexico City, and if you go to in Mexico City, the big thing is Los Niños. These 6, I think it's 4 or 6 kids. So they stormed. They went all the way to Mexico City, and the citadel, the Chapultepec, the palace. The army was so decimated that it was finally just the cadets of the military school were the only ones
Yikes.
defending the
This is an
capital,
interesting section.
and they were
It's like
there
a
were
lot
just
of
4
different
kids
intersect.
firing on the American army is
Yeah.
just coming. And they wrapped themselves in Mexican flags and jumped and dove and killed themselves. That was how they ended the
pretty
war.
awesome.
And the moment is Zachary Taylor's holding one of them and he's saying they were just kids. Like, he had no idea they were like fucking 12, 15 years old. And in Chapultepec, there's 4 big pillars that are still, they're like war heroes.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
What did Mexico have back then? Was it like a king or like?
A lot
what
of
was-
they had massive. So what was going on all these years? Napoleon assumed that the South would win the Civil War eventually. That the South, that there would be Europe always bet on the South because the South was a aristocratic America. It was about plantations and old families, and that's a European. They loved Europe in the South. The North was always against Europe and wanting to start something new. So during the Civil War, so Maximilian was just a Habsburg. But the way kings worked back then, there were some royalty factories. So the Habsburg family, who I think were like Flemish or whatever the fuck, they just had like somebody, a cousin of a king. They went, Maximilian and his wife, they're like, you guys take Mexico. So Napoleon sent French troops to Mexico and installed Maximilian. But then
Which is what Cinco de Mayo is.
Yes, and then the Mexicans finally overran because when we lost the Civil War, when we lost the Civil War, I don't know what made me say that. No, when the South lost the Civil War, Napoleon was like, all right, fuck this.
Well, wait, Napoleon was gone for this.
Or whoever the French
Yes.
pulled their. Well, there was like 3 Napoleons.
Oh, true.
I think it was a later Napoleon.
Wow. Yes.
Pulled support.
Yeah.
And Maximilian, they beheaded him.
Fuck.
They fed peyote to his wife and sent her home. And there's some little village somewhere in like the Netherlands where they tell you like she's gonna come get you because she would run in the streets. She went insane. She would run the streets screaming. And they tell kids if you don't get to sleep because she comes out at night. If you don't go to sleep, she's gonna come get
God.
you. So
Yeah,
that's
she
how
must
far.
have-
That's how far in Mexico.
Dude, if
I'm
they-
sorry to derail you,
No,
but
that's
so
crazy. No, that's great.
Zachary. So you were still at Polk
No,
and then Taylor.
Polk, but still. So one thing that was cool was when Polk was instigating this war with Mexico.
You got to cut that part where I say we lost.
No,
You have
that's
to
good.
cut that. I don't
That's
know what
good. You
made me say
corrected it
that.
immediately. This is pretty sick. So Polk was up there like they're fucking with us. They shot at our troops. An old one-term senator from Illinois at the time stood up and said, "Were we on their territory when we shot him?" There was one guy that was opposed to the Mexican-American War, a guy by the name of Abraham Lincoln.
Really?
Abraham Lincoln.
And people were like, "Hey, shut up, pussy."
Yeah, dude.
We're trying to take Texas. Shut
yeah.
the fuck
He's
up.
like, you guys, were we? I'm like,
Yeah,
he was like, sorry.
I think this was wrong. They're like- Anyway, that's why Polk's kind of the man. He added 1/3 of the entire United States in a 4-year term.
Damn.
Pretty good. Well, in territory.
I know, but still,
It's like those big
Yeah, but you got
states.
Texas and California.
And they were just
That's
sitting on
probably
the,
half our
Pretty
population.
good.
True. They were sitting on
I
the
wish
border.
he hadn't added them, espally Texas.
The
But
troops
again,
are sitting
then
there
we
being like,
wouldn't
Mexico
have
sucks. Mexico fucking
Finally,
sucks.
one of them just
Go,
popped.
go.
Oh shit! Run! They're pissed.
Yo, Mexico's gay.
again, that was a smashing. America destroyed Mexico. It was mean. It was mean.
Yeah, it's not nice.
Then this is good. Polk, he was working his tail off.
His tail.
He was tired. He was so exhausted when he got done. He went back to Tennessee and just died.
Like right away, right?
Yeah.
He died, yeah.
He was like, that was too much. I should have done
a lot
all
of work. Yep.
Just died. So then comes Zachary Taylor. This is 1849 to 1850. That's a quick term. Old Rough and Ready.
Yeah.
Pretty sick nickname.
Old Dead and
yeah, he's old. He's about to be dead.
Yeah, he died. I don't remember what he died of.
He was
just being in the 1800s.
Yeah. He was one of the largest slaveholders in the South. So when he got elected, the South was like nice because at this point, the territories, he just added. Polk did all that in 4 years, which was sick, but it was too much because now there's so much territory and the slaves versus the abolitionist debate. Every state they had to add. There was a debate. There was a debatey.
All Southern presidents, so many Southern presidents.
Yeah.
I mean, outside of the Adamses.
Pretty much nonstop. Virginia.
Yep.
And then it gets into like Tennessee and.
They started digging into their bench was not
they
good
get into
enough.
Tennessee, dude.
And then we started kind of with Ohio. We started coming back.
Yeah. Actually, kind of northern presidents tended to suck. Lincoln ruled.
Yeah, but he was Kentucky, Illinois.
Yeah.
Illinois
We'll
before
take that one.
which
I always
state
forget
is it?
one. I think he was born in Kentucky in a log cabin in Kentucky.
And then he was
Then he was the
Then he moved
Illinois,
to Illinois.
yeah.
Who fucking knows? There's no way to know.
We weren't right about
Nobody
half
will
these.
ever know.
We were never correct about half these facts, but we're having fun.
Oh yeah, I could be. I love
Yeah,
just
who cares?
acting like I know.
It's great. So one thing, Taylor gets in there. Everybody's like nice. Everybody in the South's like nice. This guy's pro-slavery. He gets in. He tends to start actually leaning towards standing with the North. This is all leading to the Civil War because like guys like this start fucking this up. As soon as he says we're going to abolish slave in the Western territories, South Carolina says they're going to succeed. Taylor says he's going to fucking hang everybody down there if they do it.
What?
Yeah, he didn't react well to stuff.
No.
He wasn't like, let's talk and send it over
he was like,
there.
you're gonna fucking
He would
hang
just
all
say
you.
that, and then they're like, are you? And he's like, well, no, but
I'm going to hang a lot of you.
the problem with tough talk. Yeah.
This is how he died.
What he did?
So
what
he
happened?
went. This is his
By doing
first
a
term.
podcast about. All right, go ahead. How did he die?
He went to Washington D.C. for Independence Day, and he ate too many cherries and milk.
What?
Because, like I said, it was a swamp, so there was like a cholera
That was
outbreak.
like the old Pop Rocks and Coke.
Yeah, he had cherries and frosted milk, and
And that was
he
it?
exploded.
Damn, it must have been
By the way, you know
delicious,
how many? There were 4 presidents. You think about the fact that 4 of them were assassinated.
Yeah.
4?
Well, successfully. Yeah, I hear you.
4 were killed.
Shot, yeah.
Shot and killed.
Yeah.
4 out of 40. There's been 47 presidents.
10%.
Wait, hold on. How many got shot and killed? I don't think they got shot and killed.
Yeah, 4 were shot and killed. Is it Garfield?
See,
No.
This is where I stopped.
A guy with a G. It's either Grover Cleveland or Garfield. One of those 2 was
Yeah,
shot
he
and
can-
killed.
Yeah.
McKinley shot and killed. JFK and Lincoln.
Nice.
4 shot and killed. Reagan fucking
Close.
badly shot.
Yeah.
Roosevelt, Teddy, shot in the chest.
Bull.
But had a thick piece of paper with his speech and a
that's so
glasses
cool,
case.
man.
Finished the speech, dude.
Yep, finished the speech.
Got shot and was like.
And somebody shot at Andrew Jackson.
Yeah.
You got
And he had a cane and he beat the shit out of the guy. Almost beat him to death. The guy shot him and he just get the fuck. It was right outside the Capitol.
What?
Like by the big pillars or whatever.
Yeah.
And he just beat the fucking shit out of him.
Dude who shot
Yeah,
him.
he was insane. Old
All right.
hickory.
Were they
Yes.
all crazed lone gunmen type things, or was it like?
Yeah, most of them were crazy people. There's a few other guys that were shot at that
Yeah,
somebody
sure.
took shots at them, and but that they didn't get hurt. Oh, what's his name? Well, FDR. They killed the governor who was sitting next to him. A spray of bullets, and he wasn't hurt, but the governor sitting next to him was killed.
Jesus.
Governor of Georgia or Florida? I don't fucking know. Anyway, go on. But yeah, like over 10%, like 12% of them have been shot.
Yeah.
So it's an intense job.
pretty intense
to take. There's a good chance.
It is like a higher rate than actual soldiers in war.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
Don't
probably-
I guess so.
I bet it is.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, because in like regular revolution shit, it's like 70,000 soldiers, 2,000 dead.
What's crazy
shit
is
like
that,
that.
but before it used to be like when what's his name, Alexander the Great and whoever, some kings used to lead, heads of state used to lead charges. They used to be the front horse, like going right headlong into an army.
That'd be nice to be a guy
a lot of
holding a spear,
Roman guys did that. And,
jackpot.
Yeah, I fucking got him.
Holy shit! He's coming right at me. He's coming right
Oh,
at me. Fuck! I blew it.
Just some guy.
Fuck! I missed.
Yeah.
All right, so now we're at Fillmore. The thing that sucks about fucking Taylor dying is he was like kind of a beast that could have maybe prevented the Civil War that was looming.
And then Fillmore was just a schlub.
Fillmore was a schlub. He signed. This is where it all starts to fuck up. Every single one of these guys, up to Lincoln, is just fucking up immensely. He wanted to sign
the buck and passing the buck.
So Taylor was offered to sign the Compromise of 1850, which was some shit about one slave state, one regular, or they get to decide, shit like that. As soon as fucking Taylor died, Fillmore takes over and signs it. Southerners were mad that California would join as a free state. Northerners were mad about the fugitive slave law, so they both compromised and were both pissed. Fugitive slave law was if you find a slave in the North, there's U.S. Marshals that'll catch them and bring them back to the South.
You have to help them get them back.
And there were dudes that were just like grabbing black people. Be like, got him. Where's my bounty? So
That's
it was
how the
it was
12
bad.
years a slave guy got taken.
Oh shit, is it?
Yeah, he wasn't. He was a free Northerner who
Somebody
just got
kidnapped
grabbed by
him.
one of those
Yeah.
guys.
Damn.
It was bad.
Happened all the time.
He was the last member of the Whig Party. They didn't run him a second term. Here comes Franklin Pierce. He was pals with Jackson, son of a Revolutionary War hero. He's from the North, but he was pro-slavery. They thought this was going to work. 2 months before this is crazy. 2 months before his inauguration, he and his family were in a train crash, and the only casualty was his 11-year-old son.
Damn.
So his entire time in office, he's blacked out, drunk, and depressed. He's the saddest guy of all time. He's not listening. His kid just died. His wife blamed him for the death constantly. She was like, we should have never been on that train. You just had to be the fucking president.
Oh, you gave birth to him, bitch.
Yeah.
You didn't have to do that.
You were on the train. You had fun.
Yeah, dude. Fuck.
So he's there. During Pierce, they do the Transcontinental Railroad. This is like the real. This is a fuck up for the North wants it to be from Chicago to L.A. or one of those places out west. The South wants it to be from Atlanta to L.A. In order to get it done, they have to get rid of the Missouri Line Compromise, which made it nothing north or south of here was the slave line. They decided to make it so every new territory got to decide themselves. They got to vote in order to get the Transcontinental Railroad. So this opened.
Every single thing we did to build this nation ran into this slave problem.
Yes.
Every single thing we tried to do was like, yeah, but the fucking north-south slave, fucking slave states, non-slave states.
Jesus.
We need to build a railroad across. That's the first interstate thing. The first interstate objective.
Yeah.
It's the first thing that you need a federal government. It's why the federal government got stronger and stronger. Because every state gets to do their own thing, but you want to take a fucking train from one to the other, these two states have to make a compromise.
Yeah.
So you needed a federal government to make these.
It was like the precursor to union, non-union. They just blow up a gigantic like inflatable rat.
Yeah. It's the other reason, just as a general thing, that the federal government became what gave the federal government power was the states wanting parity with each other. Like when environmental laws became a thing, they were state laws. So like Indiana would make a law, you can't dump sludge into the river anymore. So every company in Indiana has to pay extra to do a better job of dumping their shit and take it to the ocean or somewhere else, ruin somebody else's life.
Yeah.
But so next door to Indiana is Illinois, and they're like, we dump anything we want, and so all the business goes there. Mm-hmm. And so the Illinois company's like, we don't want to dump. We don't want to hurt the environment, but we can't compete with these guys.
Yeah.
Right? So they would go all the states would go to the Fed and say, please pass a law that affects everybody so that we can all do the right thing that we want to do without having to get squeezed out by this guy.
Yeah.
And that worked until we started doing shit with Mexico and India and China. But anyway, go on.
But yeah,
so,
Taylor. It was interesting to me. We're at I think Pierce, right? On the Transcontinental Railroad.
Yeah.
That turns out to be like that's what started it. I mean, obviously there's a ton of major factors, but that was like a big one because it opened what was called the Nebraska-Kansas Act, which is they got to decide to vote whether they were pro-slave or pro-abolition. So then a bunch of people just rushed in from the north and the south, and they started fucking killing each other.
What?
It was I forget the names. They were pretty sick. It was like the Free Staters versus the Border Ruffians. This is where John Brown and his son was out there.
Oh yeah.
They started hacking people with swords to death. Like that was it. And Franklin Pierce was like, he did nothing. He didn't get involved.
Yeah, but it must have been crazy when you had a bunch of slaves. Like, this is wrong. You had to be like, nah. You couldn't. It must have been crazy to be like, nah, I don't think it is.
Well, you just would pretend not to, or you just wouldn't. I mean, you'd see it on the newspaper was faded, and it was like, I don't know that much about it.
Just not being able to go down.
I'm
with
okay
that
to my slaves. I treat them okay.
Yeah, they're great.
True.
Yeah.
Right? Tell him. He's like, oh yeah, he's great.
Yeah, he was all right. No, it's fine. No, and meanwhile, the North was starting to get. I mean, this is getting after Pierce is who?
Buchanan.
So Buchanan is the guy who right before Lincoln.
Yes.
Right. Because the other thing that was going on is the North is industrializing, and the North is starting to build sweat houses and factories, and so part of the argument that people were having, that is like the kind of argument we would have now. If it would be interesting to take this culture with Twitter and everything and supplant it to slavery days and how we would have handled that debate back then.
True.
Because there were people that were saying, the North has free workers and a ton of them immigrants that had started, and they're treated like garbage. They're living like shit, and they're dying in large numbers and getting sick, uneducated, and being not allowed to be educated.
Yeah.
Kids are working heavy,
There's a ton
long
of
shifts.
southern political cartoons that are like that.
That are about how bad they were. And like our slaves are like a member of the family.
Yeah.
We give them their own house with their plot of land. They get to do this and that. Most slave owners were better. That this is the argument.
Yeah.
And that the North was just like wholesale destroying lives.
Yeah.
And read what's his name? Fucking Upton Sinclair. What shit was going on in Chicago and the slaughterhouses.
What's it called?
It's
about the meat packing shit, right?
Yeah.
The jungle. What's it called?
The jungle.
Yeah.
So another important thing about that point of the industrialization of the North, it just flooded with immigrants. So now their population's so big that they get more votes, they get more electoral count, like all that. So now the South's like, we need to get power. So now we need more states. We need more states because otherwise they're going to abolish slavery and we're going to be poor.
But they're also hanging on to a way of life in the South.
Yeah.
And in the North, they're not. They're trying to do anything that's new and anything that's next and anything that's large amounts of money and large amounts of industry. And they're manufacturing in huge amounts. In the South, they're just trying to play a fiddle and whip a guy and grow a little tuft of cotton for one shirt every 6 months.
Yeah, true. It's a good thing to point out.
Yeah. It's important to know.
True.
Yeah, but that was the fight. It was an insanely different.
Yeah.
But we still wanted to be one country. So it was this weird conflict that never went away.
So
does that continue to morph till now? It's just like some dudes
it does.
chill, we are. Other dudes like, no, we need to talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of tight.
But so what's his name?
Now we're at James Buchanan, who's probably the worst.
Yeah, I think he was frozen by two. He had so much pressure.
He was a lawyer from Pennsylvania that was just about the law.
Yeah.
Which was the last thing he needed to be as the president, which was like, well, that's the rule.
But he had all of Lincoln's problems with none of his charisma and guts.
Yeah.
And blood.
That was
crazy,
James Buchanan had the Dred
willingness
Scott.
to kill.
Dred Scott was under James Buchanan, which was where, if you don't know about that was about a slave living in free territory, and he was suing to get his freedom. It went all the way up to the Supreme Court where they ruled he was an object, so he was not a citizen. Therefore, that ruling made sure every black person in America was an object and not a citizen. And Buchanan responded by saying, that's the law, that settles it. Instead of standing up, he just had to follow the law.
Yeah.
So he was just like an extension of the court.
Yeah.
That wasn't his job.
Yeah.
Man,
that brought us to Lincoln. And as soon as Lincoln gets elected, the South secedes.
Yeah, every state starts to say we're not America anymore. Like immediately before he takes office.
It's also crazy checking in on the headlines and you're like, nah, they said you're a chair basically. And you're like, fuck.
yeah, dude.
Fuck.
You got Lincoln though. You know Lincoln.
Well, we could maybe skip him because it'll be the whole fucking.
Yeah. We could stop.
I mean, look,
we could stop
Lincoln-
with Lincoln. Let's stop with Lincoln, and then you go on to some guys you're interested in after that.
All right.
Yeah, we're good. We
What
can go
time-
as long
how
as
long
we
we
want.
been talking for?
An hour.
Okay. Well,
You're not
Lincoln-
enjoying this? You're not having the time of your life?
I'm having a great time.
I knew you would. This is
I'm
nice,
not
right?
having a great time.
You're not having a great time.
No, I'm not. I hate this.
Decent time.
Really?
No, I'm having a good time.
How much fun?
You decide which one. The thing I liked about, I mean, I gave you that book about Lincoln. That's a great, what's his name, Carl Sandburg. It's a weird kind of stream of consciousness telling of Lincoln's story in 4 volumes. It's crazy. Just the warriors, just from when he took office. And when he was coming here, there was everything, hell was breaking loose, and there was supposed to be a January 6th. There was supposed to be one.
What?
There was a plan to stop the certifying of the vote.
Mhm.
And so they went to General, what was his name? He was the only American general then because we didn't fight wars anymore.
Yeah.
So the Army was kind of like not, you know.
I think he was the commander.
It's a name you just know when you hear it. Like Scott something.
Oh, yeah, Winfield Scott.
Winfield Scott.
Yes.
Perfect.
So they went to Winfield Scott, the guys running the government, and then they said, we think there's going to be this thing where they're going to try to stop the... so he said, if anyone... He made a declaration publicly. He said, if anyone tries to stop the counting of the votes and the democratic process from happening, either by force or by infiltration, I will stuff them into my cannon and fertilize my lawn with them. That's what he said.
Lincoln said that?
That's what he said.
What?
No,
And,
Winfield Scott.
Oh, Winfield Scott said
yeah,
that.
and what he did in real fact, because he was a really smart guy, he gave all of the Capitol police and all those guys that they had the day off. He said, go home. And he went and got policemen from Baltimore, from New York City, all kinds of like badass cops. And he had them in plain clothes all over the Capitol, all heavily armed, but in plain clothes. So, and people know, so if somebody started something, the guy would just go like this or elbow him or whatever.
Yeah.
But the appearance was that it was peaceful and that there was no military presence.
Whoa.
But nothing happened. That's what it took to get Lincoln. Everybody, up to the minute that happened, everyone was like, I don't know if he's ever going to take office. People believed he would never be president.
Dude, he wasn't even on the ballot in the southern states. Not even on the ballot.
Yeah.
What?
He didn't win one southern state.
A lot of people, big people, who
Yeah.
would be like whoever now, wrote long things saying, don't take office. Your presidency, your victory is hollow. It's not real. Not even just people from the South, but people from the North. Everyone was afraid that Lincoln was going to just immediately free the slaves and start war with the South. And his first inauguration, he says, first thing out of his mouth is, I have no intention of freeing the Southern slaves or changing their slave laws. And yes, we will chase down and bring you back your slaves when they come up here within reason. He puts like a tiny thing of like, we're not going to like make it our obsession, but we will do it. Like it's the first thing out of his mouth.
That's what bothers me about people, like people that are critics of him hang on to that. And they're like, Lincoln didn't want to do it. It's like, dude, the whole time that's what he wanted.
Of course he did. That's what, again, it goes all the way back to the framers. They all wanted this to be a better country than it was. So they knew they couldn't create a nation without slavery. So they said, let's create a nation where people can change peacefully. They can change not only leadership, but the laws. Create a situation where people figure it out for themselves and move forward and change, instead of like a constitution could have been a very permanent thing. It could have been a very solid, permanent thing, but they actually made it elastic on purpose. And that's, Lincoln was like, we'll do it, guys.
Yeah.
We'll do it. We need some fucking time. And boy, what it cost is crazy. And a lot of people who didn't want slavery were really angry at Lincoln for how hard he pushed that war, and that he didn't just settle it. Just let the South do whatever they want. We have our free blacks here. Let them take their chances down there. You're killing millions, or however many fucking, I don't know how many people it was. Like 250,000 people died in the Civil War?
Yeah, probably around there.
Something like
At
about
least.
how many we killed in Iraq in a day?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
True.
Yeah, for doing nothing.
Less than
For doing
Middle
nothing.
Eastern civilians.
Yeah.
Measure it in like Persian weddings.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, it was Yeah, Lincoln's the best.
He was really something. I mean, it just took a lot of political guts, a lot of fuck.
Yeah.
This is gonna suck.
Just trying to talk to these fucking cunts from the South.
That must be nuts.
It's just like, clearly this is for money. You know it's wrong.
Yep.
You know it's wrong.
Yeah.
It's 1865.
Well, it was the ultimate
1860.
time.
They know it's wrong.
One, folks not wanting to say that shit's wrong.
Yeah.
And him, like, not making them say it, but getting them to.
Yeah.
Just one guy at a time. He would just go around, get support here, get support there, put muscle in where he had it, and he fought a brutal war, a incessant war.
And he had to wait until he got a victory to fucking announce the Emancipation Proclamation.
Oh,
he was trying so hard to get it out, but his generals kept fucking up and losing. And he would just be writing to these dudes like, "Go,
yeah, please
do it,
get
one." Like, I think he wrote it after Antietam, which was like a draw. He's like, "That's pretty good."
Yeah, he did.
He's like, "That's close enough. Here we go.
So
We're
then
doing
he's
it."
shot.
Yeah, and then he got his fucking head blown off
by next to his wife.
Yeah.
And they put a little napkin. That was what they did for him. They put a little napkin back there and hoped, but it was not a good. It was not a very.
He was alive for a while after.
Yeah, that's what
he
I'm saying.
He didn't just die right away.
He didn't have to die at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He didn't die right away.
Death.
Really?
Yeah.
Bled to death.
He was like alive in the
He's like,
hotel for like
and they're
a day.
like, we don't know how to do anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. What play was he seeing? Does anyone know?
Fuck, I do know.
What
play?
What was the play? It was at the Ford's Theater.
I don't remember the.
See what he was watching.
Yeah, it was something good.
Yeah.
He was fixated.
He was into it.
He didn't notice the assassin.
That's the weird thing. It was Hamilton.
Yeah, it was Hamilton.
Yeah.
He was sitting there like, what was it? Nice. He was sitting there watching it like, I got to pretend to like this.
Yeah.
It was fucking Hamilton.
And then they shot him and he was like, thank God.
This place sucks.
Christ, this shit sucks so bad. So that brings us to Johnson.
So Johnson was the first guy to be impeached.
Was he impeached? Oh, yeah.
First guy to be impeached, yeah.
Johnson shows up. This is great. He was like a tough guy. He was supposed to be the counteraction to Lincoln.
Well, he's one of the reasons the war was prolonged, because everybody knew if we could just get rid of Lincoln. Johnson was behind him with, there was a deal to be made. It was like, don't talk outside the family. He was like, son, Sonny liked my deal, didn't he? Sonny was hot for my deal. Yeah. Johnson would have fucking settled in a minute.
Johnson started his life as an indentured servant.
No shit.
And worked his way up. How sick is that?
That's impressive.
And then before his inauguration, he got fucked up on whiskey and just couldn't talk. His inauguration, it was in the rain and the mud right after Lincoln got shot. And everyone was like,
first one. He's the one who proved you can impeach a president, but you cannot get the fucking votes. It's a waste of time, and he ends up stronger.
Yeah.
It's the dumbest move in the world. It's vanity.
Yeah.
It's just Congress hates the president. It's just bullshit.
Yeah.
But it doesn't accomplish anything. I don't remember why they went after him. Whatever. He was very corrupt. He was a fucked up guy. Who knows? It's all shit that I heard because of them. But they impeached him and then failed to get rid of him.
Really?
I know nothing else about him. But
I don't know either.
But then fucking
Grant.
Amazing guy.
Great guy, amazing guy. I feel like his presidency was a bit of a fucking letdown for how cool he was.
I mean, he did so Christing much, this guy.
Oh,
Grant.
true. To help the South, he was pretty good.
What did he do?
Well, he was first of all, some people get on him because he owned one slave.
Oh, man.
Because his father-in-law, his wife's father, hated him because he was an abolitionist. I mean, he wasn't like an active abolitionist.
Sure.
But he was against slave, just for not having a slave.
Yeah.
Back then, if you didn't have a slave, you were a dick to certain people.
Yeah.
So
you were like, put on a mask.
Yeah.
You were that guy. You were like, why do you have
exactly.
slaves?
Yeah.
And they're like, why is this guy making me feel uncomfortable?
Yeah. So he hated him because he had slaves and he didn't want one. So he gave him one as a wedding present, like to spite him.
What a dick.
Yeah. So
Jesus.
So Grant made the guy his partner. And they started a little business together, which he then freed the guy and gave him the business.
Yeah. He
made
would
that
go,
guy's
He would go
life.
work with the slaves.
But
He'd be out there with them working.
Yeah.
And then while he was like financially ruined,
Yeah.
he freed his slaves instead of selling them.
Wait, he had one though?
I'm not sure. He might have had one at that
That's
point.
the story. The story I just told you is, I think, his slave story. I don't think he had a bunch of them.
He had one slave, and he freed him instead of selling him.
But his father-in-law...
And he gave him a business that he had started with him.
Yeah, his father-in-law history fucked him. He was like,
That's right. That's right. And then he was in the army.
Absolutely.
He was in the army, and he went... one of his first jobs was outpost near San Francisco. It was in the middle of nowhere. There was it was in the desert of California. He was the only one there, and he was a family man. He loved his family.
He missed his bed.
Missed his family so much, and he started just getting drunk. And somebody came to drop the mail and found him passed out drunk, and that was his only experience with alcohol. He was a very rigidly living guy, and he was known as a drunk for the rest of his life.
Really?
There's
Every
arguments.
time he had a political problem, they'd go, he's drinking.
There's arguments. There's rumors he was fucked up at Shiloh.
Because he sat under a tree in the rain. They found him sitting under a tree in the rain outside of a military hospital.
It also is funny because Shiloh, he woke up on day 2 of it.
Yeah.
At like the start of day 2. Or maybe it was the start of day 1 when it started. He was late to get there. So everybody was like, he was hammered. But if he was hammered, that's very funny. To be like, oh shit, there's a war.
Like, so he had won the Civil War. Started really Reconstruction, he was in earnest wanting to get opportunities and equity for black people, equal opportunity for black people. And then he retired and was in New York. He became a New Yorker. He became a big part of this city.
Yeah.
And he had a son named Kermit, who I think his name was Kermit. That was the 1800s.
Yeah.
Sure.
So Kermit invested.
What a fucking great name.
Invested his money and all of his father's money with some asshole guy who took it and just left town and just took all of their money, every penny that they had. And so Grant went to visit Vanderbilt, who's outside of the Grand Central Station. There's a great statue of him. I think it was Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
Went to the richest man in New York City. Who was a hard ass, a guy who didn't care for charity or anything, but he brought what's his name? The sword that was Lee.
Well,
He had Robert E. Lee's sword that he surrendered to him. What? He had his Congressional Medal of Honor and the Bible that he took the oath of office in, and he gave them. He said, "I want to sell these to you because I have no money." And Vanderbilt said, Jesus Christ, Mr. President.
Holy shit.
We're not doing that. He said, I'm going to donate these to the national museums, and I'll give you he bought them for the nation.
Did he buy his biography? Isn't that what he...
No, so here's what happened with the biography. It's the best part of his story, and it's actually his greatest legacy. But his autobiography is like the greatest ever written. Yeah. So... he met 2 guys on a train. He'd do anything for money at this point. Because his wife was very young. He was broke.
2 guys
after
on
everything
a train.
he'd been through. He was broke, and his wife was young, and he was going to leave her destitute. So he met 2 guys on a train. They're like, "Why don't you write your autobiography? We'll pay you $1,000." And he was like, "Done."
What?
Oh,
so then, about a week later, he meets up with. Mark Twain was like his best friend, and Mark Twain said, "Why don't you write your autobiography, your memoirs?" And he said, "I'm doing that for these guys." And he goes, "What are they paying you?" And he goes, $1,000. And he's like, "Dude, what is wrong with you?" And he says, "Give me the book. I'll publish." Because Mark Twain had started his own publishing company because he hated publishers. He said, "I'll publish it and I'll help you write it." And he said, "I promised those 2 guys." He's like, "Did you sign something?" He goes, "No, but I did. I gave my word." Fuck. So Twain, or his real name, what's his
Clemens.
Clemens travels to. I think he went to see Sherman. He went to see. He's like, "I need to see somebody who he'll listen to." So he went to visit Sherman, and said, "Please get him to do this." So Sherman wrote a telegram to Grant saying, for the love of God, give the book to Clemens. That's what the thing.
That's awesome.
So he wrote his autobiography, and the remarkable thing about it that I read was that there's like no adjectives in it. It's like all verbs and nouns. The entire book is verbs and nouns because he just says what happened. It's a very well written book, and so Clemens turned it into this special edition that you had to order one. You could get any color you wanted. and it was the first blockbuster book in American history. It made like $500,000 in the first month. Meanwhile, he had a goiter that was growing and growing.
Stogies. You always see him with the stogies.
Died of throat cancer like right as he finished the book.
Whoa.
And then his wife was made for life. Her first check from Twain was like $400,000.
Whoa.
Yeah, I think wasn't he buried here? And his monument.
And he's buried in Grant's tomb in Harlem. And when he died, there was this huge funeral, and it was Northern and Southern soldiers. Southern soldiers were allowed to put back on their Southern uniforms because it was a big thing that his casket was carried by North and South.
It's too bad you can never get away with wearing a Confederate uniform in Harlem these days.
No,
because that would
get
be a
away
treat.
with.
Yeah, but he was fucking awesome when Lee surrendered. He was very like he wrote in. He was with the Michigan Cavalry, and he was like, "Come on, you Wolverines!" Fucking led them into a charge. That's why they're the Michigan Wolverines.
Southern soldiers were allowed.
So then
to
you got
cool.
Hayes, who undid all of this
because
cool stuff for black people.
It's all
and politically,
very
just he didn't want to deal with it, so he just did away with it. And then you got fucking who else?
Garfield.
Then I
that would
get
be a
away
treat.
with
Yeah,
it.
this is like the Gilded Age.
fucking
Awesome. What it's called. It's like Lee surrendered. He was very. But this is where shit like it goes from we ended slavery to now. Just right back into just racism,
really?
Not slavery, but just every law against them,
subjugation. It became the same obsession as before.
Yeah,
but without slavery, it just became all about not letting them vote, keeping them off the.
And that goes
ballot.
all the way up until like now.
Yeah,
yeah.
Like we're
just yesterday.
2018.
We figured it out.
We figured it out yesterday. Thank God.
Yeah.
Finally, Arkansas.
We got a nice little nation.
Yeah, Louisiana cleaned up their act a little.
True.
And Alabama.
My favorite president, just jumping way the fuck ahead, is Nixon. Is my favorite.
Dude, he's awesome.
He's the best. And again, as a character,
he was with the Michigan.
Nixon gave the country one great gift that I wish was like. I wish it was Hayes. Who undid like all of the speeches that Lincoln has on his
it's all
politically, just he didn't want to deal with it, so he just did all that shit. And then you got fucking the greatest thing that he did because then I get more into what Americans live is that when Nixon was shamed and destroyed and had to leave office, he had to fucking resign. He had to give after a couple of I'm not a crook and this is all bullshit. He had to go and say, well.
All right,
I'm gonna go. And
still not a cook, but I'm gonna get out of
here. Gerald Ford would take the oath of office at this time in this office, and he left. But before he left, he gave a speech to his staff, to the White House staff. That was impromptu. It was just on his way to the helicopter, and he's copiously crying in the speech. There's video of it that you can see. You have to try to find the whole thing because there's clips that you can find on YouTube. But I actually ordered from C-SPAN a DVD of the whole speech. And they're all bawling, the whole staff, and his family standing behind him. And he just tells them, look, he's encouraging them. He said, this is a tough moment for all of us. He said, first of all, I don't want to discourage young people from being in public service. He was afraid of what happen.
Has happened.
Yes.
He was right.
He said, don't be discouraged from public office. It's a great calling. And he said, and for any mistakes that we made and all everything that's happened, not one person in this administration gained financially from anything, from being here. Left richer than when they got here. He made it first, so he defended everybody that was there, and then he just starts reflecting. He reads from Teddy Roosevelt's autobiography, from his diary, when Teddy's wife and mother died at the same night. They both died of cholera or whatever on the same night. He was going from one room to the other.
Oh yeah,
and they both died, and he was like at 21 or something, and he wrote this quote that was like, "The light has gone out, and it'll be darkness forever." And he said, he read it to his staff, and he said that's how he felt, having lost his wife and his mom. And he went on and had this incredible life. So he's trying to say, so he says, no, don't be discouraged, never be petty, don't hate your enemies, because that's when you'd start to destroy yourself. He gets it really introspective about everything that happened without talking about it, and then he says it's horrible. He goes, he says, they'll never write a book about my mother, but she was a saint.
Oh man!
And I think of her like one of his brothers had tuberculosis, and they had no money, so she moved to Arizona where the air was better. And she was a nurse, wet nurse. She nursed other people's babies for money in order that her son could live in Arizona. And he talks about his father, who was a lemon farmer, who had a failing lemon farm, and then he was a switchman on a streetcar. And he just talks about his parents and what they did for him and all that shit. He just cries. Oh, it's fucking beautiful, but it shows you a man at the height of American experience, destroyed from that height, which is the worst thing that can happen to a person, is to get that high and fall. And he just went, here's how this feels. He just told the world, this is how this feels. This is what this looks like. Yeah. And here's all I can say. And then he went and then he left. Incredible. I mean, he was one of the most influential people in American history.
Yeah. He ended Vietnam, right?
Yes,
that was already about.
He was fucking Eisenhower's vice president.
There's a guy we know that's a bit of a conspiracy guy, but he's been pretty correct on everything so far, and he's got a book coming out on Watergate.
Yeah,
okay,
and about how that was a little darker than it seemed.
So I knew a guy back when I was first living in the city as a comedian. There was a guy named Frank Gannon who had Frank Gannon wrote speeches for Nixon and was a very close friend of his. And weirdly, he became the guy who books the comedians on Letterman. And when I moved to New York back in 1990 or so, being on Letterman was all anybody wanted. So Gannon was the most important person in comedy at the time. And he was a strange guy who was very serious. And he would just come and he'd watch you. And if he liked you, he'd get Morty to come and maybe you'd be on the show. So he liked me. He never got me on the show, but he liked me. So I went to Letterman's office and met him. And I asked him about Nixon because he wrote, Nixon has one big biography called RN that Gannon co-wrote. And he told me that when you get a few drinks in Nixon, he says the same people that got the Kennedys got me. It's the same people that got. Yeah, he said it's the same machine.
Whoa.
That took out.
Yeah,
John and Robert
Kennedy
came after him. He said they just couldn't use bullets anymore because it was getting too. They were
That's
on
exactly what we said. We said that without him.
Watergate was. He said Watergate was something that happened all the time. It was just like, and still does. I mean, it's not like oh my goodness. It's how things are done. Yeah, it's a safe with $1 million in it. What president doesn't have a safe with $1 million?
Yeah. It was
so that's Nixon's story. That was Nixon's story. He didn't say it in public, because the same as he conceded the presidency to Kennedy, which Kennedy stole. I mean, everyone knows that his father took suitcases of money to delegations and stole the presidency, and Nixon knew it. And he was like, I'm not gonna, this is not good for the country to get into it. That's why he resigned instead of standing trial. And that's why he doesn't talk about that's the story, you know?
Yeah. That's a good most interesting president.
Most interesting, I think, to me. Yeah. I mean, Johnson was also a fascinating guy.
Yeah.
Johnson was, and Reagan was kind of an empty-headed genius, incredible, knows how to just be. As long as somebody else is in the room, Reagan was brilliant. But I'm not sure he had any thoughts. You know what I mean? There's people like that.
Yeah, he was like an actor that was like, I guess I'll be a Republican while he was there. And then, which was pretty admirable at the time, because he was, actually no, it wasn't, because that was in the middle of the Red Scare. He was like one of the guys being like, you're a communist. And he just became the man.
My favorite film of Reagan is Larry King interviewing him after he was shot and saying, so what do you feel about this guy? And he said, well, I just pray for him. He's a sick man. He's just, you know, I found out later that he's sick. He's mentally ill. So we add him to our prayers. And we hope for the best for him. And he says it with his big...
Oh, yeah. He's like, we're fucking that guy up.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I hope he's doing good.
Yeah.
He's doing great.
Yeah.
I think that should be it, right?
Yeah, I think that's about enough.
You had fun.
Yeah, it was good. Why do you accusing me of having fun? Yeah, it was fun.
Thanks for doing it, man.
Sure. Thanks for asking. It's fun.
Goodbye.
Wow.
Yeah, let's just do that. Yeah, we're not going to do ads on the next one. We got to do ads on this one.
Let's do it, yeah.
Can't do ads on the next one.
No, dude.
In the middle of that, you can't drop an ad.
No.
So, Man Shane's Secret Podcast is brought to you by Hawthorne. I bet you think it really stinks in here. And it did. But now we've got Hawthorne. What the fuck? What?
Why are they saying we stink?
Why did they say... And it did. But now we've got Hawthorne to make us look good, feel good, and smell good. Hawthorne makes it quick and easy to be your best with skincare and hair care made just for you. I don't know what I need to... I didn't know what I needed, so I took their fucking quiz. It's super easy, and after answering questions like, how much do I sweat and how dry is my skin, they made me a custom box of products.
Oh, yeah.
Boys.
Yeah, the quiz. We took the quiz.
How'd the cream make you feel? How'd this cologne smell?
I'll tell you what.
Hawthorne in this email said... Boys,
Boys.
How'd the cream make you feel?
Wild West, Jim West, Desperado, Rough Rider. No, you don't want nada.
Round 2. The Wild West.
And then again, and then again.
Hello. Welcome to part 2 of The Presidents. I mean, this is crazy. Matt's unavailable. He had to attend to his family. So
that sounds really bad.
Yeah. It's not. I checked in on him. He's okay. Everything's okay. There was.
I don't mean it sounds bad like medically. It sounds like, fight.
No, there was no fight. Just so we're clear. Let's start, dude. Let's start where we left off. We're going right into it because we got to plow through these guys because they kind of suck.
Yeah, some of these guys I'm not interested in at all. So just name them.
So this is Rutherford B. Hayes.
He destroyed. He stopped Reconstruction. I mean, he stopped the slave. He was to help the black people stuff.
So the reason he did that is because he was losing to a guy named Tilden in the election.
Yeah,
South Carolina, Louisiana, and Florida were the 3 southern states that still hadn't counted in the Electoral College.
Yeah,
the Republicans made a deal with the Democrats that said we'll remove federal troops from those states if you give them to Hayes, and they did.
This is after the Civil War is over.
Yeah,
they're still having this fucking.
Well, that's because the KKK was. They were the real deal. They were fucking shit up. So they had the federal troops down there, which actually kind of helped the Republicans get votes because the black people were allowed to vote at this point. They had the troops down there protecting them to get their votes, and obviously that's
what the guy said when the first guy pitched the name Ku Klux Klan. The leader was K. K.
He liked it.
Bad joke.
No,
yeah,
right.
But it took him. He had to warm up to it.
Okay.
K.
Okay.
K.
Republicans removed it. Basically, he ended Reconstruction. Hayes didn't do much, but this is actually important because this is kind of the end of. It lowered presidential power quite a bit. These guys kind of took a back step to Carnegie, Rockefeller. This is the rise of these capitalists.
Yeah,
monsters.
like now with the tech guys,
and we're still
with the Bezos and Elon Musk.
Elon Musk, I'm sick of him.
Oh my God!
What are you gonna do if he bought? He bought it, right?
He bought Twitter. You guys.
What are you gonna do?
He bought Twitter from those really great people that owned it. Like now, it's not going to be democracy because the people that owned it before were like a bunch of monks or something.
They were.
Yeah, they were a bunch of monks that just knew everything.
Yeah.
And now he took it, and he's a piece of shit.
Although I don't think
Elon Musk.
I don't think Trump's getting back on, which is the only thing I wanted.
You don't know yet. You don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, he could be being coy.
Which one, Trump?
Trump. He could be like, maybe I'll come back.
Maybe I'll come back.
Maybe I won't. So this is big for Hayes. 1877.
So those guys, the corporations started having more power than the federal government
as soon as
because
Hayes took
the
over.
fucking industrial North that plowed the South under, and then it just became belching machines.
Yeah.
And oil started.
Yeah.
And fuck it. There was just steel, coal, oil.
Yeah.
What year are we at?
This is 1877.
Okay, so no cars or anything, but like,
they're close.
really big horses.
The horses got bigger.
Huge horses. They were like 10 feet wide horses then.
When Hayes took over
trains.
Penn Railroad cut employee pay by 20%. So right away.
Motherfuckers, they were Amazon.
They Amazoned
Sons of bitches.
So there was strikes.
Yeah.
And then Hayes sent in federal troops to put down strikes. So the government sided with the corporations, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And they used, they went down and shot guys that were striking with real troops.
Did you ever see? Never mind.
Do it.
I'm just reacting to shit I don't know about. And by the way, this is when people get excited and like make pop-off remarks like I've been the last 2 minutes, it's because they actually don't know what they're talking about.
Well, we don't know.
I'm only hearing about it from you.
Yeah, but what a good
you're
way
looking at your phone.
What a good way to put down a strike. Well, this is research I did, but that's all right.
Yeah, just you send in dudes to beat the shit out of the guys, the strikers.
Just open fire on them.
On which industries?
Mostly railroad and coal. Yeah.
Did you ever see Mattawan?
Mm-mm.
It's a great movie by John Sayles. Nobody knows who he is anymore. 8 Men Out, about the White Sox, the Black Sox.
No. I know about it. Shoeless Joe. Yeah.
So he made a movie called
Meyer Lansky.
What?
Meyer Lansky. The Jews behind it.
I mean, he might have been Jewish.
Meyer Lansky.
I'm not going to say. He didn't do it because he was Jewish.
You think that's what Hitler was mad about?
He was Jewish because he did it.
Was the World Series?
That's what Hitler was mad about?
I think that might have been what he was pissed about.
About the Black Sox?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Right. 1880.
Mattawan. So Mattawan is a movie about the coal mining strikes and these guys that are trying to make a union, right? And so there's a kid in it who's a preacher. It's a common thing back then in rural places that a child would be a preacher, like a touched child who just can really fucking rock. Sam Kinison was a preacher when he was a kid.
No.
Yes. Did you know that?
No.
Sam Kinison was a preacher before he was a comic.
Christ.
Yes. And he did it. It was Lord. And it sounded exactly like his act. Talking about Jesus Christ. If you don't find Jesus Christ in your heart, you're one of those guys. He does it in one of his specials. He flashes into it for a moment.
Wow.
And they cut to his mother in the audience like this. And, she loves him as a comic. She loved him as a preacher. But it's the same energy. Okay. So kid preachers,
like There Will Be Blood.
Huh?
Fucking, yeah.
Yeah. Paul Dano plays, he's not, younger than that. The kid's a teenager.
Yeah.
And he was the spiritual leader of the town, this little Pennsylvania, where you're from, town of coal miners. And there's some guys start to organize to make a union. And the kid, the churches, which was common also, the church was in on the union. So they wanted to help the union. So they're planning a walkout or a strike or something. So the company sent these two thugs, fucking, guys with whiskey in their pocket, to go down there and go to the meeting to just eavesdrop on the plan. So they're sitting in the back of the church, just waiting to hear what the plans are. And the kid doesn't want them to know what the plan is. So he tells a biblical parable. He tells a story from the Bible that clearly to anyone who knows the Bible says what time and when and how they're going to do it. I don't know the Bible story, but the guys, it's a great moment because the guys in the back don't hear it because they're heathens. So they don't have any faith. So the truth is right in front of them and they can't even hear it. It's a great
That's
moment.
Nice.
That's my only thing on Rutherford B. Hayes.
That's good though.
So that's what, back then it was like this wicked, but it's important it's the through line of America because once we were all kind of thrown into the same place, then it was this thing about the industrial rich, in Normandy, all over the world too, in England also, with Oliver Twist and whatever, and when Dickens was writing, poorhouses, workhouses. That's how they did it over there. And here we had a horrible version of the same thing. 3-year-old kids working in mills. And that against the impossibility of capitalist structure and people trying to organize, and that union organization was not a sort of liberal ideal. It was the people. It was the working people.
Yeah. They had to do it.
They had to. They just needed leverage. That's all. They just needed capitalist leverage. They needed their part in the capitalist scheme that you had to, that you couldn't just get some other guys if these guys wouldn't do it for your price.
This is 10, 12 years after the Civil War.
That's right.
Half
really
these guys
quickly.
were veterans. Like they had been through hell.
Yes.
And now they're coming home and they're like, actually, we're going to stop paying you guys as much because we're getting richer.
Every class of veterans has come home to total confusion and having no worth in the society that they protected.
They get
Every
a parade,
class of veterans has
they get a party.
Fucked.
Yeah.
Like all the guys, the blacklisted guys in Hollywood, these were all war veterans. These were all war heroes who came home and saw the country in tatters and had some ideas about another system, and they got thrown in prison for it. But anyway, whatever. But so yes, they and also we were pushing west.
Yeah.
So cities like these cities like the Northeast and places like Chicago were like churning out black smoke and industry, and in the West, people were still gunfighting.
Yeah.
Folks
Absolutely.
were fighting each other with guns.
In the 1870s, it would have been the towards the end of the Indian Wars.
Yes.
I mean, the Comanche were still going wild. Like it was,
and there's
still
all these
hanging
American professional soldiers,
Yeah.
who fought in the Civil War, and some of them went west to fight the Indian Wars.
Yeah.
And then some of them said, "Fuck all this," and just became gunfighters and used this ability they had, which is exactly the same. It's why in Japan, I don't know if you watch Kurosawa movies, like samurai movies. You need to watch some things. Clint Eastwood?
Yeah.
Okay. Fistful of Dollars?
Yes.
Fistful of Dollars is a remake.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Of a Japanese movie, a black and white Japanese movie called Yojimbo. This is not like a hidden idea. This is a true Yojimbo. Magnificent Seven.
Mm-hmm.
You saw it?
Yes, I used to watch all those fucking.
Okay, so the Magnificent Seven is a remake. Of the seven. Don't nod like you know it. You don't even know what I'm talking about.
Well, I'm
the
trying to get through the fucking story. If I'm being honest.
What?
Nothing. Go ahead.
This is all has to do with the presidents.
All right, we got to plow through these.
I know.
We're still at Hayes, and we're talking about Japanese movies.
The Seven Samurai is this Magnificent Seven is a remake of the Seven Samurai. It's a total remake. Go watch these movies. It's amazing. Because the Japanese I think it was called the medieval era. It was the same as our West because they had these wars with samurai. And then all those dynasties like broke up and it became just chaos and corrupted. They all became corrupt.
Yeah.
And so the samurai just wandered the hills called Ronin, and they just became swords for hire.
Yeah.
And so that was just exactly the same as gunmen. So these great Japanese movies about these swordsmen who were just out for hire in these towns where there was no law were precise, perfect. I'm just saying that these kind of things happen all over the world.
Of course.
Okay, so Hayes. Who came after Hayes? Fuck Hayes. Who came after Hayes?
Garfield.
Don't
1880.
care.
No, this is a good one.
Okay.
This is a cool fact about him. He could write Latin with one hand and Greek with the other simultaneously. And they were like, this guy's going to be, he's smart enough. He could be the guy to get us out. Because this is after.
So he was another nerd. He was a
nerd. He was a nerd. But this is after 3 straight duds. This is after Johnson.
Way, I can do that.
Johnson, Grant. Just fucking. 200 days into office, he was on his way to a college reunion. He was at a DC rail
reunion?
He was going to a college reunion.
Wow.
There's
like Jello shots and
he was going to do
beer bongs.
He was going to go wild. He was shot twice in the back by a guy named Charles Guiteau. And Guiteau is very interesting. I looked into him last night. He was a moron. He was a traveling moron who thought that he had campaigned.
It's like a village idiot, but a traveling moron.
He would go fail in town to town, and everyone hated him.
Fail doing what?
For religious shit. He joined like a cult. They were like, this guy fucking sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Then he would be like, I'm going to start a paper for that cult in a different town. It would fail. Then he would go to like Boston and yell at people. It didn't work. He would just go around fucking up. And then he was in DC and he started trying to give speeches on behalf of Garfield. So then when Garfield won, he was like, I did that. I want to be the fucking ambassador to Paris. And they were like, no. And he was like, how about Vienna? They're like, who are you? So then he got angry, and then he bought a gun. But he was kind of aware of the significance of it.
Did he use?
He bought it was a Bulldog revolver,
Mm.
and he couldn't afford the ivory handle.
Yeah.
So the guy selling the gun was like, all right, I'll give you the one with the ivory handle. And he's like, this is going to be in a museum.
Is it?
Somebody lost it. There's a picture of it. Yeah. But he shot him twice. And then
How did he get close to him?
I think back then you could just walk
up.
There was no Secret Service. You could just walk up behind him, and he yelled like, I'm here for Arthur, who was the vice president.
Chester Arthur.
Yeah, he was like, Chester Arthur is the real president.
Because he's gonna make me ambassador.
He killed him. Garfield died 2 months later from these wounds.
So he's then the fourth guy. So he was the second guy to get killed in office.
Yes. This is after Lincoln.
Yep. Second guy to get killed in office. Okay.
Chester Arthur takes over, doesn't do shit. 1884 is now comes Grover Cleveland. This is the first major media election. Papers are now starting to be partisan.
Mm-hmm.
Cleveland gets accused of having a kid out of wedlock. James Blaine was a crook, whatever. Cleveland barely wins. He hated the press. One thing that's cool is he married a 21-year-old.
Ow!
Yeah, that's pretty good. Then he won the popular vote and lost the electoral to Benjamin Harrison. His hot 21-year-old wife said, don't fucking move anything in the White House. We're going to be back in 4 years.
Yeah.
Pretty hot. Benjamin Harrison.
She's still around, probably.
Grandson of William Henry Harrison. He didn't do anything. He actually did nothing. He would leave the office at noon every day and just go hunt.
Just go upstairs?
Yeah, just hang out.
Okay, so him and, yeah.
So this is still just a run of horrific presidents.
Stinks. All these guys stink.
Destroying
and we're
the
marching through the late 1800s.
1893, Cleveland gets reelected.
Yeah.
People liked his hot daughter, and now their new daughter, or his hot bride.
Wife, yeah.
And now their new daughter, Baby Ruth.
Okay.
You know the candy bar?
Yeah, but isn't that
named? No. I think it's named after their daughter.
You don't think it's named after Babe Ruth?
You got to look that up, dude.
Come on. Feels closer to true. Did they even have candy bars back then?
Look, man.
You know who
don't want to punch holes in
You know who Mounds was named after?
Ew.
Your mother's cunt.
I had a feeling. I had a strong feeling.
Yeah.
What?
This is, the candy bar was named after Ruth Cleveland.
I like that.
Took place in 1921.
Okay, so you can check Mounds.
Okay.
Check Mounds.
See if Mounds was named after my mother's cunt.
Okay. Well,
I mean, it's just sad, Shane.
What if it says Mrs.
Shane.
What if it says Mrs. CK? What if there's a twist?
Maybe I'm projecting. It could be.
That gets it. All right. But these guys are destroying the country. Unemployment's at 18%.
Right. Yeah.
Great. There's a depression. McKinley comes into office 1897. He did his campaign entirely from his front porch in Ohio.
Yes.
Which is pretty funny.
And he's the first Ohio guy, isn't he?
Grant.
I think he's
Grant
is from Ohio. That's right. But there was like a run of Ohio guys. Not straight through, but there was a lot of Ohio dudes.
All these guys.
Okay,
Cleveland,
so McKinley's from Ohio.
He was the last president who served in the Civil War. He didn't want war. Everybody seemed to... His whole thing was cultivating good press. He was the first guy that seemed to master that.
Yeah.
He understood it because Cleveland before him fucking hated him.
So let's get to Teddy, okay? Because he's the only guy that
this is good,
something
though.
important to say about McKinley?
Yeah, I mean, he started in 1898. The Spanish Empire was falling. Cuba was open. There's Cuban rebels. He didn't want to, but eventually got talked into it because guys like William Randolph Hearst, all the major media people were like, we got to go to war. Fuck that. So he sent the USS Maine into Cuba's port. Somehow it exploded. No one knows how. 250 guys died. Media demanded war with Spain. That's where the Remember the Maine, all that shit comes from. McKinley created the Situation Room in the White House. That was pretty tight, so that they could. It's exciting stuff.
Nice work.
This is a 10-week war.
Yeah,
the U.S. fucks them up. In his thing, he annexed Puerto Rico in the Philippines. Also annexed Hawaii in 1898. 1900, he wins the election. This time with his vice president Teddy Roosevelt.
Yes,
and we can get into Teddy, dude.
So Teddy, fascinating thing about Teddy. First of all, Teddy was born deformed.
Yeah.
His lungs and his organs were too small for his chest cavity. And his doctor told his father he's got to stay in bed and he'll probably die in his teens.
Yeah.
So he told Teddy, well, you weren't born with much of a body, so you'll have to make your body. And Teddy just became insane and walked up the Matterhorn, just walked up it.
Dude.
He was a ball of insane energy. He would just do anything.
Yeah, he was kind of terrifying.
He was. And he was kind of an animal.
Yeah.
But also very intuitive, very brilliant guy. Like, he was the first guy that they did, like, caricatures of. Like, he saw, because he had his crazy big teeth and his glasses. So he was the first guy that they drew, like, this funny version of him, and he liked it. He thought, that's cool because they're thinking about me. The fact that they're caricaturizing me means that I'm an icon. I'm something above, and he liked it, so he let that proliferate. But the other thing about him is that he didn't like being in charge of things. He liked being number two. So, like, they asked him to run New York City Police Department, and he became a commissioner. He's like, I'll just be one of the commissioners. He was like number two, but he ran everything from that number two position because he knew number one is like the shittiest job in any place. So he started, I don't know, I'm uneducated and I read this a long time ago, but I think he invented the police academy because New York, or at least he put one in New York City. In New York City, to be a cop, you had to be in a family of cops or you had to pay somebody because it was the easiest job in the world. You just walked around in the uniform, and cops used to sleep like in alleys. And they didn't do it. They never stopped crime.
Yeah.
And they just get paid to protect one gang or the other in New York City. And they were all fat and often quite old. So Teddy said, there's age restriction. You can't be old. He said, you have to be in shape. You have to go to an academy and you have to train to be a cop. You have to be taught. You have to have an education. You get taught lots of things in an academy. It's a school. And so he started that. Police department hated him. He pushed it through. He reformed the New York Police Department to the point, and this is where he was better than other politicians. He wanted to test them and show that they were honest. And the only way to do that is to have them enforce a law that everybody hates. So I think the law was that you couldn't drink on Sundays. So he had the cops go around New York City and bust anybody who was drinking on a Sunday. And 100% of New Yorkers hated him for this.
Yeah.
And they ran him out of town on a rail. And he was fired. But to him, it was like mission accomplished. Teddy would do everything until he was despised. Like, he would go past the point because his goal was the goal. The goal is the cops are better, not everybody loves Teddy.
Yeah.
So then every time he got fired, he would just go to Montana and live in a fucking hut and kill buffalo. And then they went and people would send emissaries and say, please run in this, please run in this company, please run this company. He would always say no. And then they came to him and asked him to run the U.S. Navy. He did a similar thing to the United States Navy, which I know less about.
Yeah. He was obsessed with the war in 1812. I think he wrote a book on it.
Yeah.
Was how we could have won that quickly. We almost lost it because we didn't have a Navy ready. And his whole thing was we need to have a huge Navy.
That's right.
Like the war, it's actually pretty sick. He gave a speech to, I think, either West Point or the Naval Academy where he was like, it was probably the Naval Academy. He was like, there's a vacuum right now. England's failing. There needs to be one leader.
Someone needs to be
somebody in the world.
Naval power.
Yeah.
He did two things that have lasted till now. I mean, a lot of things, but two are the National Park System.
Yeah.
No one even thought of that. That didn't exist. The idea of like the government should protect vast tracts of land and not allow anybody to fuck with them. No one on the earth did that. Teddy Roosevelt invented that idea. So that exists because of him. They still don't have it. In the Amazon, they don't do it. That's why it's a nightmare, because there's no laws down there that say you can't do this. Everyone just wishes they wouldn't. So Teddy did that, and he made us a naval power. And then he was vice president, which he didn't want. He was like drafted into running for vice president.
Let's talk about this. Was him in the Spanish War?
Yes.
The at what's it called? Hill.
Fucking
San
Juan Hill.
Yeah.
And he went over. Yeah, he went over
He's
the hill.
a dickhead.
He was nuts.
He got everybody killed.
Yes, he did. He was crazy.
Which was cool was the Rough Riders were cool. It was all Old West guys.
Yes.
Like gunslingers, buffalo hunters, Native Americans, mixed with New York Irish cops. Like just the nastiest fucking dudes.
Well,
And
back
there'd be
then you could make like
Yeah.
a platoon.
Yeah.
Like you could tell the army, like, I'm going to make a platoon.
Yeah, he just bought a
I
platoon.
bought some guys. I brought
Yeah.
some guys.
He
and
was-
we
he
call
was
ourselves
40.
the Rough Riders. And the army's like, okay, you're part of the army,
He was 40.
Yes.
And he had a family. He had a sick wife and a family. And they were like, what are you doing? Why the fuck would you be going to war?
Yes.
And he's like, because he wanted to go to war.
He was also
Yeah.
a rich patriarch.
Yeah.
In Oyster Bay, he had this beautiful house, a big family. He was responsible to a lot of people.
Yeah.
He took over when his dad died. He became like the man of a very
Just 'cause
sprawling
his
family.
His brother's great.
Teddy's
his brother's
brother,
the
yes.
one I kind of was like. So in the beginning,
What was
they
his
talked
brother's name?
I don't remember.
Was it Kermit? Was it another
Kermit?
Kermit?
Might be a
Kermit
son.
was his son.
Yeah.
He went to the Amazon later with his son, Kermit. They went on little rowboats up the Amazon River and almost died. He got malaria. And Teddy weighed like 80 pounds. This is after he was president twice. This is in retirement. Like he named certain tracts of the Amazon River.
He was crazy.
He was fucking nuts. So wait. So then when he was,
his brother was a drunk who, Elliot was out of control. He was the one who was supposed to be the good son.
Right.
But he got like he
No,
just
so I
did
guess
what anybody
my
would do if
alt
they were a Roosevelt.
keeps taking
number
which was
one always fucks up.
partied.
Again, that's why Teddy was the number 2 son. He was it's like Joe Kennedy. John F. Kennedy was supposed to be Joe Kennedy, his brother.
Donald Trump. Didn't he have an older
He
brother?
had brother John.
Who drank himself.
Yes. That's what
This
older brothers do.
Roosevelt.
Jimmy Carter's brother Billy drank
Clinton?
himself to death.
Didn't Clinton have one?
Roger Clinton was younger than him.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, a lot of these guys have older brothers who just couldn't make it.
But it's funny how his brother ended up in like a mental hospital in like Paris. According to this documentary, he was drinking like 6 bottles of brandy a day.
Not bad.
And then the way
life.
he died was like he had delirium from the alcohol. And he was trying to jump out of a window, but he kept just running up and down the steps. And he had like an aneurysm, and a seizure.
Okay, so when Teddy was here's a great
Just
story
lost
about
his
Teddy,
shit.
the way where teddy bears come from. Okay, Teddy Roosevelt was in Pennsylvania, again, fucking state. Might have been
Incredible
Virginia.
state.
Not much difference. So Teddy was there and on tour as president. And there were some people, every time the president comes to a town, they always they get so excited and they plan stuff. So they knew he loves hunting bear.
Yeah.
So when Teddy hunts bear, he's way up in a mountain alone with a gun, and it's him and the bear, and he might die.
Yeah.
But these people think he's like a gentleman hunter, so they take him. We're going to take you to hunt some bear, and they give him a gun, and they take him into the woods, and there's a bear chained to a tree, a little bear who's kind of emaciated, and it was chained to a tree, and they go, shoot him. And Teddy breaks down into tears.
Yeah.
And he says, for the love of God, let that poor animal go. And there was some journalist there who drew a picture that was like a little sketch that was in the paper of Teddy with this little bear. And it was, people put that together, Teddy and bear, and started making these stuffed bears that looked like Teddy because of this.
Jesus Christ.
So that his first day as president.
Yeah. Oh, well, let's, McKinley gets shot.
Yeah.
He got shot by an anarchist named Leon Czolgosz.
Sure.
Whatever. But it was interesting. I think him or...
So now we've lost 3 presidents.
Yeah, 3 guys got shot in the 1800s. So in the last 40 years.
Yes.
And the people are like, this was a gunshot. Today he would have survived in 2 days.
Yeah.
So like Roosevelt found out about it. He was out doing some fucking hiking bullshit.
Right.
Somebody came running up the hill like, he's shot, you're the president. They get there, the guy's fine. He died from infection.
Yeah, a lot of these are bad. This is bad medicine.
Yeah,
back then you could cut the president on the finger to death.
Yeah.
Because of how bad medicine was and how infected wounds got.
Yeah.
So, okay, so McKinley's dead.
They're in Buffalo, New York. He gets sworn in.
Yep.
Teddy's the president.
Teddy's the president of the United States. His first day at the White House, he's like walking into the White House, and he runs into Booker T. Washington, black fella.
Hulk Hogan.
Why is it Hulk Hogan?
There's Booker T. He's a black wrestler.
Oh, okay.
He is.
So,
it's an iconic moment.
Booker T. Washington says, "Hey, I have some issues I want to talk about." And Teddy says, "Come to dinner. Just come to the house tonight. Come to dinner." First night in the White House, he hosts a black man. Never happened in the history of the country. A black man being a guest for dinner at the White House. The whole country goes nuts. It's the first event of Teddy's presidency. Is that the Senate, and I could be having some of these things wrong, but the Senate unanimously censured the president for having, there was nobody in the mix. If it was happened today, and even like fucking AOC was like, oh no, you don't have him in the White House. Everyone all the way across the board said that's not okay. And they censured him. They tried to throw him out. They're like, maybe we should impeach him. But the best thing they could do is censure him for having had a black man as a guest in the White House. So this was what Teddy did. This is the kind of guy he was. He had him to dinner constantly, and he went on a speaking tour with him. He made him, he elevated him more and more because he was just fuck you guys.
Yeah. There's one more I wanted to say about the Spanish Civil War that's pretty funny.
Yeah.
When they took that hill, he was on his horse. Everybody else was like, so they took one hill, and then he saw San Juan Hill, or whatever it's called, and he was like, we're going to take that. He went off by himself.
Right.
5 guys followed him. 3 of them got shot.
Yeah, because he went all of a sudden. He was like, we're doing this, and they had to scramble.
He didn't order anything.
No, into a hail of gunfire.
So then he came back, and one of the guys was laying down. And he was like, how are you going to lay down when I'm up on this horse? Get up. And as soon as the guy stood up, he got shot in the head, killed instantly. Then he led the charge, and they were all, a lot of them died. But
some of them could have been president.
He did it purely out of I wanted to be in war, which is really a terrible, terrible thing. Terrible leader. For that.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
But he won.
It worked out.
It did work out.
And then when he was, another great story about him that I heard was that he would fight whoever was the heavyweight champ.
Oh, yeah.
He would bare knuckle.
Yeah.
So Jack Johnson, I think, had just won the championship, so he was invited. He doesn't know this was going to happen. He's invited to the White House. So I don't know if they had an Oval Office yet.
Yeah.
Comes into the Oval Office.
I believe they did.
And Teddy was like, oh, terrific. And he fucking starts. And Jack Johnson's like, what are you doing? He's like, come on now. Because to him, it was it made sense that the president should fight with the heavyweight champion.
Dude.
And he fought him, and Johnson blinded him in one eye, and Teddy begged him, please don't tell anybody, because I'll get it. Because Teddy, he's not supposed to do this. So he used to get people to leave the room, and then he fought him, and he was always blind in that eye, which he was always in denial about, because he was sort of ashamed that he did this thing.
Yeah, this guy's insane.
He was nuts. Again, to me, I'm approaching these guys as characters.
Yeah.
As fascinating individuals.
But he did a ton of great shit, and then he started going after all these trusts. He started breaking up all these monopolies. He started, so he's the first president from this fucking lull of just garbage presidents to start to actually reform shit.
That's right,
and start to really.
Well, that's what he
became
believed. When he was governor of New York, he was doing something that was huge, and one of his aides said, "If you pull this off, you could run for president." And Teddy snapped at him and said, don't ever in your life say something like that to me. He said, if I add my own career and potential to the math of my decisions, then it'll destroy everything. He said, we never think about my career. And he really did live that way.
Yeah. He personally wanted to be, though. That's funny. He wrote to his lady, because he was in D.C.
Yeah.
Maybe before he was the vice president. He was in New York. That's when he became the vice president. He was in New York, and that guy that he was in his political party, I forget the guy's name, was like, send him to D.C. I don't want him in New York anymore.
Yeah.
He's a fucking nightmare.
No, he's
fighting everybody.
He had no comfortable place he could possibly be, but president of the United States.
But he was like, every time I walk past the White House, I could be there someday.
Yes.
He had that in there, but
The greatest piece of film on Teddy is that he was the first president to fly in an airplane. And there's film of it. He went in with a hot rod guy who was like a barnstormer guy.
Yeah.
And it's just a biplane. And they show him, it's shitty black and white footage, but he gets in the plane and it corkscrews and does. He was already retired. He was kind of older. And you see him get out of it and you see him go like, woo! That was crazy. But that's how much of a badass he was.
Youngest president, also.
Youngest one.
42 or 43, yeah.
Yes. 2 terms.
2 terms.
And then
elected.
And then left. Then he decided not to run the 3rd time because he didn't like Republican politics. And then he ran for a 3rd term after skipping a term.
And he split the vote.
What was it called? The party? Bull Moose or something like that?
Oh, yeah. We're skipping the party, gets shot.
Yes, he got shot point blank in the chest. And he had a big, thick thing of his speech.
Yeah.
And he had something else metal. I forget what was that. Something like that. It wasn't a flask, I don't think. But he had some shit in his pocket. The
bullet got lodged into his chest, though.
Right, it went, but it was in his chest. It didn't get into his It
didn't
heart.
break his muscle.
No,
it stuck there, and then he apparently cleared his throat.
Finished the speech,
and he finished. He said it's going to take a lot more to kill a bull moose.
That's what
he said. Which is
said.
pretty fucking wild. Getting shot in the middle of a speech, clearing your throat.
It's a great moment.
Then he personally elected the next guy, which I'm forgetting. Could have been Taft. And then Taft is okay, but
extremely fat guy. Didn't he die in a bathtub?
No, he got stuck.
Something
in the
about
bathtub.
him in a tub.
Didn't he get stuck? He got stuck and had to get buttered out of the tub.
Yeah.
And that takes us to Wilson, because then Taft ran against Wilson. Roosevelt decides he wants to come back.
And Wilson was
split
New Jersey governor of New Jersey or something?
I don't know. This is where I stopped.
Wilson is... I don't know much about him, except for me, like some of the sources for what I know about these guys come from different places. So what I know about Wilson is because I read this book about, it was called The Peace to End All Peace, a book that everybody should read. And it's about how World War I, the end of World War I, was how all the Middle Eastern countries were drawn. Iraq and Iran and Syria and all these places only exists because of British and American and French. These are lines these are countries. That's why we don't have like Kurdistan. There's no Kurdistan, but there's Kurdish people.
Yeah.
But they just didn't have a place at that table. So we just made Iraq. Iraq is a bunch of different people that don't belong in a country.
What's it called? It's the something. It's 2 names. It's whatever. But yeah, it was colonization. They just were like
the treaty or whatever the fuck. Yeah. But anyway. World War I was this just bizarre, stupid... Until World War I, Europe was still all kings and princes, and there was still a country called Prussia, and there was guys that went with like helmets with brushes on the top, and they marched around, and he was like the prince of... And it was still the whole...
Yeah.
And they had some budding democracy, but they still gave an enormous amount of power to their stupid fucking...
Yeah, to one family.
Yes.
They were all related.
Yes. And they were all married to each other. Yes.
The leaders of World War I were cousins.
Kaiser Wilhelm was an uncle to Nicholas Tsar, who
King
finally
George.
lost Russia.
Yeah.
And so they fought this ridiculous war because... And now they suddenly had this mechanized. They had machine guns.
Yeah.
All this. Some of this shit was developed here during the Civil War, and they just start firing crazy weapons at each other, artillery.
Yeah.
And the U.S. But the thing about that war was the Middle East. It was the Turkish Ottoman Empire was falling apart, and all of these European countries wanted a piece of what was going to be there. I think they had started to figure out that oil was in the Middle East. I don't have all this worked out in my head. But Wilson refused to get into the war because he knew it was an imperialist bullshit. And at the time, America was against going out and sending troops other places for imperialism was something America hated because it still wasn't that long ago that we were a colony. So we finally did enter World War I, and I don't know why.
It was hard for the U.S. to enter because half the population's German. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Half Irish.
Yes.
They fucking hated England.
Yes.
All this. And then I think it was like the Lusitania. They
I
just
guess
kept doing all these.
Those things are always bullshit. I don't know what finally pushed us.
I think the Lusitania did have weapons on it.
Well,
Whatever.
we were selling weapons. We're probably making money on not by the government. Anyway, I don't know that. I'm getting way out of my depth.
No,
but I don't know that much about Wilson. So then
I don't either.
Who's after Wilson?
Wilson after Wilson would be. I'll tell you. Hold on. Harding.
Don't know. Don't care.
Harding was he was corrupt. He was really corrupt, and that started leading to
all right.
Fucking whatever.
Then
Coolidge, same thing.
Yeah.
I was just watching shit on these guys. Who cares?
Yeah.
This is the Roaring '20s, though.
Yeah.
So shit's going well financially.
Yeah, they had their pandemic during all those guys, by the way.
And these guys are all corrupt.
Yes.
And like, it's just out of control. The economy's out of control. But everything, and this is post World War I.
So who's after Coolidge?
Coolidge is Hoover. After Hoover.
Right, Herbert Hoover.
And then that's shit starting to turn around a little. And then here comes FDR.
Okay, so FDR, like again, my approach is always who these guys were as people. And my favorite take on FDR is what's his name? Churchill's. So I read this book, Churchill, and it's called Franklin and Winston, about their relationship.
Yeah.
Churchill was a nerd. He was a fat English drunk nerd, and he was a lord. He was a little Lord Fauntleroy nerd. Now, Franklin Roosevelt was also a rich kid.
Yeah, he was a nerd.
He was a nerd, but he was also really dedicated to the people. And he did a lot of things like up here in upstate New York. He had Hyde Park, and there's all these massive estates. Hyde Park and the Vanderbilts lived next door. And he gave when he became president, he gave Hyde Park to the country. He said, "You just let it be a museum for a time when people lived like this." And he persuaded his next door neighbors, the Vanderbilts, to do the same. He got all the upstate rich people. He said, "Move into the city and give these places, let these be places for the people to visit." So that's the kind of guy he was. But so Winston Churchill worshipped Roosevelt. He just thought he was the coolest. He was Americans came off really cool back then, and Churchill was like this, very and so there's a few intimate stories that are great about the two of them. One of them, Winston came to Hyde Park to plead the case, please come into the war, because Franklin wasn't coming into the war. So he spent like a night in Hyde Park, and they talked, and it was Churchill's feeling like for the first time that Franklin maybe liked him. And so the moment that's in this book is that he was in his car, Churchill, at night, and FDR was seeing him off. He was like at the window of his car, and Churchill said, "Franklin, I feel so good to have really spent time with you, and I feel a connection with you." And Roosevelt said, Take it easy. He said, "Just take it easy." And then the other one, and he just hurt his feelings. Then the other great thing was at Yalta, the conference at Yalta, where
this is good.
FDR and
Stalin.
Churchill are trying to get Stalin to come into the war on the Allied. He could have come to either side. It was awesome. Or he could have stayed out. But a Russian front to the war was everything. It turned out to be everything.
Yeah.
Same thing that happened it's what stopped, it's what killed Napoleon. Because Russia is just this deep forest, and anybody who invades Russia just gets absorbed and then stuck for the winter. It killed Napoleon, and it eventually took Hitler. It's not where they lose, but it's where they drains. Okay.
Yeah.
So Churchill is like the European statesman. He's the one who's been fighting the war longer, and he's been mechanizing. How am I going to do this? And so when they get to Yalta, he goes to Roosevelt and says, "Let's talk. Let's plan how we're going to get Joseph." And FDR goes, let's have lunch. We'll do it after lunch. And he's like, "Okay, when are we gonna? We got to confab. You and me. We got to triangulate. You come from that. So good cop, bad cop. Like, which one do you want to do?" And FDR is like, "It's all right, Winston. It's all right. I got that. We'll talk about it. We'll definitely talk about it." And then they're at lunch with Stalin, and Roosevelt looks at Churchill and says to Stalin, "Joseph, look at Churchill. Look at what a fat, weird little man he is. Look at him with his cigar. Look how ridiculous he is. And Stalin is like shocked, and he looks at Churchill and he goes, "Ah!" And he just laughs, and he fucking drinks vodka with FDR, and they fucking singing songs. And FDR and Joseph are like best friends. Churchill is a fucking loser.
Yeah.
And then and FDR is like, "So you come in our side?" And Joseph's like, "Yes, I come in your side." Of course I come in your side. He read the room, and he knew what had to be done. And it was throwing fucking Winston Churchill under the bus. Yeah. And making him feel like a fat little fucking...
And he was mad about it. He was mad. Churchill was mad.
Yeah.
He like left there. No, but he got he won World War II at that.
Yes, he did. But he had to be humiliated.
Yeah. The best was, a cool one about Churchill and Roosevelt. Not really Roosevelt, but just after Pearl Harbor. I think Churchill sent a cigar to the king. And was like, "We just won." Like as soon as Pearl Harbor happened,
he knew
like,
because that's
over.
all he wanted was for them to
It's over.
There is one point where he needed to meet in person with FDR. So the British fleet took Churchill into the middle of the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah.
And the American fleet sent a warship that had FDR's yacht on, like just sitting on the deck of an aircraft carrier, and they lowered his yacht into the water in the middle of the ocean.
Jesus
and it putted over to the English, and they were stringed by if the Nazis had come along, there was like 1,000 guns just for a meeting between those two guys on a yacht drinking whiskey in the middle of the ocean.
Pretty sure. Man.
So that's all I got on FDR. 3 times.
Yeah, and then he died.
So Truman. Okay, Truman.
Fuck the New Deal. We don't need to talk about it.
Yeah, don't care. We're talking about the guys, not the American history. So Truman was his third vice president.
Truman was, Missouri, I think.
Yes,
and he was considered kind of a fucking loser. Right?
He was hated.
Yeah,
he was like hated the way that like Ted Cruz is hated. Like that kind of like if you talk to people in Washington, they're just like, "Oh, I can't with that fucking guy," for different reasons. But Truman was picked. FDR was like, who can we pick that's not gonna fuck things up, And they picked Truman. Truman was a guy. He worked at a haberdashery. It didn't work out. He was one of these guys. His father was a farmer, and he was running his farm. And then he went and worked at a bank and was kicking ass.
Yeah.
And then his father's farm failed, and so he took it over, and that wiped out like 10 years of his life was just being a farmer. And he had a haberdashery that didn't work, whatever. But so Truman went to the Senate, and then when he was a senator, his focus was graft during World War II. Basically, all the money, like billions of dollars, would be appropriated for the war and given to American industries, and they would all steal them. And every senator in Washington was stealing all the war. We were fighting Hitler, and everybody in Washington was just stealing money and fleecing their fucking pockets, like openly in front of everybody.
Yeah.
And so Truman had this idea: let's not do that. Let's
try to win.
Let's try to win, and let's try to get the money to the soldiers who are dying. And everyone hated him. That's why they hated him. They fucking hated him. And even Roosevelt. What's that?
I would have hated him.
Everybody hates the guy.
Stay out of this.
Yeah, everybody hates the one guy.
Yeah.
Even FDR was like, "Do we really want a guy?" He's like,
we need a leader.
Don't steal the money.
Yeah.
So, they made him vice president. Nobody liked him. They locked him out of like they always do to the vice president. So one night he's in Sam Rayburn's office. Sam Rayburn was like the greatest speaker of the House ever. Sam Rayburn, there's the building that all the offices are in, is the Sam Rayburn building. He was like the first great speaker, one of the great speakers. So Sam Rayburn, he's in his office playing poker with Sam Rayburn. They had a poker room, like a dark, virtual smoky room. And Truman is just a loser, vice president. Nobody talks to him. And he's playing poker with Sam and the other guys late into the night, having a good time. And then he gets a call. There's a call for you. And it's Eleanor Roosevelt. She says, my husband just died.
Yeah.
You need to get to the White House. So out of habit, because nobody cared about him, he just went on the street alone and hailed a cab.
Yeah.
And there was one moment where he's in a taxi and he realizes, Jesus Christ, we're at war, and the President of the United States is in a taxi. Nobody knows where I am. And then the famous moment is that he got to the White House and Eleanor greeted him at the door. And he said, Mrs. President or whatever, is there anything I can do for you? And she says, Mr. President, is there anything I can do for you?
Yeah.
And everyone was like, this is going to suck.
Yeah. She's like, you're the one who's in trouble.
Truman's going to blow.
Yeah.
But he was a very good president.
He nuked Japan.
Drop the bomb. There's a
and don't get it twisted.
Don't get it twisted.
They had it coming. Right? There's this thing in history where everyone wants to be like, I can't believe they did that. Look into it.
No, there's the account of the announcement of the Truman was on a ship when he was on a big ship and he was having a big banquet.
Yeah.
And he got the report in his ear, like George Bush, that they had just
It
dropped.
worked.
Yeah, that it worked.
Yeah.
Nobody knew if it even worked. And he did a little ting, 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 ting.
Hey,
everybody, just so you know, we dropped a bomb on the jet on Hiroshima. And it worked, and we're starting to. And then I think Nagasaki had dropped after also.
Yeah.
And it looks like
a day later.
And everybody applauded because there was no conflict.
Yeah.
Because the Japanese were never going to surrender.
Yeah.
And the amount of people that would have died, this is what it's like when you get deep into a war. How many people have died so far? How many more will die if we do it this way?
Yeah.
How many will die if we do it this way? So that's what happened. I don't have an opinion about it. I don't.
I do.
But that's fine.
But here's the thing. Nobody cares about Dresden. Nobody cares about...
No, Dresden, way more people died.
Yeah, and it's also... And first off, not more horrifically, both had, like, fire tornadoes.
Yes.
That just wiped out.
Well, they set the atmosphere on fire.
Yeah, it's the scariest thing in the world.
It's awful.
It sucked the oxygen out of a city, and there were fire tornadoes.
Yes.
People were melting in the streets.
Yes.
Into the street. The
going
pavement,
down the drains.
The pavement melted. So they'd run out of their houses, and their feet would get stuck. And then they'd reach down and then just be stuck in the fucking... I mean, it's the worst thing in the world. But you know, they might have had it coming.
But
of course, these are civilians. Of
There's
course.
a joke about two agents running into each other on the street in Hollywood, and one of them was like, "Hey, what have you been up to?" So I produced a special for just pick a, Celine Dion or whatever.
Yeah.
He goes, "How'd you like working with her?" She's like, "Fucking cunt, fucking worthless, fucking spoiled brat, fucking drunk, fucking drug-addled cunt. I hope she fucking dies." And the other guy goes, "She's my niece." And the guy goes, "Let me finish." It's an old joke. Cut it out of the thing.
No,
But anyway,
that's a good joke.
So okay, why did we get to that? Because Nagasaki, Hiroshima. So we dropped So Truman dropped the bombs, and won the war. And then the next guy is
Eisenhower.
I only have one good Eisenhower story that I saw told by his son. After Eisenhower retired, he was a fucking general. He was a general.
Yeah.
Killed Hitler.
Yeah.
And then he was president.
And he was a president in a very good time. He's one of the few presidents that just kind of, he kind of started Vietnam, but
yes,
he was
damn good, meaty part of our history.
And Korea, but other than that, he had a pretty good time.
Got us kicked off in Korea for no reason. No reason. Zero reason.
Yeah.
Zero reason. Vietnam, nothing accomplished.
Turns out
nothing accomplished.
But at the time, you wanted to stop the spread of communism.
Yeah, no, that's what we're doing now in Ukraine, of course.
Yeah, we need to stop the spread.
Whatever, it's just good. It's good.
You need to stop Russia.
You got to just, kill Russians. Just Russians need to die. It's fun. It's fun.
Yeah.
But when he retired, there's a story I saw his son tell in an interview where he had made a putting green on his front lawn. like he got Kentucky bluegrass or whatever. Like he got like perfect grass, and he had this beautiful. Because all he wanted to do was putt in front of his house. Yeah. And then he had a corral where he had horses.
This is after he's president.
Yeah,
yeah, he's done.
He's done. He's on the porch with his whole family.
Yeah.
And they're all sitting there, and a green horse gets out, an unbroken horse gets out of the corral and jumps onto the putting green and just starts taking bites out of it and destroying it. And his family looks at the general. It was their father, but they called him the general. And he just said, "Isn't that the most beautiful thing you ever saw in your life?"
Definitely close.
And they realized, wow, he's not the same guy anymore.
He's gone.
He's a different
He's
guy.
out.
Yeah, it's over.
We skipped one thing, which I somehow I didn't know.
Yeah.
Eleanor Roosevelt was his fucking cousin. Was FDR's cousin.
Well, and
it was
their
Teddy.
uncle. Teddy was their uncle.
Well, no.
Teddy was
her
Roosevelt's
uncle.
uncle.
Teddy was
FDR's uncle.
cousin.
Well, he was like his
older cousin.
He was like a second cousin, way that your father's cousin is your second.
That
cousin.
crazy brother.
Yeah.
Was Teddy's crazy brother? Was her father? Was Eleanor's father?
Right. They were all related.
They were related.
Yes. And Teddy was his hero.
Yeah. Yeah, he even got those glasses when he was younger.
Yes.
It's pretty nice. And then he got to school. He went to school as a young boy, and he was just surrounded by his whole life. He was around rich adults. And then he got to school, and everyone started whooping his ass. Pretty fun. So now we're on Ike.
Ike, I don't know nothing about him except for that one stupid story about the horse.
Dumb thing about him being called Ike was everybody in his family, him and his siblings were all called Ike.
Right.
And
because it was his last name. Yeah.
No, I just
Ike. Yeah.
Eisenhower.
Dwight Eisenhower.
Yeah, but Ike has nothing to do with it.
No, it doesn't.
He said he had no idea why he was called Ike.
No.
He said him and all his siblings were all called Ike. They would call each other Ike.
Right.
It was like they're like, hey.
Was he the one where it was Dewey wins that thing that happened? There was that newspaper headline that said Dewey wins the election.
Was it? For some reason, I thought
counted
that was
too quick.
For some reason, I thought that was always FDR holding it
I think it's FDR. Yeah, maybe you're right. I don't know. I don't know who all these also ran.
up. Truman was holding it up.
Yeah.
So Truman got reelected.
That's.
So now at Eisenhower.
So Eisenhower just running
whatever.
through it. So then after, so Nixon was his vice president, and Nixon got in trouble when he was vice president because people said he was doing graft, that he was taking money already when he was a young. First of all, he was a senator and he was a pinko hating. Like he started.
Was he in California?
He started the whole Red Scare.
Yeah.
And he went after a lady who was a local beloved politician, and he called her the Pink Lady. It's the first time that they started this thing with pinkos, communists being pinkos. And she went on to star in Beverly Hillbillies. She's the banker's assistant. I don't know if you ever watched that show, the Beverly Hillbillies.
No, I vaguely remember the intro.
She was like one of the stars.
Yeah.
He called her the Pink Lady.
But wait, so Pinko comes from Pink Lady?
Yeah, he started this Pinko thing. And he called it the Pink Lady, and he hated communists. And there's a famous picture of him looking at a piece of microfilm that was supposed to be documents that he found that were being stolen by communists. And and they killed the Rosenbergs.
Yeah,
all that stuff.
But they had it coming.
What?
No,
they didn't do anything.
They didn't do anything?
They didn't do anything.
Wait a minute.
When the Cold War started to lift.
Anytime someone dies
when the Cold War started to lift, the KGB said, by the way, the Rosenbergs, never heard of them. Like, they gave us nothing. There was a giant red herring. We killed a married couple with children who didn't do anything ever.
They blamed the Rosenbergs for nuclear secrets, right?
Yes.
But they didn't do that.
No. And that's all. Nixon was really into that shit.
It'd be funny if they're like, we don't know anything about nukes.
Yeah.
I've never seen one.
So Nixon becomes vice president. He gets in trouble. And so he gives a speech on television where he's sitting at a desk. It's called the Checkers speech because he had a dog named Checkers who was given to his children. And they said it was a gift that he was supposed to register. You know what I mean? Like he was taking gifts from people pro, whatever you call it. And that the dog was an expensive dog given to his children. So he goes on TV and he tells his finances to the American people, and he says, I'm an honest person, we didn't steal anything, and here's what happened. And he says, but there's been some comment about this dog. My kids love that dog, and we're gonna keep it. And that was like this little moment that people were like, "All right, you're okay," but people never really trusted me, called him Tricky Dick, because of way back then. So then he runs against fucking Kennedy, and
that's number 4.
Yes, and he loses. First, Kennedy was on the ballot. He tried to run
against Eisenhower.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
And then he got to the convention he was going to be, and I think Kennedy lost at the convention. It used to be the conventions where they picked the guy.
Yeah.
To whoever the fuck, Adlai Stevenson? No, he was his VP. I don't fucking remember how all this works.
Yeah.
I'm confused by it.
It's all right.
I think Adlai Stevenson was... I think Kennedy was supposed to... Okay, I don't care.
Yeah.
So Kennedy and Nixon debate on television. Nixon's
that's
ugly.
apparently, yeah.
When Nixon and
Kennedy's
Kennedy...
not the best looking guy. Everybody always is like, he's a hunk. You know what I mean? You know how everyone's saying he's a hunk?
What did he just say?
Oh, he's got headphones. Oh, he is listening.
Okay.
He is listening.
Okay.
Sometimes he looks like a bit of a goat. Like he's got wide and weird eyes.
He has bedroom eyes. Girls like that.
Oh.
Yeah, I think he's a good looking guy. Him and Bobby were both good.
He's got me beat for sure, but
yeah. Well, you beat? I don't know. You're a decent looking guy. You're a nice looking guy.
Let me see him.
You're not handsome the way Kennedy was. I mean, that's a handsome face. That's a handsome man with that head of hair. Is unbelievable.
With that what of hair?
That head of hair.
Mm-hmm. Not anymore.
No, because somebody shot the back of it.
Who did though?
A lot of people.
Yeah, you think?
Like 6 guys.
I think a lot of guys shot him in the head.
So many
I think there were like 4 people that shot him.
Somebody with a paperclip.
Yeah.
Fucking
wait, do you have any opinions on that? Do you think it was? Do you believe it was the lone gunman, Lee Harvey?
I think you can take any event in human history and find an alternate version of it if you dig and dig and dig. And I think a presidential assassination is just so interesting.
Yeah.
So I don't have an opinion. I mean, I'm fascinated by it.
Yeah.
It's really interesting.
There are some
think
weird
about and to read about.
It's fun to look into.
Well, of course,
because it seems
the culture of it is like the greatest.
It seems kind of like something was up.
Yeah.
Was it because he was? I always was he trying to end Vietnam? Or no, it had just kind of kicked off.
There's also the civil rights and all that stuff. He was ramming that down the throats of some guys, and I mean,
they offered him a false flag in Cuba, and he was like, "No."
Right. I mean, it's crazy.
There's a lot of
what he did, what he fought against the states. You know, like what's his name? The guy at the college with the black kids coming in.
Yeah.
Standing there, go, "You're not coming in here."
Yeah.
There's a great documentary that everybody should watch. That's about Robert Kennedy, who was he made his own brother Attorney General, which is insane, and who was like 20 when he made him Attorney General. And at the time, what's his name was fucking FBI.
Hoover. Or no, J. Edgar. No,
J. Edgar Hoover was at the head of the FBI, and he had to work under his kid, Kennedy. Yeah. That was a lot of the tension in the country was about that. But anyway,
history hasn't been too kind to J. Edgar.
No, it hasn't.
Because he was gay.
Well, he was a cross-dresser.
That's why people don't like him.
Some people, I don't know which version of this kind of thing he was, but he wore clothes of womanly nature.
It's all good.
I don't know that he had sex with men, but he wore women's clothes. Two different things. I don't know.
He dressed up like ladies, and then he would try to blackmail like MLK.
Yeah.
he would write him.
He'd be like dressed in a woman's dress with lipstick.
He'd be like, I know what he likes,
saying, "I know what you've been up to, MLK."
You ever see that letter they wrote him? They wrote the FBI sent Martin Luther King a letter that was like, "You should fucking kill yourself.
Really?
We're gonna out you if you don't kill yourself in the next 30 days."
Were they just trying to hurt his feelings?
No, they were trying to kill him.
It's just like in shitty text.
It's in typewriter. Like, they sent him a letter. I think.
Dear Martin.
Loretta Scott opened it.
Wow.
And
Coretta Scott.
Coretta Scott. Coretta. That's it.
Loretta Scott.
Whatever. It's close. One letter. And Loretta opened it. Correct. And yeah, she was like, "What the fuck's this?" Like, fucking goddamn FBI is trying to.
Wow.
He got caught cheating. He was like, "Fucking FBI again."
Oh, I see.
but
the
FBI, it actually,
all these women.
But it actually was the FBI. He wasn't lying. But man, that probably was a tough sell to.
It probably was.
Your lady. You're like, this is.
She's
the
like,
government.
this says you've been fucking all these women. He's like, but you're missing the point.
The FBI is trying to.
The FBI is trying to kill me. He's like, who's Louise, honey? This is history. They're going to talk about this later in podcasts.
Eventually, they killed him.
So Kennedy. Here's a great Kennedy story. So Peter Salinger, I think his name was Pierre Salinger. He was a journalist who hung out with Kennedy a lot. So they're in Kennedy's in the Oval Office, and what Kennedy really liked bragging about was that he could get anybody on the phone ever. The White House operators could get any human being in the world. So he said to Pierre Salinger, "Give me a name. I can get him on the phone in 10 minutes." And he happened to know that Truman Capote was writing a book in the woods. He was like in a cabin in the woods, cut off, no phone, on sabbatical. And so he says, Truman Capote. And so Kennedy picks up the phone on the coffee table and says, "Yeah, give me a Truman Capote, please." And just hangs up and they keep talking. And in 10 minutes, he hears like they fucking got a helicopter and they lowered it. And yes, Mr. President. And so that's what he was like. He liked being president. He liked the fuck.
He was cool.
He was a cool president.
And Jackie
the
was
thing
cool.
about him, and because Nixon and Kennedy's stories are just attached. Nixon was a nerd, and Kennedy was cool. And it's another thing, like Churchill and FDR, that Nixon was always heartbroken that he preferred Jack as a cooler guy. And there's a little story that's in, I think it's in Kennedy's. It's in Nixon's. What do you call it? In his library, about how the two of them, when they were senators, they were sent to Philadelphia to debate. Like they used to do this. The Senate would say, they get a Democrat and Republican, you guys go up and debate the issue. So the two of them were in a sleeper car together because they're going overnight or whatever to Philly, or some city where they had to be in a sleeper car. And Kennedy, and so Nixon suggested who gets the top because there's bunks. He says, let's flip a coin. This is the story. And then they flipped the coin and Kennedy won. That's why it's a funny story to people. It's the first time that they...
Yeah.
But I picture this story like a fly on the wall. They're in the sleeper car, and Nixon's like, just nerd, packed up in his suitcase.
Well, how
Kennedy's
should we
been
decide
fucking...
this?
He's just fucking somebody.
Yeah.
Kennedy's hungover, good-looking dude, smoking a cigarette, and he's like, I gotta be with these fucking Nixon. Hates Nixon. And Nixon's like, so I guess we should flip a coin. And Kennedy's like, what? Decide who's... Yeah, go ahead.
And he won.
And he's like, well, you won. Okay, Dick.
Great. Get up. Get up there.
Nobody gives
Get
a
the
fuck.
fuck up there.
Yeah, you fucking
climb up there.
Yeah, so that was them. And then, so Kennedy gets shot in the head.
Yeah.
And the throat.
Yes. And the bullet
dies
somehow hits the guy
of
in
AIDS.
front of him a little weird.
What?
And he did have AIDS.
Yeah, he died of AIDS. He was the first one. Yeah, also it kills the governor, or paralyzes the governor? Or,
I don't know.
Fucking
some guy from Texas also got shot.
Whatever.
That's another one they said, today's medicine, he would have made it.
Kennedy? With his head just empty?
His head blew
emptied
off.
head?
Yeah. So then LBJ comes in.
Okay, so LBJ was a fucking fascinating dude.
Oh, hold on.
How long have we been at this?
Yeah.
It's like...
They were exactly right on time. So let's do this.
Yeah.
We're going to read some ads.
Okay.
All right. And then we're going to switch over to the Patreon for the last part. So join the Patreon if you want.
Why do you switch? Why do you make them go on Patreon?
That way...
That way what?
It's good.
You need the money?
Yes.
Really? The
No,
ads
I don't.
and the Patreon? You're going to make them listen to ads
Hold
and
on.
then switch to Patreon?
Hold on. This is
like when I watch a fucking fight on DAZN, which I pay
DAZN.
for, and there's a fucking ad between the rounds.
Hold on.
Is it subscription or is it fucking
Holy
ads?
shit, there's 3 ads. Hold on.
Yeah, but
Well,
you don't have to put this on Patreon.
We
You
do.
don't have to. You don't need the
It's
money,
not for me.
Shane
Matt
Gillis.
and Sean need it.
How
Matt's
much,
got a family.
How much do you get from Patreon? How much really?
I'll tell you.
Tell me. How much
Right now?
do you think you'll make on this on Patreon?
If 1,000 people join,
Yeah.
The Patreon. It's $5 a month.
It's $5,000 a month, and then you
Times
think they
12.
just stay there.
And then they like it.
But you
It's
think
good.
1,000 people will join your Patreon? 5,000 new people because of this?
I wish you would stop this, guys.
I will
support
pay
the greatest
him
history podcast.
$5,000 a month
Guys,
to keep this content.
This could be the greatest history podcast of all time, and thank Christ, it's brought to you by Manscaped. Fellas, is your bush? Oh my God, they're trying to write it like we talk. Fellas, is your bush in super gremlin mode? Manscaped, the global leaders in below-the-waist grooming, has the best tools for your John Hancock. Holy shit. Their Performance Package 4.0 is the ultimate men's hygiene bundle. Go to manscaped.com, 20% off if you use promo code DRENCHED. This is a bit of a nightmare. Get the most precise... Dude, why are they doing this to me? I didn't write this. Get the most precise shave on your Ulysses S. Gooch with a waterproof lawnmower.
John Hancock wasn't a president, you
No,
fucking
he was
idiots.
not. There was
I
never
don't doubt the product is whatever it says it is, but their copywriters
Oh,
are
man. Clear
cunts.
your holes with the Wiki Wild Weed Whacker. Dude, just stick to regular, please.
Manscaped is the president of unfunny.
There's a lot of stuff. Clean yourself up with the crop preserver, crop receiver skin. You spray stuff on your balls. Anyway, get 20% off plus free shipping with the promo code DRENCHED at manscaped.com. That's 20% off. Good Lord. After using Manscaped, your balls will be as golden as the Notre Dame football helmets. I don't know why they did that to me. Hey, they're doing this. They changed it for all these. Yeah. Hey, also, we're brought to you by Sheath. If you listen to our show, you've probably got a huge dick. And you're probably sick of reaching down to get it unstuck from your balls. Thank God there's Sheath underwear. Sheath underwear keeps your balls off your legs. The idea for Sheath came from its founder, U.S. Army Robert Patton, during his second tour. Louis. Second tour in Iraq.
Who?
The founder of Sheath Underwear, Robert Patton.
Yeah.
And it worked for him. So it'll work for you. Support the show and support this awesome veteran-owned company like an American. God. Go to sheathunderwear.com and use promo code DRENCH to get 20% off your first order. Everywhere that comes from Sheath Underwear is 100% money back guarantee. That's sheathunderwear.com. Holy shit. You want to read one?
No. Absolutely not.
We're brought to you by DraftKings.
You keep doing that, I'm just going to drop.
Yeah, that's fine. The NBA playoff action is nonstop at DraftKings Sportsbook, an original sportsbook betting partner of the NBA. What are you betting on, Sean? What have you won lately?
I should have bet on Cheeto Vera versus. Yeah, this is.
It was such a mistake to try to do that.
It's okay.
You probably fucking hate that.
I know. We look like fools.
You have no idea. There's never been a better time to get on DraftKings. This week, new customers can bet just $5 on any team to get $150 in free bets if they do. Looking to turn a small bet into a big day? Use DraftKings same-game parlays. You can do just that. Combine multiple bets, like which team will win, total threes made, total rebounds, and boom, you've got a shot at an even bigger payout. Right now, all customers place the same-game parlay. Fuck. 3 more legs, get free. Just bet money. Just gamble. Download DraftKings Sportsbook app.com. Download the sports app now. Use promo code DRENCHED. Bet $5 on any NBA team to win their game, and you get $150 in free bets if they do. That's promo code DRENCHED only at DraftKings Sportsbook. Also, if someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. So we're going to switch over to the Patreon. That way we can get up to the modern presidents. And thank you for listening.
Wild, wild west, Jim West, desperado, rough rider. No, you don't want nada.
Round 3. Wes.
And then again, and then again, and then again.
Here we go. Now this is either we'll decide later. You're either on the Patreon or this is free on YouTube.
Okay.
Whatever. We left off at LBJ.
LBJ. First of all, there's an interesting tie-in, a person that ties together JFK, LBJ, and Nixon.
Is it my mother's cunt?
It's your mother's cunt.
Is it really?
No, it really wasn't.
Oh, God damn it.
No, there are some parts of history your mother's cunt did not figure into. There's only a few. But the person who's sort of that combines these three figures in an interesting way is Jackie O. Because, first of all, obviously she's connected to JFK because he fucked her.
Yeah.
But there's this great, first of all, and I've been to like every presidential library, not every, I've been to a lot. And Nixon's has this really weird artifact. They always have these artifacts, like the actual written. So there's these notes. It's a letter written by Jackie O to Nixon right after JFK was shot. Like it's one of the first things she did. And it's like on hotel stationery. And it's just in her hand, and it's like many pieces, like little notepad pieces. She sat down and wrote a letter to Richard Nixon, because the thing with all these families is they all hung out together. So even if they were political enemies, like if Kennedy and Nixon are debating, Pat Nixon and what's her name and Jackie hung out. They were all their families
Nixon's wife's
traveled
name was
together.
Pat.
What's that?
His wife's name was Pat.
Patricia Nixon. Yeah.
Was she cute?
I mean, I don't.
Would you fuck her?
You know, ladies back then. Ladies.
Yeah.
She was a lady. You know, with the hair.
Yeah. It just sucks. He's, the cool guy has.
He was
Jackie.
he was desperately in love with her.
He's got Pat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He really loved her very much, Patricia. The story about her that I love is that Nixon, she was a librarian. There's a lot of stories about presidents that have this in their history. He went to the library and there was this beautiful Patricia, young librarian, and he would go in there and talk to her. Been looking for the, Boswell's history biography of
How to Live with a Huge Cock.
Yes. Yes, I just don't know how to do it. And one day he went in there and he said, I just came to tell you that someday I'm going to marry you.
Oh, man.
And Patricia said, no, you're not.
Yeah.
I have a boyfriend. He goes, okay, who's this boyfriend? She goes, he lives in this town over, And he goes, how are you getting there? Are you going on a date? She goes, yeah, I have a date with him tonight. She goes, well, how are you getting there? She goes, I'm taking a bus. He goes, no, I'll drive. That's unsafe. So he would drive her to her dates.
Whoa.
And he would look after her. He's like, you're going to marry me someday. And so he just sort of was her friend, and he looked after her, and then he wore her down. Same thing with Truman and Bessie. Bessie, he wrote long letters to that we have now. And in one of the letters, he wrote and said, I want to marry you.
Yeah.
And she wrote back and said, geez, Harry, I'm just don't love you. I like you that way. And he wrote back and he said, I just want to thank you for not making fun of me when I asked you. So let's please remain friends. And they were friends for years.
And then
finally
he started killing
it. And she started looking at herself in the mirror and going, I'm not getting any younger.
Yeah.
And then this dude might be something. So I don't know what went into it.
We were just looking at a guy. I was watching a thing on presidents before we left, and it is a theme where they try to get with a lady, and they're like, no, and then they're like, I'm just gonna be the fucking president.
I'm gonna be the best guy ever.
Yeah, it's what happened in. When you saw the movie Vice? It's my favorite part of the movie with Cheney.
We'll get to them.
Getting a
DUI,
his wife, getting a DUI and getting a fight.
He was a fuck up.
And then she's like, "You're a loser. I'm gonna leave you." And he's like, "I'll become the greatest man of all time."
Well, she made him that. Made him that. But I'll get to that because I met that lady. So.
Wait, what was the story of the letter Jackie sent?
So Jackie, when John was dead and she still got his blood on her pink dress. She wanted to take it off. It was a nice fucking dress. She's like, I'm not going to wear this for one fucking day. She kept it on. And the thing that she had his brains in her hand? And she walked up to somebody in the operating room and said, does anybody need this for anything?
It's like an IKEA
She had the president's brain in her.
Yeah.
And she was like,
I found this screw on the ground.
Yeah,
we might have missed some.
And they're like, oh. That isn't. She's like, is that important? They're like, yeah, it's pretty important.
That's his.
And they're like, she's like, you want to put it back in? They're like, no, you go ahead and eat it. And she ate his brain. It's true. It's true. You ever seen the autopsy photos? In the background, you can see her.
You can see Jackie stuffing one down.
Sweetmeats, or whatever you call it. So she wrote. It just reminds me, and this isn't presidential, but this is one of the funniest things that Nick DiPaolo ever said to me. I know I made fun of him in the last one, so I want to praise him. I love the guy. It's like my brother. We used to live together, and I was telling him about this thing that I had heard about. The thing about Nick DiPaolo is that you tell him about something, and he finds the joke. So the thing I told him about was that there's somewhere in Asia they love monkey brains, and the best way to enjoy monkey brains is when they're still alive. So there's these tables with little like skull-shaped holes in them.
Yeah.
And they put the monkey up there and they cut the top of it and you just cut it open and you eat it with a little stylish fork. And I said this to Nick and he pretended to be one of those guys. He's like, I'm sending mine back. It's retarded. Like that would make it taste bad. This one's retarded. I want my money back. Okay, so LBJ... so Jack's dead, and Jackie writes Nixon.
Yeah.
And she says, listen, I know that you're going to charge ahead and try to be president. Like, I'm thinking about you right now. With my husband dead, you're the first person I thought of, you and Pat and your family. And I think about what we've all sacrificed of ourselves in order to achieve these great historical moments and in order to be president. And I lost my husband to this. This killed him. And I don't want this to happen to you. You're a good man. You've got a good family. And I'm just saying, this is me saying now, cool it and take what you've got and retire and be a family man because it's going to kill you too.
Yeah.
She wrote this to him.
Wow.
Great moment.
Wow.
Now, there's another thing. When LBJ was president, he was very much in love with Jackie. Everyone loved Jackie.
Yeah.
So LBJ loved Jackie, and there's a tape you can hear of him calling Jackie from the White House, drunk, in the middle of the night. You hear her like, hello? And he's like, Jackie, Jackie, God damn it, I love you, Jackie. And you hear her go, Mr. President?
Oh, what a betrayal, dude.
It's just beautiful.
What the
It's
fuck?
just beautiful. Jackie, I don't know what to do anymore. Mr. President? She's like, in a nice nightgown. Anyway.
Did you ever watch that movie recently with...
I couldn't, as soon as I heard her doing the accent, I'm like, it's just too much.
See, I never heard Jackie.
I don't like biopics. I don't like it so much. Yeah, not usually.
I'm trying
but
to
anyway.
think. Yeah.
LBJ... was I told you this story last time after we stopped, but the two stories I also read and saw in his library. One was that a Mexican woman who lived in his home district in Texas, her husband died. He was killed in World War II, killed in action, and his coffin was sent back to her hometown, and nobody would bury it because he's Mexican. None of the undertakers, none of the cemeteries would take his body because they're only white people. And so she wrote to LBJ, who was at the time her senator, and she said, is there anything you can do? I can't bury my war hero husband, He's just a regular fucking corporal who got shot, And so they have this letter, and then you see his reply. He says, I'm really sorry to inform you that I can't force those people to do something they don't want to do. And I know it's not enough, but all I can do is bury your husband in Arlington Cemetery with full honors. So that guy's in Arlington. So that's the kind of guy.
Cool.
And that's a quiet story of his. You know what I mean? He was a principled guy. He was a fucked up guy. He was weird. But that's something he did. And
was he? I asked you this before, I think, but was he like? Because he got the civil rights thing going, right?
Yeah, he did. He did passed the civil everything. Rights bill. He used JFK's death to pass everything on civil rights. It was always his intention. He was a integrationist guy. He was a guy who wanted an integration. He lived in Texas, and he was a Southern Democrat.
Yeah.
So he was pragmatic about it.
Is he a big guy? He was big, right?
Yeah, I think he was. Yeah, he was.
I don't know why I think of him as big.
He was a farm guy. He was a real fucking country guy, and he did stuff like he had these dogs. And he would lift his dogs by the ears and show the press, look at my dogs. And everybody's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Don't do that.
I guess that's my dog.
Dude, is there anything more unsettling when someone grips their dog up like that?
Yeah,
like
I've never even heard of that.
Well, just even grabbing him by the back of the neck.
But
like,
by the ear, he was like a hound and he held him by the ear. Look at my dog.
Dude, when it's not a puppy and someone grabs it by the back of the neck, it's like, dude, stop.
And also, he used to make a lot of his phone calls on the toilet, and he would have meetings on the toilet. Like he made a lot of big decisions sitting on the toilet, and they'd talk to him, Mr. President, what do you want to do about Korea? And he's like, I don't give a goddamn or whatever, you know. and so Vietnam and all that stuff. And the thing about LBJ that to me is like an important thing is that he was an empathetic president. In other words, he felt when other people felt. Okay, this is my problem with some other presidents. Is that they don't have that. They don't actually. There is a famous photograph you can find of him where one of his, I think it was his son-in-law, I think it was Chuck Todd, was who ended up being a senator from Virginia. Turned into a real douche later, but he sent a tape of, he was a lieutenant in the army in Vietnam, and lieutenants were just like having to take platoons out and just get them all massacred. Yeah. So he just sent a reel-to-reel tape to his father-in-law, the president, describing a bloody day in Vietnam and how many guys he lost and how bad it was. And there's a photograph of LBJ listening to this tape, and he's just got his glasses off and he's just sobbing because he knows that he's in charge of this. Yes.
To some
kept
extent.
it going. He still thought it was right, or he couldn't undo it. I don't know.
I think,
but it made him feel
that's the
a lot.
conspiracies, though.
Well, my uncle is very retired. He's in his 80s, but he was a commander in the Navy, and he was a CB, an instruction battalion. He was an engineer, and they went to Vietnam early when we were still. It was called we were just sending advisors, and so he was sent there to build for them, and he got a bunch. He went around to his Navy friends and talked them into going to Vietnam for this venture. It was not a war yet. And then it turned into a war under his feet. And all the fucking guys he brought over there got killed. Mm. And then he came back to the States and had to tell all their, apologize to their families. So like there's a lot of guys who are like in those command positions who just, they're in a war. You know? But so that was, so LBJ, ran. So he took over for Jack, and then he ran in 64.
Yeah, I believe he did.
And he beat who? These are the guys I don't know who LBJ's vice president was.
I think he might have lost to Nixon his first.
No, he only ran once for president in 64. And technically,
he served from 63 to 69.
Yeah, so 64, who did he beat? Who was the Democrat? Who was the Republican nominee? Because Nixon sat it out. Nixon didn't run this time.
Goldwater.
Barry Goldwater.
Barry Goldwater.
Okay. So, but then when it got to be 68, this is another. He did tough things, LBJ. Like he took it on the chin.
I mean, Vietnam and civil rights are two of the biggest. I mean, it's
huge conflicts. And then he did something that no president has, some presidents maybe have done, but the way he did it was very dramatic, which was that in 68, he just knew he didn't have the confidence of the people anymore. He knew that he had to face, it was a very Nixonian moment. He had to face that he had lost the confidence of the people and that he wasn't popular anymore and everything was fucked. And so he made this speech where he said, I will not seek, nor will I accept my party's nomination for a second term as president. Like he declared, I'm not running a second time. That's fucking rare.
Yeah.
That's rare. Most guys just do it because you're supposed to. When I worked at Conan's show early, I was a writer for Conan the first 2 years. We did one bit that I love. It was my favorite bit we ever did. It was just new inventions. It was just weird inventions. So one of them, and it was one that I wrote, it was a machine that it's a big belt that you wear, and then there's a probe in your ass. And when you fart, so you're not embarrassed by the smell, by the sound.
Yeah.
Instead of your fart, you hear that speech. So we had a guy like there, and he farts, and you hear, I will not seek, nor shall I accept. Anyway, so LBJ didn't run again, and in 68, and then that's when everything fell apart. Bobby ran and was running away with the nomination.
Yeah.
And then he got shot in California.
Yeah.
Replaced by McGovern, who nobody liked. And Nixon ran against McGovern.
How close to the election did Bobby get shot?
It's a good question. It was a California primary. He was there he'd been winning everything.
Yeah. Oh, so it was in the primaries.
It was in the primaries.
Yeah.
And
what was the name of the guy who shot him? It was like something
Sirhan. Yes, and there's a picture, a famous picture of him laying there, and there was so if you look at the picture, there's a guy holding him. You see that guy holding his head?
Yeah.
He's a busboy. A just Mexican busboy working in a hotel. And it was in the kitchen. Like he had just made a speech and he was coming through. Just to back up for a second with Bobby, because Bobby was an incredible guy. Bobby had a fluid mind of a crackling brain. Like he was like, John was, moved slow and made careful moves. And Bobby was passionate, When my mother, when I first got an iPhone, first time I'd ever held that thing, I took it to my mother's house, and my mother was a computer programmer, but this item was like, she's like, it's a phone. And I go, name any image or moment, recorded moment.
That's what she went with?
What's that?
And that's the one she went with?
Just no, let me finish. I said, name any recorded moment in history.
Yeah.
And she said, when Martin Luther King was killed, Bobby Kennedy was about to have a rally, give a speech at a rally of all black people, so a black audience, like in some city. And he got the news, and he had to tell the audience that MLK had been assassinated. And he, off the cuff, said some things about it and gave a speech, which was just very moving. And I just went, fucking RFK, MLK.
Yeah.
And played it for her. And she was like, wow. What is happening? Yeah.
That's awesome. I thought, I was close with my guess. I thought your mom was going to be like, if I could see anything in the world right now,
it would be him getting
show me him dead on the ground.
He's show me that motherfucker
I'd like to see it.
With blood on his face. So he was shot coming out of they were taking him through the kitchen. Sirhan shoots him. And this busboy is the one who catches him. It just was in a melee of people. So a guy who had nothing to do with anything, just senor. So he's got Kennedy's head in his lap, and he looks down at him, and he never spoke about it. Like he wouldn't. Press used to ask him. He just refused to talk about it because he felt the moment was very personal. But he finally, I think the guy might be dead, but I saw an interview with him where he said what happened. Which is that Bobby said, he just asked him, do you have a rosary? He knew he would because he's fucking Mexican. He said, do you have a rosary? And he did. And they gave him a rosary, and he basically took his last rites.
Holy shit.
He gave Bobby a shot at a Catholic little death.
Damn.
Sirhan went to prison. I think he's still alive. I think he's still in prison. So he shows up in a great book by the guy who invented profiling in the FBI, the guy who invented criminal profiling.
Okay.
Richard Kessler, something like that. This guy wrote this book. He was the first guy in the FBI to come up with the idea of figuring out why killers do what they do. They didn't used to do that.
The guy for the Mindhunter show?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know. He invented this thing.
Yes.
So, and the book is great because the book starts with a guy who murdered a serial killer who killed somebody in in Sacramento somewhere in some neighborhood, killed a lady, went in her house, killed a lady, and then killed another lady the next day. And so they flew this guy in who had become famous for this. He took one look at the murder scene. He said, you're looking for a white man in his 40s who has a big beard. He's living in his car that's filled with newspapers and trash from McDonald's. And if you don't catch him, he's going to do this every day. And they went and found the guy exactly on that. So then when that guy was caught, he did the next part of his job, which was he interviewed him to find out, because these guys love talking. And he asked him all the questions so they understand these guys better. And he asked the guy, how did you pick your victims? That's a key thing that's in finding out how they're going to pick the next one. And he said, I would just go to any house, and if the door was unlocked, I'd kill anybody in there. So it wasn't like she looked like my mom.
Yeah.
And so he said, I'm putting this in the first chapter to just tell you, you're going to just lock your doors. Please lock your door. Yeah. Okay. So that guy.
It's funny to just ruin the profiling thing.
Yes.
He's like, oh no, I don't.
No, if the door is unlocked.
What are you talking about?
If you're dumb, I'll kill you. But anyway, all that, I know I'm getting away from presidents. No, the point is that guy, once he learned this thing of talking to the guys, he realized we have all the most notorious killers in federal prisons. I want to go talk to them. And he couldn't get permission because everyone in the FBI said that's macabre and it's inappropriate.
Yeah.
So then he realized, why am I asking it? Just go to a federal prison, show him he's like a gold FBI badge.
Yeah.
So the first guy he talked to was Sirhan.
Wow.
He shows up and he just says, I want to see him. And Sirhan comes.
Was he like, the kitchen was
like,
unlocked?
Who are you?
He said the kitchen was unlocked. I didn't even know who the fuck that guy was.
So he didn't ask. I don't know if he asked him that question, but he talked to Sirhan for a couple hours, and it was a dead end. He just he rambled, and he talked about his conspiracy, what he thought was, why he did it. He has a weird story that he thinks why he did it. And he didn't learn anything. And he thought maybe this isn't a good idea. He was about to give up on the science of this. And then right before Sirhan left, he stopped and he took off his shirt because he works out in prison. And he goes, "Hey, what do you think of Sirhan now?" And he showed his muscles and he went like, "Oh, he's fucking vain. He's vain. He wants people to look at him." And that unlocked, you know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
So like that Hannibal Lecter thing, what does he do? He kills women. No, that's incidental.
Yeah.
What is the point of the guy? So anyway, that's Sirhan. Kill Robert Kennedy.
Sirhan's got to be dead, right?
When
was it? That was 60.
He still goes out for parole every few years. And
They gotta let him out. Oh, he's got a couple years, dude.
Yeah.
He's the best is the guy who shot. Oh, well, I guess we'll get to him.
Well, Mike Sweeney, comedian, did the best joke ever. He wrote for Conan for years, but he was a great stand-up. And I'm saying his name, so I think I can steal his joke. Mike Sweeney. He used to do a joke about Sirhan at his first parole hearing. He said, "I think if Robert Kennedy was alive today, he would say that I should be let go." And he goes, "Boy, just of all the bad luck, it's the one guy who would have stuck up for him. Turns out it's the guy he shot." Anyway, Sirhan kills Robert Kennedy, and Democrats go to the fucking convention in Chicago. Richard Daley and the fucking yippies show, and then we had another time like this. Far way out left yippies. Making a noise and wanting it to be a riot at the Democratic National Convention, not the Republican. They were like Nixon. There's another time like that it was like, yeah, we all know Nixon's a dick, but let's fuck with the Democrats. Let's go after the liberal side of things. And there was gas,
there's horses running over people.
Insane. So it was like the Democrats came across as this fucking chaotic bunch.
Yep.
They end up with McGovern and nobody gives a fuck. It's just this bad sort of like fucking the Democrats represent chaos and drugs and all this stuff. And there wasn't a thing of like, let's get together behind McGovern to beat Nixon. That just was not going to happen. So Nixon fucking finally, after all those years of his long life in politics, having been vice president for fucking Eisenhower, having been a senator and during the McCarthy hearings, all this stuff, he ends up being president of the United States in 1960, and he gets the people. He does the moral majority, the people that, or what do you call them? The silent majority. The silent majority,
Still
and all the guys that hard hats who hated hippies, and he counted on that, and it won, and he won.
Yeah, it's coming again. We're doing the same thing.
Same thing.
Exact same thing.
Same thing. So then you get to Nixon through 4 years, and he gets to 72. Now
I have a question. Was the press gay back then, like they are now? Were they like totally like?
Well, it was a different bunch of guys, like Dan Rather and fucking, I mean, I'm forgetting all these guys' names.
It was never this partisan, though, right?
No, because there was the CBS News, which was Walter Cronkite, and there was NBC and ABC. That was the news. Was you chose between three dudes. And there was David Brinkley, and they had Meet the Press. They had some stuff that they even still have now.
Yeah.
But it was the press was centralized. There wasn't this sort of like, the written press was pretty out there. But the TV news was what everybody was really following. And so everyone watched the same news, and then we argued. So it was different. And you never had a sense that the press, to answer your question, no, they really weren't gay. Shane, I don't agree with using gay that way. He's even making me sound gay because I'm so upset with him. My God. So, well, like Cronkite. Cronkite was a picture.
It's funny to actually be gay when you're being gay.
It's the best.
Like to be mad about something. Get a coaster for that.
Stop it. Stop it. Especially this angry gay. Stop it. Shane.
What's more terrifying?
No, that would be if you had two gay dads. There would have been one who's like, Shane, just don't make him mad. Shane, what the fuck are you saying to him? Shane.
They could be the most terrible. That's the most scary, getting yelled at.
By your gay dad.
By-
I knew a gay. I knew a
gay
number of
dad.
gay. I knew a number of gay dads and 2 moms when I was raising my kids.
Mm.
A lot of their friends had gay dads, and I saw it's the same as any other stereotype. There are many kinds of heterosexual parents. There are soft-hearted, useless heterosexual parents. There are distracted, narcissistic, I think I can change my kid's life parents that are heterosexuals. And there's just fucking like, got it, gets it, doing the tough work heterosexual parents. And it's the same in my experience with gay moms and gay dads. I've known gay dads who are just like hard tack fucking, I'm not fucking this up.
Yeah.
But also I know it's his life. That like I've known so many kinds, but they all sound like this. But anyway, not really.
Kick the ball.
Not
Kick
really,
it,
but it's
Tyler.
more-
Go.
It's more
At
fun.
the fucking T-ball.
Well, that's
game.
what a straight dad sound like.
Yeah.
But so
gay dads are great.
Gay dads are great. Every single one of them.
Yeah.
Walter Cronkite has 2 great moments that show you what the press was back then. There's the moon landing, and there's Kennedy getting killed. These, and again, if you're watching this on YouTube, you can see both of these. So the moon landing is just they show the fucking footage of Neil touching down, which didn't happen. They didn't never land on the moon. And then they cut to Cronkite.
What's his name? That was your boy. That was Kubrick, dude. He did the moon landing.
Kubrick did the moon.
Yeah.
That's why they gave him all the lenses. Yeah. He used the lenses for Barry Lyndon. It's true. Barry Lyndon is a great movie by Stanley Kubrick, and it takes place in like the 1600s, and he wanted it to look like that, so he used no electric lights, but he needed lenses that drink a huge amount of light, and he got NASA to give him moon lenses.
So he did do the moon landing.
Yes, nobody's ever been on the moon. Nobody's ever been on the moon. 100%.
You see there's some clues in The Shining.
Huh?
There's clues that
about
he
the
did
moon.
It. Yeah,
I don't believe this. I think they went to the moon,
Yeah,
but
we'll see.
But
no, I think somebody was trying to argue that in like some Chinese astronomy, they found they satellite images of where people landed.
Yes,
and they're like, why would we help cover this?
By the way, they went up like 20 times. It's not even that big a deal. But so Cronkite, when they landed on the moon, you just cut to him and he's got this big childish grin on his face. He doesn't say anything. He doesn't say, this is a marvelous moment. He just reports, and Neil has landed. A man has landed on the moon. He says the facts, but he's got a bit. You can see the feeling, but he doesn't say it. And then the other moment that is just devastating is when Kennedy dies. He says, he gets the report, he gets it in his hand, and he says, President Kennedy has died. He died at 12 o'clock, and he takes off his glasses to look at the clock above him because he's reading, to look at the clock above him, and says, and that's 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. He just reports that Kennedy has died and reports the time, and he looks at his local clock, and then he puts his glasses back on, and he goes,
sports.
And he just swallows. Vice President Lyndon Johnson is to be sworn into. And there's this moment between where he's taking in that the president of the United States is dead, which without even thinking about who it was just horrible. Yeah. And then that he probably knew him, So, but that was he didn't grandstand. You watch the news now and they're just like, and they're just feeling shit.
Yeah.
And it's horrible. They are not supposed to, when I worked for Letterman, the Yankees were in the World Series, and I got caught up in it, and because I'm a New Yorker, I'm a Boston guy, but I just got caught up in it.
It was fun.
So we took Larry Bud Melman, this character that Letterman had, to the game and interviewed the players, and then I got to be in the press box during the game, and me and a friend of mine who was a writer were sitting there watching the game, and we're cheering when the Yankees hit, and then we look and everyone's staring at us like, what the fuck are you doing? You don't cheer in the press box. Like, it was like, we're all fans of something, but shut the fuck up. I think that shit's gone. I think that's all really
certainly.
Gone. But anyway, so Nixon serves.
Also, one more thing about Kennedy, dude. Why go to the moon? It's probably my favorite speech.
We do things.
Why? Yeah. We choose to go to the moon, not because it is easy, but because it is hard.
Because it's hard, yes.
Dude.
And he also, in one of his speeches about them, he had a great joke.
He also, in there, he goes, why does Rice play Texas? That gets me every time. I'm just like, dude, why are they playing? They get fucking killed every year.
That's right.
And they're still doing it.
Yes. Kennedy also had a great parable he used to tell. There's a lot of speeches that are lost because a lot of these guys, they didn't record every speech. But one of his, he liked telling jokes about Irish guys. So did Reagan. They had that in common. They both used like Patty jokes.
Yeah.
So he tells a story during his moon mission when trying to get the money in the country behind the moon. And he talks about these 3 Irish guys walking along the leas of whatever, just crossing the great green grasses of Ireland. And then they get to a stone wall. And they go, should we climb the wall or should we go turn back and go home? And one of them takes his friend's hat off his head and throws it over the wall and says, I guess we're going. So that was part of Kennedy's thing. It's not that good.
No,
but anyway,
that's cool.
So, and then Nixon's president when they land on the moon. And there's in his library in Yorba Linda, California, where he was born and raised, and the little house that he was born in is there at the library. There's a phone, which is the phone that he talked to the moon on. It's the White House. They took the White House phone that he made. It's just a fucking beige phone with a big white button and a big red hold button. I don't know if he put them on hold, but he, talked to, well, it's just wonderful that you're up there.
You're up on the moon.
You're up there and Jack is dead. Fuck him. And
nothing can stop me now.
Yeah, no. So he was president when that happened, and so 68 turns into the 72, and now the country's really fucking changing. Everything's in color now. The TV's in color. Everything's, hippies are starting to get old.
Yeah, they're starting to wash out a little.
Yes.
What's sadder than that?
2 things happened to the hippies. First of all, they killed a bunch of them. They killed a bunch of their leaders. But they also got the drugs started to take a bad effect. They went from mind liberating pot to fucking heroin and cocaine, which are dark drugs. They became dark
evil
high.
hippies.
Yes, and then some of them grew up and had families and wanted to be rich. So, and there's another thing you can find on YouTube that's great are the debates between Abby Hoffman and Rubin. He was Jane Fonda's husband, and he was a congressman eventually. But he was one of the Jerry Rubin, I think his name is. He was one of the yippies. He's one of the. He was a wicked radical, and he used to be one of those guys. We're not taking his shit anymore, and the president come here and kiss my fucking ass.
Yeah.
And Abby Hoffman had
the
best.
Became a congressman.
Yes, Abby Hoffman was Abby Hoffman said the N-word constantly during speeches because he would just be with a bullhorn and talking about "fuck you," and he was like really inappropriate, and he was really a lit up nut. Abby Hoffman. Him and Jerry Rubin were like the East Coast, West Coast hippies. Later, Jerry Rubin became a huge capitalist. He became a yuppie. That's where the term yuppie came from. And the two of them debated. They traveled together to different universities, and they would debate their generation's new predicaments of, do we keep the fight going of trying to get out of wars and trying to be Democrats and trying to liberate this country? And the other ones were like, we got to grow up, and we got to. And what Rubin was saying was, we need a candidate. We need to win an election. So we need to go to the center, and we need to talk to big business and small business, and we need to talk about being a practical, because that's the liberal dream. And this became Clinton. This is where Clinton came from from the hippies saying, okay, we're not going to just protest our whole lives and be these losers. At one point, they had a huge amount of power.
Yeah.
In Vietnam, they had a lot of power. They held this vigil around the Lincoln Memorial. And I mean, think of the time, because MLK gave this speech there and they fucking shot the guy. And I remember being at the Lincoln Memorial with my kids and saying that this spot, the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, is It's a place you can really understand American history from, because you look that way, you see Washington, and that was the creation of our country, right? And then you see the Capitol, which was the growth of this legislator. But there's Washington, which was the creation of the country and revolution. And then there was Lincoln, who kept it together as a union, you know, who that was the second step. Yeah, we're our own country, but also even if millions die, we need to be a union. Okay, that's what Lincoln did. And then who stood here and made this place even important for a new generation? MLK stood there, and there was a sea of people, and he had to fight for inside of that union that Lincoln preserved, that Washington started. He said, we have to fight for our rights in here. He was the first one to say there's a civil way to fight for, to push for our rights legally and through quiet, through nonviolent resistance. So this is a huge place.
It's firing me up, dude.
Right?
This
country has
cool,
an incredibly romantic history. And there's another way to look at all of this, apparently, but this is the way that I was taught it, and I see it again as a story. So, but then after he'd been shot, and all that became rubble, like that, all that was pushed aside, and now that we're in a fucking melee war, Nixon's president. It feels like forever. It just feels like Nixon's never not going to be president. He was a psychotic. He's taking drugs. He's drinking a lot. He was so racist. He was like, there's tapes of him saying about Italians. He's like, I don't like Italians. They smell different. He says that on tape. And
he was right.
Well, depends on if they've been cooking. But so Nixon. So the mall and the memorial is just besieged by strung out hippies, students, and veterans who came home from the war and hate the war now and have Ron Kovic and all these guys in wheelchairs going, what the fuck did I do this for?
Yeah.
This certainly isn't World War II. What are we winning here? When is this war going to end? And it was just a mess. And in the middle of all that, in the middle of the night one night, Nixon got in his limo and drove to the Lincoln Memorial. Do you know this?
No.
There's footage of this too. He was looking out his window. You fucking kids. The fuck did they know? But it was breaking his heart. Yeah. Because even though he had the hard hats, and even though he had the silent majority, just like now, nobody wants the silent majority. People want the cool people to like them. Twitter is like 39 people and 60,000 bots. It's very few people. It's a bunch of kids that are fighting and saying this extremist shit. And the huge, vast amount of the liberal part of this country is not into any of that. But nobody's satisfied with just knowing that the average person gets it, and that when you really deal with human beings on a real level, they're going to do the right thing. I believe that. I have a lot of confidence in human and American, just the way we are as people. But these folks that yell and scream, they really get people want them to like them. And so Nixon, even though he was winning by a landslide everywhere, he's looking out that window and he's looking at those kids, because it's your kids. It's like if everybody likes you, but your kids think you're a piece of shit, it just eats at you. It just destroys you. And so he got in the limousine, and he drove into the middle of the protesters, and he got out and he talked to them. And there's just this footage of him talking. He's in his stupid suit. And they're like, man, you don't get, man, you're just you're like an imperialist piece of shit, man. And he's like, well, I understand your point, but I mean, do you just think we just give up? I mean, what happened to this country? And they talked. They really talked. I don't know what it did to him, but he did get us out of that war.
You ever see?
Nixon did pull us out of that war. Now, he did it in a way that is horrible, which is that he bombed Cambodia. And this is the story that I heard, is that he had this very specific strategy, which was he starts bombing Cambodia, which came out of nowhere. It was like, what? And then he let it
But wasn't Cambodia was where they had the Ho Chi Minh Trail, right?
I don't know.
I think they knew they could use Cambodia. Like, they were using these trails in other countries.
Right, but still, it was a country we had no right. We were not at war with Cambodia. but we were bombing Cambodia as if it would be like if people were escaping to Canada and we were like, so fuck it. Or if Canadians were at war and some of them escaped into the States and whatever the other country was just started bombing fucking Wisconsin. Like, dude, you can't just do that. And so many people were getting killed. And Nixon, what he did is he let it be leaked that no one could get in touch with him, like that his aides were trying to tell him to stop bombing, and that he cut off communication, and was that he wanted them to think he'd gone cuckoo. And that's how they got the Vietnamese to the table and got a peace. It wasn't a good peace. They left.
Oh, he faked that he was nuts?
That's what I heard.
Was Vietnam.
Yes.
That got us to now. I was like, oh, now we pulled out of Afghanistan. Where are these guys going to get their money?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, $33 billion to Ukraine. Like,
well,
it's just
exactly.
nonstop.
Well, that's
it's
the
nonstop.
other side. You have your like political left that has more power than they do people, right?
Yeah.
Because they're captivating people's like anxiety. But then on the other right, you have all these people that are doing fucked up things.
Yeah.
That also are untouchables. And there are only a few people with just a little bit of interest, a little bit of money, and so they're making all this crazy stuff happen.
That's jumping ahead.
I don't know much about it, but anyway. But so Nixon.
But it seems to me if you speak out against it, you get shot in the head or Watergated.
Yes,
which is kind of what's happened. I could be wrong.
Yes,
that seems to be the underlying theme. Like he got out of that war, and then
they
couldn't shoot him in the head.
I don't believe in conspiracies, but what I do believe is that there's a shift in the hive mind of America, so that if certain people that get in a position where they're in trouble, like Nixon did, the next person he goes to is going to be like, nah, man. Like, you don't know where it's going to come from.
Yeah.
Like the story I heard about Caligula. Caligula was a terrible leader who was an absolute leader because everybody behind him had built the emperorship of Rome into a huge thing. You couldn't touch the emperor. He was like a god.
Yeah.
And Caligula made himself a god.
And then a crazy guy took.
He was insane. Caligula was insane. And
did he have his horse in the Senate, or was that
he
Nero?
made his horse in Senate?
That's pretty sick.
And so Caligula, one of the emperor's duties each day is to give the watchword to the head of the army, and the watchword is like the code word for the whole Roman army for the next week or whatever it is. So somebody asks him, "What do you want to be the code today?" And it was the head of the army, this guy who was like his bodyguard, and he thought it was funny, so he'd say, "Give us a kiss." He wanted everybody to have to say, "Give us a kiss," and so that all the Roman guards would have to say each other, "Give me a kiss," in order to like pass one guard to the next. And it was that guy that killed him.
Yeah, that guard.
It was that guard who was just like fucking he fucking shivved him just, like the fucking American meat.
It is funny when those guys do get killed.
Yeah.
Anytime a dictator gets killed, I mean, it's sad. It's always sad to watch. Like Gaddafi was sad.
It was really sad.
Gaddafi was sad.
Yeah, he's just with the blood.
Yeah.
And
Saddam,
his
people
hanging.
Screaming.
Some guys were screaming. He looks at one of them and he goes, "Shut up." It's true. You see him come in and he's grumpy. He's like, this is such bullshit. He's not like, oh, that's what everyone's fantasy is. He's like, oh, I wish I had.
Yeah.
But he just comes in and some guy screams and he goes, "Shut up."
Just a room of dudes yelling.
Kick the bench away and he hung.
He must have been so pissed on 9/11.
Yeah.
He probably was watching TV just like, oh,
you guys, that's going to be me. Okay. So,
Nixon. I don't know shit about Ford or Carter.
Okay. So Nixon resigns. I will resign the presidency.
So wait, I don't even understand Watergate.
So Watergate was it started as a very simple thing, which was there's some guys Nixon had a committee, the committee to reelect the president, which is CREEP. CREEP was literally their acronym. So CREEP sent some burglars to the Democratic National Committee's office, which was in Watergate Hotel. Watergate Hotel is in like a complex of office buildings. And they stole some papers from there. And this kind of shit was happening a lot. But Nixon was on drugs, paranoid, had a list of enemies. He just went. His thing came apart. Is really what happened.
Yeah.
These guys took some papers. It wasn't a big deal, but he immediately tried to control it because he was like, we're quashing this, we're killing this, right?
Yeah.
And somebody said, well, we got this guy. If he talks, we're all fucked. And Nixon says, what does he want? And they have them on tape. Somebody says he'll do it for $1 million, and he says, can we get the $1 million? And it's Nixon saying that was like the smoking gun. Was like, we'll give him the $1 million if he wants it. Like,
well, give him $1 million. What are you talking about?
If you're president, you can't say that out loud. It's crazy. But he had too much. He wasn't delegating enough, and so one by one, the investigative reporters at the time were really diligent, and they turned against a lot of pressure. They turned guy after guy after guy down until finally they got the guys close to him, and he knew
is the guy they were going to pay is that Deep Throat?
Yes,
that's the.
Well, no. Is
that just
Deep Throat is a guy who was in the system who just who saw everything that was going on, and was leaking it. It's just one of the dumb burglars, one of the guys, and there was this guy G. Gordon Liddy involved, who was a weird CIA guy who used to put his finger over a candle and burn it, and fucking
like,
psycho.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah,
like
Liddy was a great guy to look up. G. Gordon Liddy. So Nixon knew that if they impeached him, they had the votes. That's another time where things were. I want to go back because there's a guy I remembered now. Which is one of my not countrymen, but citymen from Boston is Tip O'Neill. Tip O'Neill was the Speaker of the House for many, many years. And he was Speaker, I think, during Nixon, but he was during Kennedy. So he was a Boston politician, and so was Kennedy. And I was just going to tell you this one story about Tip O'Neill.
No.
So Tip was worked with Kennedy in Boston for years, and there was some shifty guy named Patty O'Brien or something, some shifty Irishman who would, every time they had like a big banquet or something, he'd always get in there and be like, hey, how you doing, Tip? And he's like, how does Patty O'Brien get in everything? And he was at Kennedy's inaugural, Tip, and he was Speaker of the House, so he was really close to the front.
Yeah.
But Patty O'Brien was had better seats than him, and he saw Kennedy walking up to take his speech, and Patty threw his hand up and he saw Kennedy look at him.
How the fuck are you here?
And a year later, he was at some big event for Kennedy, and they were showing footage from him and not taking the oath of office, and he asked Kennedy, "What were you thinking when you were becoming the president?" And he said, I got to be honest with you, I was thinking, how the hell did Patty O'Brien get those seats?
That's awesome.
Tip O'Neill wrote a book called Man of the House that's fucking so entertaining because it covers all these guys that he served with. Okay, Nixon. So he's
out.
Gerald Ford is a really weird president.
Yeah.
Because he didn't want to be president.
He was
ever.
just Nixon's vice president.
He wasn't even just Nixon's vice president. He was the Senate Majority Leader.
Oh.
He was just a senator from Michigan with no interest in being a fucking president.
Who was Nixon's VP?
Spyro Agnew.
And he got ousted.
He got thrown out because he was a fucking crook.
Yeah, he was with him.
They got rid of Agnew and they're like, just get Ford. I think Ford just filled in. He was like, what? I'm vice president? I don't want to be fucking vice president.
That came out of nowhere, too.
And yes, out of nowhere, suddenly he's vice president. And now suddenly he's the fucking president.
Yeah.
So now he's the president of the fucking Republican Party, and Nixon. This is just a massive trauma to the country, and I remember it. I remember Nixon, and Watergate was like a huge part of my youth. Now, when I grew up, when I was a kid, I lived in Mexico, and from when I know, like I'm aware that that's like not
Pennsylvania
cool.
crushes Mexico.
Yes.
You guys are dying to get to PA, dude.
Yes.
We occasionally go down there.
Yes.
And get sunburned.
That's right.
All right. So you're down in Mexico.
I'm in Mexico. And I was a baby when my parents moved to Mexico. My dad's Mexican. And then my parents, when I was about 7, moved to Boston, outside of Boston. And I remember coming to America. I remember my first memories were in Mexico in the 70s. So you think Mexico's bad now. In the 70s, it was like, my mom only made carnation milk with powder because the milk was always rotten because there was no refrigeration, was just not good. It was a hot place. It was also beautiful. My memories are very beautiful from Mexico and still are. It's a wonderful country.
Yeah, of course.
Which is, and the thing is, they work really hard there, but their government is crazy corrupt and always has been. Like Mexico could be Japan with different organization. Like that's how hard they work and for how many hours. But so I lived in Mexico when I was a kid. And then we moved to America, and coming to America, which was like this shiny country full of cheerful people where all the floors are straight, like it's right angles, air conditioning, and just a cleanness and an honesty. And the idea that when they told me about like the president, like that it's a democracy. Mexico was a democracy, but everybody knew it was corrupt. And I got obsessed with the idea of the president of the United States. That's where it became a thing to me. And the president at the time was Nixon. And I cut a picture out of him out of the paper, and I taped it up next to
Nixon?
my bed. Yes, I loved Richard Nixon. When I was a little kid, I was so about Richard Nixon. And I wrote a letter to my abuelita, my grandmother.
Yeah.
And I sent her a picture of Nixon and said, "This is the president of the United States. He's the greatest man in the country.
He's so cool.
He's the best man." I didn't know a single thing about him. And he had this serious face. And I had a dream. It's the first dream I remember. I don't know if you remember dreams from when you were a kid at all. You ever had a dream that you still remember?
I'm not sure that I do.
So I remember one dream. I was in my bedroom was in the front of our house. So you looked out at the front of our house, and I was asleep, and it was like a Sunday morning. And I heard a band, like a marching band. And I looked outside, and it was Nixon, like walking up my street. Just no spectators.
Yeah.
Just him walking up, followed by a marching band. Boom, boom, ba-dum, bum. And I came out on the front yard. We had this walkway, and he got down on one knee, and he said, "Louis." And I ran into his arms.
What the fuck? Damn, you love Nixon.
I loved him so much.
Damn.
Isn't that crazy? I've never told anybody that.
How heartbroken were
I've
you?
never told anybody that in my life. And so,
Louis.
Oh,
like, senor.
And it's funny. There's only
senor.
the idea of his joy, because Nixon was such a miserable man that his joyful side was very rare. There's only one time I've ever seen it on film, and it's when he's playing piano. He's in a tuxedo, and I think he's at his daughter's wedding. And he was a concert pianist. He was very good, and he's playing piano, and he plays some big crescendo, and he's got this big dumb grin on his face. And I think maybe I had seen that because that's the only, that grin, every time I see it, I'm in that dream. So, but my parents saw that I had these pictures of him next to my bed, and they're like, he's not a good
He's not
guy.
that great.
He's not, because Watergate was happening. And every night, my parents were sitting in front of the TV, this little fucking color TV, watching Watergate, watching the hearings. And it was like, shh.
And you're like, how's it going?
Yeah, I'm like, how's my boy going?
How's he doing?
Yeah. I'm like, fucking Ed Muskie, fuck you.
They're like, he's crying. He's on TV crying. You're
Yes.
like, shit.
Yeah, and then I remember watching live. There's the two things I remember that were like national events. I remember Walter Cronkite saying that America and Russia had just done something called Apollo-Soyuz. We had Apollo spacecraft going around, and they had Soyuz capsules. And one night they met, like they saw each other. It was an accident. And they thought, what if we could dock? So they went home and they started this project, Let's Dock. This is back in the 70s, in the middle of the Cold War. So they built a dock, and they had to do it together, the Russian and the American space program. And then they went up in two separate rockets, found each other in the middle of space, and docked, and then went drank vodka and shook hands and hung out.
Christ.
And Walter Cronkite told me on TV, I was the only one up watching TV, and he said the Apollo Soyuz capsules are flying over North America, and if it's clear where you are in the Northeast, if you look up, you might see them passing overhead. And I went outside and I laid on the grass for hours, and I saw. He said it would be a red light and a white light blinking together. And
Did you
I
see it?
Saw it.
Oh man!
So that and watching Nixon resign.
How pumped were you?
With the Apollo Soyuz thing, I mean, still it lives for me. And Nixon's resignation was just like a depressing, destroying, sad, fucked up thing. It was just like, what now? Like there was like an unbroken chain.
Yeah.
From George Washington to him. Like if you go back, like LBJ notwithstanding, and everyone was proud of what he did with civil rights or whatever, there was an unbroken chain, even if you're fucking Democrat, Republican, Whig Democrat or whatever, Whig Republican, all of those, it was still the U.S. president. And then this guy fucking dropped the motherfucking ball. It's crazy. In disgrace, he left the office and left a mess of just like, this is all bullshit now. This is just all fucking crooked bullshit. What is the point? And the economy was tanking. And then here's Gerald Ford, who's just a kind of like oval-headed, simple dude. He made little moves. He handled it perfectly. I mean, he did one thing that was extremely unpopular and fucked up, which is he pardoned Richard Nixon. It was the first thing he did. Everyone wanted to go after Nixon and keep investigating and catch him and send him to jail. He could have gone to prison for what he did. And Ford knew that if he pardoned him, he would never win an election. There was no way he was going to be reelected.
Yeah.
Because everyone would just say, well, you guys are just fucking dirty. You're just pardoning each other. Yeah. But he knew it was the right thing to do. We needed to get there. He said, our national nightmare needs to end. And he ended it. He dead-ended the investigations. He said, Nixon, and then there's these I remember Steve Martin, who was the comedian then. He was my first favorite comedian. And Cosby really was. Cosby was first. As a kid, I listened to Cosby records constantly. But Steve Martin was the first person that made me think I could be a comedian because he was so weird. But he did a bit where during that time, because they show these footage of Nixon on the beach in California after he went home. And Steve Martin says, I feel bad for Nixon. He goes, I know you're not supposed to because he did wrong. But every time I see him on the beach with his big old shorts on and his metal detector, and he just a picture of Nixon just alone on the beach. And Nixon stayed in the he did these interviews with David Frost, the Frost-Nixon interviews, and he opened up about himself a lot. And he stayed available to every president after him, would call on him. He was a great resource. Fascinating guy. And when Patricia died, he saw him at her funeral just crying his eyes out. Very human guy, Nixon. Very human. Showed his feelings. And he wasn't cool, and he wasn't hip, and he wasn't like, I feel your pain, Clinton. He just was an open sore. And I think he gave that. And I said that in the last time.
Yeah.
But so... Ford pardoned him, and then Squeaky Fromm tried to kill him. She shot at him. Did you know that a woman named Squeaky Fromm?
That's the first time I'm hearing this.
Squeaky Fromm was in the Manson family. Squeaky Fromm, the Manson family, you know that is, right?
Yes.
Charles Manson, she was one of his Manson,
she was one of the ladies.
For the, the women who killed, and men who killed, Roman Polanski's wife and unborn child. Squeaky Fromm found a way to get to him, and she took a shot at him with a rifle. And there was one guy, some cop, who hit the rifle away, saved his life, and that guy was just a piece of shit.
Nice.
And I always combine that guy in my head to the guy on the plane, Flight 93. It was a gay rugby player. It was one of the guys who said,
Let's roll guy?
Let's roll. Yeah. Okay. So
But that got
gay
shot
people
down.
are all heroes. Gay dads are the
Flight
best.
93 got shot down.
What's that?
Flight 93 got blown up.
No, I know.
Yeah.
It was the missile that it went on after, and it hit the moon. It kept going through it. It hit the plane. So, Ford.
Carter.
So Ford runs with Bob Dole as the vice
I only
president.
know Bob Dole just from Norm Macdonald. That's
So
it.
Bob Dole.
That's it.
There's a great documentary about presidential debates. It's one of the best documentaries. It's like a PBS documentary about presidential debates, and they talked to a lot of the guys, the real guys. It's like PBS or something. Bob Dole debated Walter Mondale, who was Jimmy Carter's guy, his vice president. And they asked Mondale about this moment. They're talking about war and military. And Bob Dole said, well, the Democrats, they love war. It was World War II, that was a Democrat war. And he said that, and then they cut to Mondale going like this. And he said,
awesome.
Then they cut to Mondale in the documentary. 6 o'clock.
Is that real?
Country, yeah. You gotta know it's 6 o'clock.
Is it The Purge? What is this? They blare this at... He sounds like, this is terrifying. We're not coming back to the woods. The Walter Mondale and Norm Macdonald are having this
So
debate.
he's debating Norm Macdonald. And Dole says, World War II, that was a Democrat. And Mondale says in the documentary, I knew we were going to win, but that was it. That was the moment that won the election. So that's apparently...
It used to be like that. It used to be one gap.
Yes.
That was it. Like
Right.
fucking, wasn't it Quail couldn't spell something?
Yes, but
Fucking
Dean. Bye.
Meanwhile,
Hart with a woman on his knee,
No,
Tiffany
what was
on a
that?
yacht.
What was that?
Gary Hart was supposed to be the president of the United States.
Yeah.
He was a Kennedy-like, beautiful-looking guy. He was a Democrat from, I don't remember what state Gary Hart was from, but he was beloved. And then they found a picture of him on a yacht and did on his knee that wasn't his wife. See ya. That was the end of it. But so, and Bob Dole, by the way, was a war hero.
Yeah.
He was in some horrible hill in Europe, and he was one of those guys where when the medic found him, he just took some of his blood and put an M on his forehead, which means morphine. All that is to tell anybody coming by,
Drug him, he's dead.
just give him more morphine.
Yeah.
You're not going to make
Yeah.
it. I don't have any on me. So, and then they sent Bob Dole home to Kansas, and his father, get up. His father owned a drugstore, and they would just take him to the drugstore, and he was just like this, and they would just lean him against them, and just let him sit in the corner, and nobody thought he could hear because he looked so fucked up, and some neighbor pointed right at him. Some neighbor sitting at the ice cream counter, the drugstore, pointed at Dole and said to his friend, I would kill myself if that was me.
Oh, no.
And Dole heard this, and it was the most pitiful moment in his life. And it was the moment that turned him around. Because he realized, I gotta start working out. Like, I can't.
Yeah.
I'm so close. Somebody just said that if they were me, they would kill themselves.
Yeah.
And he felt so sorry for himself. But the next thought was, it's time for me to start. And he became almost twice became president. I met Dole. I've met some weird people. I met him. I was a writer at Conan, and Dole was a guest. And I remember thinking at the time, fuck Bob Dole. He's the one guy I would be rude to him. You know, like you fantasize?
Yeah.
I wouldn't even be nice to that guy. I would be rude to that guy if I met him. And I was standing outside the studio, and the elevator's open, and out comes Bob Dole with no entourage. Like you picture, he was at the time, he was like the fucking Senate Majority Leader, and he came out alone. He held a pen in his right hand always, because his right hand was crippled.
And that's why he would shake with his left.
Yeah, because he didn't want you to reach for his right, and he didn't want you to be embarrassed. So he held a pen there, and you'd see it.
That's thoughtful.
So you'd ask for his left hand. Yes.
Isn't that the worst when you shake someone's hand? They have like
and they
one
go, sorry, in World War II. So
you go, well, now I feel gross.
Yeah. So he walks out of the elevator, and I'm standing there, and he just walks right up to me, and he goes, "Hey, I'm Bob Dole." And I go, "Yeah, you don't have to. There's a producer. I'll get a producer. You know,
I'll help you.
I'm not.
I'll help you.
You don't stop at me." Like I'm telling him to just keep walking.
Yeah.
And he goes, "Well, what's your name?" My name's Louis. He goes, "What do you do?" And I go, "I'm a writer. I'm a comedy writer." He goes, "That's hard, boy. That's hard. That's a hard job. Trying to be funny. That's a damn hard job. How'd you come to that? And I go, stand-up comedy." Oh, that guy, that's even harder. Yeah, comedy, I got to really respect you. He just stood there and talked to me.
Yeah.
And I said, "Where are you coming from?" He goes, "Well, I just had to give a speech at this thing. And, luckily I got to go early because I'm in the D's because my name is Dole, you know what I mean?" Just made a few cheap jokes. And he let the fucking conversation have an arc. And then he went like, "Will you tell me who I should speak to?" Like he did the whole, and I introduced him to the producer, and I was like, "I love Bob Dole. I love Bob Dole. He's my favorite guy in the world." All right. Carter wins, and Carter was the first truly liberal president. Like he's such a liberally minded president. Jack Kennedy had liberal politics, but he was also about being the first Catholic, first Irish Catholic president in the United States. And he was about his dad bought him the election, just bought it with a suitcase of money. And he was a powerful fucking guy from a legacy of smugglers.
Yep.
And but Jimmy Carter was a farmer, a peanut farmer from Georgia, who rose to be governor of Georgia because he was a conscientious guy and he got involved in local politics and he made his way up. He was like John Adams. He was just a guy who saw problems, saw ways to solve them, and he was really about helping people. He was really about that was his heart. I'm saying, right? And his brother Billy.
Brandish this child, my ruin, and take for yourself the throne. Stay the persecution of those who live in death by becoming our Elden Lord.
Idiot that everybody made fun of. And I saw one interview with Jimmy where he talked about Billy, and he was very bitter about it. He said Billy was a very wise, smart, and gentle soul who never drank his whole life. He just wasn't a drinker. And when I became president, it killed him because people went down. They got interested in who's the president's brother.
They started interviewing him and shit.
Him, and he had these little country wisdom, and people liked it. So they started printing his things.
But then,
he started going on speaking tours. And he starts getting used by people. I could use Billy Carter. And he's doing speeches and he's on the road and he starts drinking because that's the lifestyle and it actually helps you get through it. And he became an alcoholic. And he says, Jimmy said in this interview, like, they killed my brother, these people. They killed my brother.
Can't do the road without booze.
No, it's hard, but you need to learn how to do it. You're going to die.
I'd like to be
How old was Billy Carter when he died? How old was Billy Carter when he died?
Fucking jinx me?
Let me know when not jinx you, warn you. There's a fucking difference. Fucking idiot. Jinx.
Yeah, jinx me?
It's like you go to a doctor, he's like, you're going to get pancreatic cancer if you don't change your diet. And you're like, what are you, jinxing me?
That's a bit of a jinx.
No,
that's a jinx.
No, it's not. It's a fucking useful warning.
I've never even heard of pancreatic cancer. You just brought that into
Bill
my world.
Hicks died of pancreatic cancer.
Billy Carter was 51 when he died.
Okay, how old are you?
34.
You've got how many years between when you do the math? Look up the math on on Google. Google, how much is 51 minus
17?
You got 17 years left unless you stop drinking on the road. 17
That's pretty good.
Okay, if that's how many you want. I'm 54. You die younger than me. Okay. Jimmy Carter.
Everybody always says
here's
he
how
sucked.
liberal Jimmy Carter
Everybody
was.
said he sucked.
What?
Everybody says Jimmy Carter sucked.
That's the way they talk about folks. It's just a stamp.
Yeah.
Jimmy Carter did a few really
he put
courageous
solar
things.
panels on the White House.
First of all, they had the fucking so there was In San Francisco, Harvey Milk was running for mayor or for whatever, and they had this thing, Prop 2 or something. It was this anti-gay bill in California. It was a huge, like, hot button fucking, like, stay away from that kind of thing. And it was like, whatever it was, like, yes, no on 2 meant, stop this gay, anti-gay thing. And there's this great footage of Jimmy Carter at a rally, and he gives a speech, goes off, and gets, whoa, no on 2. You got to go no on 2. Like, he came out heavy for gay rights, which was big back then.
Yeah.
So he's president.
I mean, they were like, Hillary was voting against it in 2013.
That's right. Obama till fucking to the last second.
2013.
Yes.
Or it was either 11.
No, Obama was like, I don't think 2 men, and then they passed the thing. He's like, oh, no,
I liked it.
My daughter said it's okay.
Like, I don't want those fruits getting married.
Yeah. So Jimmy Carter, way ahead of the game. A great thing about Jimmy Carter is that I'd always heard this, that there's 2 weird things about him. One is that he caught a fucking fly ball at a game, which is really rare.
Yeah.
You're a president. At the time he was a former president. The odds of a former president catching it's insane.
Yeah.
There's something weird about Jimmy Carter. There's also, I always heard this thing that he saw UFO. And that he'll tell you if you ask him, but he doesn't like to talk about it.
Yeah.
He'll tell you. And so there's this movie out now called Phenomena, not the John Travolta. It's a documentary about UFOs, and I don't know what it really is.
Yeah,
it's just it's all kinds of stories. It comes across really real. So did Close Encounters. I mean, I don't know. Cinema can create a lot of illusions, so I don't know, but it was compelling. But the most compelling thing, because it's you talk to a guy, he said what he said, right?
Yeah.
So in the extras, not in the movie, but if you watch the extras, I don't know why this is in the movie, but there's some kid in a wheelchair, like, blowing on one of those guys like this, and you have to wait while he goes, Mr. President, can I ask you a question? One of those guys went to a book signing of Jimmy Carter, and you see Jimmy, this is footage, Jimmy's signing books, and then they bring over a wheelchair guy, and he says, can I ask you a question? And he wasn't taking questions, but he's like, sure, because he's in a wheelchair, which means he's a saint. Only really great people are in wheelchairs. There's no assholes in wheelchairs. It doesn't exist. So he asks Jimmy Carter, is it true that you saw a UFO? And Jimmy Carter goes, yes. And he asks him, what was it like? And he said, it was, it's exactly how they're described.
Yeah.
It's like, it was a strange pill-shaped thing. It was floating, not making any sound, and then it just vanished. It just took off. And he said, did you tell, when you became president, did you tell them, the State Department? He said, yeah. And they said, just don't worry about it.
Don't even worry about it, dude.
Yes. Jimmy Carter also put on a sweater, and he made a speech where he said, yes, we have an oil crisis, but please just wear a sweater, turn the heat down. He's like, we got to change the way we live. People don't like to be told that in America.
No.
He's like, we got to change the way we live. There's less oil. And we're having to blow up countries in the Middle East because of the oil. It's a problem.
It
was the first energy crisis, and there was gas lines around the block. There was people couldn't get a fucking tank of gas.
It's not America's...
You want to piss off Americans?
Yeah. It's not America's fault. I mean, that's a tale as old as time. When a world leader's like, even they're doing it now with the inflation. They're like, just don't eat as much. It's like, you guys are eating.
Yes, I agree with that.
That's the part. That's the hard part. It's like, you fuckers.
Just crank the hand.
It's
Yes,
like,
I
let them eat cake. It's the same thing.
People aren't going to start moving slower. You're not going to take the human race and say,
Yeah.
Especially all of us.
But you have to do it. If the
Listen,
world
China,
leaders... Yeah.
India, I know you're trying to get out of poverty. I know you're trying to turn on air conditioning so you don't get malaria every 5 minutes. But just a little.
Yeah.
Just put a little.
You do not have the right.
So it's just inevitable. And I think the problem is that you got your nerds. This is American history. Nerds and cowboys. Nerds figure shit out. Cowboys make shit happen. But there's a divide now. Climate denial goes 2 ways. The cowboys are pretending the shit's not changing, and of course it's changing. And the nerds are pretending that folks can just that it's a morality. It's like we can just all just quiet down, turn the lights off. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
If they all came to the table and said, yes, this is happening, but we're not going to slow down, then the Cowboys would fix the fucking, there'd be a big vacuum cleaner going.
Yeah,
people are talking about terraforming Mars. Do that here. I'm talking straight out of my ass.
No, but
I have no idea what I'm talking about here. I have no idea.
My buddy Steve Gerby,
uninformed opinion.
Gerby's always talks about it, where he's like, I mean, it's not his opinion. He's just the first guy that brought it to me. Is like, we need to burn the resources we have now to figure out how to fucking stop it. Like we can't turn it down now.
Right.
It's too late. We need to work.
Well, like
to find
I read
the
a great interview with the guy in the Wall Street
Probably
Journal.
fucked that up for Gerby's. My bad.
No, the guy this guy in the Wall Street Journal. He's a Pennsylvania guy who is a big natural gas guy. Him and his brother started buying natural gas, and they're like the biggest guys. And he's a big proponent for it as an environmentalist. He says it burns way cleaner, and it's the road to these next things.
Yeah.
He says you can't, every time that you regulate against natural gas, you make people burn coal. The other thing is, do you know what the last time I looked, the number 4 polluting industry in the whole world? Number 4.
Bitcoin.
No, Bitcoin's big.
Farming. Isn't farming number 1?
No, number 4 is the energy, the fucking carbon from creating solar panels.
Oh no!
Because the Chinese do it very cheaply. Here, to make a solar panel, like the wafer, it takes a huge amount of energy, and because of the regulations here, we make them very slowly and carefully, making sure everybody's okay. And it takes a long time, and it's very expensive. But the Chinese just use coal and pour it and make these things. They're super cheap, and then we buy them. And we're buying so many of them because of Obama's policy that it's through the roof. It's killing the environment to make solar panels. It's, look, Elon Musk, he makes electric cars. So you know how cap and trade works? So cap and trade means that if you're an auto manufacturer, you have, I'm making up numbers, but let's say you can put out 75 million tons of you can make cars that will create 75 million tons of carbon. That's the cap, okay? Now, if you manage to actually get under 75 and you only put out 50 tons, you can sell 25 tons to another car manufacturer, okay? So a car manufacturer that's making 75 tons can actually make 100 because he bought that way you just know that there's 3 manufacturers, they're putting out 75 each, and that's tolerable. And so the way to keep them on there, it's an incentive. You only put out 25 tons, congratulations, you can sell that to GM and they can put out. So Elon Musk's cars have none. They put out 0 tons and they sell 100% of their so they actually are making they're helping more carbon go into the atmosphere. And that's how they turn a profit. That's their biggest profit point. I have no idea what I'm talking about.
That's all right.
I have no idea.
Fuck it. It's interesting.
Wicked wild, wild. Wicked wild, wicked wild, wicked wild west. Jim West, Desperado, Rough Rider. No, you don't want nada.
Round 4. The Wild Wild West.
And then again, and then again, and then again, and then again.
What president?
We just got done with, well, maybe we're done.
Yeah, so this is what Carter did. He put on a sweater. He said, cool it, guys. Put on a sweater. And people said, go fuck yourself.
Yeah,
the Iranian hostages.
Now that was how long was that? How many days was that? Isn't that a specific?
I have no idea. It was a bunch of days.
400, I don't know.
A lot of days.
Whatever it was, I was told like pretty much day 1 or 2 into Reagan. They were like, no more.
No, so Reagan got to take credit for Carter more than anything wanted to free the hostages before he left office. And he actually did that. He was up all night for several nights. He was haggard. There's a great story about the day of Reagan's inauguration that Carter went to get him. That's the tradition, is the sitting president goes and collects the new president and takes him, escorts him. So the story was that he went to Reagan's hotel room where he was staying, and him and Nancy were. Reagan was putting on his tie, and Nancy was getting dressed, and it was like fuck smell in the room.
Oh no!
Story. I remember reading this somewhere.
Which you have to.
The Carter was like, they fuck. They're like in it.
Stinks like sex in here.
Yeah,
these two
they
fucking
fucked.
These freaks.
Yeah,
they power
came
hungry.
all over her.
Horny from the power.
Yes.
He just assumed.
He gave her another pearl necklace.
Yes.
And so that was the thing.
Wasn't there a thing coming out with Nancy was good at giving head? I don't know what that was.
Nancy
I didn't
Reagan.
really look into it.
Frank Sinatra says that he had a very important secret to singing is that you eat an apple and you wait an hour and then you throw it up because it creates a gravel in your throat. It gives you texture. He learned this from Nancy Reagan. There's only one way that a woman would learn this trick is because she's fucking bulimic. One day she ate an apple, she threw up, and then she's like, I sound great. So the next time she worked with Sinatra, she's like, you know what you should do, Frank?
Yeah.
And she spread it as like a trick of the trade. That was Nancy Reagan. She probably did it with cum too. I don't know.
Yeah, I think she did it with cum.
These people are all dead, so it's fine.
Yeah.
But so Nancy and Ron, Jimmy Carter had this in his unsleeping, had this little observation that Reagan was grumpy on the inauguration, didn't feel like doing it, and they had just fucked. And then they all got in the limo together, and Jimmy got the news that the hostages were being freed, but Reagan got to announce it. So Ronald Reagan is...
Yeah, it's funny. I get all these legends from my Republican family.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I'll tell you what, that pussy Carter couldn't get it done. Day one of Reagan.
That's right. Well,
those Muslims knew.
Yeah.
You don't fuck with a Republican.
That's right. So Reagan, and I heard this, my legend, so who knows which one's real. But Reagan was fascinating president, 2 terms. There was
I got one. Did Nixon start the war on drugs? I think it was Nixon. I know Reagan. Reagan was huge on it.
Yes, Nancy Reagan said just say no.
Yeah,
which was hated because people were addicted to drugs.
Yeah.
Also, AIDS started with Reagan, and Reagan. I mean, he was the first AIDS. He fucked a monkey. He fucked Bonzo.
He fucked the monkey.
There's a bunch of movies about him and a monkey. Yeah,
he fucked
Bonzo. Bedtime for Bonzo. He fucked Bonzo.
That's where Bedtime for Bonzo comes from?
Nancy, I think I got AIDS from. So Reagan, he was. There's a piece of footage of Reagan. There's a documentary about Huckleberry Finn, and it's about how it gets banned and then refound and banned throughout history. Huckleberry Finn has been banned by liberals who don't like the N-word, and then conservatives who don't like whatever they have a problem. It just keeps going back and forth.
Yeah.
And Mark Twain, there's some quote where Mark Twain said, I knew when I created Huck he'd get in trouble his whole damn life. Like he knew that this was going to happen. Okay, so there's a character in Huckleberry Finn. I'm going to say his name. Wow. That was his name. Now this won't be on YouTube. It'll just get.
Yes.
So there's footage of Reagan doing some tribute to Mark Twain. And whatever he's doing, he's opening a center or something, and he says, he goes, and who could forget the wonderful stories of Huckleberry Finn and his friend Jim, and you can see him look off, and you know that there's guys going, did we talk about this? Like, there's don't say it, Mr. President. But that's it. I mean, I read the books. That's his name, fellas. You can't say it. Oh, well, geez. I mean, that makes no sense. It's in the goddamn book. And so that you can see it.
Don't say that
and
word.
His friend, Jim.
Yeah.
Fuck this country. God damn it.
Yeah, don't say that. But then go ahead and do the war on drugs.
Yeah.
Don't say that word.
Yeah. But so Reagan was,
but now the cat is out
his whole he was president of SAG, and then he was governor of California. Hated hippies, just fucking hated them so much.
I gotta be honest. I think I would have too.
I think I probably would have hated. I mean, George Harrison hated hippies.
Yeah.
George Harrison. There's an interview with him where he went to Haight-Ashbury. He was like, I heard they're all, and he was like, they were just disgusting drug addicts. So yes, hippies are gross. They always were. So Reagan, I mean, there's so much about Reagan. For fuck's sake, 2 terms, and George Bush was his vice president.
Cold War.
You know, Mr. Gorbachev, take down this wall.
Yes.
And he called the
Gipper.
Soviet Union the evil empire.
Yeah.
And then there was that crazy when they went to Reykjavik, like they got really close. He did have an obsession with bringing down the proliferation of nuclear weapons. It was something that he cared about. And so they had a treaty. They had a shot at a treaty. And they flew to Reykjavik, Iceland, the 2 of them. And it was this exciting time where there might be this treaty signed. And then there was this awful midnight footage, which you can also see, of the 2 of them leaving at the same time. And Reagan's going, nah, and Gorbachev's going like, you know, what do you want from me? Reagan's going, no, man, no fucking way. And they get in their cars and they leave. And it was like, shit.
Yeah.
It was scary.
We're going to keep nukes.
And it looked like something worse might happen. But Gorbachev was an interesting dude, you know? Something interesting was going on there, different from the other guys.
Yeah.
But so Reagan, I'm trying to remember the thing I was going to say about him. He, well, he was shot, and I remember that.
Yeah, that's the one I wanted to talk about.
So I went to
that guy's out.
What's that?
He just got out.
Hinckley's out?
Hinckley's out. There's pictures. There's like TMZ's taking pictures of him. Like,
I think if I kill
Subway.
Hinckley, that'll help me.
That'll help. Only if it's for Jodie Foster.
You think if I can, yeah. She's
Somebody's
still around.
Somebody's got to fuck Jodie Foster.
Somebody, I mean, in connection with that.
Yes.
So.
What?
What did she say?
That's my
When he
favorite.
got out, apparently she was like, I actually was kind of impressed when he
No.
I swear.
She said that?
I've heard something else. I heard that she was talking to like Phoebe Cates or somebody.
She was being funny.
And she said to Phoebe Cates, like, hey, nobody ever shot the president for you, honey, or something like that. And there's a million stories about
That's
Jodie
really
Foster taking, you know, which all might be false.
I think, didn't Ed Hinckley, I think he used to call her and like leave voicemails.
I don't know anything about
I think she was in college.
I don't think they had voicemail then.
You know what I mean.
Yeah.
Answering machine, he would call and be like,
Send her
Jodie.
tapes.
He's like, wait till you see what the fuck
Wait
I
till you
did.
see.
I love
Jodie,
you
please
so
watch.
much.
Make sure you're watching TV.
I
went to my
kill him. He just got fucked up.
My mom hated Ronald Reagan, hated him since the 70s, and she saw him coming. There was a thing about Reagan that was like Trump for Democrats, which was it was like it's a nightmare scenario. Reagan is a nightmare scenario. It's the end of all things. He is the worst guy in the world, and they had connections between him and white supremacy, like a bunch of them. Like the place he gave his first speech as a candidate is a famous, horrible. It's where the students were
in
killed.
Mississippi.
Yeah, it was like in that. It was like he's standing on their fucking on the car that they took out of the mud. Not that, but you know, he was there. So a lot of people made connections with that shit. But people hated Ronald Reagan before he was president. When he won, I remember my mom being deeply disturbed by it. And so there was this feeling he's not a good guy. We have a bad president from some people's point of view. And then other people, you were very aware, fucking loved the guy. I mean, so much. And the mask, the rubber mask of him, what became a thing. And SNL was making fun of him and all this stuff. But there were these people that just absolutely, they loved Reagan without any reason, and some people were on his side, all kinds of stuff. But there's a lot of Democrats who just couldn't stand him. But, you know, life went on. And then when he got shot, I went to my friend Jeff Drew's house, and he said, the president just got shot. And these are two things I remember watching on live TV that now later. One was that, and one was Anwar Sadat being assassinated. Whatever president, I'm sorry, but I don't remember if it was fucking Egypt or Israel. But it was Sadat was killed, and I was watching it on the news live.
I think it was Israel.
I don't know. Well, there was later.
Somebody got shot in Israel.
Yeah, I'm fucking up all the names.
Yeah.
That was when Clinton was president. So Anwar Sadat was on a military, they were having a parade, and there was troops marching in front of him, and they turned around and fucking...
That's got to be Egypt.
Yeah, probably,
that
right?
sounds about it.
I mean, it was nuts. Threw hand grenades. It was his guys. And they turned around and just riddled. There was a bunch of guys like at a dais, like a whole bunch of dignitaries.
What?
And I was watching this. I was watching the live news, and they broke in, and said, I mean, someone watching, there was a special report. That used to be a big thing. Now it's every fucking news break.
Breaking.
Yeah, breaking news. Anwar Sadat is dead. We have footage. It's straight out of the beta cam, and it hasn't been edited. We're going to warn you that this hasn't been edited. And I watched this footage of a guy just watching the fucking parade, and then the lens goes down, and then he goes up on the bandstand, and you see a guy holding his own arm with
what the
cut
fuck?
off, and there's like strands of blood and stuff and muscle, and he's holding it and he's dazed, like asking people walking by, like, what do I do with my arm, like that kind of thing. And just blood. I mean, I was a kid and I saw that on TV. And the other thing was Reagan had just been shot when I got to Jeff's house, and we sat down and we watched that footage, 20,000, of him like dumb and and he got thrown into the limousine, and
Hinckley,
his own guy, jumped on him.
Didn't he kill one of the guys?
He killed a cop. James Brady who was the press secretary, took one to the head and was like this for the rest of his life. And the Brady bill was this big gun. His whole life became about gun control.
How the fuck
the Brady
is
bill
out,
was
dude?
started by his family, by James Brady, who was Republican, conservative Reagan's press secretary. He was his spokesman. Very, very brilliant guy who suddenly was like this and talk like that, and he would make speeches and his wife would help him. The Brady bill was like, of course we're going to pass this, because it was, and a lot of Republicans were in favor of it, but the NRA was just a motherfucker. There was no way to pass it. You looking up James Brady?
No, I'm just looking at how funny Hinckley is now. Look at him. He's just leaving a Subway.
Oh, he looks exactly like me.
He's doing pretty good.
He looks like me. He's got the same body.
Playing guitar.
Good for you, John.
To CNN.
Good boy.
Man who shot Reagan is now posting love songs online.
He's like, I gotta get chicks the old-fashioned way. Sing them a song.
Dude, just leaving Subway.
I used to shoot presidents to impress girls, and now I just sing them a song, like a good old boy.
I hope he gets pussies.
What
playing
is he
guitar.
eating there? That's
it's a Subway, dude. Let's get a nice
Subway,
hoagie.
just like Jared. If he keeps eating those, he can get skinny
He's
like
gonna-
Jared and fuck
Now he's
children.
gonna get some pussy.
He can be a kid fucking president murdering guitarist. This guy's not done.
He's got
building
his
his
chance.
brand. He's still building his brand.
He's got a shot.
I mean, he looks young and healthy.
It's funny to be fat and be like, I'm trying to get pussy. I could
So
either,
you know the story
I could
about
go to
him
the gym.
that he had. These are the legends. He had dinner at George Bush's house, apparently like a couple of weeks before he shot the president.
No.
Look up John Hinckley and the Bush family. Their families were linked. The Hinkleys, I think, gave money to the Bushes or something like that. But apparently Hinckley was a guest in a Bush house an alarmingly short amount of time before he shot President Reagan. And a very interesting thing about it is that George Bush was where when Reagan was shot? You know where George Bush was?
When Reagan was shot?
Texas. He was in Texas. There's this thing about
Wasn't
Texas.
he in Dallas when Kennedy got shot?
That's what folks say. And he was at Texas is this place to like it feels like
He was Skull and Bones.
But Skull and Bones, very big. George Bush, and we'll get to him, but George Bush was a power nerd, and he was a guy who really hated Reagan.
The shooter's father, John Hinckley Sr., was friends with George H.W. Bush.
Yes. So he's like
regular contributors to the Bush campaign.
Yes. How's your son? How's your boy John? Oh, I got to tell you, he's troubled. He's troubled. Troubled, is he? Yeah, I don't know what's going on with him. Maybe I should have a talk with him.
He's like, hey, you want to fuck Jodie Foster?
Oh, he's like, so tell me what's going on. I'm just really into Jodie. I'm just really in love with Jodie Foster. I know that's weird. I'm in love with Jodie Foster. Well, son, you can't just sit on your keister. You got to do something. I mean, what could you do to get her? Well, how should I get? I wrote her letters. I wrote hundreds of letters. A girl like that, she's famous. You got to do something for everyone to see.
Yeah, I'll tell you who she hates.
Do something that's going to make everybody see.
I just talked to Jody. You know who she really hates?
I mean, if you were to do something to, you know what they say. Now, was Lennon dead yet? Lennon was 1980. He was shot in 1980.
December 8th.
And when was Kennedy? When was Reagan shot? When was Lennon shot? Important dates.
So
Reagan was shot in 81. So right after fucking David Chapman killed Lennon.
Yeah.
And he said, the Beatles changed the world and I changed the Beatles. You know what that Chapman fellow said? I read this in Rolling Stone magazine. He said, the Beatles changed the world, and gosh, they sure did. And I changed the Beatles. That's what he said. So I don't know. I mean, a fella could find someone who's really changing the world. I don't know. I mean, anyone, Stevie Wonder, Ronald Reagan. And
Ronald Reagan.
Ronald Reagan. And maybe have an effect on his life. I mean, what do you know? Anyway, so Hinckley was like, I don't know why you're talking about that, but I know what you're saying. And so then he went to his bedroom and he looked in the drawer and he found a gun. He's like, "Where's this gun come from?"
I left something for you.
I left you a little something.
You know you have to do something.
Yeah. So if you're the vice president and you have anything to do with the president being shot, you need to be in Texas, because if there's any sort of we have word that vice president whatever, and then the governor of Texas is like, we're not extraditing. It's the one place he might be able to hole up and maybe even stage a coup from. He's like, no, we're the Republic of Texas now. It could work. So Bush is in Texas and he refuses to come to Washington. It's a big deal because he just should have taken over, but he refuses to come to Washington. He's like, I'm not going to show up in the White House while the Gipper's fighting for his life.
Yeah.
Big statements about it. But he stayed away. And it got really chaotic, as we all know. There's a great movie.
How long was Reagan out?
I think a few days, but Nancy. So there's an amazing movie made by HBO called The Day the President Was Shot. Richard Crenna plays Reagan, and Richard Dreyfuss plays Alexander Page. And it's like a comedy in a way. Anyway, when Nixon was when Reagan, they drove him to Georgia. There's a hospital that's for the president. First of all, the cottage, the White House, they have a emergency room with everything there. But he was bleeding, he was spitting blood. So, and Hinckley got him. He got him. He fucking shot him in the armpit.
President's in a limo.
Shot him, and then he thought his bodyguard jumped on him, and then he said, "I think you broke my rib." That's what he thought happened. He said, "I think you broke my rib." So they were going to go back to the White House to get him looked at, but then he started spitting lots of blood, and so they went straight to George Washington Hospital, which was just a fucking homeless people out front, and the fucking limousine by itself just screeches up, and they brought a gurney, but the president said, "I'm not going in on my back. I'm not doing that."
What?
It's true. And he walked in. It is great. This movie. The best part is showing him, hello, walking by, and you see this black guy go like, "Oh shit!" "Oh shit!" Just 80s black guys who are in front of a hospital, like their wife's fucking having a baby, they're smoking, and that's the fucking president. And he's like, "Hello." And then as soon as he got inside,
hey fellas, how are you?
Yes, he crumbled, and they got him on the gurney, and they're going. And he came to at one moment because the nurse was holding his hand, and he said, "Does Nancy know about you and me?" And then right before he went under,
a charming devil.
Yes, the doctors. Right before anesthesia, they showed Mr. because they had to tell him he was the head of the fucking world. And he was in charge, and they didn't know, he's going under anesthesia. And they said, "Mr. President, we're going to put you under. We have to get this bullet out of you." And it was an exploding bullet. So the doctors were all in danger. Hinckley used an exploding bullet.
What?
And it was next to his heart. It was like leaning against his heart like this. And so the doctor said, we got to get this blood out of you, so I'm going to put you under now. And he said, I hope that you guys are Republicans. And the doctor, who was not a Republican, said, Mr. President, today we're all Republicans. And he saved his life. But he was extremely, he was on death's door for a few days. Now, the White House has Alexander Haig saying, I'm in charge here at the White House. He was the Secretary of State. He had no business saying that. He was like, he made up this thing, by the laws of succession, I would be next. It's like, no, you're like 20th down. And meanwhile, at the hospital, Nancy's there with the chief of staff, and there was a battle between the White House and the guys at the hospital. So they needed to prove that Reagan was functioning as a president. So they needed a photograph, and they needed him to do a piece of business. So they had a dairy bill, some bill that's like for dairy subsidies that needed to be signed.
Jackpot for those guys.
Yes. They're like,
we did it! Hinckley, baby, I love you.
Hinckley! That's what it was. It was the milk people. The milk people did the whole
Big
thing.
milk, dude.
For another 15 cents on a fucking carton of milk. So Nancy got enlisted. They said, you need to do this. And you need to handle them like you handle them. And so she put makeup on his face and she like slaps Ronnie, you gotta wake up. And they leaned his bed up like this, and she just kept trying to wake him up. And it's all in the movie done very well. But it's true. And they took a picture of him like, there's this picture of him. Like a really weird picture that I think did more harm than good. And then he signed
he looks great.
Yeah, signed the dairy bill. It's a great picture. One great picture is very rare to find of Reagan. He had many operations. He was a very sick and dying old man.
Yeah.
He had some brain, like something taken off his brain or something. So he had half of his head was shaved. And he was coming out of the airplane, and he had a baseball cap on, and he went like this.
Oh no!
And Nancy's going, don't! She's like horrified, and because he thought it was funny. Half his head is shaved. It's creepy. I saw that picture once. I never saw it again. So anyway, Reagan survived, obviously, and then that just was a massive lift.
Yeah.
I remember as a kid, my mother hated Reagan, and I was just like, yeah, good for you. Everybody was happy. Yeah, there it is. There it is.
Oh my. Yeah,
she's really mad. Yes. So Reagan,
Iran, the guy, Rock.
Iran-Contra happens. They were there were still some hostages in Iran, and they were offering the Iranians weapons in exchange for hostages and money. And then they were going to use the money to fund the Contras and in El Salvador.
Yeah.
And it was all done by this guy, Oliver North.
Yeah.
Colonel Oliver North. It was Reagan. It was dirty. It was a dirty Reagan thing. And Reagan said, I take responsibility for it. Because I'm not sure what I remember that I was told about this, and we're looking into it. But make no mistake, it's my responsibility. Nobody does that anymore.
Yeah.
So he did that, and that kind of got him through it. And it made people believe that he was really looking into it, and then they pinned it all on this guy who, I remember his hearings was the biggest deal since Watergate. Iran-Contra Gate. It was the first thing that they said gate. And Oliver North he said, He said somebody pitched this idea to me of the missiles, and he said I thought it was a neat idea. And when everybody heard him say that, it became plausible that this fucking dummy did. He just was stupid and crazy, and that he did it. He later ran for governor of Virginia, the Republican, might be West Virginia. Sorry, but Chuck Todd, who was that lieutenant that sent the tape to Lyndon Johnson's son-in-law, who was thought to be the next he was supposed to be the next Kennedy, but he had a bad coke habit. But he was cool enough to be a senator. He was senator from, I think, West Virginia for years, and he just didn't care anymore. So there's another great documentary called The Perfect Candidate. And it's a really great, it's a documentary about him running against Oliver North. Decided after all this shit had happened, he's going to run. And it teaches you something about presidential politics. That's why I'm bringing it up. So Chuck Todd was a Democrat. He's like one of these guys you have now, just a machine Democrat. Like there's a scene in the documentary where a reporter asks him, "What do you think of furlough programs in prisons?" And he goes, "What? I didn't say anything about it. I haven't said anything about that." The guy goes, "Well, what do you think about it?" He goes, I haven't changed my position on. I have a very good record on crime." And he goes, "I'm just asking your opinion."
Yeah.
And he goes, "Well, I appreciate the work that everybody has done." And he walks away. And the guy's like, "I can't even get an opinion out of this guy." That's who is running, right? He's a tool.
Yeah.
And he's the Democrat. And then Oliver North, he announces his candidacy in a black church, all black ladies. And he's this notorious guy. Mm-hmm. And he says, "I've made terrible, terrible mistakes in my life." And you hear the black women, "Oh!"
Yeah, they'll forgive him.
Oh! And he goes, "And I'm a bad man. I've been a bad man. But there's one thing I love, and that's the people of West Virginia." And he starts crying.
Oh my God.
And they just love him. They love him. And he's winning he's going to be a senator.
Yeah.
It's a big deal. And then right at the end of the documentary, Clinton, who is just sweeping the country, comes in and spends like 2 days just going, Chuck Todd is the only man in this. And the black women love Clinton. And he put him over the top. Okay. Reagan gets old. He gets Alzheimer's while he's in office. Nancy Reagan very openly talked about this once he was dead because Alzheimer's became her issue. And so she didn't mind giving his legacy away because it was more important to take care of the disease. So she gave us some great stories. One of them was that she was at she was always at meetings, and he told a funny story, and then ate some chicken, and then he told it again.
Oh no!
Told it twice, and everyone was there. Ed Meese or whoever the guys, and she said in his presence, "Do you guys see this?
Yeah.
Does anybody do we see what's happening here?" Because she was really concerned.
Yeah. And they're like, no.
So they started having meetings about it. And there's a great story. Reagan's doctor, you can look it up, decided it was time to talk about him, examine Reagan. And then he went to Reagan's ranch in California. And Reagan was chopping wood. His body never gave up on him. He was as fucking strong as a piece of oak. He was chopping wood, red flannel. You could just see this, you know, on his ranch. And the doctor comes up and he says, "Mr. President, I got an issue." He says, "Some of us that you might be losing your mental capacities. And right now you're okay, but you're declining. And I need to know what to do if I perceive it, because I can't talk to you. Yeah. We can't have this conversation. Maybe in a year or so, I want to be able to have this conversation with you more cognizant. So while you're still okay, and I think you are, I need instructions from you. What do I do when I believe that you've left the earth?" And Reagan just took it as a piece of business. He took off his leather gloves and he said, "Well, speak to Nancy and speak to the chief of staff and the head Democrat, the speaker, whoever was the number one Democrat. Get them in a room and make a committee and tell them I'll do whatever they say." And so that didn't end up happening.
Yeah.
The second time he won the presidency was a moment for me too as a kid, because he won and it was just this dun, 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 that every time a president won, and Nixon, this whole thing. And then when Reagan won the second time, he wasn't with balloons. He was in a hotel room, footage you can find of him, and they cut to all these Republicans cheering, and they cut to him and Nancy on a couch watching on TV, holding hands, and they looked really upset. They're just sitting there, and he's literally going like this. And it was this. It may have been performative, but the signal was, I have to do it. It's my duty. But I don't want to do it. This is a grave responsibility.
Yeah.
He took it seriously, and he was frowning when he learned what he wanted. That was a big character moment.
Yeah.
By an actor,
of course.
But nonetheless, it was a big deal.
A lot of it's acting. A lot of these guys.
Yes.
And that's
Reagan. And then Bush ran against Mike Dukakis.
This is where I'm starting to become somewhat cognizant.
I was starting to. Okay, yeah.
No. I don't remember. I barely remember Clinton. Bush Clinton is like the first election I remember being like, yeah, fuck
That's
Clinton.
Amazing to me. That's amazing.
Fuck Clinton.
Well, because I remember, that's so funny.
Yours is Obama. I remember
that's so funny to me.
Bush's W's inauguration. That's like the first political thing I remember.
It's incredible to me because Clinton was a sea change.
Yeah.
Because Bush ran against Mike Dukakis, who was the governor of Massachusetts, where I was from. So he was our governor. And he was running against Jesse Jackson in the primaries. And Jesse Jackson was just like killing. He was out there making these speeches. People loved Jesse Jackson. What's that?
Is that Hymietown?
Jesse Jackson? He called New York Hymietown.
Was he in like the garden?
Yeah, I think he said it like, hey, Hymietown. Yeah, he called New York City Hymietown. Yes, he sure did.
I like that.
And so Jesse Jackson attacked Cedric the Entertainer many years later for a character he played in Barbershop where he says, fuck Rosa Parks. I'm sick of hearing about Rosa Parks. It's a really funny scene where he's a black guy saying, I don't give a shit about Rosa Parks. And Jesse Jackson said he never should have said that. She's you don't touch this woman with your humor. And he's yelled at. Mm-hmm. And Cedric was a religious guy and he was upset. And I was pissed off at Jesse, and I just did once in a while I do this kind of dumb thing. I called the fucking the Rainbow Coalition. That's his office in Chicago. And this woman answered the phone. Hello? And I go, I have a complaint about Jesse Jackson. She goes, who are you? And I said, I'm just a citizen, and I don't agree with what she said. And he says, he don't care what you think, young man. And she hung up.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, because, sometimes I've called the White House like 4 times in my life and said, hey, and they say, yes, tell me the thing. And they politely take it down. I called Trump when Trump was like not conceding the election.
Yeah.
I called the White House and it was deep into it.
Yeah.
And usually it's like, hello, White House. It's a switchboard operator.
You're calling the White House?
And you say, I want to make a complaint. And she says, yes, I'll put you through. And they either, they give you a voicemail or they put somebody who just writes down, thank you very much. They take your comment and you just figure it's one of a trillion. But when I called Trump's White House, some guy, you could hear a loosened tie and unshaven. Some guy goes, hello, White House. And I go, hi, I want to make a complaint. He goes, what? I want to make a complaint. He goes, look, please just go to the website. Can you just go to the website? And I said, are you okay? And he goes, not great. I swear to God, I had this conversation. He goes, not great. I said, okay, well, I hope you have a better day. He said, thank you. I do appreciate that. So it was at that point, awesome. The White House was in a place where it was like, Trump's like, somebody get the fucking phone. The fucking phone is ringing. And there's like nobody's left.
It was the end of Wolf of Wall Street.
Yes,
like
everybody,
the dudes are falling apart.
It was nuts. But so Jesse Jackson was running in a great comedian named Barry Crimmins.
Wait, I can't believe you're calling the White House.
I call the White House occasionally. Yeah. I call radio talk shows sometimes. I called a radio talk show and spoke to John McCain on the phone once on the radio.
Yeah? What'd you tell him?
He was in New York campaigning
Dude,
for Bloomberg. He was campaigning for Bloomberg to be mayor. Bloomberg was running against Mark Green, who was a firebrand, like anti-establishment guy. And I called McCain and I said, first of all, you should be supporting Mark Green because he's just like you. And he said, I love Mark Green. Like I got him to say, it's like Mark Green's a great guy, but Mike's got it. Mike Bloomberg's got it. And I said, also, you should run for president. He's like, no, stop. Get him off. He was like, get him off the phone.
Yeah.
So that was my, and then later I met McCain at the Tonight Show. I was the lead guest and his daughter was the second guest. And I went and his daughter said, my dad wants to meet you. And I went to her dressing room and he was there. And I said, hey, I just love John McCain. I fucking love him. And I just saying, hey, man, I just, you're really something.
Yeah.
And he said, Louis, you're the best. Louis, you're the best. And he said, I heard you did USO shows. And I said, yeah, I was in Iraq. I was in Afghanistan. And so then when she was being interviewed, she brought out her dad. And he sat down and he sat down and he said, before, and Jay goes, hey, and McCain goes, before I say anything, I want to pay tribute to Louis C.K. because he went to the Middle East, put his life in danger to entertain our troops. And how about that? And he got the crowd.
Wow.
First thing out of his mouth.
That's fucking cool.
And he said that he wanted to exchange numbers because we both read a lot of the same books. He's a great guy. I never got to talk to him again after that. Okay.
You remember when Trump smashed him?
What's that?
When Trump talked shit on him?
Oh, God. First of all, it was genius.
It's so funny.
Genius moment.
It was such a funny.
You know, the thing about when you get to the schoolyard, you look for the biggest kid and you punch him in the nose. You might get your ass kicked, but no one else will fuck with you. Yeah. So in the politics at that time for Trump, it was like, who's the most loved? Who's the most loved man in American politics? John McCain. I'm going to call him a loser. I like the guys who don't get shot down.
Yeah.
You know the guys who don't get shot down are the guys who avoid who don't do their jobs.
Yeah.
Piece of shit.
No, it was a good joke. Great joke.
Brilliant.
I mean, great level of shit talking.
So
people calling somebody a war hero and being like, I mean, he got captured.
I mean, that was one of those.
What a fucking loser.
Trump had so many moments where I was just like, oh my God.
That was one that was the
and
one.
Again, from the backstory of every detail I remember about all these guys. But anyway, let's wait.
Yeah, let's go here. We got George.
I mean, we got
Herbert Walker. Yeah, we got.
Okay.
Let's skip H. Oh, this one's too. Damn. Skip HW. Fuck it.
Okay. Herbert Walker Bush.
CIA.
Evil.
If you look into everything they've done.
He engineered his whole life to become president. He had Reagan shot, and his father, Prescott Bush,
Kennedy.
Prescott Bush, was a senator. And he traded with the Nazis. Like, he got censured by the Senate for selling goods to the Nazis back when they were. There's a lot of Americans making money selling shit to Hitler.
Yeah.
If you ever go to 30 Rock, where
I was almost there. Yeah.
You were almost there, but then you said something terrible, just terrible. Shane, how dare you? I just remembered. Get out of my house. Oh. Shame on you, Shane Gillis.
I like my SNL cast
Shame on you.
Didn't get cut.
I worked at Conan, which is in the same building, and the producer is Jeff Ross, not Jeffrey Ross, the comedian. This is the producer, and he was really interested in history. And he said, "You want to see something cool?" And he took me into there was a stairwell in 30 Rock, and he took me in there, and he pushed my head down. No, and there's these big red pipes in the stairwells that are feeding the whatever sprinklers. I don't know what they're. Big iron red pipes that have been there since 30 Rock was built back in the late 30s by Rockefeller. And there's a big spigot coming off of the side of one of them with a big wheel. It's some release valve, and on the side of it is a fucking Nazi, like an embossed Nazi, and it's raised. It's not painted.
Oh,
on.
it's in the yeah.
It's a swastika, and he said these are all of the steel in this building is Nazi steel. It's all German steel. That was the flag.
Fuck?
It wasn't a political flag. Like, it was a political flag, but it was also just the flag of Germany.
Yeah.
So if you bought German steel, it was like made in USA.
Yeah, you're not going to tear down the building.
It had a swastika on it, and they bought it. And he said all of the steel in 30 Rock has swastikas on it. But at one point they turn them into the corners, but they can't turn these spigots. So every time I used to go to 30 Rock,
Holy
like when I
shit.
hosted SNL, I would take anybody who didn't know about it and show it to them. But the last time I went there, they had shaved it down. Somebody got in there with a thing and shaved it down.
Holy shit.
But so that's how fucked up. So that's Prescott Bush was one of the guys making money on Nazis. And then it's Skull and Bones guy.
Yeah.
George Bush, H.W.
Skull and
Bush.
Bones.
Skull and Bones. But he was a kind of a Nixon-y thing where I think he went too far. He got Reagan shot. He just went through too many fucked up things.
He was CIA, man.
Yes, and he was supposed to run. He was supposed to win. But this is when I started to believe in this country. was when Clinton ran for president, because, and again, not based on politics even, but how dug in Reagan and Bush felt. And Bush just felt like, you ain't going to beat this guy with nothing. These guys are in, and there's Dick Cheney in there. And Donald Rumsfeld, these fucking guys are like, these are hard ass fucking guys who don't bleed. You just don't believe they bleed. And they got it all worked out, and they've been there for 12 fucking years.
Yeah.
And here comes Clinton, whose mom was a blackjack dealer in Vegas, and whose dad died in a 3-inch puddle. He died. He was drunk, and he hit a tree and was launched out of his car and landed in 3 little feet of water and drowned in it. That was Clinton's dad. And then that was Jefferson. His father, his name was.
Was that his real dad or his stepdad?
His dad's last name is Jefferson.
Yeah.
It would have been another Jefferson. That was his real dad. His mom then married a guy named Clinton.
He changed his name.
And had Roger. And his mom, and that guy used to beat the shit out of his mom. And the second Clinton got big enough, one night his stepdaddy came home drunk, and he stood up to him and he said, if you hit my mom again, I'm going to kill you. And he used to protect his little brother. And his little brother was like an orphan. His dad's a drunk.
Yeah.
So the dad disappears, and the day that Clinton turned 18, he was already in charge of the family. The day he turned 18, he took his brother to City Hall, and he said, you know what I'm doing today? I'm changing my last name to Clinton so that you and me are real brothers. That's why his last name is Clinton.
Yeah.
That's who Bill Clinton is. Okay. And he fucked a bunch of 10-year-old girls on a jet.
He also fucked those kids. but he did. That's the problem.
I don't know, man. I have no idea. I don't know. It wasn't my pussy. It wasn't my pussy.
It wasn't mine, but it's not looking good.
Oh, it's not looking good at all.
I mean, he took a lot of those. He loved the ladies, which
I know nothing
you can't
about
knock a guy for liking ladies, but
those aren't ladies; those are babies.
No, I meant his reputation.
Look, I don't know. I don't.
Outside of banging the kids, his reputation was
love the ladies.
Lewinsky and the other lady.
So Clinton. But Clinton was this fucking country good old boy, and they threw. And I mean, we had just lost Gary Hart. He was. That's why Dukakis ran.
Yeah,
because Gary Hart got caught with a chick, and so that was Democrats' problems. Is the
getting too much pussy?
Too much pussy, and so Clinton shows up, and the first thing that happens in New Hampshire is fucking Jennifer Flowers. And, but then there was this feeling that it was a kind of a circus. And I remember Howard Stern's guy, Stuttering John. Do you remember him?
Yeah.
Stuttering John, Jennifer Flowers' first, her press conference, it was like a serious thing. And she's like, yes, I did have sex with him. And then you heard Stuttering John say, are you planning to have sex with any more Democratic candidates? and she laughed and everybody laughed. To me, that was the moment where everybody was like, who gives a fuck who he fucked? Hillary stood by him. We did the interview with him and with Barbara Walters. A light fell from the grid and crashed on the floor right next to them. And the Clintons hugged, and they were both crying. So it was like they're under a lot of stress, and one of them died. And Barbara Walters saw this and told everyone the story. And so it was like everybody started to love Bill Clinton, same as Oliver North.
You ever look at the Clinton body count?
What's that?
How many people they've killed?
Oh, you mean Foster, the guy from
he shot
Travel
himself.
Office?
Didn't he shoot himself twice? There's a bunch of guys who shot themselves twice in the head, stuff like that.
I don't know, but the
This is the only history
Dick
I
Cheney
know
shot
now.
a guy in the face.
Dick Cheney, yeah, but that was fun. He was having fun with it.
I know. I'll tell you about that. But so Clinton made me feel like I can't believe this. They just got rid of the Bushes.
Yeah,
they got rid of Cheney. They really in my lifetime that didn't exist. The idea of that. So I was pretty fucking impressed. Likewise with Obama later. But so that made me think, maybe this is actually some kind of, and then later you learned that Clinton and Gore together learned how to go for business and tell big business, look, we're going to make you a fortune. Don't worry about these social issues. We're going to take care of the poor. We're going to do all kinds of programs, but we're getting rid of welfare. He got rid of welfare. And he was also a death penalty governor.
Yeah.
He put a retarded guy in the electric chair. He put a retarded guy in the electric chair when he was governor. He literally just like, he was drunk and he just said, come here. And he's like, what are you doing? And he just took him and he put him in it. And he said, never mind, just fucking shut up. Killed a retarded guy single-handedly. Clinton, I loved Clinton when I was a kid.
Yeah.
I loved Clinton. Just loved him. And I remember when Coretta Scott King died, her funeral, he closed it. Like, I think Jesse Jackson was there. Every president was there. Everybody, past president, all the greats came to make speeches. And then Clinton wasn't, George W. Bush was president now. So Bush went before, but he let Clinton close. They all made speeches about how far we've come and the importance of Martin Luther King, and then they'd make a comment about her. It was really about Martin Luther King, and then she was a great woman. And Clinton just fucking talked. He went up there and he leaned on the podium and he said, you know, we're all talking about a lot of stuff here, but there's a woman in that box. Like, he literally pointed at her dead body. There's a woman in that box.
Fine, beautiful.
A woman
supple.
Who had, he said, she had dreams. She had passions. She was, and he said one word that sounded a little sexy.
Yeah.
And look at her kids, and what are they gonna do? They're already dealing with their daddy's legacy. That's a burden on them. And it was a burden on her, and now it passes to them. And my God, what is it like to be them now? And you just hear people going, "Oh, that's what Clinton just had that ability." And he fucked so many children, just hundreds of them.
But he did fuck those kids on that island.
On the island of Kid Fucker.
What was
Where do
he
you go?
doing?
What else are you gonna do on that island? What are you gonna go to that island and just stand by the Pepsi machine and just, like,
Trump went there.
look at your phone?
Trump only hung out with the staff.
Totally.
That's true. And it is funny the politics I have instilled in me.
Yeah.
I just remembered I hated Clinton. Just
It's
I
fun. I
like,
just loved him.
I was 8 or however.
I
I
was
was like 5.
I was in New Orleans for
Yeah.
a film festival. I'd made a little shitty short film and it won Best Comedy at the New Orleans Film Festival. And I went down there, and this was back when you had to send a VHS of your movie, and then you'd get in the mail, you'd get a letter. I got a letter in the mail saying you won an award. So I went down to New Orleans. I was a kid in 1992. So I was a kid. I was 18 plus 7, whatever that is. 25 sounds good. I went to New Orleans and I'm just walking around a park, and then this fucking bus pulls up with Clinton Gore on the side, and they just get out and start a rally, and there's people just started showing up. It was like at some park, and next thing I know, I'm at a Clinton, and Al Gore comes out and he says, the governor can't talk because his voice is destroyed by all these rallies, so I'm going to make the speech. And then he talked, and then
it's kind of
we're going to turn around. So it was just boring.
Yeah.
And then Hillary came out and said a few things. Nobody cared. And then Clinton came out, and it was like, "Oh, he's going to talk." And he was like, and he was a little hushed, but he made an amazing speech. And I was standing there, and I watched him make this speech. And then he came down off the podium, and he just walked. I stood there. Some guy handed me a placard, and so I had this placard, Clinton Gore. And he found me and there was this lady next to me, and she had a throwaway camera. That's how long ago this was. And she goes, can you take a picture of me with the governor? So I took a picture of her with Clinton, and some guy took a placard and put it in front of their faces, and he swatted it down. He said, "What's wrong with you?" Screamed at this guy, and he said to me, "Take it again."
Oh my God.
So I took another picture. Clinton. 8 years. The king of the world, unbeatable, gets Monica Lewinsky, gets impeached.
The crime bill, though, that wasn't great.
I
Wasn't that him?
Yeah, I don't fucking care what these guys do. Just a super interesting guy.
It's funny. It's just funny to speak at
crime bill.
Coretta's funeral and then be like, crime bill.
Yeah. I don't know. So Clinton and Gore's vice president. And one of the fly on the wall moments, like the thing I wish I was there for, is apparently somewhere Clinton and Gore had to do an event together. And this is when Clinton needed to tell Gore that he fucked Monica Lewinsky because Gore backed him up.
Yeah, everybody believed it.
Yes. When he was saying, like, let me tell you, we got to get in the business. I did not have sex with that. I did not have sex with that woman, Miss Lewinsky. And we have, like, he slipped her name in. So he sat in a limousine with Gore, apparently, and said, I fucked her, it's coming out. And Gore was like, well, gosh darn it. Jeez, Bill. I mean, it's like you're doing it to me on purpose. My God. And they just sat in that limo and they dealt with it.
Yeah.
There's another fly on the wall moment with them later on September 11th. Gore was in Canada. He was flying in Canada and his plane was grounded and he couldn't fly into this. Nobody could fly. So he got a car. He rented a car because they're all losers now. And he drove.
He's a fucking loser.
Yes. And he drove to back to Washington, but he stopped in Chappaquiddick and he got there like midnight. I'm Chappaquiddick. What's the name of the Chappaqua? Where the Clintons live. They live in upstate New York.
Yeah.
Chappaqua. He stopped at Clinton's house and they sat in the kitchen apparently till like 3 a.m. just talking. That I wish I could have been in that room
just like
for that.
damn.
On 9/11.
We could have got him.
Yes. Yeah. So
do you remember that guy?
Which guy?
No, this is them sitting in the kitchen like, holy shit, it was him?
Yes, exactly.
Hinckley?
Yeah,
He did it?
Exactly. So Clinton gone, and then, Gore and Bush, and you had the crazy, I'm getting tired, so it's hard to get into like Bush's the hanging Chads.
Yeah.
And Bush was another like, this is going to be a nightmare. And I remember, here's what I hated about, because I wasn't predisposed to hate Bush because I heard he was like a compassionate conservative. That was the word on Bush.
Yeah.
Compassionate conservative. And I could read on him that he was a kid of my generation or just above, that he was a post Summer of Love guy. Like, Clinton loved saying that he had, what's her name? Madeleine Albright. And but Bush had black people and women in his cabinet as a matter of like, he's like, why wouldn't you? Like for Bush, it stopped the bigotry of the Republican Party. And by the way, Democrats, tons of it also stopped because Clinton was like, you got to have a couple of darkies in there. Otherwise people get mad, And the gals, the gals are good. It's not a bad thing. It helps you. But Bush was like, Condoleezza Rice is fucking amazing. She's going to run everything. Colin Powell. So I liked Bush in that sense, but I remember he was interviewed about foreign policy, and he just sounded like a fucking idiot. He didn't know anything. He knew nothing. And then he took a day and crammed and did it again. And then they were like, what about North Korea? And he goes, okay, so North Korea, you got Kim Il-jung, and then in the South, those were, and he just answered like that, like real quick. Canned answers. And I remember they cut to like Wolf Blitzer, and he's like, well, that's really impressive. Clearly he does know about foreign policy. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? So Bush was president, September 11th,
That was the first president I remember all the kids my age hated Bush. Mm-hmm. So then I liked him.
I get that.
All the kids were like, he's evil. He's going to ruin the country. And I was like, dude, he's awesome. It just made me like him.
There was a woman who made a documentary about riding the bus with him. She was one of his press people, and she brought a camera, and I forget what it's called or what her name is, but she was kind of a ooh, gee whiz.
Leni Riefenstahl.
But there's a moment in it where she took a poll. She was like kind of a goofball, and she was with the press corps on his plane, and she went around and asked everybody, who do you think is going to win? And the press all said McCain. I think it was in the primaries. So McCain was starting to lead. And so it leaked through her. Someone leaked that because she was just doing it privately for fun. Someone leaked it that his press corps thought he was going to lose. And it was really damaging. And everyone threw her under the bus. Everybody in the press said it was her. We didn't do it. And then nobody would talk to her. So while they were on the plane, and this is, I think, on film on the thing, she's sitting there just devastated. And Bush comes, which he never did, back, and he sits right next to her. And he says, I want you to take a good look around at these people, because now you know who they really are. He said, now you know who your friends are, Now you know who they're not.
Yeah.
So don't forget this moment, because this is really just don't let them forget it.
Yeah.
And you forget it.
There was a guy I was I forget the name of this guy. He was it might have been on Rogan. He was on there and he was talking about how he was like a Muslim extremist. He got arrested after 9/11 in Egypt. You remember that? I don't know if it was Rogan. He was great. He was incredible. But he had sat down and talked to a bunch of presidents. And Rogan was like, who was the best one? He was like, W seemed to be genuinely compassionate.
I do believe that. I believe that he had a conscience. And he
then
also,
he was like, did he do anything about it? It's like, no.
Maybe not.
Yeah.
Again, what all these guys did and how much of it was their fault, how much of it was the deep state, whatever it is. I don't know any of this stuff.
Yeah.
But all I'm going by is my feelings about the guys. And there's moments about W that I remember because politically I hated him. The whole thing with the Patriot Act, all this kind of stuff. But and Iraq, it was shocking. So many people died.
Did you know Iraq was bad at the time?
When the towers were on fire, all I could think of was there's people in the desert that are going to die who had nothing. Like we're going to overreact and we're going to kill so many people. And we did hundreds of thousands of fucking Iraqis that we killed.
Yeah.
We're just fucking had nothing to do with it.
Damn.
Nothing.
See, I was in 8th grade and I was sitting there like, whoever did this is going to get a fucking knuckle sandwich.
Well, Bush had a great impromptu moment.
Dominated after that. Like
when he was on with when he was in Omaha going like, I don't know what this going on. He looked bad. It looked like this is bad. But then he went to fucking Ground Zero, held a megaphone, and someone said, I can't hear you. And he said, well, I can hear you. And the people who did this are going to hear from all of us. That's pretty good fucking ad lib.
And the first pitch at that Yankees game?
Yes, also. But easily, he could have said, okay, then you're going to yell, I can't hear you. Of course, Of course, it was probably Cheney. I can't hear you. Cheney, by the way, was really the Bush story. I was doing Charlie Rose, okay? And me and Charlie later, our lives changed. But Charlie Rose at the time had a very important show where you'd sit in a dark room and be interviewed. And so I went to do Charlie Rose. And the guest ahead of me was Jill Cheney, Cheney's wife. She is a historian, and she wrote a book about Madison and the Framers. And he would just ask her questions, and she's a fascinating woman, fucking brilliant historian. And she talked ad nauseum about all the people we did in the first one.
Yeah.
And I was just riveted. And then they brought me in as they were taking her out. And I was just trying to, she's not my world. And somebody said, we just need your microphone because we need to give it to the next guest. And she said, who's the next guest? And they said, Louis C.K. And she said, Louis B.K.? Louis, where is he? Where is he? And she turns around, I'm standing there, and she goes, you're Louis B.K. And I'm not going to correct her.
Yeah.
I go, yep, I'm Louis B.K. She goes, oh my God, my grandchildren love you. We're getting a picture. You're going on Twitter with me, son. Come here.
What?
And she took, you can find this.
Do a picture of you and Liz Cheney?
Picture of me with Liz Cheney.
Jill. Liz is the daughter.
Well, she called me Louis B.K. So fuck her.
Yeah.
But so we took a picture and she tweeted it.
Damn. I wonder if Dick ever watched.
I have no idea.
He's probably like, this guy's kind of an asshole.
This guy's kind of a piece of shit. But yeah, so that's Cheney and
Bush and 9/11.
Bush. And then after Bush was president, I told this story on Conan. I'm not going to tell it again. That's fucking boring. But I saw Bush. I was in traffic, and then his motorcade just was next to me. And I looked, and I saw him through the window of the SUV. And I'm just another Dole-like moment. I'm like, fuck Bush. But I look at him, and he goes like this, and I'm like I just couldn't help it.
Of course, you have to.
Yes. But the thing I liked about Bush was that when the guy threw shoes at him. Do you remember that guy threw 2 shoes at him? He got 2 shots.
Yeah.
Talk about fucking
Lee Harvey got him.
Getting 2 shots with a Bolt rifle. This guy got 2 fucking shoes off. At a standing target with the press all around him and his Secret Service are right there. He threw his shoe, Bush ducked, and then he threw another one and Bush ducked. Because
came
in the
back
Middle
up
East,
smiling.
Yes. Throwing shoes is the most insulting thing you can do is hit somebody with one of your shoes.
In America, you know what the most insulting thing you can do in the Middle East is?
What's that?
Kill everyone.
Kill all of them. Kill all of them.
I wonder if he was thinking that when he talked to you. He was like, ooh,
I killed a lot of your family.
Ooh,
yeah.
I'm about to hit your wedding for this.
So bad. But Bush, they asked him about it afterwards, and he said, well, I got good reflexes. And he said, look, he's in a country where you can, he's not going to get killed for that. And people express themselves. He always appreciated freedom of speech. He always appreciated. He never minded being made fun of.
I think that guy went to jail.
I'm sure he did, but
yeah.
When Bush was made fun of, he took it very well. When he was he would go on SNL and read jokes that were just devastating against himself, and he did them with really good timing. And
he was funny.
He was a funny dude.
He was funny.
And he got why that was important. And I remember he was debating Gore. And they did a typical thing they do in debates. They tell each other the bad things. So he told the moderator, said, Al Gore said this about you. And he reads some shitty things Al Gore said. And he goes, what's your reaction now that you're with him? And Bush goes like, I don't know. He goes like, he's running for president. He goes, of course, he's going to go for it. He's running for president. I mean, it's the game. We're trying to win. We're trying to, we have different views. He didn't care. And later also, they asked him about the press. And he said, we counted on the press to keep us honest. He said, when you're out there making decisions that are outside of the decisions that come to the president are the ones that nobody knows what to do. The ones that are clear what the law is and what's practical, other people make those decisions. They go to the president where they're like, we're not sure what's legal here. And we're not sure what the American people would want here. And so it's the hardest job in the world because you have to deal with the cutting edge of where the country is going, why it's going there, and what people really want, even if they don't know what's going on. And what's legal, it's so unclear sometimes. And he said, I depended on the press because we knew they were probing everything. We knew they were watching everything, and we knew they were adversarial, that they were ambitious to bust us. And that made me comfortable. Because it made me confident that I'm not going to, in my confusion, make any real mistakes. Like that's a profound thing for a president to say. And it shows the level of confidence that he had, which is why he did not like Donald Trump, because he didn't have that. To be made fun of is a place of strength. I can't take you seriously unless you don't take yourself seriously. If you're a person to be taken seriously, then you can be made fun of. If you can't be made fun of, you can't be taken seriously. If you're like, do not make that joke about me, it's like, you're a pussy. You have no confidence in yourself. You need to hear good about you all the time. That is a mental and emotional problem. So Bush didn't have that to me. And I appreciate him for that. He killed mountains of Arabs, just mountains of them. And other people, and who knows what else he did. I don't fucking know. But interesting dude.
Yeah.
And the way he reacted to Obama winning was cool.
Yeah.
I like the way he handled that. And in the middle of that, you got another connective tissue guy, which is McCain. McCain was a great man, I think.
Those clips of him when he's debating Obama and someone's like, he's a Muslim. And he's like,
he goes,
don't say that.
You got to stop. He was like, he took the microphone away. She goes, he's an Arab, this lady. And he goes, no. Give me. He says, listen, I don't agree with the guy about how to run the country, but he's a good man. We're starting with that he's a good man.
Yeah.
And then there was a lady who yelled out during Sarah Palin's rally. She said, you need gloves to touch him, which is a weird
shit.
But it's like, what does that mean? Like, he's very delicate, or
it's the most racist thing I've ever heard.
But also, why do you want to touch him? It's almost like she's like, I want to touch him. Why do I have to wear gloves? But so that was crazy, and McCain handled it as best as he could. There's another McCain thing. Fuck. Oh, he had a great story about Obama. Because he met Obama when Obama was in the Senate, and someone asked McCain, "What was your first impression of him?" So he said, well, I remember when Obama, his first day, like in the Senate, he came to see me. And he said, listen, I think that, you're the smartest guy on the other side, and I want to be bipartisan. And he said, let's you and I talk and find something that we both care about. Like that was Obama's first idea. And so McCain and him they talked for about an hour, and they came up with something they both cared about. And he's like, let's work on that together. And McCain said, sure. And he was a veteran senator at this point. And Obama goes off, and then the Democratic leadership gets to Obama and goes, dude, you don't just fucking do that. What the fuck are you doing? And then he saw McCain in the hall. Obama was like, he just pulled the plug. And so the interviewer asked McCain, you have a bad opinion of him? And he goes, not at all. He said, it was a rookie mistake. It was a rookie mistake that he thought he could just do
think we could get
what
something
you want.
done.
And also the way he handled the getting out of it was rookie. He said, but I knew that he had a good heart. This is how McCain was such a guy. He was running against the guy, and he kept praising him. But so Obama, we're almost there.
We're so close. It's going to be dark. Obama. What do you think, man? You like him?
I loved him. I just loved him from the get-go. And I could tell that he was a lot of flash on some level.
Yeah.
But one of the first things I heard about him that impressed me was Biden. Because Biden said he just getting to know him. He said, I got to tell you, he's a really surprising, bright guy, for a black guy.
Yeah. Well spoken.
It felt like that a little. But Biden was like, he said, I got in a phone call with him, and there was 3 of us on the call, and then Obama jumped on. He said, I have 4 questions for this group. He asked his questions. He gave his comments, and he got off, and I was like, that guy has got a good mind. The guy's got I do think Obama had a mind that got around the president. He got his brain around.
Yeah, I think so.
And the picture of him leaning down so some kid could touch his head, that's as important as almost anything with the president.
You ever see Trump put the candy bar on the Minion?
Put the candy bar on the what?
There's a Halloween. They're doing the Halloween thing.
Yeah.
And just a kid in like an inflatable Minion costume comes by, and he's like, he just puts a candy bar on his head. He's like, get out of here.
Obama.
Obama was a great speaker.
And he gave people a feeling about where the country was. And he brought a feeling to the presidency that there was a kindness in it. And I learned a lot from him in terms of confrontation. And like he debated with McCain, and McCain was just kind of like bulldogging him. And Obama knew that you don't win in the room. You don't win because he says you're right. He's never going to say you're right. There's other people watching. Like I've learned from this in my life. Like this guy's going, and Obama would say something, and McCain would attack, and Obama would just go, all right, and just look at the camera and smile. And people at home are going like, I like what he said better. I don't need him to attack this guy to make the point. I like the sound he's making better than his sound. It's not about who wins this. And McCain being like a military guy, that was his way.
Do you ever get to meet Obama?
I never got to meet Obama, but I was in Washington, and I was a big deal at the time, and I thought maybe I could meet the president. I was staying at the Hay Adams, which is across the street.
Did you call him? You call the White House?
So I called my publicist. I no longer have one of those. I used to have an agent and publicist, and I don't have none of these people anymore. But I called my publicist and said, "Do you think there's any way I could meet the president while I'm in town?" As I was on the phone, I saw Marine One taking off, and he was on hold. Then he came back and said that they said he just left. But they said, they said that Obama asked to ask you if you would help them come up with jokes for the correspondence dinner, because it was in a few days, and they're meeting to try to write it. And they asked if you come across the street to the White House and pitch in. And I said, of course. So I went into the White House, and they gave me a pass. And I went down to their little room. The White House, the rooms that aren't the Oval Office are all shit, because they keep packing, because government never stops growing, but the White House stays the same size. I mean, that's my idea of it. But I was literally I had to duck into the room because the ceiling was so low. And it was like his head speechwriter, John Favreau or something, weird same name as John Favreau. But anyway, so we sat in his office, and I pitched jokes, and I got one in. He opened with my joke, which was because it was his last one. And Trump had won, so it was his swan song. And my joke was, it's an honor to be here for my last correspondence dinner, probably the last correspondence dinner. And it turned out to be true. Trump,
you were close.
Do them. Yeah, Trump.
They just did the first one.
Yes. But anyway, he did that. He opened with my.
I was hoping you didn't write the one that made Trump the president.
No, that was before. Yeah,
you remember that?
No, I didn't. Yes.
That's one of my favorite clips of all time.
Oh, I mean, Obama was so good.
It's
he
him
was such a
destroying Trump in front of everyone.
And making Trump just sitting there. I'm going to be fucking president. You piece of shit.
It's pretty good.
Yes, it is.
I do respect those moments, just like Cheney in the movie.
Sure.
Where they're like, you got to change it. And I was like, I'm going to do it.
Yes.
It's a cool, like watching Trump sit there with his fucking hair just bobbing while everyone's laughing. It's like, all right, we'll see. We'll see.
Laugh at Trump. See what happens when you laugh at Trump. And that's, by the way,
psycho.
what he was thinking was literally the words, laugh at Trump.
Everybody's laughing at Trump.
Don't laugh, because he talks about he talks about Trump. So Obama wrote me a letter saying, thanks for helping. And I'm a fan, and maybe we'll meet someday, but I never met him.
Yeah.
And he went on Mark Maron's podcast, and they talked about politics for like 2 hours. And at the end, Maron asked him, did you enjoy being on the show? And Obama said, I thought we were going to talk about comedy. And Maron was like, oh, because he talks about politics everywhere.
Yeah.
And he goes, oh, well, who are your favorite comedians? And he says, well, I like Jerry Seinfeld and Dick Gregory. But the guy I really love is Louis, because you can tell, even though he says terrible things, he's a good guy. Something like that. He said something nice about him. Meant a lot to me, because I just, with no regard for history or morality, I just love Obama.
Yeah.
I have no idea if he's done good or bad, but as a guy, I just really, I dug him.
Yeah. He seems like he's just an incredible speaker, and he was like what a president should be.
That's right. Just carrying
on appearance,
carrying the office, and the way he operated and the way he communicated. And things started getting really fucked up during Obama in this country. People started to get really
the banks. I mean, that was
insane. All that shit, but also just like. The word problematic happened under Obama. Like his last 4 years was when people started getting ultra sensitive and trying to dig down into where is our moral center, to the point where you're just never going to find it, because human beings are flawed. And that started, I think Obama left in a strange place, because it was like, what were we all doing? I remember seeing famous liberals saying, I'm disappointed in this president. I'm like, when he was running, Shepard Fairey did the cool poster of him, and Wyclef, whoever the fuck, did a song and black and white video. But once he's president, everyone's like, it's not cool to help the president.
Yeah.
So they all just vanished. And he's like, hey guys, I'm the only black guy even here. I'm not just the first black president. I'm the only black guy at this level, and no one's helping me. I mean, that's how I felt, was that he got kind of abandoned, and he couldn't find, and Congress became weird. But I don't know anything about this.
Yeah.
Again, that's not my expertise. My thing is, I really dug the guy as a person and the way he carried the office. And he was another example where I was like, that feels like a democracy. And a lot of people would be like, well, then you're deluded, fine.
Sure.
But I'm 54, and that's how I feel.
Yeah. That was the first election that I remembered. It seemed to start to get really polarized.
Mm-hmm.
Like I remember when he won,
yeah,
people I was with were upset.
Yes.
And that wasn't even close to where we got.
That was the first time I remember the world being that there were people who hated the president. That was the first time. I mean, Reagan, my mom was upset. But one thing I'll say, I know we're getting together.
We're good.
So
obviously, we're gonna close with the dog.
So my mom really surprised me twice. My mom died a couple of years ago, but she was like my best friend and my intellectual counterpart. She's who I talked to about everything. And I remember, first of all, when John Kerry ran for president, I called her up. Because I have 3 sisters, and my mom and I basically controlled the household vote. So we figured we're super delegates. We have 5 votes.
Yeah.
So because my sisters would vote for whoever we said. My mom was a Republican and a conservative as a kid, And then Jack Kennedy came to speak at Michigan, where she was in college, and a friend of hers grabbed her and said, "You're coming to watch Kennedy." And they sat in the front row with knitting, waiting while the crowd gathered. And then she watched Kennedy speak from this close, and she was a Democrat from that day on. But when I called her and said, "So we're voting for Kerry," she said, "I'm not voting for that guy." I was like, "What?" And she said, "I won't vote for him. I won't vote at all. Because I can't vote for Bush, but I can't vote for that man because my brother was in Vietnam and we were scared every day that he was going to die. And Kerry came home and spoke against the troops. That's how we felt." And she says, I know now, I look at it differently now, and that he was trying to do good, but it just left a bad taste in my mouth. He was a rich kid and my brother wasn't. And he did one tour, came home and started, grandstanding while there's boys over there getting killed every day. And he was pulling support out from under their feet.
Yeah.
So I can't do it. And I'm like, "Mom, there's more to the story." She's like, "I know, but you can't make me vote for the guy."
"Mom, you have to vote for John Kerry.
You have to vote for John Kerry," who was a fucking, I mean, he's still alive, so I don't want to say, but geez, he had lipstick. He was like, "I report for," he was a mess.
Yeah.
And then his fucking wife, Teresa Hines, "I am Teresa Hines, and I have something to say." It was like, we're done. We lost.
Yeah.
Fuck him. And also, by the fucking way, take that part out.
Oh, wow.
I'm actually,
What?
it's the one part I want out.
Okay.
About I feel bad because people make mistakes. But
Okay.
when Bush was running against Kerry, a thing that came up that was big was gay marriage. It was starting to be an issue. And I got really angry at John Kerry then because Bush had a really sound argument. It wasn't, and this is when people started just lobbing names at each other, right? It's anti-gay people. It's homophobic to be against gay marriage. Bush made an argument that was practical. He said, "Listen, marriage is the easiest contract in the whole world." And by the way, during that time, they weren't talking about national gay marriage. They were talking about the states that had started to
it was
legalize.
like Massachusetts.
I think California.
Yeah.
So he said, marriage is the simplest contract in the world. It costs $10 most places, and it's ironclad, and it's accepted all over the world as meaning the same thing. Now, if you start messing with that and you start saying, "Well, this means this here, it means this there," you're messing with an institution that is the backbone of the family and this country. That is such a good argument. Now, you can argue against it, and people have very well.
Yeah.
This is nothing to be afraid of. This is about their rights, all kinds of things. But the Democrats didn't want to say, this is their right. Why would you, the thing you just said, why would you deprive gay people of it? You're living in a time capsule. This is important. Yeah. It's the same as they said this about interracial marriage. It's a million arguments. But Kerry didn't want to go there. He was like, "Look, it's a man and a woman to me, but I don't think but they're homophobic. They don't like gay people." And Cheney's daughter's gay, and I don't have a problem with Cheney's daughter being gay. They did that.
Yeah.
Edwards did it. Edwards said, because Cheney and him debated. He said, "I think it's great that his daughter's gay. I think that's great. What do you think of that?" And he expected Cheney to have a bad moment. And Cheney, who's a very complicated guy, said, "Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I love her." Oh, I mean, they just won right there. So go. I don't know how I got back to him.
We're at the end of
Obama
into Trump. Oh yeah, this is like I was saying. Like I remember when Obama beat Bush or Romney. That was the first time I felt like, oh, this was like totally divided. Because towards the end of Bush, everybody hated Bush. Like that was divided. Half the country, really hated him. Like bands were coming out with music against him. Like
that's why. Because I was saying people hated Obama so much, and it's when I started feeling things coming apart because I had that moment about Bush. I was against Bush as president, but I could see where he was at. And then the other thing it's because of my mom. So when Obama was running, I'm like, we're in for Obama, right? We're doing Obama. And my mom said, I'm not voting for Obama. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? She said, I'm not voting for him because he picked Joe Biden as a vice president. And Hillary Clinton had nearly beat Obama in the primaries. And she had done an incredible campaign. Her campaign was historic because she was the first woman to run effectively for national office and to get that close. It was a big deal. She said she won, and she also remembers when she was younger that typically the guy running for president, his running mate would be his rival. You pick your rival because it's your way of saying, I'm not afraid of my rival. I can work with the people who, it's how you unite the party. It's what Reagan did with Bush. It's what Kennedy did with Johnson. Johnson was bitterly hated Kennedy, and then Kennedy subjugated him by saying, you're going to run with me. We're going to do this together, buddy. And I'm not afraid of your rivalry because I'm strong, right? And he said he didn't pick Hillary and she earned it. And he gave it to Joe. And the name Joe drove her crazy. She didn't care about Biden was fine. She said, Joe Biden's a regular guy. And my mother worked her whole life. She was a single mother. She says, I worked my whole life. And me and women I worked with would earn the spot and it would be given to Joe. Just some Joe who smiled and knew how to work it.
Yeah.
And the woman who earned it gets fucked. And the reason I hate him for it is because it means he has no balls. My mother said this. Obama has no balls because he picked a guy. He didn't want to pick her because he's afraid of women. And he's afraid of a strong woman. And she said, I'll never vote for him.
I think he was afraid of losing.
She did not use the N-word.
I think he was afraid of losing.
So, no, I don't think that's what happened. But here's what's cool about it. McCain picked Palin. And then my mother said, I'm going to vote for Obama now for the opposite reason, which is McCain picked Palin as who's an idiot, a douchebag, a retard, who I personally love now. I'll get to that later, but you know what I met her? Did I tell you? I met all these. It's crazy how many of these people I met. She said he picked McCain to get the woman's vote.
Yeah.
And you're not going to get a smart woman's vote by picking somebody like that. So I'm voting for Obama. And then later I checked in with my mom when Obama became president and made Hillary Clinton Secretary of State, which is a far more important position than I called my mom and I said, you got to give that to him. And he didn't run on it. He didn't say to the women of the world, I'm going to give, he didn't tell anybody. He gave her the job because he thought she had earned that job to actually do.
Yeah.
Not just the bullshit political position. She said, yes, I'm with you. And she ended up loving Obama. But Sarah Palin, amazing person. Amazing person. I mean, when McCain announced her and she spoke her first national speech and did the joke about, the difference between a bulldog and a hockey mom? Lipstick. And the place is going ape shit.
Yeah.
I was like, this woman is incredible. She was an incredible force in American history to me. And I was on an airplane one day flying home from LA and I got drunk on rum and coke. When I drink rum and cokes, it's like being on acid because you get a lift from the sugar and the caffeine, and rum is it's a mental drink, rum. And I start tweeting. I didn't know what Twitter. I didn't understand what Twitter was. I just loaded it on my phone. I had about 5,000 followers, and I wrote something like, "I want. There's a family of Chinese people living in Sarah Palin's cunt." That's the only tweet I remember.
Yeah.
I want to fuck her tits with my father's cock. That's what I said. I just started tweeting about her.
Solid tweet.
And then
solid. Like tweet. A Legion of Skanks fan.
And my Twitter followers. It's just going up. By the time the plane landed, I had 250,000 followers. I didn't understand what Twitter, they look at it on their phone.
Yeah.
I thought they go check the website and they look at my name. I didn't understand that people are getting like a phone call and seeing what I said and then sending it to their friends, and it's just exploding. Yeah. And then I get a text from Sarah Silverman who says, I have a friend that works at the White House who says you should probably stop. You're getting yourself in some... And then the publicity head of FX wrote me and said, "We need you to stop this." I didn't understand that everybody was reading it. I'm like, what? And I'm drunk. And I'm like, so what? Anyway, I was hired to host the Congressional Correspondents' Dinner. It's right before the presidential one, the White House. And Greta Van Susteren said on CNN, "I'm boycotting that dinner because that pig, Louis C.K., said these things about Sarah Palin." Also, the woman who testified before Congress to say that college students should have their abortions paid for, Sarah something, Rush Limbaugh called her a slut. He said, we're not going to pay for you to have an abortion because you're a college slut. And so all the Democrats were like, that's terrible that he called her that. But then Bill Maher called Sarah Palin a cunt and gave $1 million to Obama with a giant check. And then I said that she has Chinese people living in her cunt. I didn't call her a cunt. That's different. And I was going to host the dinner. So I found out, I called my mom. I said, "I'm being boycotted." She said, "Get out. Call them now and say you're not doing it." So I got out. Oh, I didn't do it. And I dodged the thing and it got weird and ugly. So I'm at SNL 40th anniversary and Sarah Palin is there. And I see her. I'm in the audience, which is all famous people, like the Rolling Stones, Jack Nicholson, all of the SNL that ever was, but also just the most famous people in the world. And I was there presenting something, so I was there. And I look up, and I just see Sarah Palin looking at me like this, like just looking at me. And I'm like, fuck.
Oh, shit. She knows. Oh, shit.
So... and earlier than that, there was a documentary made about how much people hated Sarah Palin, and it was a big conspiracy. And that documentary was directed by Steve Bannon. And I was in it, saying something about her. And my lawyer told me, and I said, well, tell him to take it out because they didn't have my permission. So he called Steve Bannon, and Steve Bannon said, well, he wanted to interview me. And I said, no, just leave. You can have the footage, but I don't. Yeah. Okay, so Sarah Palin, I'm at the SNL party afterwards, and she's standing right there, and she says, "My nephew is a big comedy fan, and he said I have to say hi to you." And I said, "I'm sorry." And she said, "What?" I said, "I apologize." I said, "I wrote some really awful things about you on Twitter. I would never apologize to, like, of course, the world, but this woman's standing in front of me."
Of course.
I said, "Listen, that's not what I do, is like attack people. And I don't know if it hurt your feelings, but if it did, I'm really sorry."
Yeah.
And she said, "Well, that's really something. I really, really appreciate that." She said, "If you ever come to Alaska, come and go ice fishing with me." And I thought, I might get to fuck Sarah Palin. And so she wrote a book and she put a chapter about me, a little chapter about me. And she described that moment faithfully about how I came up and apologized to her. And she said, of all the things that all of the people said about me, the terrible things that were ever said about me, he's the only man that has ever apologized to me. So that's my Sarah Palin story. But okay, so Obama and then Trump.
And then Trump.
The seminal Trump moment that made him matter to me was the debate with the 16. He had 16 guys, 8 on his left and 8 on his right. And they were, Chris Christie, Lindsey Graham, fucking Bush.
Yeah.
Jeb Bush.
Low energy.
Just these guys, but without him on stage, they're all stars. They're all stars. Yeah. Fucking Ted and fucking
Rubio,
Wisconsin guy.
Kucinich?
No, not Kucinich.
Was it Kucinich?
Kucinich is an Ohio guy.
Yeah, but he was
a he was a Democrat who was like an anti-war Democrat.
Oh, shit.
No, he was like a super liberal Democrat.
No,
guy.
Who's that weird looking?
Kasich.
Who's the weird dude that was Romney's vice president nominee? Wasn't he a Wisconsin guy? Ryan?
Oh, yeah, Paul Ryan.
Yeah, but he wasn't up there.
No, he didn't. He didn't run.
Yeah.
By the way, just to get Romney for 1 second, because I didn't like Romney.
Yeah.
because he was a venture capitalist with a, what do you call the fund? Those funds. Hedge fund. These guys ruined capitalism. Capitalism used to be make the best of something and make a ton of money, or make the second best and kneecap the guy who makes the best, and which is fine. That's why we had VHS instead of Beta. Beta was better, but VHS just went after Beta and won. That's why we had IBM instead of Apple for a long time. Apple was better, and it's, by the way, why we have records. The grooves go up and down, which is stupid. They were better side to side, but that guy, that patent it's just bullshit. Romney, never liked him until the whole fucking Capitol riot thing happened. And then he did that thing where he stood up in the middle of that crazy shit after January 6th, after the riot. And he said, I know all of you are trying to serve your constituents by telling them what they want to hear. But why don't you help them, the people who you work for, by telling them the truth? And the place, it was this raucous applause. And he looked at the applauding people, and it reminded me of the Reagan thing, because he looked at them like, why is that getting applause? That's just normal. What has happened to this country? So Romney's an interesting guy to me.
Yeah.
Because of that.
I never really liked him.
I don't like him, but that was an interesting moment. That was human to me. And he kept his dog on the roof of the car. It was hilarious.
But he did do some...
He would drive with his dog on the roof.
What?
I mean, the dog was in a box. It wasn't like...
He just... he seems like the establishment to me.
He is the establishment.
And so, like...
Never had a shot.
He always tried to stop Trump.
Mm-hmm.
So, of course, no matter what he did, even if it
hated Trump.
Yeah.
But the moment that made Trump matter was when he was in that room and he said, these guys are all crooks. And I'll tell you how I know, because I'm a billionaire, I'm a businessman, and I give them all money, and the Democrats.
Yep.
And if I call them, they pick up the phone.
Yeah.
If I call any, and they're all like, you can't tell
what
people.
are you doing?
I was just sitting at home like, what just happened?
Yeah.
That moment was just like you could hear the country go, what the fuck is going on here? And every time he spoke at those debates, and you just saw those guys
less and less
peeling off
whoever was closest,
sides, and you saw him turn, and you saw him reveal what people were over time. Also, I remember Lindsey Graham saying, after Trump said some really super fucked up thing, I forget which one, Lindsey Graham said, for any of us looking for an off-ramp, this is probably the last one. And I thought, wow, Lindsey Graham's got it. Lindsey Graham gets it. And boy, I mean, that guy, what he revealed about Lindsey Graham and how fake he is and how full of shit he is incredible. Because Lindsey Graham announced to the world that this guy is a crook, he's abhorrent, that he's against everything that he's for. And then he defended him, and he loved him, and he just kissed his fucking ass.
Every one of those guys.
They're just so full of shit.
He was up there destroying Chris Christie. Destroying him. He ruined his political career. Chris Christie was supposed to be something.
That guy, I think, might be president.
And then...
I think Chris Christie might be president.
I think...
Chris Christie has had a journey. Same as Nixon did. Nixon was toast. He had to give a speech on TV saying, I'm keeping the dog that I shouldn't. He had to give the checker speech, and then he ended up being president twice. It didn't end well. But Chris Christie has had a fucked up life, but he's also had real, like his, drug addiction in his family. That he gave one speech about drug addiction that was like off the cuff. That's like one of his best moments. It was passionate. He's another guy that I met, barely. I was walking in an airport after he'd washed out of the election, and I was in an airport, and there was Chris Christie alone with his big suit and his Hudson News airport bag with like a heavy drink and snacks in it.
Soda.
And he was just walking, and he saw me, and I think the recognition was just like, we're both pictures on Twitter, and he just went like this, and I just went like that, and he just looked sad in the airport. But then I saw him on Bill Maher recently, and he took some tough questions, and he sounds like he
did all right.
He's got some grit to him, and he's got some complexity and some dimension. And I think he's digging his heels in and thinking about what he believes now.
Because there was one, I think it was right after him and Trump, obviously, Trump killed him. And then he's standing on stage with Trump at another rally, and Trump's like, "You can go." He introduced him and then was standing there, and he was like, "You can get off the fucking stage."
He was being as brutal as Trump was.
Yeah.
To the people around him, including Giuliani, who used to say, "Shut the fuck up." To Giuliani, he curses at him in front of everybody.
Yeah.
He shits on all these guys. Now, that is an incredibly fast and powerful engine. To be Trump, you just shoot to the top. But it's unstable. It's like Caligula. It's the same fucking thing. He's everybody around you hates you a little more each day.
Yeah, it's Jackson.
Yes, and also no goals. No real goals for the country. Just a win-win-win, which can get you to win to a certain degree. But there's a limit to it. I'm not talking morally. No. I'm talking about what works.
Yeah.
And I think that he's come to a critical place. I don't know if he'll win again.
I don't even think he's going to run.
I don't think he'll be president.
I think DeSantis is going to run.
But
I don't know anything.
No, but when he was running,
I'm sitting here like, you know who I think? I've got my eye on. The governor of Florida. I don't know a fucking thing.
I don't know either. And I think that his win changed everything.
His win changed everything.
And
maybe for the better.
Everything has both sides.
Yeah.
Every single change that comes to your life has both sides, good and bad. It has pain and healing. And if you resist pain, you're not going to get the healing. If you try to freeze the moment of happiness, you're going to miss the sad on the other side, which you need. You need it. Otherwise, you're not living in the real world. But the thing I would have said to we were just talking about Trump. The thing about these guys is, this is what I think about Christie, okay? He's got an idea in his head of who he is and what he believes in. That's what I feel when I see him talk now. And that's what these guys are usually missing, the ones who lose. Like, I used to watch American Idol. Love that show. I love any show that's like emotional. So yeah. I watch Deal or No Deal. I used to watch that all the time. Did you ever watch that show?
Yeah, it was great.
I was watching Deal or No Deal because I was depressed and I didn't want to change the channel, and I was just staring at it. And it was a Marine who was during the Iraq War. He was in New York on leave, and they talked to him. He's got all his medals, and he says, "I'm a little bummed because my family lives in San Diego and I don't have time. I'm only here for 2 days. I go ship back out." And so, of course, Howie Mandel goes, well, they're here, and we flew him out. And his little girl, is crying, and he takes one knee just like Nixon did in my dream. And he hugs his little girl. She's crying, and he's crying. It's huge.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there, I'm starting, and my lips trembling.
Of course.
And then they do the crazy Deal or No Deal, which is America.
Fucking loses.
Just keep going, keep going, keep going. And there's always this moment where they're like, you, and the guy's going, oh my God, you could be, this is it. You've got $250,000. But you could get 10 million. And the guy's like, oh, and then he goes one step too far and the lights come on and it's depressing.
Back to Iraq, motherfucker.
Yes. Well, that's what usually happens. Yeah. But whenever somebody hits, I'm gonna take, everybody's going, don't, keep going. He goes, no, I'm stopping here.
Yeah.
They always go, oh, thank God.
Yeah,
yeah. Thank God. I couldn't help myself.
Yeah.
So this was one of those moments. He had a ridiculous, if you know the game at all the little baskets were gone. They were all retired. He had one for 10 million over here and whatever crazy numbers. Yeah. And then one that was like $5, but 8 of them were good.
Yeah.
And he had something like $250,000 on the thing. And everybody's saying, go. And he tells them in his military way, quiet. He says to his little daughter, you understand what's happening here? You understand how likely it is, how good the odds are that if I go one more step, I could get more money. I'm not doing that with your future. And I was sobbing. I was just such a good man. He's such a good man. But I was talking about that because something else just like that. I've lost my mind at this point.
Yeah,
Do you remember how I got to Deal or No Deal? I was talking about
Trump, and we were talking about fuck.
I had a point.
What's his name?
Good.
Christie's talking.
Oh. Oh, American Idol.
Yes.
Whenever they sing a song on American Idol.
This is crazy.
I know.
This is crazy.
I know. And Simon and them are asking them.
We fast forwarded those fucking first 10 presidents, and now it's just like American Idol. This one time.
Whenever they sing a song and Simon says you're a little pitchy, whatever.
Yeah.
The thing I always want them to ask these kids is, do you know what that song's about? Do you know what the song is about that you're fucking singing? You know, like Clay Aiken, one of his big hits was Bridge Over Troubled Water. And he sings like a bridge over troubled water.
Yeah.
You know what that song is about? It's about like when you have nothing, when your life is shit, when you're down and out. I will lay myself down like a bridge over troubled water. You can walk on me. Like that's a profound and deep thing. Another one was a kid who sang I hear a train a-coming.
Yeah, Folsom.
Yeah, and he's singing it like this. I hear a train a-coming.
Yeah.
Woo! It's coming. He's literally between going, woo! It's coming around the bend. And I see the sunshine. That song is about a man who murdered somebody just to watch him. I shot a man in Reno just to watch him die. And the sound of the train, because he can picture the cigars smoking. I bet they're smoking big cigars. That it tortures him to think of the freedom. He goes, I know I got it coming. I know I can't go free, but I hear the whistle blowing, and that's what tortures me. And he says, if I had all the money in the world and I was a free man, all I would do is move that railroad a little bit further down the line so I wouldn't have to hear the whistle. Like all he asks for is that the train was a little further away, that good life was further away. And this kid is singing it like it's crazy because he just wants to win. He wants to be a winner. He wants to be loved. He wants to connect with the audience. To me, that's Trump. To me, the great presidents have been guys who are like, when I got an idea, I know what I'm singing about. I know what I'm about. I know for Clinton, it was the American people. He said it all the time. I don't think the American people want that. Like he was connected because he was a son of a Vegas blackjack dealer. He was an American. When Obama was president, he was an American. So to me, Trump changed the game in a way a lot of people could have and didn't. But I think it's got limited legs. And I never thought, I think a huge mistake that the Democrats made was to shit on the people who loved him. That's a dumb fucking...
Yeah, they can't stop doing it.
Basket of deplorables.
They can't stop doing it.
It's just the stupidest thing you can do. The thing that progressives do that I've never seen in all of these years we've talked about, never seen a political movement do, is assign people to the other side.
Yeah.
What Clinton did, what anybody running for president, Nixon did it. You could see examples of all of them when they talked, like, especially when they started doing town halls, which was a great addition to it. They would say, somebody would stand up and say, I don't want to vote for you because I'm a Democrat and because I think you're, whatever. And they go, okay, tell me, what does that mean to you being a Democrat?
Yeah.
Well, the economy is very important to me and healthcare, and I want people to be taken care of when they're older, sick. And he goes, I'm afraid to tell you, but you're a Republican. That's what people do is like, come here. I've got the same, I'm like you, you're like me more than you understand. Now, and they hedge it. They go like, now I don't agree with my opponent's bill for healthcare, but I have the same concern as you do about healthcare. I have the same values you do. We're like, you should vote for me. But what progressives do is you actually say to them, I'm a progressive.
Yeah.
And they go, really? Prove it. Well, I'm for gay marriage. What do you mean gay? What do you mean marriage?
Yeah.
You are a Trump. They tell other people that they belong to Trump. They give him, they push people away.
They pushed everyone to him.
Because the goal is not actually to win and to change the country, which is a ugly, difficult, to really change the country is a gray, difficult, boring, bureaucratic, unsatisfying, slow business. And people want to be able to make it happen like this. I can just, and they're not trying to make something happen. They're just trying to feel, they're trying to show what they think. and perform what they are and just get it. And they're addicted. It's a sickness. I feel sorry for them. I don't hate people like this. It's just that they're sick. They can't stop this thing. If this doesn't bark, they start feeling sick inside. So if it's not barking, they bark at it. So it'll bark back. And that's on both sides.
Yeah.
That's everybody on the Trump side. That's everybody on the progressive side.
Yeah.
It's sick. But I feel I'm skipping over Trump because I think the whole country has been in a fevered nightmare for all the time he was president. And he was the perfect president for the time we were living.
Yeah.
He was all the people that hate Trump that really hate him are exactly like him. And they picked him. CNN and MSNBC refused to talk about any other Republicans. Like I wrote a dumb thing that I never should have written about Trump. And the point of it was pick a real conservative. Like I'm not a conservative generally. I am about some things. I mean, look, if I go to a smoothie place, I don't pick one of the like cool blue or the berry. I like to make my own. That's the way I am politically. Like bananas with some spinach and some, agave. Okay. So that's the way I am politically. But I think I wanted to say, if you're going to pick a conservative, pick a person who's going to really talk about conservative politics. There's a lot of value in that. And then let's have a real debate. Trump wasn't that to me. He was a psycho, weirdo fucking salesman, and he was extremely effective, fascinating, had his finger on the pulse of the people, knew how to run a rally, and then would get in his helicopter, by the way, and buzz them because he thought it was funny to watch them run in fear. He's a screwed up dude.
Nah,
but
he did that because it was cool. He did that because it was cool, and the people down there were probably like, yes.
No, he's like scaring them.
Here's the thing. With Trump, to me, he's just a result of where we were politically.
He was a result.
He's a result. He's not the cause. And then to watch the way the left kicked and screamed the entire time he was in office, and they got their way. They got their way. And that's what bothers me, because there's a part of me that's always like, look, I'm glad he's gone so we don't have to fucking fight every single day. That was annoying. But then it's like, do I want to reward the side that fucking cried every day when they lost? Do we want to reward them with an actual result, which is they got their guy who happens to be dead?
Well, I guess what I think is the only way you get out of nightmare moments in history, which happen all the time.
Yeah.
They come and they go, and they come and they go, and they come and they go. It's just constant. And every time you think this is all over, like I used to tell my kids and people, around me that were really upset when Trump won, hey, that's how we felt when Reagan won. And, we got a lot of good after him, and even some good out of him. And I like when people are afraid of, we're afraid of terrorism. I mean, that was all anybody cared about.
Yeah.
After 9/11. And I remember telling people, everybody was like, we're all going to get blown up. This is going to be the end. There's going to be many more 9/11s. And that's what we thought about nuclear war. That's what we thought about. So these kind of things do happen cyclically. And I think that the only way you get out of them is by giving up on our side, your side. And I see people doing that. I see everybody doing that. I see it in the way what you do on stage. I see it in the way when you first, I remember this is the way I tell myself the story. You would go to the Comedy Cellar and you want to tell some jokes about your dad. And you'd say, my dad is a Fox News guy. And they all go, boo, because it's their place. It's New York City. And they have no shame just booing a guy.
Yeah, just booing my dad.
Boo! Boo! This is definitely the right move. Boo! And you would take it with your red Irish half retarded face, and you would just take it and get angry. But you'd swallow the anger and you'd continue talking about your dad. And it was hard. And you kept going to these. And you're not being Theo Vaughn playing in the South. You're in New York City. Nothing against Theo Vaughn, but you're here. And then one night you said to them, they booed. You said, my dad's a Trump guy. I mean, he's a Fox News guy. And they said, boo. And you said, hey, all your dads are Fox News guys. And they went, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
And you said, and guess what? You want your dad to be a Fox News guy. And you found this common ground with them. And the thing that SNL really fucked up by not having you on there, and by the way, you wouldn't have been able to do what you do on SNL.
Of course.
But if you could have been your version, the thing that you do that's great, is that you make fun of Pennsylvania, Fox News, Trump world because they're your family and you love them and they're part of you, and yet you hate them. You want out. You're growing up, and so, but you know how you can only make fun of somebody.
I'm going back, dude.
You can only
it's growing on.
You
me.
can only make fun of someone if you love them, if there's love there, and you know them. And Seth, fucking Meyers. And Trump, oh, God. There's no fun. Their jokes are crafted, but I don't give a fuck.
It's all like it's us versus those idiots.
Yes, that's not fun. It's fun to watch a guy go, "This is my dad." Listen, you want to know about? You want to know what's really flawed about a Fox News guy? Listen to the stories about my dad and unfortunately, you're gonna like my dad.
Yeah,
you're gonna like him, and that mix, that being able to go you fucker, but and I can't get, you and I probably disagree about almost everything, but I can't get your sound anywhere else. I can't get your sound of humanity anywhere else. So I think that all this time drove us apart, and then we got lonely. This is a human story. You want to get away from people that you think are hurting you, and then you miss them so much, and then you come back together, and we'll do it again. But I do believe. And again, I do think that, Trump he ran for president every election. People are like, where did this, he could have, the country decided it's time for Trump because we lost our minds. Yeah. But I remember he ran one year and he got a shot. He did a town hall, just one-on-one with some big Chris Matthews. And he said, well, what do you think of the Republican National, whatever? And Trump said, they're just retarded. And Chris Matthews was like, and I was like, did he just say retarded? Because they're just so retarded. And nobody took him seriously.
Yeah.
He ran every 4 years and it would just be like, stop it.
There's an interesting thing.
Give me the fucking break.
With Bannon.
But yes?
Bannon there's a YouTube video of Bannon doing an interview about Trump and finding Trump and he's taking a lot of credit, but the populist movement, which is Jackson, just being there's something here. We can do this. This guy has a...
Well, he failed them too, by the way. The thing is, Trump's magic was an absolute perfect narcissism. Like a crystal fucking diamond, just perfect, no flaws narcissism. And at an age where that was the country, everybody and people, something was invented under Trump, I feel, which is, or maybe it goes all the way back to everybody who's ever been a big crazy leader, is narcissism in the collective. That people are obsessed with one person and they can't hear anything against them and they don't give a shit what happens as long as the person wins. That's sort of, he came at a time where people were obsessed with personal attention, with feelings, and they just were in denial about what's going to happen next.
Again, he was a result.
Yes.
He was a result of social media. He was a result of how America is acting. And he was also a result of the left being complete fucking dickheads. And it was more fun to be I want to watch Trump win and watch these fucking people that openly hate me. I want to watch them cry when Hillary loses.
I understand. It was the same
thing.
I understand that, and I felt in agony every minute that he was president, and I hated it. But I understand that. I understand why people dug him.
I didn't vote for him. I didn't vote for him, but the night he won, I was doing an open mic, and I was like, "This is fun." I got to watch all the fucking alt comics literally cry.
Listen, when I was
happy.
I was on tour when he won, and I was in Dallas the night he won, or the night after, the first day of him being president. And I said, hey, guys, all this stuff about because everybody was into problematic and writing think pieces about, this and that. I was like, so this is what you did. Thank you.
Yeah, this is where it got us.
That was my feeling back then, was this is what's happened, is that there's no conversation going on anymore. Nobody's really defending liberal politics, and there isn't a real conservative running. It's just a shit show and a piece of shit.
The right can just put out a guy that goes, aren't they fucking crazy, and do well because of how crazy the left is.
I think the next thing that would restore the country is a fucking normal conservative, a normal Chris Christie.
Yeah.
Just a normal fucking dude. Because there's no Democrat. First of all, they're all behind Biden. There's nobody even thinking. There's not. But at this point, it's 2022. The presidential election is in 2024, and not one Democrat is talking about running. So it's going to be Biden, and
it can't be.
It
literally can't be.
I think it literally can't be too. So I don't really know what we
Kamala,
got. And it's such a mess over on the Democrat side. But it can't be these guys who are just pushing whatever button that day. I'm going to go against the liberals on this because that's what they're mad about today. It's got to be somebody who goes back to just regular. And I don't want a conservative president, but I believe I live in a democracy and that the president should only sometimes reflect my values because I'm a part of the country. I'm not the whole country.
Yeah.
So if I lived in a country where I love the president my whole lifetime, that would be fucked up because I only agree with about 38% of the people in the country.
Yeah.
So that's, to me, what is the test of what a president should be? Is it that he should be compassionate, strong, all these? To me, what he should be is a representative of the people's will. Remember this thing that I said. He is a president. He presides. Like when they talk about, like real intellectuals talk about it and real press guys, they say, you are president. They don't say you're the president. They say you're president. And Obama used to say, when it comes to president, he didn't say he would say president because it's a verb. You're presiding. Like I said, it's a simple job. Trump always talks about leader. When you're a leader, you're not a leader. You're not a ruler. You are presiding over a process. You're presiding over a process of equals deciding things together. You're supposed to be just one of the people who was chosen to step up and run shit for a while, being told by this group of that's all we also voted for, what to do. That's what the legislators, and then these 9 people who are looking after, making sure that it's supposed to result in the right thing and keeping the tiller in the right direction.
Yeah.
But it's a humble position. That's why I don't think it belongs to a guy like him. I think it's fascinating that he took it for those 4 years, and they fucking impeached him twice. If you impeach somebody and they win, it makes them stronger. I mean, Clinton proved that. It's just so fucking stupid.
If it wasn't for COVID, he'd still be there.
I don't know. It's hard to say. He really was running hot, and he didn't give a fuck. And that's just something's gonna get you. Same with Nixon. Same with Caligula. Just something that you left because you didn't care. Same with Putin. I mean, these guys who just they create a ball of energy that shoots so high, but it burns everything around them. And when they need someone, if you stay in politics long enough, you're going to have a moment where things aren't good. And you look to your right and somebody's like, fuck you. And you start to take a dump into the ground. Now, if you get your hold on the mechanisms hard enough, get rid of. To me, the thing about Trump is that he had no respect for democratic process. To me, the thing on the left is they have no respect for liberty. This America is about democracy and liberty. Okay, it's about that we choose amongst ourselves and that there's a working, fair democracy. And it's about you can say what you want, you can believe what you want, you can be who you want, you can have the identity you want, you can be anything you want, and no one and the great American ideal is leave people the fuck alone. That's the one they forget. It's not about say this, say that. It's about leave folks alone. Let people do what they want. And the left forgot that. They don't give a fuck about freedom of speech anymore. They don't get how stupid it is to shut people up and how quickly that's going to come around and kick you in the ass. Same thing with Trump. If you just wield authority like this, say fuck democracy, no one's going to have your back.
Yeah.
No one's going to be there to make sure you're doing the right thing like the press is supposed to do and doesn't do anymore. So that's, to me, the two sides have fucked up those two principles.
And that the problem is both those sides are correct to point the finger at the other side.
Yes, that's why it's
this is why we're fucked up. That's why we're fucked up.
That's
and they
why
just won't stop.
That's why it becomes a looking glass, because they don't understand each other. And yes, they are right about each other.
Yeah, they're right.
They're right about each other. The left is right about Trump. Trump's right about the left, and all the people that are left, and so it's a mess. But the thing I count on is just human spirit, human nature. which is that we like each other. I think, and we like to laugh at each other, and everybody knows that they're full of shit. Everybody knows. It's the thing that's sad about the phone to me, and this is the last thing I'm going to say because I'm losing my mind. Can I say this last thing?
This.
You get on a subway train or on a bus or on a plane, and you look at another person, and there's that weird eye contact thing. You're like, ugh. And you look at a person, and you kind of hate. We're reptilian. Like, I don't know, fuck that guy.
Yeah,
he's competition or whatever it is. But you look at a person, and you go, he ain't that bad. And then you see him look at you, and you see yourself through his eyes, and you think, I ain't that great. These are these two very important parts. He ain't that bad. I ain't that great. And you get that from eye contact and personal contact, and through forced, you just around people that you don't love, around people that that aren't like you. That's why I've always loved New York City, because I always used to feel like that. But with this thing, you don't have to ever have that moment. You just looking into this, and it keeps this magical algorithm keeps telling you more and more of what you want to feel. It doesn't give you any. It keeps you from any resistance. You know, kids get out of college and they just feel like idiots because they go in the world and nobody cares what they think. But they start to get stronger every day they meet with resistance, and also they start to hear shit they don't believe in and believe some of it. You know what I mean? And their world expands. But this thing takes you into a smaller world every day, smaller and smaller, further away from other people. And everybody, instead of learning and growing, everybody's becoming retarded. That's where Trump came from. And I don't know what's next. I really don't. I don't know what they're going to do. That's all I got.
Hell yeah.
Please don't post this.
Deleted.
My hotel's as clean as an elven arse.
Go for the eyes, boo. Go for the eyes. Rusk!
Hey, it's me, Imoen.
Wait, there is something wrong. We are in an ambush. Prepare yourselves.
Calm yourself, dear. We must proceed carefully.
Oh, perhaps we'll survive longer than I had originally thought.
When I was younger, a school friend of mine called Greg lent me a PC game, a strange tan box which contained a map, a manual, and 5 CDs, and this blew my tiny little mind. Console games only ever came on 1 CD. What kind of game would need 5? So I installed it, and so began my obsession with adventure, with Dungeons and Dragons, with customization and choice, with immersion and storytelling, my fantasy obsession. I knew at the time I enjoyed video games, but my true love began with Baldur's Gate. I remember this game being brilliant, deep, complex, a mix of serious quests and jovial laughs, dark secrets and embarrassing truths. I remember playing this game and feeling free to adventure the way I wanted. But was it really as free as I remember? Has it stood the test of time? Do the mechanics still stand up? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm Josh Strife Hayes, and today I'm going to go back and replay the 1998 Dungeons & Dragons epic PC adventure, Baldur's Gate. I'll be finishing the main plotline, picking up whatever side quests I bump into, exploring the world, exploiting the mechanics, and going for the eyes just like Boo told me to. I'll be critiquing all the design choices and plot points, looking into the history of development and discussing the retroactively added in expansion. I'll be showing you the hidden items and how to kill the hardest hidden bosses in seconds using some sneaky thief skills and more than a little bit of cheese. This video is going to be long, so gather your party before we venture forth and ask, Baldur's Gate 1, was it any good? 1998 was a phenomenally good year to be a gamer. You could probably make a case for it being one of the greatest years in gaming history. The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, Half-Life, Metal Gear Solid, Grim Fandango, StarCraft, Resident Evil 2, Tenchu, Spyro the Dragon, Medieval, and then over on PC, a strange little Dungeons & Dragons adventure called Baldur's Gate from the company BioWare, known at the time for their only other game, Shattered Steel, a cockpit view sci-fi mech fighting game. BioWare was certainly competent, but they were not yet established market leaders, and Baldur's Gate would change that. Only 1 year later, it would go on to win Best Role-Playing Computer Game of the Year and receive extremely high reviews, averaging over 90% on Metacritic, which still stands up to this day. It would spawn an expansion, a sequel, and a spin-off hack-and-slash game. In 2012, it would be remastered into the Enhanced Edition, which took the original game and added in extra quests, items, spells, and party characters, complete with full voiceovers and a host of smaller quality-of-life and UI upgrades, along with a Battle Royale-style challenge called the Black Pits. The Enhanced Edition is what I'll be playing for this review, and I'll be calling out the differences with the original as they become relevant. While the Enhanced Edition did clean up a lot of the gameplay bugs, it also redid some cutscenes, and in my opinion, it lost a lot of the charm and the character of the originals. Here's the Enhanced Edition intro to Baldur's Gate 1. And now let's watch the original 1998 intro in all of its CGI glory.
There are others. I can show you. Please. Please.
Personally, I feel the CGI movie was much more brutal and set the tone of the game much better. You saw how the armoured figure had to duck to get through the doorway, showing how tall he was. You saw his strength to punch through a railing. You saw the small guy trying to hit his arm and fight back and free himself from this grasp, but most importantly, the original had the line, "There are others I can show you." So we launched the game, and let's just take a moment to, together, remember the menu music. Epic, sweeping, orchestral, it's 90s fantasy condensed. One thing Baldur's Gate does incredibly well is sound design, and as we adventure on, we'll get to hear one of the best in-game soundtracks. First off, create a character, choose a portrait. These images became iconic, didn't they? Remember using them as forum avatars back in the early 2000s when forums were still a thing. As for race and class, 7 races, each with minor increases or decreases to the main attributes or extra abilities. Elves can see in the dark, gnomes make better thieves, dwarves are resistant to poison, but most importantly, every choice is viable. And then with 9 classes to choose from fighter to thief, bard to druid, but then you've got multi-classes giving skills and weaknesses of both. This will become an issue when I look at the experience cap later on, but again, every single class is viable to play the game either in a group or solo, but I'm going to try and challenge myself and finish the game solo. I'll go with tri-class fighter, mage, thief. As with all the Dungeons & Dragons games, there's also the morality system, from lawful good to chaotic evil, and while Baldur's Gate doesn't heavily push the your choices matter aspect, they actually do. Acting within the law will open up certain quests but lock off others. Acting against the law but within a moral code will change how NPCs react to you. There are entire NPCs who will either join you or attack you based on your local reputation. There are armors you can only wear if you're aligned in a certain way. This wasn't just a pick nice or nasty binary option in any conversation. This was an actual pick how the world is going to react to you based on your actions, how you'll limit yourself. Paladins taking evil or illegal actions will lose their status and become fallen paladins, losing the favour of the gods. Rangers acting immorally or against nature will become fallen rangers. And now the bit everyone spent way too long on, stat re-rolling. Clicking reroll gives you 6 generated numbers from 3 to 18, and you can then remove and reallocate stats as long as you don't go over how many you had in the initial roll. Now in the original game we all figured out the system. You would reroll and then reduce your stats down as low as they possibly could and work out how much you had spare to work with. You would then store the attribute, re-roll, and keep doing that until you found the highest number, trying to get the mythical 90 plus. Thankfully, the Enhanced Edition has a total roll counter, so this is a lot faster. Now we put some skill points into weapons, thief abilities, and choose our spells. You're going to want the abilities to set traps and the sleep spell. We will see why later. Some more customization, we choose our voice, and now the difficulty. Baldur's Gate is an unforgiving game. You will die a lot. It's a game which favours preparation and advanced knowledge more than thinking in the moment. If you go into a fight or spring a trap unprepared, you are going to die. Because while you may not prepare, the enemies always do. Story mode lets you never die and just follow the fantastic plot. Legacy of Baal mode is for when you've decided you hate yourself and want to pray to the god of quick saving. I've finished the game a few times before, but I always want a challenge, so we'll go with hard, and the opening chapter begins.
Nestled atop the cliffs that rise from the Sword Coast, the citadel of Candlekeep houses the finest and most comprehensive collection of writings on the face of Farron. It is an imposing fortress, kept in strict isolation from the intrigues that occasionally plague the rest of the Forgotten Realms. It is secluded, highly regimented, and it is home.
That voice is Kevin Michael Richardson, probably best known as Dr. Hibbert on The Simpsons. In fact, the entire voice cast of Baldur's Gate reads as a who's who of video game voice actors. Elminster is voiced by Frank Welker, the voice of Fred from Scooby-Doo. Gorion is Jim Cummings, the voice of Winnie the Pooh. You start in the safety of Candlekeep, a walled library town. The game is an isometric adventure. You can't spin the camera because the backgrounds are all uniquely designed, which for the time was strange. It was the process at the time to build video game backgrounds out of tiles, but Baldur's Gate had each map section feel closer to a painting than a video game level. The world didn't need to stick to a strict grid layout. It could ebb and flow from all angles and explore transitions from castles to muddy foundations or rivers to the pebbled shore. It used a varied colour palette and gradients that came with it. The world is a delight to look at. Left click moves us around and you can chat to most of the in-game NPCs. This tutor gives us a basic rundown of all the controls and the UI, which is slightly different in the original and the Enhanced Edition. Your party portraits are always shown to the right hand side, and your important pages like character profile, inventory, equipped items or spellbook are all shown to the left. So we pop into this nearby inn and talk to Winthrop, giving us one of the best opening lines of all time.
My hotel's as clean as an elven arse.
That is a simple, beautiful example of Baldur's Gate world building. Now we know this place is a hotel, Winthrop is the owner, we know it's clean, we know elves exist and are seen as prim and proper, and we know Winthrop has a dirty sense of humour. It also sets the tone of the game. Jovial, fun, light-hearted. You'll find almost every NPC in the game has at least one line of dialogue which actually helps flesh out the feel of the world. The nobles in the city telling you not to touch them, the guards acting all high and mighty. Many NPCs have their own personality and their own experiences of this world. In most games, NPCs simply exist to react to the player, because the player is the centre of the game's universe, and the NPCs have nothing else going on beyond the player. But in Baldur's Gate, it's often the other way around. NPCs exist in their own world, with their own agendas and backstories and their own hopes and dreams and ambitions, and you'll find yourself as a player having reactions to them, because they feel real and fleshed out. The dialogue options are often more thorough. You'll have multiple choice responses. Some are purely fluff and will always get you to the same conversation's end ultimately, and others will open or close quest lines depending on how the NPCs feel about you. Choosing the right or wrong conversation dialogue can make quests harder or decrease your reputation. Winthrop himself is the game's first rest place and shop. You can hire a room to sleep for the night or buy and sell equipment. If you're a thief, you'll have the steal option available as well. If you are caught, the shopkeeper will become aggressive and call the guards. This is not a good thing to to do at the start of the game. While in the game world, holding tab highlights NPCs with nameplates above them and shows all the interactable objects within this blue overlay. From bookshelves you can search, to treasure chests you can open, to piles of dead bodies you can eventually loot for scraps. If you do find a locked object, you can either use your thief skills to try and pick it open, or just use your equipped weapon to bash it open using your strength. If the NPC is named, chances are they will have a quest for you. Firebeard Elvenhair wants us to get a scroll from Tetheril. Remember this person, he'll matter later. The game does have a main quest line, and then a wealth of side quests, and it's in those side quests you'll meet the most people and see most of the world. The in-game journal itself records your quest and journeys, but it's written in a more personal, humorous way. Instead of simply listing bullet points of what you need to do, such as collect scroll, the journal reads, Firebeard Elvenhair, an old mage who makes the occasional visit here from Beregost, has left an identify scroll with Tetheril in the inner grounds. I swear, without me to run its endless errands, this keep would crumble into the very dust from which it sprang. This personal touch, which really pushes the feeling you're reading a diary of an adventure instead of just going through the mechanical steps of playing a game, is a central theme of the entire experience. Even the original game manual, which can be read in PDF format online now, features a section written in character by Volo, a famed explorer chronicling the Sword Coast, its locations and monsters. The Baldur's Gate team wanted this to feel like an experience, a real adventure, not just a game. The Candlekeep side quests are an excellent hidden tutorial. Firebeard needs you to talk to an NPC. Philidia needs you to find a lost book which is hidden in a pile of hay, so you're encouraged to search the environment. Drepin needs you to find an antidote to cure his cow, so you learn about the effects of potions and poisons. And when you go into the bunkhouse, an NPC called Shank walks up to you and attacks you. So let's look at combat. Pressing I opens the inventory and shows your current equipped gear and all the stats of the armor and weapons. Your profile page also lists all your proficiencies and experience along with the attacks per round, which is a very important number. Baldur's Gate works on the 2nd edition rule set. Basically every action in the game rolls a 20-sided dice, or d20, and if you roll equal to or above the difficulty setting of that action, you succeed. So when you attack an enemy or an enemy attacks you, you are rolling against the enemy or they are rolling against your armor. And then you use the strength or weapon modifiers to change your roll. Combat is known as real-time with pause. It's a cross between real-time and turn-based. There are turns happening, but they're happening constantly in the background, and you can pause the game at any time to issue orders for the next turn. Attack, retreat, cast a spell, drink a potion. You can even set the game to auto-pause after every single in-game round, or whenever an enemy is detected, making Baldur's Gate very much a game more about tactics than action. One of the greatest things about Baldur's Gate, though, is how exploitable the combat system is in your favour. Enemies are tough, mages can be lethal, but you can set traps, you can prepare, and you can dominate, if you know how. The game isn't balanced, and that's fine, because it's not about being balanced, it's about giving the player the ability to come up with a tactic and see if it works. All the enemies in Baldur's Gate are static levels. Nothing scales to the player. Items are always known ahead of time. There's no loot RNG. So it is possible to plan optimal routes through the game and know what you're going to find where and when. The only randomness is really the dice rolls during combat, so everything is about trying to manipulate those dice rolls to be in your favour. Like how if we cast Sleep and it successfully puts Shank to sleep, we can now just kick Shank to death no problem, because you will always hit sleeping enemies. And you can bet we are going to exploit this. Most enemies drop loot on death, and if the room is empty, you can go and loot everything as all good RPG players should. A nice touch with combat: if you overkill an enemy with a powerful hit or a spell, they won't just die, they will explode. This is commonly known as chunking, and it actually matters for the players as well. If a companion in your party is killed, you can pick up all of their loot, head to a temple, and pay to resurrect them. But if a player in your party is chunked, you cannot resurrect them. When you leave the hut after being attacked, an NPC will ask if you're okay, and you can choose to tell them you were attacked or play it off as nothing, and this is a fantastic bit of game design. Baldur's Gate wants you to play it, and it wants you to enjoy it, so it uses a load of in-game mechanics to slowly guide you in the adventure. NPCs will walk up to you and ask for help because they are desperate, or guards will ask you if you've seen anything, assassins will attack you from the shadows, travelers will ask you your opinions on the latest events, and every single encounter is the game opening up a possible adventure for you. The game is a dungeon master and it is giving you plot threads. Baldur's Gate has a ton of side quests, and the great thing is most of them want to be found, so they will actively try and find you. It's not just, here's a fantastical world, go and have fun, maybe find something. It's, here is the next adventure. I need help. Go and search for this. Maybe consider stopping this person. Want to help me rob a mage? Want to break into this museum? Have you heard about Firewine Bridge? As for navigation, each area is relatively small. Pressing M opens your map. Important buildings and entrances will be marked, and Candlekeep is fully explored, but that's not always the case. When you journey somewhere new, the map is covered in a black shroud, and as you explore, it gets revealed. From a single combat encounter to a group, this room is full of rats and needs cleaning out. You'll notice my character went to attack without being told to, and this is because you can assign every character in your party an AI script which governs their behaviour when you don't issue them orders. Are they melee aggressive, ranged focused, a defensive spellcaster? Do they run away or pursue? And if you think that design sounds familiar to the Dragon Age series, that's because BioWare made them as well. In fact, after Baldur's Gate 1, BioWare went on to make Baldur's Gate 2, Neverwinter Nights, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, the Mass Effect series, and the Dragon Age series. In fact, BioWare even described the Dragon Age games as the spiritual successor to Baldur's Gate. So if you enjoy RPG games filled with quotable, memorable, personality-driven characters, tactical combat, and enough side quests to flesh out an entire game by themselves, you can thank Baldur's Gate. After we finish our chores, we're sent to the central library. Our childhood friend Imoen is waiting for us. We can't talk now, however, because our foster father, the wise and powerful mage Gorion, has summoned us. He explains we need to leave right now, and then we get one of the greatest intro scenes in fantasy gaming history.
Listen carefully. If we ever become separated, it is imperative that you make your way to the Friendly Arm Inn. There you will meet Khalid and Jahira. They have long been my friends, and you can trust them. Let's hurry, child. The night can only get worse, so we must find shelter soon. Don't worry. I will explain everything as soon as there is time. Wait, there is something wrong. We are in an ambush. Prepare yourself.
You're perceptive for an old man. You know why I'm here. Hand over your ward and no one will be hurt. If you resist, it shall be a waste of your life.
You're a fool if you believe I would trust your benevolence. Step aside and you and your lackeys will be unhurt.
I'm sorry that you feel that way, old man.
Get out of here!
And now the game begins. We're alone. Gorion is dead, so we know even powerful mages can die. No character is safe. Who were those people? Why did they want us dead? What did Gorion know? Why would he give his life to save us? We can't return to Candlekeep. Without Gorion's influence, they won't let you in. And the entrance fee is a rare book, which we don't have. Imoen then appears. She's been following us and is very sorry about Gorion, and she says she'll join us on our journey, giving us our first party member. Baldur's Gate is a Dungeons & Dragons game, and while your main plotline quests only need you can have a party of up to 6, and there are 25 unique companions you can meet through the game, with 4 more added in for the Enhanced Edition. Each companion has their own unique storyline or goals, and some of them will demand you help them and will leave your party if you take too long. Some of them will refuse to party with other companions, and some of them will have dialogue with other companions, and all of them can, if you're unlucky, permanently die. Sometimes you need specific conditions to be met to be able to recruit people, like how the chaotic evil fighter Shartil will challenge your group to a fight, but only if you have a male character, and if you win, she'll join you. But it gets even deeper. Companions don't always like each other. If you join with Minsk, he asks you to head to the Knoll stronghold to rescue Dianair, and if you do, both of them will join you. But if you meet Edwin, he wants to kill Dianair, and you cannot have all 3 members in your party. In fact, if you have the paladin Ajantis in your party, he will eventually attack any evil-aligned party companions, causing you to pick a side. If you only play Baldur's Gate for the main story, you'll be missing more than half of the game. Your story does matter, but not every companion is a friend. Some of them see you as a means to an end. Your story is not their story, and they want to focus on themselves. It's this design which helps Baldur's Gate feel like an adventuring party, with each member having different values and some quests having actual in-game time limits. It's not just a mechanical 6-person tactical fighting game. Combat is dangerous, but it's the true downtime between encounters, the walks through the forests or along the coast, the nights spent camping at the inns, which feel just as intense and important to the party's development. And that's the real RPG element. Many Dungeons & Dragons games end up with you feeling like the omnipotent dungeon master and the characters are simply pawns in your game. But here, you feel like a single character, and every other companion feels like a player too. You're just moving them around. In fact, they've customized companions so much that some have sound bites on selection to reference this. When you select Jaheira, she mocks you.
Yes, oh omnipresent authority figure.
Zan doesn't even think you're worth listening to.
If we are doomed to fail, could we at least do it faster?
There's Jaheira's partner Khalid, who isn't confident in himself at all.
Calm yourself, dear. We must proceed carefully.
There's Yeslik, who doesn't really want to adventure.
I shouldn't have got out of bed this morning.
And then there's Minsk, a ranger with his pet hamster Boo. A pet hamster he is convinced is actually a miniature version of a giant space hamster, which combined looks like a regular hamster. And everything he says is endlessly quotable.
Stand and deliver, that my hamster might have a better look at you. No, despair not. I will inspire you by charging blindly on. Go for the eyes, Boo. Go for the eyes! Rusk!
Journeying through the world and meeting the companions, getting to know them and following their individual storylines, seeing who they like and dislike and what they'll let you get away with before attacking you is an incredibly memorable and rewarding experience. Everyone has their favourite companion when they play Baldur's Gate, and when a companion threatens to leave the party because they disagree with your actions, they do mean it. It's not an empty threat. Baldur's Gate 2 even introduced romanceable party members and additional quest lines connected to the romance subplots. While Baldur's Gate 1 doesn't have player-driven romance, it does have NPC companion party-driven romance. Khalid and Jaheira are married, and if you ask one to leave your party, the other will follow, or they'll leave if the other one dies. And Koran will fall in love with Safana if they're both in your party for long enough. In fact, Koran will flirt with anyone, and there's an entire section of the wiki dedicated to how other party members will respond to him. Based on the sheer variety and differences in personality and party builds, I believe Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 are still the gold standard that games should be aiming for with companion mechanics. But for this playthrough, I'm going to go solo. If I finished every companion side quest, the review would be over 50 hours long, so I'll do what everyone does. I'll let Imoen join me, I will steal all of the stuff she has, and then I will tell her to leave. As we walk alone, this traveller asks if we've heard about the carnage to the north, a pile of dead bodies and an ambush site. So we head north, and we find Gorian's body. On him is a note telling us if we are ever in trouble to head to the Friendly Arm Inn and meet Khalid and Jaheira. There's also a belt, but it's magic and currently unidentified. Items in Baldur's Gate are often magical, and you'll need to use an identify scroll, spell, or pay a merchant to identify what they are, and only when identified will you get any magical boosts from them, or be able to sell them for the full value. Thankfully, I'm a mage, and I know the identify spell. You can cast your spells, and then once cast, you need to sleep to recharge them. This will become an issue later when we're sleeping 10 times in a row just to identify a large amount of weapons. The great bit about all the items is how much lore and backstory they carry on them. Weapons or armour in Dungeons & Dragons can often show their power level by having a +1 or a +2 next to them. Once you start getting into the +4 or +5, you're looking at mythical godlike items. Baldur's Gate 1 is a relatively low power setting adventure, capping your level and items only going up to +3. This means there is a substantial difference in feel between a longsword and a longsword +1, and almost every powerful version of anything, a better sword, bow, shield, helmet, pair of gauntlets or rings, have a story attached. You don't need to read them, but the world building is hidden in the lore and they're often extremely memorable. Here's an example, a magical ring called the Victor. The description reads, crafted by the Drow mages of the Underdark, this weapon was used in an arranged battle between two rival houses. Each combatant was allowed to use a single magical item to aid his efforts. This ring was the weapon used by the victor of the contest, though he never laid hands on it. It was worn by his sibling and fired from the crowd, striking his opponent squarely in the back. Everyone witnessing agreed it was a brilliant interpretation of the rules. All this ring does is shoot a magical projectile for 2d6 points of damage. It's not a game-breaking item, but its lore is fantastic, and I still remember that little story to this day. Every unique item you find may not be powerful, but they'll always be interesting, and they're worth identifying for the stories alone. Plus, many items are cursed, like the Girdle of Masculinity or Femininity, which, when equipped, will switch your character's gender and can only be removed by a powerful remove curse spell, or the Gauntlets of Fumbling, which will make you miss far more in melee combat. Why would you put a cursed item in a game? Well, they're used as environmental storytelling, as we'll see later. Back in the game, along with the local map, you've got a world map and can see each individual area. You must discover an area by travelling off the edge of a connected map to it. In order to travel, your party must all be together. If you try and travel while your party is scattered around, you will hear the now iconic line,
"You must gather your party before venturing forth."
Once an area has been discovered, you can travel to it on the edge of any other map. The friendly Arm Inn is to the north. The only problem? Wolves. Because enemies in this game do not mess about. You will die. A lot. Baldur's Gate is a low power setting, meaning level 1 to 5 characters. Unfortunately, this means low hit point pools and increased chances of being 1 or 2 hit killed. Fights here aren't necessarily slogging matches, they're more surgical, they're planned. While armor may reduce the likelihood of you being hit, it doesn't always reduce the total damage you take if you are hit, meaning the early to mid-game experience of Baldur's Gate 1 is a super lethal game. One mistake, one misclick, one bad roll, and you're dead. Because of this, the Q key, or quick save, becomes your best friend ever. Quick saving and quick loading are the only ways to survive the majority of this game on your first playthrough. Eventually, you'll learn the tricks, like shooting fireballs from off-screen into a crowded room, or setting up a trap to lure your enemy into, but for now, one wolf is actually a big problem. Eventually, you'll meet an old man in a red cloak, and he talks about your journey and then takes his leave. We'll see him again. While walking through the outdoor areas, let's just talk about the music. Baldur's Gate is this wonderful thing of combining the natural expected diegetic sounds of the area you're in, such as the whistling of the wind or the chirping of the birds, with a gentle fantasy soundtrack to enhance the general feeling of the area. And it's this lovely combination of real and fantastical which creates this lovely sense of depth and adventure. You are both there in grounded reality and there in heightened fantasy. The forest and the bird sound effects are also so nicely done and so high quality that when I'm walking through nature in real life, I often stop and think, real life sounds a lot like Baldur's Gate.
You have but to ask.
Speak up, speak up!
Every map does this, a mix of environmental sounds like talking for the cities, crashing waves for the coast, or dripping water for the caves, combined with emotional situational music. Mix all this together and you create unforgettable atmosphere. And when you add in the night and day cycles, so forest at night not only look and sound different but feel different too, cities become less crowded, sleepy, you can hear the parties inside the local taverns and beggars coughing in the streets, as the low strings of the orchestral soundtrack make you feel apprehensive. Baldur's Gate uses music and sound extremely well. Eventually you'll arrive at the friendly Arm Inn and you'll get a cinematic. Now the Enhanced Edition cinematic again uses the more comic book style, but the original uses 3D rendering. I'll play them both and you can decide which one you prefer. Personally, I prefer the old CGI. It models the interior of the castle grounds perfectly to the actual game and helps you feel a true sense of scale of how big this castle is. Head inside the Friendly Arm Inn, and on the steps leading up to the main door, we meet Tarnesh, a mage. He asks if we are the adopted child of Gorion, and no matter what you say, he will attack you. And this is your first taste of how unfair the game can be. To the ill-prepared, Tarnesh will kill you. He will mirror image himself, making him harder to hit, then cast fear on you so you lose control, and then kill you. If you weren't prepared for this, you die. This is the first moment you realise if an enemy attacks you, it's because they have a genuine chance of winning. So what do we do now? Well, this early in the game, it's pretty simple. We run away and let the guards handle it. There is no shame in being a coward, at least not for now. We loot Tarnesh. There is a letter. A 200 gold bounty is placed on our head. Who by? We'll need to find out. He also drops some spell scrolls. Now, as a mage, you can copy spells from scrolls to your spell book, but there is a chance the copy can fail, and if this happens, you lose the scroll. And some scrolls are very rare. Inside the Friendly Arm Inn, we meet Khalid and Jaheira. While they're not joining us, they do share sympathy for Gorion's death and say he wouldn't want us to sit idly by as people suffered. There's an iron crisis in the region, and maybe we should investigate Nashkel mines to the south. This game does a lot to suggest a goal but never force it. You can buy drinks at the inn, the bartender will give you gossip, quest leads. It's a very densely packed game. There are so many sub-quests, secrets, enemies and allies to find on every single map. Speaking of secrets, let's just talk about hidden items, because this is quite a controversial change. In Baldur's Gate 2, the options hold tab to highlight clickable areas was added, and it was retroactively added to 1 in the Enhanced Edition, and in doing so, they made finding several secrets a lot easier. There are a few NPCs in Baldur's Gate 1 who have lost valuable items, and they will give cryptic hints as to where they might be, and for the detail-focused explorer to find, this was great fun. Clicking a pixel-perfect searchable area at the base of a tree giving ever memory, one of the best mage rings in the game. This would be impossible to find unless you knew exactly where to look, and you're not even meant to know about it until later, but the hold tab to see clickable areas update made it easy to find. If you know where to look, you can find anything, and if you hold tab, you'll always see where you should look, like knowing this ring of protection +1 is inside this random stone. By knowing this, you can become extremely overpowered within about an hour. And now one of the most important tactical lessons. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not there. This ogre will chase you, but if you cast web into the darkness of the unexplored map, the ogre is still there and you can still disable it. In fact, casting area of effect spells into unexplored rooms is one of the best ways to make sure you enter with a tactical advantage. Loot some hit point flasks, and then the weapons we are using break. And this is a fantastic bit of player and plot focused design. Weapons in Baldur's Gate don't have a durability stat, so how did they break? Well, remember the iron shortage everyone is talking about. Due to the shortage, everyone right now has inferior quality weapons. Now so do you. The game wants you to investigate the iron mine to the south, but it won't railroad you there. You're free to explore as you like. But if you do choose to ignore it, you need to live with the consequence of ignoring it. Weak iron. You as a player are now experiencing the effects of the shortage yourself, which is a beautifully elegant in-game way to motivate you to do something about it. You're no longer investigating just because it's the right thing to do, you're doing it because you've been affected by it and you want to find better weapons. This ogre drops 2 girdles, one of them which switches your genders and is cursed, and the other which protects you from ranged attacks, and we journey south and look, visual storytelling. Proof of the rumours of the bandit attacks, a looted caravan. Baldur's Gate doesn't shy away from the gore either. There are bodies and there is blood aplenty. Getting to Nashkel takes us south through Beregost, and I'm playing solo, but you can play multiplayer, not just with party members, but with other humans. You and your friends can adventure through Baldur's Gate 1 together. The original will need some port forwarding and land spoofing to achieve this, but the Enhanced Edition has game-finding servers. And while Baldur's Gate 1 doesn't have the advanced Dungeon Master toolkit like Neverwinter Night, it is still a solid multiplayer adventure. If you're awake too long, your character becomes tired and their accuracy drops, so you need to sleep often, but if you try to sleep inside a city but not in an inn, you will annoy the guards and they will tell you to move. Sleeping outside in the wild is dangerous, however, because every time you do, there's a small chance you'll be attacked by bandits or wild animals. If you do get into a fight you can't win, just run to the edge of the map and try to travel. They won't follow you map to map. But be careful traveling too many maps in one go, because if you do...
You have been waylaid by enemies and must defend yourself.
It shall be as you wish. Let's give them a right crack!
Reach Beregost and finally meet the smithy. Now this guy is going to help us become very overpowered. He sells a large shield +1 for 3,000 coins and a dagger of venom +2 for 15,000. This is what we need to finish the game. The only problem is we're about 18,000 gold short, but don't worry, I have a plan. I chose Fighter, Mage, Thief for 3 reasons. Fighter, so I can use armor and do well in melee, Mage for the sleep and skull trap spell, and Thief for the set trap ability. Watch what happens when I set a trap.
My spleen! Alas, my life's blood seeps out.
Okay, that time failed and I shot myself for 9 damage and nearly died, but watch again as I do it properly. Then we lure this hobgoblin over to the trap and... there we go. Traps are super overpowered and I'll be using them a lot. Back up north of the Friendly Arm Inn there's another map, a farm infested by giant insects called ankegs. Right now they can one-hit kill me. But if we cast Sleep, we can then kill them very easily, and they drop their armoured shells. The only issue here is the shell is extremely heavy and you have a weight limit. If you go slightly over, you'll just walk slowly, but if you go too much over, you cannot move at all. So let's take this shell back to the blacksmith, because I happen to know he will buy it off us for 500 gold. But while walking through Beregost, Nera, a wild mage, runs up and begs for help.
You! Hey, you! Yes, you! I don't see anybody else around here. A little help, please? There's bandits. Vicious, magic bandits. They must have gone to advanced bandit school or something. They're trying to capture me. Listen, I'd love to give you a really long and detailed explanation of what's going on, but oh look, we're out of time.
So, you would try to hide from us behind this unfortunate fool. Your cowardice proves as deadly as your reckless magic.
You're the one trying to capture me, and I still don't know what you want, so I'd rather not let it happen. Get out of here before me and my new friends decide to eject a fist into your mouth.
You there, stand aside and give me the girl. Surely you won't risk your life for a stranger.
Away with you, you pompous creep!
Kendall, where did you go? We can't let her escape. Slaughter them all, and we'll sort this out once we find him.
You know, when a damsel in distress runs up and asks for help, there's only one thing to do. Stand up for what's right. So we fight back. Let's retry that. When a damsel in distress runs up to you and begs for help, there's only one thing to do. Wish her good luck as you ignore it, because things in this world are dangerous. The blacksmith buys the ankeg shell off us, so a few more shells and we will be sorted. Because Baldur's Gate is a static world, the enemies further along are always higher level, but there's nothing preventing you going to them from the start. After killing enough ankegs, we level up. You can see the little plus symbol on the character portrait to the top right. Experience gained is shared between all members of the party and all classes on a character. So if you gain 100 experience as a party of 2, you gain 50 experience each. And if you yourself are dual classed, each class will then gain 25. Which means bigger parties and then dual and tri-classes level slower. And there's an experience cap to prevent over-leveling. Now you can remove it with mods, but you don't need to. Leveling up grants more thief skills, more hit points, and sometimes a new weapon proficiency. So here's why thief snares are overpowered. You can set one, sleep, and then set another. In fact, you can set up to 7 snares on a single map. And if an enemy triggers all 7, well, this happens.
It shall be as you wish.
Yes, I feel the power. I am the god of snares. What is this? A lowly dog? You don't frighten me, dog. Okay, so Baldur's Gate 1 is a very lethal game. Yes, you can kill bosses in one devastating barrage of pre-planned damage, but you can also die to a dog, so plan accordingly. Now another trick to get around that pesky weight limit. You can use area loot to pick up stuff from your local area, then drop it, move a bit, and then pick it up again, and slowly but surely you will move stuff where you need it. It's not fast, but it is possible. Leveling up the mage class gives access to more spell slots, and your spellbook goes up to 9th level, but there aren't any 9th level spells in Baldur's Gate. There are in fact 96 spells in the base game, with an additional 13 in the expansion pack Tales of the Sword Coast, and the highest are 5th level spells. Why would you have pages you can't even use? Well, because when you finish Baldur's Gate 1, you actually import the same character into Baldur's Gate 2, and the adventure continues. So they built it with room to grow. Enough Ancake plates gets us the Dagger of Venom. Why is this so good? Well, it poisons the enemy, and the poison stacks every time it's applied, and the damage ticks happen every round, and the damage ticks interrupt enemy spell casting, fizzling spells which need focus to cast. But now we need some armor. You know the Ancake shells we've been collecting? You can actually turn those into incredibly powerful armor, but that costs a lot of money, so let me show you another plan. Heading south to the Nashkel Mines, and we bump into this patrol of Flaming Fist mercenaries, the police force in the region. The headquarters is in the Baldur's Gate city. They mistake us for bandits and attack. Now normally I'd stand no chance against 3 armoured guards, but I'm a mage with a poison dagger, so it's time for everyone to have a nap and then everyone to get stabbed. God, I love this knife. You can then loot the bodies and steal the armour. Plate mail is good, but you can't cast spells while wearing heavy armour, and spells are needed, so this just won't do. We arrive in Nashkel, and we get another cutscene.
With your hurried flight from Candlekeep barely behind you, the troubles facing the Sword Coast seem an unfamiliar blur to your fractured nerves. Gorion would not have you sit idle, however, and perhaps investigating local concerns will shed some light on your own predicament. How the iron shortage or the trouble in the Nashkel mines could possibly be linked to you have no idea.
Every chapter has a voiced intro, and what I really admire is how nothing global has happened yet. The world isn't in danger, the land isn't at risk. When games give you unfathomably huge stakes to make you feel important, you actually get this paradox where the player doesn't care that much at all, because it's just too much to comprehend. Trying to become the saviour of the world immediately doesn't matter unless you actually care about what's in the world. Baldur's Gate does it a bit differently. Right now, you are being hunted for an unknown reason, and you're looking into local trouble. The more personal scale of Baldur's Gate helps you feel a connection to the individual actions. You're not stopping the end, you're stopping your end. As we walk through the town, the mayor approaches us. He doesn't recognise us, but he is desperate for people to investigate the mine, and he'd rather send a random adventurer than risk his own people. I like this. You're getting a task because you're less important than other people, not more. And then we meet Nuba. Nuba is a test of patience. Nuba is an NPC who will not stop talking to you about anything, and he simply will not go away. You actually get an award for not killing him. Remember super secret pixel perfect hidden items? Well, this farm happens to have a complete set of Ancake plate armor, lighter than metal, better defense, and 20,000 coins cheaper than buying it. But we're still not done with our gearing up plan. To the west is the magical fortress of High Hedge, surrounded by gnolls and owned by the narcissistic mage Thanaltir. Also a great place to appreciate the combat music. We need the robes and spells Thanaltir sells, but we don't have the money right now, so we'll return when we have some more gold. I go to sleep outside and we have a dream.
You do not dream often, but tonight the visions are vivid indeed. Long have you walked, but now you find yourself back amidst the stones of Candlekeep. Your former home looms before you, but the gate is closed and barred. Over the walls there is a candle in your old room, but as the light goes out, the bricks surrounding the window closes together. The very walls conspire to keep you at bay.
The main plotline of Baldur's Gate is a double helix of two interwoven stories. The story of the land and the actions of others, and then your own internal struggle to come to terms with your unknown heritage and the nightmares it has brought you. And as you learn more, these two stories wind together, and you see how the fate of the land affects you as a person, and how you as a person affect the land, and the nightmares become more vivid. And now for the first major cheese moment of the game. Baldur's Gate is a densely packed game. There is so much adventure on every map, and I believe this is because of a quote given to Next Generation Gaming magazine in 1998. The quote reads, "Our head programmer has actually read every one of the Forgotten Realms books. Everything. Every single one of the short stories and the paperbacks. He made a point of it. He really wanted to immerse himself." I believe it was this obsession with the Forgotten Realms lore which helped make sure Baldur's Gate was packed to the brim with known characters and adventure, including the famous drow Drizzt Do'Urden. You can find Drizzt being swarmed by gnolls, and he asks you for help in killing them, but he doesn't need any help at all. He will slaughter them and then he will leave. But here's a strange question. Can you kill Drizzt? I mean, they clearly didn't plan on you doing this. Attacking him is a seriously stupid thing to do. He is loaded with paralyze spells, insta-kill spells, panic spells. He's faster than you are. He's stronger than you are. He's got far more hit points than you are. Drizzt could kill an army. But what happens if you do kill him? Well, if you set up all 7 thief traps, the maximum a map allows, before you encounter him, and then attack him to make him aggressive and lead him to the traps when he's marked as your enemy, my favourite part of this whole process is while Drizzt is insanely hard to kill and it's not something any player would think of doing immediately, the developers assumed someone would do this. So you can loot Drizzt and take his sword and armour, and they're all super powerful items. And if you keep them on your character and import your character into Baldur's Gate 2, where you will encounter Drizzt again...
You there! I recognize you! You are the scoundrel that attacked me for no good reason near Baldur's Gate and made off with my equipment!
That is some serious forward planning on the devs' part. Drizzt drops scimitars, and while scimitars are great, what I really want is a hammer, so we head south to the Red Canyon. On the way, we bump into some hobgoblin mercenaries, and one of these speech responses that you can pick as a character is, "Time to die, you ugly knob goblins." And I appreciate the fact the writers made that option possible. They valued humour. But then, in contrast, in the depths of the Red Canyon, we'll encounter the crazed cleric Bacillus, a man driven to insanity through the trauma of watching his parents and siblings be burned to death as his village was invaded years ago. And so he has raised a ghoulish army and talks to them as if they are his own family to deal with this horrific loss. Baldur's Gate 1 really does have such a vast array of tones. It's silly, it's funny, and then it's serious and horrific, and it gets deeper. Because if you charm Bacillus before talking to him, he'll reveal he's from Zentil Keep and the giants invaded and slaughtered the city. Small, world-building touches. Bacillus asks you a series of questions, and if you anger him, the skeleton army will attack you, but if you make him understand and face the reality of what he's done, the undead army will crumble away, and you only have to fight him. And despite being tough and having a great weapon, he will miss you in melee combat almost all the time, and when he's dead, you'll find out why. You can loot the awesome hammer Ashadina +2 with enhanced electrical damage from him, but also find the gauntlets of fumbling, cursed bracers which lower your own hit chance. Basilius didn't hit you because he was wearing them. To enhance this little encounter, if you take his holy symbol to the temple east of Beregost, the priest will recognize it and thank you for bringing Basilius to justice, rewarding you with gold and experience. It's the small self-contained touches like this that really tie the whole world together. Events you discover, become involved with and settle, with no real place in the bigger picture, just memorable side adventures. It's the wandering off that lets you see the world, the carnival with the exploding ogre, who explodes on command, but if you make him do it too many times he goes mad and attacks you. The insane mage who's making a garden by petrifying unlucky adventurers and turning them to stone. Or the little boy on the coast who has lost his dog. So you bring the dog back to him and the kid thanks you and then transforms into a demon and teleports back to hell. The whole world feels full of adventure. After selling all the items we don't need, I've got enough for the robe from High Hedge and I've filled my spellbook a little more. I now know the mirror image and the blur spell, so I am well defended. So we chat to the mayor of Nashkel and he asks us to investigate the mines. But before we do, one final secret. There's a graveyard in Nashkel, and clicking on the gravestones gives you funny messages about how they died, but clicking on this stone makes a mage appear and warn you to never ever do that again. And if you do it again, he will give you one final warning, and if you do it for a third time, he will summon an army of Phoenix Guard, respawning high-level soldiers and then try to kill you. It is one of the most unexpected and high-level challenging encounters in the game, and even if you are fully prepared for this, you will probably die. So here's the cheese. Multiple traps, and the spell Skull Trap. Both things can be stacked, and then you can lure enemies into them. In fact, this is why one of my own Discord emotes is a cheesy floating skull trap over a snare. Because when I streamed this game on Twitch, everyone thought my snare and skull trap tactic was so cheesy, my auntie even sent me a mug with the Baby Bell cheese logo mixed with the Baldur's Gate symbol edited to say Baby Ball. Surviving this incredibly difficult assault and killing this mage gives you absolutely nothing. Okay, enough messing about, on with the plot. I head to the inn for a good night's sleep and another assassin.
It may be a touch unladylike, but I'm gonna slit your throat, I am.
Another bounty hunter means another bounty, but now we are worth 680 gold. Somebody really wants us dead. We ask the mine foreman for permission to look around. He grants us 1 day's entry, but there's no actual time limit. Inside, a miner tells you to leave while you can. There be demons in the darkness. The mines are infested with kobolds. They are around every corner, and if you try to sleep, you'll likely be woken up by a small pack of them. Unlike the open woods and coastal roads, the mines are tight and packed in, meaning we need to change our combat tactics. We don't have long enough sight lines to mage from a distance, but I can set more traps. Baldur's Gate doesn't have a 3D world, but it does play with the design space that it does have very well. From cleared glades to packed forests, open rooms to curved corridors, and, as we'll see later, trapped castles or long thin paths of the Thieves Guild. And each environment layout lends itself to a different style of fighting. Are we grouping enemies up and fireballing them? Are we splitting them apart and stunning them? The scenery will often dictate how you approach a fight, and this changes the feeling of fights into tactical challenges. Baldur's Gate does of course have combat, but as you play more you stop seeing it as combat and see it instead as a giant real-time puzzle to be solved. Every enemy, attack, spell, potion, every trap or door is a cog in a giant machine. You need to time it and place it so the machine runs in your favour. You'll pretty much always be outnumbered or outmatched or outclassed, but you'll always win if you play smart. One of the thief skills is Detect a Trap, and if you have it active, each in-game round will make an invisible detection roll, and if you find any, they'll show up as a red dangerous area and you can then disarm them. Or you can leave it there and allow an enemy to trigger it later, making Baldur's Gate one of the few adventure games where having a thief actually matters. As we push through the mines, we find the kobolds have been tainting the ore with a chemical, and in the very deepest caves we find Mullerhead, leading them. He asks if Tazok sent us. We lie and say, yeah, of course Tazok sent us, and he tells us the letters are in the chest. Baldur's Gate 1 uses the mistaken identity plot device a lot, and it makes sense. Hired goons wouldn't know who everyone is in the power structure, and assuming that you're on their side is only a natural thing, especially if you made it past the traps. However, Mullahay realizes his mistake pretty quickly and attacks us, and it's here you'll come to despise enemies with any kind of paralyzed spell, whether that's making you go mad or holding your character still. Losing control of your party in a fight means almost certain death. So we win this encounter by massively over-preparing with traps and spells, and then we read Mullahay's letters. They are from his boss, someone called Tazok. They mention meeting someone called Tranzig in the Feldpost Inn back in Beregost. Why is every bad guy called something starting with T? Tarnesh attacks us at the inn, Tazok controls Mullahay, and Tranzig is waiting at the inn. So we follow the thread and head back to Beregost. When you enter the Feldpost Inn, you'll immediately trigger one of my favourite side quests in any game. Some guy called Marl runs up to you and screams at you, and he's backed up by his friend. It seems that Marl's son became an adventurer recently and tragically died. So now Marl blames all adventurers for glorifying that lifestyle, so he indirectly blames you for his son's death. And now you have a choice. You can tease him, you can deny responsibility, or you can sympathise. Now, two of those options lead to Marl attacking you, but if you talk about his son and explain how some people just have to follow their calling in life, and if you offer to buy him a drink and hold his son's memory in your heart with him, celebrating his life, Marl breaks down and leaves. I love this design so much, because in Dungeons & Dragons the players will often face challenges and combat is always an answer, but it's not the only answer. Baldur's Gate lets you talk your way out of so many potentially dangerous situations, truly reinforcing the fact it's a role-playing game and not just a combat game. We find Tranzig upstairs in the inn. We confront him and ask about his involvement in this iron corruption plot and what he's attempting to achieve, but instead he attacks us. Now, when mages cast spells, they need to concentrate, and being hit interrupts the spell casting, and our poison dagger is great because now it interrupts him every turn. We loot Tranzig and find another letter from Tazok saying the next iron raid will happen in Peldvale or Larswood to the east. So we have our next clue. Back in Nashkel, you can let the mayor know you've investigated the mines and some dude called Mullahay was controlling the kobolds to corrupt the ore. He takes Mullahay's symbol from you and pays you. Unfortunately, your actions are drawing more attention and you'll face another assassin, the rogue mage Nimble. Thankfully, the local guards will help you out, and when you loot Nimble, you'll find another letter from Tazok, an assassination request on you. Okay, now it's personal. Tazok is not only the one orchestrating this corrupt the iron plot, he's also the one sending assassins. So let's go and get some answers. Handing in that quest to the mayor also increased your reputation. Now, the reputation measures how liked or disliked your party are, and this changes which party companions will join you, which quest you'll be able to take, and even which items you can equip. Also, if you are universally despised, city guards will attack you on sight. Back in Beregost, we bump into the old wizard Elminster again. He knew Gorion, and he seems to be following us, but there's no time to talk, we have bandits to hunt. Tazok's camp is to the east, and despite being heavily guarded by hobgoblins, we know the web spell. Now, I cannot understate how important crowd control is in Baldur's Gate 1. Locking enemies down, slowing attacks, poisoning, and teleporting matter far more than straight up damage. Battlefield control is king, and you will win or lose based on how much you can manipulate the flow of enemies. Eventually we reach the bandit camp and have another short intro cutscene. This bandit camp shows that Baldur's Gate isn't all about epic, huge battles, but small, meaningful skirmishes. We're not facing countless hordes or an unending army. We're facing very specific guards, and because of this, we feel totally in control. We know the best places to set a trap, we know when to run, we know when to stand and fight back. Books and games often make the mistake of thinking more is better, especially in battles, and that's not always the case. It's not about the amount, it's about the stakes, and small personal confrontations against enemies we know stick in our mind way longer than battles for concepts we don't really care about. The Hobgoblin Captain is called Torgos, and the Elite Leader Captain is called Tursus. Stop using T for the enemy names. I have a quick nap outside before searching more of the bandit camp, and we have another nightmare.
The stone tunnels of the Nashkel mines constrain your dreams tonight. The twisting depths are more a nuisance than claustrophobic now. What with the hidden marauders dead at your feet, deeper you tread, chuckling over your triumph at each body you see, pausing occasionally to wipe your boots clean, or check the odd kobold for coins you might have missed.
That imagery is horrific. Bone blades, strangling Mullahay with our bare hands. Something isn't right inside us, but we don't know what. Eventually I find the main tent with the 3 bandit leaders, 3 very tough guys, a melee fighter, a ranger and a mage. Unfortunately for them, I am a snare master, so I set up an ambush, lure them out of the tent, and directly into arrowy death. You know when games say you can play your way? This is what they should mean. Enemies chasing you from building to building, enemies laying traps for you, you laying traps for them. I will play my way, and my way is the way of the snare. Inside, unfortunately, no sign of Tazo, but we do find a prisoner, a guy called Ender Sai, and he explains he only messed with one group in Baldur's Gate, the Iron Throne, a merchant guild in the main city, meaning whatever is going on here is likely linked to the Iron Throne. There's also a chest, so we have a look inside. Let's try that again. There's a chest, so we check the traps, disarm said traps, and then have a look inside. We get the best gauntlets in the game and find another letter to Tazok from someone called Davorn. Davorn says Saravok will not be pleased. I like how we're slowly working our way up the hierarchy of this sinister organisation and this shady plot. So clearly Davorn is Tazok's boss, and Davorn has established a base in the western Cloakwood, and then we get more cutscenes. The next time you sleep, you'll have even more nightmares, picturing yourself as a monster stalking the lands. Exploring the Cloakwood to try and find Davorn, we bump into one of my favourite design choices in this game, because it reframes a standard fantasy trope and uses human psychology against you. While walking through the woods, we are approached by Aldeth Sashenstar. They ask us to protect them from a band of men coming to kill them. So being righteous and moral, we agree. And then the men appear, and the men are druids charged with protecting the wood, and Aldeth is a rich nobleman hunting animals for sport. This is great. In human psychology, there's something called the anchoring fallacy. Whenever we are exposed to new ideas or new stuff, or we discover something new, we anchor ourselves to it and assume that it is correct. We base everything else off our relation to our first experience of something. If someone tells you a fact and then someone later tells you that actually that's wrong, your first response is to tell the second person that no, they're wrong. Despite having no actual evidence for either being correct, you will defend the position you're exposed to first. This is the anchoring fallacy. In storytelling, the protagonist often meets the morally correct people first and then the bad guys later. So the viewer naturally anchors themselves on the side of good, and then the story pacing uses natural human psychology to enhance the pushback to when new ideas are exposed to you. Baldur's Gate does the opposite. You'll often meet the bad guys of a quest first, which means you will naturally anchor yourself to the morally questionable side, through no fault of your own. And then when you realise the full situation, you're caught in this wonderful psychological space where you have a natural urge to defend the person you met first, but also the need to question, hang on, have I started in the wrong place? Have I joined the wrong side? This is only a very short side quest. You can kill the rich people, the druids, or both, but the simple fact they had the rich people approach you first means they wanted to put the player into the awkward position of having to actually think through a dilemma, to challenge the anchoring fallacy, and to have you question both sides instead of just following the first person you met. And the game does this multiple times, and it enhances the feeling of the world being sentient without you. You don't follow a predestined, heroic path. You follow a random, adventure-driven path. And while you may be the main character in your own life, you are a side character in theirs. The Cloakwood itself is big. It actually spans 4 entire maps, and each map has smaller side quests hidden within, like this dude who's lost his brother. He said his brother was going to hunt giant spiders and hasn't returned. And later on we do actually find a giant spider lair with a grotesque flesh creature sat within. This does also give us the great dialogue option, shut up and die. If you defeat the spiders within this and loot the grotesque feature, you'll find a body, and the body is carrying the sword Spider's Bane. And if this guy had the Spider's Bane sword, how did he fail? Oh, there you go. If you identify the ring he has on, you'll see it's the Cursed Ring of Folly, which sets the wearer's intelligence and wisdom to 3. So he was very prepared, but also incredibly stupid. Environmental, item-based storytelling. Most fights by now also end up with you kiting enemies around in a big circle, because if you are fighting stuff that can poison you, you don't want to get poisoned, and staying out of melee range is best. Eventually we meet Lascal. He asks if we are with the Iron Throne. Now, choices like this are always a risk, because you don't know the NPC's allegiance. We say no, and he is thankful. He explains they have a fortress close by, and we should avoid it if we want to live. So we're on the right track. I know I have a mission, but look! A mountain cave with blood trails leading inside. That's just too tempting to avoid. What's in here? Oh, it's full of wyverns. Fantastic. This means a few more minutes of kiting and setting traps, and then remembering that I can get caught in my own web trap and dying to my own stupidity. Look at this gorgeous artwork. A giant dead dragon, a massacred caravan, and small baby wyverns. This is such a stunning scene. And it's a side bit. You can miss this completely. This whole section is actually Koran's quest. If you let him join you, he demands you kill these wyverns, and leaves if you don't do it in time. Finally, we find the Iron Throne's forest base. We stride in and we get attacked by just everyone. Killing Drasus here gives us the paws of the cheetah, boots which double our movement speed, so now we are running everywhere. And given how combat rounds work and how enemies can sometimes take a round to register you are within melee range, we are now a hit and run poison machine. This massive fight does show one issue with sound though. When too many sound effects stack at once, such as running, selecting the player character, casting spells, taking poison damage, or drinking a potion, all of the sound effects stop, and you have a moment or two of silence. It's a really jarring switch, and it does show an issue with processing multiple sound files. Along with the speedy boots, Drasus had a letter on him. He has been instructed to accompany Davon to the forest base and kill us specifically. Letter is signed, Realtar. So Davon and Drasus are both working under the authority of Realtar. We are getting closer and closer to the Puppet Masters. Progress through this part is tedious. There are enemy soldiers and mages and archers, and you have to fight for every inch of screen space, resting to recover spells, ranging, running back. And the problem with some of the larger fights is you can't compete with the endless resources of the enemies. Even if I was playing in a party, you are limited by arrows, spell slots, and potions, and they aren't. Break into the guardhouse, find a cowardly guard inside who begs us to spare him and tells us there's a secret lift in the house on the hill which leads to a hidden mine. So we fight through to the upper house and take the elevator down and find a mine staffed with slaves, and this guy approaches us and tells us to run while we can. We explain that we're on his side, and he tells us how much he hates Davon. This mine is still producing quality iron, and if it's being controlled by the Iron Throne Merchant Company, it's likely they are poisoning the other mines just so they can stockpile quality iron and make a fortune. But then where do we fit into this? We fight our way through the mines and talk to more slaves and get told there's a way to flood the mine, a key that Davon holds, and Davon rests deeper in the mine. If we can bring the key to the slaves, they can unlock the river bulkhead and destroy everything. This is totally optional, but I'm feeling for these people. Baldur's Gate doesn't just show you a bad situation. It has you talk to the people living in it. It wants you to feel for them. It wants you to connect with the situation and feel something toward every NPC you meet. It's why every slave has a voice line. It's why they cough and wheeze as they work. It's why they walk slower. Everything about all named NPCs are designed to create a connection, for better or worse, pity or fear. Fight through the mines to this underground guard complex, absolutely packed full of all types of mercenaries, all employed by the Iron Throne, full of secret doors, hidden ghouls, and more goddamn lightning traps. Outmanned but never outplayed, I sleep this entire room of guards and then just take my time killing them. You know, I'd feel bad if they weren't all actively trying to kill me. Killing this mage gets us the Haste magic scroll, and we learn it, and Haste is broken. In Baldur's Gate 1, casting Haste not only doubles your movement speed, which does indeed stack with the boots we are wearing, but it doubles your attack rate. So now, our fully hasted fighter mage thief with a poison dagger and enough magic missiles to take down a Tarrasque can run absolute rings around a room full of guards. This is why I love Baldur's Gate. The writing, it's so self-aware and so tongue-in-cheek. Look, a guard shouts, "Better have a good reason to be here," and one of our replies is just, "Nope." Eventually we find the inner sanctum and confront Davon. Just one small problem. He's an incredibly powerful mage with 2 battle horrors guarding him, and the battle horrors are immune to trap damage. Fantastic. This fight is incredibly tough. You need a balance of traps, skull traps, haste, poison, luring, and some good old-fashioned luck. But eventually you'll take out both the horrors and take down David.
You have dealt a great blow to the organization known as the Iron Throne. A defeat that you are certain will not be ignored. Now you must travel to the great city of Baldur's Gate, where you are certain to find the truth behind the strange plot that plagues the citizens of the Sword Coast.
Weapon levels aren't matching up.
On Davorn's body, we find 3 letters. The first from Realtar, explaining how they've purchased a noble estate in western Baldur's Gate and to ask for Yeslik. The second explaining how Realtar has placed Saravok in command of the mercenary forces for this entire operation and how they have a spy inside the Seven Suns trading charter in Baldur's Gate. And the third explaining how they're going to falsely claim an alliance with the Zentarim, a well-known mercenary company, to deflect all blame away from the Iron Throne for this whole iron shortage thing. Is all of this just to cause an iron shortage for profit? I guess it's time to go and ask the throne themselves. I also want to know, where do I fit into all of this? I take the mine key from Davorn's body and go and find the slaves to flood the mine. On the way I bump into this guard. He says, "Please don't kill me, I have a wife and 10 kids." And you can actually reply, "That's fine. You have a fate worse than death already." With the slaves warned of the incoming flood, we hand over the key and drown all of the remaining Iron Throne mercenaries. And then we set off for Baldur's Gate and for some answers. Crossing the bridge to the main city to the north, we meet the tax collector. He asks where we're from. If you wish, you can reply, "The mystical land of the frolicking naked nymphs, where every desire is granted by bald, blubbering bugbears." But I just say Candlekeep. And this makes him summon Scar, the head of the Flaming Fist. Scar has heard of us and of our escapades. He knows we are moving through this power structure, killing whoever we meet, and he needs a favour. His friend Jasso of the Seven Suns trading charter is acting very strange, and he wants us to spy on them. We have no connection to the Flaming Fist, so if we get caught, they could deny any involvement. We tell Scar we're actually here to investigate the Iron Throne, and we believe they have a spy in the Seven Suns charter themselves, so into the city we go. We're greeted once again by Elminster, who tells us Scar and Duke Eltan are good men and we can trust them. The city itself is big, taking up 9 different maps. In fact, if you were to take every zone map and stitch them together in Baldur's Gate, you'd get this image. Now, 19 of the game's subquests are actually spread over these 9 maps of the city. Everything from a museum heist to killing a mage whose mind control a nymph as his personal slave to hunting a basilisk someone mistakenly let loose in a shipyard warehouse. The city is densely packed with adventure and with treasure. We head to the Seven Suns Merchant Charter building and have a chat with some of the merchants. One of them approaches us and tells us to leave because he is seeing things. It's not safe here. He says he looked at one of his friends and saw his face shift into another. So we head to the basement and we are attacked by a doppelganger. We kill it and then find Scar's friend Jasso. He calls us a shape-shifting bastard and we assure him we are here to help. It seems the Seven Suns trading charter has been infiltrated by shapeshifters and we have to fight our way back out. Once they're all dead, we are summoned back to Scar and we let him know what's going on. While he looks into the economic and political implications of a major merchant house becoming corrupt, he has another favour to ask. He knows we're investigating the Iron Throne, but people are disappearing from the streets, with rumours they're being dragged into the sewers. He asks if we can go and check it out, so we do. It's the small touches that make the city feel so vibrant. The smokestacks coming from the chimneys on the taverns, the muffled songs from within, the dogs barking in the distance, the lapping of the waves down at the docks, the crazy ogres who try to kill you when you go into the wrong pubs because there's still a bounty on your head, so you use the Benny Hill tactic of running around tables and taking pot shots with your bow. Truly a remarkable city. The sewer rumours are unfortunately true. There's a huge system of sewers underneath the city and you'll find this ogre mage kidnapping and then reanimating people, along with his carrion crawler pets. So we make short work of them, search the bodies and find the ruby ring of House Sashenstar, proof that nobles have been abducted. In the original game, you'll find a female body in a spider's web. In the enhanced edition, you'll find the ring on the ogre. And to tie this little detail back into an earlier event, the Sashenstar family was the rich, arrogant hunter you met in the forest earlier. This ring belongs to his daughter. We take the ring and proof of the Ogre Mage's defeat back to Scar, and a nice little Easter egg, look at this. This is the Elf Song Tavern, which many people may know was used as the first hub location in the 2001 hack-and-slash game Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance. We tell Scar the horrible truth about the sewer kidnappings, and he sends us to talk to Duke Eltan, one of the ruling elite of Baldur's Gate. Eltan wants us to investigate the Iron Throne. He's heard rumours of corruption, and even links to the Iron Crisis, so we set off. While walking through the city, you'll be approached by multiple people all needing help. Someone wants you to listen to how they were scammed by a mage and want revenge. Someone else wants you to know what time the museum opens, in case you want to rob it. Someone else asks just what it's like to be an adventurer. The game is so happy to have you. Many modern games, especially games focusing on being dark or gritty, have a veneer of apathetic coolness, a smothering nonchalance which feels disengaged from the player, as if the game doesn't care if you enjoy it or not. Baldur's Gate shares the spirit of pulp adventures from the 80s and 90s. It wants you to have a good time. Inside the Iron Throne building, a merchant tells us he is sick of Saravok's antics and is leaving, and on the floor above, a clerk called Destus Gurn mistakes us for an expected emissary Tar, and tells us that Thaldorn, one of the leaders of the Iron Throne, awaits us above. But he's in a bad mood and has several advisors with him. Okay then, time for some charisma. We stroll on up and announce that yes, we are Emissary Tar and you should tell us what's going on. That, however, confuses them because apparently Emissary Tar is already here. And everyone in the room is viciously loyal to Saravok and they know who we are, so our disguise flounders, and now we start one of the hardest fights in the game. 6-on-1. Time for traps, and spells, and running, and poison, and more than a little bit of praying the dice roll in my favour. And by now I've actually hit the experience cap. And because I've triple classed and the experience is shared evenly, I'm not the best in any class, but I'm competent in all of them. We kill all the advisors, but there's no sign of Realtar or Saravok. But we do find some letters on a bookshelf from Saravok to Realtar, and he addresses him as father. So is Realtar Saravok's dad? The first letter was clearly never meant to be sent, because it explains how Saravok has killed us and unfortunately cannot attend the meeting in Candlekeep. The second letter is addressed to Realtar from some guy called Tooth, and asks about the agreed meeting in Candlekeep. So there's a meeting with the highest ranking Iron Throne member, Realtar, going on in Candlekeep right now. We let Scar and Duke Elton know this, and they give us a valuable book to pay the entrance fee, and we head back to where it all began. I love the story trope of returning to your home when you're stronger and wiser, but the once safe walls now represent a greater danger. It's the perfect analogy for the growing responsibilities of life and the invisible struggles that were always present but you never noticed as a child. Because we know doppelgangers exist, we can trust no one. And everyone we talk to says a strange man called Kovaras is asking some odd questions. Eventually, inside the main library, Kovaras approaches us and explains they know about the attack on Gorion and us, and we should kill Realtar and his advisors while we have the chance. He gives us a magical ring of protection and then goes on his way. We find Realtar and his gang on the upper floors, and after explaining who we are and asking for some answers, they attack us. This is again a super tough fight. You've got mages throwing out insane damage, a ranger who uses darts of stunning against you and can paralyze you, and a melee fighter who casts haste on themselves. But to us, it's just another puzzle. Traps and spells will see us through. And then when Realtar rebounds his own lightning and blows himself up. That helped quite a bit.
Let's give them a right thrashing.
With the leaders of the Iron Throne dead, we're met by the local guards and arrested. I mean, that's understandable. We did just kill a load of people, but it's okay. We have the letters to prove what really happened. But when the guards search us, they find a Shadow Thief ring on us, an ancient symbol of an assassin cult. It was the ring Kovaras gave us. He tricked us into taking it so we'd look like assassins all along and forego any trial. And while we wait in prison, our old friend Tethero shows up. He knows we've been set up, and while he can't defend us, he can teleport us to the catacombs under the city and hope we can find a way to escape and get some answers. With Realtar and the leaders of the Iron Throne dead, the Iron Throne should now be leaderless and in chaos. Who remains to run it? The only lead we have is Saravok, or the mysterious figure Kovaras who gave us the assassin's ring to frame us. But hang on, Kovaras is Saravok backwards. Who is Saravok? Why did he encourage us to kill his father? Why is he orchestrating this plot? Time to get some answers. Well, just as soon as we make it through these catacombs, filled with doppelgangers taking the form of our past friends, and traps lining every twist and turn. Seriously, there are so many traps, and so many doppelgangers, all of them mirror images of the citizens of Candlekeep, but twisted to hate us. Toward the end of the catacombs, you'll even meet Elminster the Mage and Gorion, the foster father, urging you to stop this madness and come home. And you know what? Even though you as a player know these are doppelgangers, a little bit of you wants to believe. You want him to be alive again. The emotional impact of setting this encounter in Candlekeep is genius. You feel like a protected child again, and you really want this to be real. But they are indeed doppelgangers. In fact, one of them is a greater doppelganger, and that means they are super tough, so traps and haste spells for everyone, and then we sprint away and abuse the magic wands we found earlier. Oh, nice little touch. If you kill an enemy while they are frozen, they will always explode into frozen chunks. The catacombs lead us into this cave system, and inside we meet Pratt and his merry gang. They work for Saravok, and we're supposed to meet him here. I guess we're just messing up all types of plans, aren't we? This fight is as challenging as we've grown used to. Lightning bolts in small spaces, bouncing around and killing everyone, lots of being paralysed, lots of reloading, and when they are all dead, we find more letters on Pratt written by Saravok. It seems we are being charged with the murder of the Iron Throne leaders, and in their absence, Saravok has assumed control, and he plans to use the reveal of a stockpile of high-quality iron during this crisis to curry enough favour with the city to become a Grand Duke of Baldur's Gate. Was that the plan? Cause a shortage and then ride in with a supply to look like a hero? But then why spend so much time trying to kill me? There's still more to this. Escaping the cave system is somewhat difficult because it means running through a basilisk room, and as you can see from the stone statues of past adventurers, these things can petrify you, and because I am a party of one, this means instant fail. If you're going to have an enemy with an instant, almost unavoidable death mechanic, at least give me a way to instantly kill them back. Oh, yeah, traps, fair enough. Out of the caves and back onto the surface, we set off back to Baldur's Gate, and another cutscene.
Life continues to be quite the challenge. You have been accused of murdering the Iron Throne leaders, and the Flaming Fist will undoubtedly hound your every step because of it. Despite all of this, you must return to the city of Baldur's Gate, the very lair of your accusers. You must find and expose the one who is responsible for your predicament. You must find Saravok.
The city is busy, and asking around we discover it's because of the preparations to inaugurate Grand Duke Saravok. We need to get into the ducal palace, but no one gets in without an invitation. So I guess it's time to call in a favour from Scar. Maybe we can march in with the Flaming Fist soldiers at our side, or Duke Elton could help us. They can probably pull some strings. But then we're approached by a Flaming Fist soldier and taken to Angelo. We're told Scar is dead. Angelo is clearly working for Saravok because he imprisons us and sentences us to death without a trial. And now, one of the most morally conflicting moments in the whole game. You need to escape from prison. And there's one other prisoner in here with you, Neb. Now, Neb does know how to get out. You can wait and do absolutely nothing and then fight your way through a load of Flaming Fist soldiers, killing innocent soldiers to escape. Or you can take Neb's help, but Neb is in prison for killing homeless children. To escape, you need to admire Neb's actions, massage his ego, and he'll tell you about a secret passage. What a brilliant quagmire to put the player in. Stay back and risk death and fight your way through hordes of soldiers, or escape with the aid of a terrible person. Side note, just so you all feel a bit of relief, you can kill Neb in a quest in Baldur's Gate 2. Once freed, I head straight back to the Flaming Fist headquarters. We have a score to settle with Angelo. With Scar dead, our only hope is Duke Elton, and you happen to know he is at the Flaming Fist headquarters. After fighting your way through the Flaming Fist HQ, you head upstairs and are approached by Kent, a soldier loyal to Scar. Kent knows something dodgy is going on. He tells us Duke Eltan is in the next room, but he's sick. He's being watched over by the healer Rashad. But Kent knows Rashad is no healer. He's seen his face morph and twist. So we confront Rashad, who turns into a greater doppelganger, kill him, and then try to save Duke Eltan. Duke Eltan begs us to take him to the Harbour Master and protect his fellow dukes, Leah and Belt. Because if Leah and Belt are assassinated, Saravok won't just run the Iron Throne, he'll be the only Grand Duke left, giving him control of the entire city. And Eltan happens to know there are 2 assassins hiding in the brothel within the sewer, and with that, we carry his body across the city. Side note, this is what I mean about the city being packed with adventure. Before going to the Harbour Master, I head to a nearby inn to get some sleep and recharge my spells, but as soon as I go inside, everyone is being attacked by aggressive slimes. It seems the innkeeper was rude to a mage, so the mage summoned a load of angry jelly. Small, self-contained experiences make Baldur's Gate feel vibrant. I drop off Duke Eltan's body with the Harbour Master and then fight my way through the sewers, encountering even more doppelgangers and finding more letters. This one from Saravok, explaining how once he has control of Baldur's Gate, he will prepare for war with the southern continent of Arm, creating, in his words, glorious bloodshed. So we head back to the sewers to try and find these assassins. Underneath the city there is an expansive, hidden brothel, filled with thieves and nobles alike. Then inside, we meet Kristen and Slythe. How tough are they? Well,
look at Kristen, honey. It's the heroes of the Sword Coast. They're the real deal. Kristen, don't break down on me.
My
here.
spleen.
I still need your help.
3 hits. We die in 3 hits. No matter how tough you might feel, the game will punish you for charging in recklessly. So I sleep in the sewers to prepare for the fight, and another nightmare. We see ourselves as a monster. We see Saravok, and we feel the presence of Baal, the god of murder. We feel the essence of Baal within Saravok and within ourselves. And then we wake. So I take down the assassins and loot them, and I find 2 important documents. One of them is an invitation to the Ducal Palace. The other, instructions to assassinate the dukes, signed by Saravok. This is it. This is the evidence we need to take him down. You'll also notice a nice touch. On one of the notes, Saravok doesn't refer to it as his inauguration, but his coronation. He sees this as taking full control. So we head inside the palace and we get to watch the dukes discussing the theories as the ceremony plays out, all voiced quite nicely.
As all of you know, this is a special occasion for the city of Baldur's Gate.
The votes have been tallied from those submitted by the landowners.
What of Duke Elton? Has his condition improved at all? What about the rumors of Arm mobilizing for war? Why aren't we preparing for war? With our iron shortage, how are we to defend ourselves? Who will give us the iron we need? What of the Centarum? I've heard that they may be somehow involved. I believe that Elton was poisoned by members of the Shadow Thieves. They're obviously trying to kill our leaders.
All of your questions will be answered in due time. You need not worry. Entar was killed by Shadow Thieves.
The evidence we have about Entar's murder does resemble the work of the Shadow Thieves, but...
Resembles? That's ridiculous!
If I may continue, the signature left behind was very blatant and could have been put there to mislead all of us.
Who would want to mislead us? Perhaps I could interject something before this meeting degenerates into meaningless bickering.
Saravok in his speech declares one of his first actions as a Grand Duke will be to take complete command of the Flaming Fist. And the nobles reply,
Wait one moment. That is not in your power to decide.
Shut up! Let Servok speak!
We now interrupt the meeting, but before we can speak, the nobles in attendance turn into doppelgangers and attack everyone. The soldiers, the dukes, and us. And this is one of the most difficult puzzles to solve. You need to save at least one of the two present dukes, Leah or Belt. Ideally save them both. If they both die, Sarevok wins. But the doppelgangers will prioritise attacking the dukes over you, and they cannot stand up to the doppelganger attacks. The only way to get the doppelganger's attention is to attack them first, so I end up casting Web to secure 3 out of the 6 nobles, letting the other 3 transform, and killing them with traps. And then, when the web dies, taking down the other 3. It's not pretty, but it works. Eventually. And when I say eventually, I mean I died quite a few times.
My spleen!
With the doppelgangers down, you can present the dukes with evidence of Sarevok's plans, and this angers Sarevok, and he screams he will kill us just like he killed Gorion. The fight starts, but before it can end, a mysterious mage called Winsky teleports in and then teleports both himself and Sarevok away. Belt can divine the teleport location and says they fled to the Thieves Guild. The dukes urge us to give chase and teleport us there. The Thieves Guild is a maze, and at the entrance we find Valletta Stiletto, stabbed and dying. She tells us Sarevok ran past and stabbed her on the way just for fun, and then likely fled to the Undercity, an ancient and ruined underground part of Baldur's Gate. The only thing still standing down there is the Temple of Baal. Saying this maze is trapped is a serious understatement. Magic missiles, poisoned arrows, lightning bolts, fireballs, doom guards, kobolds, animated statues, skeletons, corrosive jellies, and all of them hidden along long straight corridors, giving no real place to set up an ambush or to hide. This map is hell to get through, and when you finally make it to the end, you can meet and find Winsky, the mage who teleported Sarevok away. He's dying, and he tells us his tale. Winsky mentored Sarevok, and he knows his true heritage, his true motive. Sarevok wants war, but not for profit or for power, for bloodshed, pure and simple. Why? Well, if you return to the Iron Throne headquarters and go to the very top floor, you'll meet Synthadria, Sarevok's lover. And by killing her, or showing mercy after almost killing her, she'll give you Sarevok's diary, and in that you discover the truth of the entire plan. The monks here at Candlekeep have been quite helpful. From what I have read, it would seem certain that the blood of Baal does indeed flow through my veins. His prophecies are, of course, ambiguous, but I think I understand them. He foresaw his coming death and seeded his essence across the land. The children born as a result bear the marks of chaos, have power with no direction, and shall feel the blood of a god within them. The deaths they bring shall awaken the Father, and through them he will rise. It does not explicitly say, but obviously this means that death wrought by the children will cause them to ascend. Fitting, and since the Father was the Lord of Murder, proving one's worth must involve an act in accordance with his portfolio. I begin to see what I must do. Death on a godlike scale. The monk Gorion troubles me. He seems to have taken an interest in my readings. I must be careful to be more clandestine in my research. I take my leave of Candlekeep now, and not a moment too soon, for I am sure that Gorion has perceived my heritage. One thing I am certain of, Gorion's ward is in actuality one of Baal's brood as well. He has all the markings, and that would explain Gorion's curiosity in my studies. There is nothing I can do now. I will have to make certain to return and kill the brat. Gorion's ward is on the move to Baldur's Gate. If I could maneuver the whelp to Candlekeep, then I would have the perfect scapegoat for my plan. My mortal father, Realtar, is there to meet with the Knights of the Shield. He has been blocking all my attempts to escalate hostilities between Arm and Baldur's Gate, and these meetings will only serve to smooth relations. I must rid myself of them all and assume control of the Iron Throne myself. I cannot allow petty businesses and monetary concerns to interfere. Terribly sorry, Father, but my true parentage calls, and you are in the way. Now, this seems pretty epic, but one of the most brilliant touches of this writing is how it's hinted at from the very opening of the game in the Candlekeep tutorial. If you walk around the side of the library to this small garden, you can find the chanting monks, and while 4 of the 5 prophecies don't concern you, one of them does. You just have to filter it out from the others.
When conflict
the Lord of
sweeps
murder
across
shall
the
perish,
day,
but in his doom
the
he shall
great
spawn a
lizards of
score
the
of
north
mortal
shall descend with
progeny.
fire and fury.
Chaos will be sown from their passage. So saith the wise Alonso.
None shall wander the earth.
Baal, the Lord of Murder, predicted his own death and sired children all over, hoping one of them would feel the bloodlust and resurrect him. Sarevok and you are both Baal spawn. We fight our way through the Undercity, past the Iron Throne hit squad and the last of Sarevok's loyalists, and make our way to the Temple of Baal to confront our half-brother. The temple is covered in traps, and Sarevok himself is joined by 2 loyal commanders, Angelo of the Flaming Fist and Samaj the Conjurer. If you approach, Sarevok will ask you why you don't join him, and no matter your response, you'll have to fight all 3. If you try and fight fair, this will happen. So I guess we're not fighting fair. I set up every trap I can. I prepare a massive skull trap bomb, a line of exploding skulls just waiting for Sarevok to run into them. I buff up with every defensive spell I have. I cast Web into the darkness to hold the 2 lackeys back, and then I lure Sarevok to attack me. You may be the Lord of Murder, but I am the Lord of Snares. With Sarevok dead, the ending cutscene plays out, which again has been changed for the Enhanced Edition, but I'm going to show you the original because I believe it's much better. It seems there are hundreds of Baal spawn left. What a brilliant, horrific realization to end the game with. Now, if you're playing the original, the main game is over, but you've got the Tales of the Sword Coast expansion pack to play through, a massive amount of new, high-level content. You're talking about 20 to 30 hours of game in 4 new areas. The ruins of Durlag's Tower for you treasure-seeking types, and the settlement of Ulgoth's Beard, which has a werewolf and cultist problem. And you've got new spells, items, armour, basically more good stuff. The expansion released to number 1 in the PC Game Spot and sold over 600,000 units on release. It was a major success. But that's not the only expansion. In 2016, when the Enhanced Edition was made, they added an entire new campaign to the end called the Siege of Dragonspear. This is about 20 hours long. It's an adventure which bridges the gap between the end of Baldur's Gate 1 and the start of Baldur's Gate 2. It was the first official content released for Baldur's Gate in over 10 years, and it has you following the mysterious crusade north of Baldur's Gate, led...
How is it this game was really fun when I played some of it. I didn't beat it. I think I'd like to go back through the enhanced version at some point when I have the time. Elden Ring seems like it has those choices as well. It's pretty great. I'd say one of the best games ever made, and Baldur's Gate, right up there.
By the Shining Lady, Kalar Argent. It gives a load of new items, weapons, enemies and spells, and both of these are big enough to be their own video. So with Saravok dead and the city saved for now, we can finally ask, Baldur's Gate 1, was it any good? It's a classic Dungeons & Dragons journey in a world packed with adventure, action and intrigue. It shines as one of the best plots to ever grace a fantasy game. The freedom to play solo, or in a party of heroes you've created, or to meet and join up with the in-game companions, each with their own unique quest lines, wants, dislikes, loves and fears, meaning there's a huge amount of replayability. Once you've finished the game for you, you can go back and finish it for the companions. Their goals aren't always yours, but they're no less enjoyable. The main questline takes you to enough places to be varied, but the landscape is somewhat limited by the small area of Faerun you actually have, the Sword Coast. There are no grassy swamps or crystal coves, no treacherous mountains or blizzard-covered tundras. The journey is very low-level classic fantasy, and it's nice to know the team went on to expand their horizons in Baldur's Gate 2, Icewind Dale, and Neverwinter Nights. Combat is a tactic-based puzzle game, and many times logic loses out to cheese. While you may want to run in screaming and thrashing, planning and prep are always needed. The game favours slower, more prepared players, and unlike games like Dark Souls where you can learn from your mistakes, Baldur's Gate is bound to the randomness of dice rolls, so your skill is about manipulating those rolls before they happen, not necessarily dealing with the consequences of bad rolls, because more often than not, the consequence is death. The high level of lethality means 2 or 3 small mistakes can always add up to a total party wipe, and you'll be reloading more than playing sometimes, which can get frustrating. The freedom offered with builds and the variety of tactics you can approach each situation with, though, means it really does let you bring your own style into the mix. You may not succeed, but you can try. Things like killing Dritz, or even trying to kill Gorion, are difficult, but possible. The game doesn't limit you. Instead, it challenges you. It doesn't say you can't do that, it gives you a smirk, the same smirk a real DM would give you when you try something stupid, and asks, are you sure you want to do that? The ability to play with friends is excellent, and often more fun when you both know what's coming and try to survive together. And the in-game reputation system for good or evil adds another layer of replayability. The base game gives you a good 40 to 50 hours of play, and the expansions combined can bump it up to around 100. The Enhanced Edition does improve several areas of gameplay and fixes a lot of bugs, but it replaces the gorgeous original cutscenes with what I feel are lackluster comic-style frame animations, and made finding hidden items much too easy. Ultimately, it's still one of the best RPG games ever made, and it is as fun and challenging to play today as it was back in 1998. The isometric camera can seem archaic, but the backgrounds and landscapes are still stunning, and the high lethality combat and slower paced tactical gameplay can be unforgiving at first, but once you learn how to play, you will be smashing every encounter. If you're an RPG fan, you owe it to yourself to at least try to journey through this amazing game. So to end the review, I will happily award Baldur's Gate 1
Clean as an elven arse.
out of 10. Cheers for watching. Another massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel alive. You can support from only £1 a month. Check the video description for links to the Patreon, Twitch, Twitter and Discord. And as always, remember...
Go for the eyes, Boo! Go for the eyes! Rusk!
Alright, what's going on, guys? Today, I've got some really fascinating stuff for you. If you guys have been watching this series so far, I mentioned in the last video how the majority of the findings going forward are going to be things that go beyond the game. Discoveries that reference external sources and can only be understood fully in context of real-world things. And the discoveries I have for you today are going to range from very small to principles that fundamentally change the story of characters that we look at. But before we dive into those today, I have to mention that 95% of you guys guys that have been watching this series so far are not subscribed, so if you don't mind, go ahead and hit that button. I'm sure you'll enjoy the rest of my content. And with that out of the way, let's go ahead and get into it. We're gonna start with a pretty small one today, but did you know that Celavis is actually trying to help us fight Radahn, and actively participates in the festival, although indirectly? Now, I never personally made this connection, but I think it's really cool because I always wondered why the Finger Maiden that we can summon in the fight, even though she's not a spirit, never says a word to us. Well, that's because she's actually one of Celavis's puppets. If you venture down into Celavis's lair, you can actually find her puppet discarded along with the rest. Now, you can make the argument that they just use the same model, but we can actually prove that's who it is, because after completing Celavis's quest, you can actually buy the same puppet of Finger Maiden Theralina. No, I'm not gonna lie, she's probably one of the worst summons in the entire game, but I do think it's cool that among the million reasons to hate Celavis, he actually does come through at least one time. Now, this next one is pretty crazy. I had known about a few of these, but there's several times throughout the map of Elden Ring where you can sequence break by triggering Stakes of Marika through walls and using it to get to inaccessible areas from where you currently are in the game. Now, I'm really not a fan of glitches, but user Brilliant Pear over on Reddit found one of these sequence breaks that I think is actually super useful if you want to craft a unique build early on. But what this allows you to do is completely bypass Ranni's questline and get the Darkmoon Greatsword early on in the game. Now, in order to do this, you need to have the Bloody Slash Ash of War and climb the hill until you get to this spot right here. But the goal here is that by using the Bloody Slash Ash of War, it triggers your character death while being partially clipped through the wall. Now, if you do it right, it'll put you in range to activate the Stake of Marika in the Moonlight Altar. But what is absolutely wild about this is that you can make your way over to the spot where Ranni's quest ends, and it'll trigger all the events as if you've done all of the quest steps. You don't even have to have the ring that you're supposed to put on your finger. Now, obviously this will break the quest and automatically put you at the end of it, so you won't be able to do any of the steps prior. But it is kind of crazy that you can just go all the way here and get the Darkmoon Greatsword and completely skip everything involved. And you can do this literally as soon as you get Torrent and Bloody Slash. So that's really interesting to say the least. Next, we're going to be talking about some really mind-blowing stuff. Some findings that I only hope I can communicate properly, and that I definitely can't explain in just a few minutes. But what we're going to be looking at is some of the scientific explanation for the gravity magic in the game. And the majority of this comes from Quaylag, and I'll have her channel linked down below. Definitely check out her original video on this if you find it interesting. But to begin our discussion on this, we need to take a look at some of the symbology involved with gravity magic. Because if we take a look at the sigil used when casting gravity spells, a lot of people assumed it was based on the depiction of a gravitational field. However, a gravitational field is depicted by a center of mass, and the force pulling other objects towards its core. So this isn't actually the case. What the sigil is actually based on is a magnetic field of a planetary body. Now, you may think that's just some cool trivia, but it actually ties in quite a bit with a lot of other theories going around in the game. Because if you haven't noticed, the core theme of Elden Ring is built on the idea of opposites, specifically regression and causality. Now, I'm not going to explain that idea here simply because I don't have enough time, but what I found interesting is that the spells Radahn uses, specifically his swords, rely on the idea of magnetism, and you'll notice that his swords create a sense of electricity, because one sword has a positive charge while the other has a negative charge. This is why one spell brings the enemies in, and the follow-up attack releases the built-up electricity. This is why the gravity magic spells that don't use rocks or meteorites only seem to act in attraction or repulsion. Now, spells relating to meteorites or rock behave a little bit differently, and that's probably a reference to the fact that a lot of the meteorites that impact Earth are made of iron, and they build their own magnetic charge. But there is another type of gravity magic that actually does rely on gravity, and you'll notice that these spells don't have that electrical tinge to them. That's because these are the results of an electromagnetic field, creating ripples of gravity in the space-time affected by that field. And the spell that illustrates this the best is Waves of Darkness that you get from Estelle. You'll notice that when the spell is cast, the electricity appears on the weapon because we're creating a strong magnetic field. And when the energy and momentum of the magnetic field are released, it creates waves in gravity that are noticeably absent of this electromagnetic charge, but instead dissipate cosmic energy in the space around it. Up next, did you know that the lightning-wielding dragons of Elden Ring derive their names from Latin origin? Now, this is just a little bit of trivia, but I thought it was cool nonetheless. The dragons with names ending in AX all have very fitting fascinating Latin prefixes that describe their behavior in the game. The first of these dragons that we might see, Fortisax, is built on the prefix Fortis, and with Fortisax being the protector of Godwyn even in death, it's fitting that the word means strong or brave. The next dragon, Lanciax, seems to be spelled a little bit differently, but the prefix that fits this name is likely Lancia, which quite literally means lance or spear. And there is a couple ways this can be interpreted, because Lanciax commonly uses the lightning as a spear, but it could also be referring to the behavior of the dragon, considering that Lanciax is the only dragon that actively pursues us, and could be referred to as the spearhead of the group. The next dragon that we might see is called Grandsax, and also suffers a bit from spelling liberties, but derives its name from the prefix Grandis, which can mean big or large, and I don't think we really have to go into why that's a fitting name, because well, he's just really big. But the final lightning-wielding dragon that we'll meet on our journey is Placidusax, whose name is derived from the prefix Placidus, which commonly means passive or gentle. And considering we find Placidusax waiting beyond time, in sort of a state of sleep, it's fitting exactly why he has this name. But while we're on the topic, have you ever wondered where exactly in the world this arena is? We're supposed to be fighting Placidusax somewhere beyond time, but something I haven't seen a lot of people question is the space factor. Personally, I figured this arena just existed somewhere off map, but interestingly enough, it was in front of our faces the whole time. Because if you didn't know, the arena we fight Placidusax in is actually inside the storm. Now this is really cool to me, because it's such a perfect place to hide it. With the unique skybox going on, I just think it's such a great detail, because most of the time when we see things like this, it's just underground, or the developer puts it somewhere completely inaccessible. But I don't know, to me, the fact that it makes sense from a lore perspective and they were able to achieve something like this right in front of our faces, just kind of makes me appreciate that From Software attention to detail. Up next, we have something that I really hope somebody knew about, because this has been racking my brain for like a week, because nobody seems to know the correct answer for this. But what we have is some cut dialogue that sounds so interesting, but as far as I could tell, and I asked around, nobody seems to know whose dialogue this is. But let me read it to you and I'll give you my opinion on it. Young seedling, return to the bosom of the earth, but remember well, thou art mine. So shall I give of myself, this is for thee. Mine abundance, my drop of dew, quench thy thirst throughout thy frame. Blossom and burgeon time and again. Grow larger, stronger, until the day cometh, when thou canst share in my dream. Elden ring, O Elden ring, beget order most elegant from my tender reverie. If thou covetest the throne, impress my vision upon thine heart. In the new world of thy making, all things will flourish, whether graceful or malign. Okay, I don't know about you guys, but that sounds so much like something Miquella would have said. And let's break this down a little bit. The first thing that whoever they're speaking to is referred as is a seedling. And there's constant use of tree and botanical metaphors here. And now we know the only person to grow a tree comparable to the Erd tree was Miquella. And even Miquella himself was growing himself inside the Halig tree. But there's two more things in this passage that cue Miquella for me. The line, mine abundance. In further cut content, it's known that Miquella's great rune was the rune of abundance. Now we don't know exactly what that constitutes, but in some way or another it was supposed to interface with Melania's great rune. Now remember how I said the theme of the game is opposites. If Melania's great rune is known for its rot, destroying life, then logically it would make sense for Miquella's to grow it. But the final thing that screams Miquella for me is the line that says, until thou canst share in my dream. Now we know from the cut Asimi questline that at one point Saint Trina, the character associated with dreams in the lore, was at one point Miquella. So my opinion on this dialogue is that it's likely part of either a cut ending revolving around Miquella, or dialogue from a future DLC that deals with Miquella's storyline. Because man, if there is one story in this game that I want to be fleshed out more, it's Miquella's. But let me know your thoughts on this down below. Now, in a little bit less serious tone, did you ever notice that the lands between seems to look an awful lot like Pangea? Now when I saw this, I thought this had to be the inspiration for the map. Honestly, this is one of those times where I have to say there's no way this was an accident. Now you can argue that the proportions aren't the same, but it even opens up to the water at the exact same spot. And another pretty cool find that I think connects to this is that Revian pointed out over on Twitter that two of the Crucible Knights share geological references in their names. The Silurian and Ordovician are both two Paleozoic periods, and that these took place right before the first trees emerged. And it's funny that they represent the Crucible, with it being the primordial form of the Erd tree. But something that crossed my mind about this is that the original concept art for the map actually had a giant impact crater in the middle. I'd wager that it was supposed to be the meteorite or the star that the Elden beast arrived on, but it definitely fits the theme to say the least. But that's gonna pretty much do it for the video today. I hope you enjoyed. If you have something you'd like to share or would like to join a community around these types of findings, definitely join the Discord link I'll have in the pinned comment below. And if I showed you something that you didn't know today, be sure to leave a like on the video and subscribe if you're new around here. But with all that, I'll catch you in the next one.
Okay. All right. Let's go. Bro. Bro, why did you do that? Shit! Gentlemen, I promised this. I said I would do it. And today is the day that it finally happens. Every single From Software game, I have taken the same approach, the same strategy, and to be honest, I've had the same success. Absolute flawless victories. Every single game, I have been able to defeat every boss without any struggle. Today, we change. Today, we do something a little bit different. Today, I'm going to go and play a brand new class in a brand new way. I'm going to play a character that either scales with something like arcane or intellect. I am going to completely go outside of my comfort zone. I don't know what this is going to be like. I've never done this before in one of these games. Faith Paladin? Oh no, I'm not going to go Faith Paladin. That's stupid. Who would want to play that? Absolutely not. Hey, eat your fucking food.
I don't have it.
What do you mean?
I don't have it. That's why. And now you started the thing, and it's gonna be on YouTube, and they can't cut out the fucking 40 minutes of dead air. Like fucking, you've already begun the thing, and you can't like go back to reacting, and it's like now the whole flow is off.
I thought you were ready. Touch gold summon sign.
That's me. That's me. Summon, hurry.
Did you Did you get the summon?
Yeah. I made my character look exactly like every weeb ever.
Okay. All right, let's try out some combat before we go up against the tree sentinel, okay? Let's try out some combat. All right, so we've got this guy right here. And make sure we pick up these. Hey! That's not how. Wait. Oh! Wait. Are we getting invaded?
Yeah, we are.
Wait, where is he?
Right over.
Where is he?
We're getting invaded.
I see him. I see him. Okay. Bro, whoa, watch out. It's the boss.
Watch out.
Boss. Okay, all right, go around. Okay. All right, now where is he? So, here's what I think we do.
He went this way.
Okay, all right. Let's go get him. I don't see him.
He's on me, dude!
What? I see him. Shit! Okay, all right, let's all right. What are we gonna do here?
He's trying to kite
to
the boss.
No. All right, get away from him. Let's go up to here. Okay, so yeah. Alright. We'll hide behind here. Hide behind here. He won't see us. He's so stupid. He's not going to see us. Get behind her. Put your sword out. So we're looking pretty good so far. Okay, he thinks we're over there. Okay, alright, go for him right here. Get him, bro, get him. I'm running. There he is. He's right. Shit! It hit the bullet. Run. I'm running. Okay, I have to. Okay.
Nani?
Okay. It's fine. All right, we got him low. He's good. Okay, let's do this, and let's do this. Okay. All right. So we have to rethink this. I see him. He's right over here. I got him. Right over here. Yes, I got him. All right, that's one hit. He healed. He's just. Got him. Go.
Ow!
Go. It's fine.
Mom!
I'm running out of mana. Nice, got him. All right, there we go. Bro. Got him. Shit. It's a tree sentinel. We gotta watch out.
Well, what do you want to do?
I actually don't know what to do. I literally do not know what to do. I don't know how to handle this. Okay.
How do you get through the password?
I don't know. How did he get through the password? Okay. So, let's try to kill some of them. Yeah, there he is! Okay, alright. We can't get him. He's gonna get away.
Yes!
Alright, just let's fight these mobs. So you can't. Dude, you're dying, bro.
I am?
Yeah, you took 3 damage. Stop. Here. Let's come back up here. And we fight this guy over here. Here. All right. Here we go. You ready? Nice, bro. There it is. Okay. That's how it's done.
I love anime, bro. Oh my god, Naruto's my...
Okay, all right. Let's go. All right, make sure to get these flower things.
I got him. I'm getting him.
No, bro. No, you're not. No, you're not.
I'm out of stammy.
He's... Bro, you hit him once. Should I put on the other weapon and try to kill him? Here, let him... Fuck. All right, let's go.
He's gassing himself out, bro.
Okay. All right, let's take him out. That's such bullshit. That's such horse shit. There you go. Come on, bro, get in there, dude.
God, shut up.
I'm trying. Nice. Bro, that's... Oh, fuck. All right, go. He's got his weapons out. Watch out. Watch out. This is where the dragonflies are. Be careful. Nice. Good hit. Nice. Big damage.
Oh shit!
Heal! What are you doing? Fuck. Alright. Alright, let's go. What is he doing? He's emoting at the ground. He keeps pointing. Fuck. Oh, fuck. Alright, let's go. Shit! He's lagging. Why does he roll? Piece of shit. I'll avenge you, man. I'll avenge you.
I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding.
Bro, he rolled. There you go. Oh my god, he's so fast. What? Huh?
Bro, it's gonna hack you.
He's gonna hack me?
Don't pick up shit. It's gonna hack you, bro.
Okay. I'm not gonna pick up anything. I'm not gonna pick up anything. Okay, let me kill this skull and see what's inside the skull. Good. All right, great. Golden rune has been obtained. So let me go back and try to summon you again. Okay? Are you at the same spot?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna do this, and it should let me. Wait, I can't. He's still here? No, he's not. He's still in my world. There's no way.
So, okay, is there no way to do co-op without being invaded?
I'm hearing moaning.
If there's no way to do co-op without being invaded, then we can't do this.
It's unless you used a mod. All right, let me focus on this. Okay, invaders can teleport 3 times per invasion.
Oh, what?
He's gone. He's gone. He's gone. He's gone. All right, I'm gonna try and summon you. Okay. I'm gonna try and summon you. He disappeared. Okay, here we go. Okay. Who the hell is this? It's just some random guy. How the fuck did this guy get here? All right. Let's fight the boss. That's him? No, it wasn't. Okay, there's McConnell. All right, let's go. Let's go towards the cave, okay? Let's go towards the... There's a cave up here, I'm pretty sure. Let's go. Okay. Leaked password? I don't think I did. Alright, let's go. Okay.
Oh, is this a dungeon?
It's a dungeon. Yes, it is.
I love dungeons.
Yeah, look at this guy over here. Let's kill this guy over here. There it is. There it is. There it is. Nice. Nice. There it is. Good job. All right, let's go. What? What? What the hell? Why can't we? All right, let's try to kill these guys over here.
Hey, let's try to kill the horse guy.
Okay, let's do it. Fuck it. Let's go. All right, so I think, all right, so you can distract them and I'll do all the damage. Okay?
The tree sentinel.
Yeah, this is going to be an easy fight.
Killed my family.
No, it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine.
I must avenge my family.
No, we're going to beat them first
Their
try.
legacy lives on through me.
All right, all right. I'm going to use my attacks right now. All right, I'm going in now. Big damage.
Ah!
I didn't do any damage. Okay, good. Nice. All right, 86. Good. Okay. Okay, all right. Focus. Okay. All right, you go in.
Ah!
Watch out.
Watch out.
There it is. Big damage here. Big damage.
Ah!
Big damage. He's doing the thing. Got him.
Oh!
What? All right. Distract him. Okay, all right. Get your heals back. We got him.
I don't have any more. I'm out. I'm fresh out.
This is fine. Stop. Calm down. Chill. Nice. Okay, big damage there. Okay, I'm gonna need you to come in. You've got to come in. All right. There we go. Good. Big damage. He's half health already. Okay, it's fine. I can handle him. This is an easy boss. Okay. There we go. All right, avenge him. I'll get him. There we go. Okay. This is so easy. All I do is do magic. Like, I don't even have to do anything. Are you telling me, like, this is the way Magic players play the game? And they had the audacity to tell me that, like, I'm overpowered? Is this a joke? Like, it's all I do is run away. Good job. There it is.
Bro, I completely forgot how to play.
How? It's one button.
I forgot how to play.
It's one. You hit R1 and then he dies.
I forgot how to play, man.
I might not be able to actually finish him, man. I'm kind of worried I'm not going to be able to. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna get my mana again. I'm almost out of mana, dude. Like,
You have no mana!
I know, that's what I'm worried about. Okay, there we go. Big damage. There it is. Okay.
By the way, if you kill him here, we have to kill him in my world too.
What?
Yep.
Okay.
That's how it works.
Alright, there we go. Good. This is easy. All I do is just click one button. It even auto...
Whoa! Well, summon me up. Let's get it, dude. And while I wait,
alright, so how do I summon?
I'm gonna hydrate.
How do I summon?
Just summon me.
Okay, how do I... Like, I have to... Alright, let me see how this works. Okay, so... Deflected? I didn't get deflected. Like, it was just like some weird thing. Like, I can't see your thing. Oh, do I need to use this again? Okay,
That's where it was last time.
yes? Okay, alright, I use it again. Okay, there we go. And now I'll pop this. Okay, alright, bro. You have to get it right this time.
What the fuck?
You have to get it right
You're
this
blaming me for that?
Bro.
Don't bro me.
Who died?
You died too, bitch ass.
Who died first?
Bitch ass Asmongold.
Alright, let's go back. Let's go back. And we do the cave, and then we fight the big boy. We do the cave, then we fight big boy. Let's go.
No, dumbass, you have to summon me inside the cave.
What? No, I don't. Here, try to go in.
Yes, you do. That's why it was blocked out.
Let me see. Let me see what happens. Yes? Well, let me make sure. Because I don't know this. It's true? I don't believe you. I want to see it.
Someone goes, why is McCool so rude? Shut up! You have no friends in real life.
Finish him. Good. Alright. So, what? Look, we can go right in through here. It's no problem.
It's blocked off, bro.
Okay, alright, let's go kill the sentinel. It's fine. Okay. Root resin. Alright, so here's what we need to do. Like, you can't, like, bro, just wait for him to go for me, and then you go for him.
What do you want me to do? I get one shot because my character doesn't believe in having armor.
What do you mean he doesn't believe in having armor?
My character's backstory is that his family was killed by tree sentinels, and he doesn't believe in armor.
Okay, so if we kill the tree sentinel, can he use armor again?
No.
No, that would make sense in the story. Now you're fucking making up bullshit.
It's all made up.
No,
Life
it's
is
not.
made up, dude.
Sure. Here. All right. We go right. Shit! What are you doing? Okay. All right. Big damage. There it is. Big damage. Good roll. There it is. I'm doing Mega Wizard DPS. Shit. There it is. Big dick on boss. There it is. Good. Nice. Dude, I'm doing huge damage.
He's coming.
It doesn't matter. I'm actually really good at this game. Like, I won't die. I can't. Watch out. All right. There it is. All right, right there. Big damage right there. Good. Okay. See, he can't get me. Like, even if he wants to, he can't. Okay, there we go. There we go. Yeah, he chopped the tree down. I saw that. It's fine. Good. Good. All right, I'm doing big damage. Doing big damage. Fuck! Oh! What, bro, he can shoot it at you. Oh my god. All right, big damage again. Wait for an action. There it is. Good. All right. All right. Get aggro.
Oh!
Dude, bro, heal. All right, I got his attention. Nice. There it is. Okay. All right. Dude, heal again.
That's my last heal, brother. Oh my!
That's you, bro. That's you.
I'm going to the cave.
Let's go to the cave. Yeah, let's go.
Dungeon. I love, dude. The dungeons in this game are so sick. This is easily
true.
I put this game in top 5 ever made.
Top 5 ever made. Let's see. You've got. I think it's better than Dark Souls 1. I do. I think it's the best game ever made. Yeah. Yeah, it's actually really good. Okay, all right. I'm at the cave. I'm gonna use the remedy, and then I'm gonna be fine. Okay. There we go.
It's right in front of the Grace.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna use. Let me use remedy first. Okay, and I see it. It's gonna happen. Okay, here we go. McWeeb Dan's game. Okay.
Oh, I'm being summoned.
Yeah. Wait, where do I get the lantern?
I'm being summoned.
Where do I get the lantern? From the merch? Oh my god, I didn't buy it at the store? How much money is that worth? Okay, at the church? Alright. We're gonna have to do this without the lantern. Okay, alright. Be careful. Okay, there's a dog. Watch. Yo, you're going in so fast. Like, you're going in so... Bro, like, what? What are you doing? Alright. Big damage. There you go. Nice.
I am not afraid of anything.
Okay, good. It's actually, like, pretty much all my damage, to be honest. Like, but it's okay. Okay, we killed all them. Good job.
Oh, fireflies, dude!
Good job. All right, we get all this stuff. Get all the fireflies. We might need that for some other summoning bullshit. Okay, there we go. All right. Stop. Let me focus. Who's this? Oh, wait, no, never mind. It's somebody. Okay. All right. Okay, are you ready?
I must avenge my family.
Okay.
Wow. I'm going in.
Okay, go. Shit. Get on him.
Dude!
What? Be careful. All right. Oh my god. You got him. Did that count? Bro, that actually counted. That straight up counted. We actually killed him. Good job. We actually got it.
Wait, I didn't get any loot.
What do you mean?
I didn't get the loot, bro.
Yeah, we got him. That was teamwork. No,
here. I didn't get the loot.
No. We're good though, because I got the talisman. Like, we're good. Yeah, we're totally good. Here, let me go down.
The loot?
Well, I don't know. Let's not worry about that. That's fine. That's fine. It is what it is. Here, let me go down here. And where's all my stuff? Okay, I got 1,000 runes for that.
Man, they really did not want people to play with each other in this game, huh?
Okay, all right, we'll go to entrance. Only the host gets loot.
Jeez. Wow.
You need a mod for 2x loot. Okay, let's try to fucking beat the tree sentinel then. Okay, let me just do this. I'm gonna do this, and that way I can level up. How do I level up? I can't. That's right. I don't even have my thing ready to level up yet. Okay, let me go back to the church, and we'll try to fight Tree Sentinel again. We can beat him. Got the mod. Yeah, we'll figure it out.
You are maidenless, I'm afraid.
It's okay. This boss will be really easy for us to do. Like, the only thing that's gone wrong is, like, I've died. It's weird because, like, I'm not used to having 2 different magic abilities. It's hard to keep all that in, like, your head, because you've got, like, the magic abilities that you have to do, and like, well, that's actually the only thing you have to do. But
no bitches.
All right. Let's go ahead. I'm gonna use the remedy. Okay. Using it. Here we go. And let's go ahead. I'm gonna reset this. All right. There we go. McWeave's damned game is being summoned. Let's UK with the 20 gifted subs. Thank you very much.
20 gifted
Thank you very much, man.
subs.
Thank you.
Damn.
Okay.
Damn, Daniel.
That doesn't even make sense.
Damn, Daniel, back at it again with the subs.
His name's not even. It's less UK.
I don't care.
Yeah, that's whatever. Okay. Okay. So, you have to pay attention this time, dude. Like, you can't... Alright. We go... Alright, let's go. Big damage. Okay, alright, good.
Oh, no!
No, it's fine.
He's behind you, bro.
What? Where is he? Shit, no, he's up there. Here, let's... Alright, you handle him. Yo, stop, bro. Stop. Okay, alright, going in. No, hey. Shit, I'm poisoned.
I'm poisoned!
Okay.
Bro, I'm poisoned.
Good. Okay. Try to get him. Stop healing, man. Stop. I'm just trying to get away. I'm trying to get away. I didn't kill McConnell. No, I didn't.
You killed me, you bastard!
I can't break through his wall. Shit!
Bro, I'm farming +1s, dude.
Oh my
Holy
god!
Shit.
Like
I've gotten so many +1s today.
Here, let me get my. Let me get you again. All right. I've got 3 left. Okay, where is this? All right, let's summon McConnell, and we'll try and do this again. We have to go in on him as fast as possible. This will never work. No, it will work right now. It will work. Trust me, it's gonna be fine. We're gonna summon McConnell, and we're gonna go. It'll be easy. Okay. Alright, let's go. Bro! Bro, why did you do that? Shit! Okay, alright. How about this? Since this boss does reflex, I'm gonna use my sword. And both of us, we go in on melee. Okay? I'm not gonna take any risks. I think that's a smarter thing to do. Level up? I can't. Here, let me get one of these. Alright, let's try this again. Okay, let's do it. Alright, hopefully we're... Alright, yeah. We're just gonna... Mage is easy. Dies just resummon. Mage is OP, you're gonna use a sword instead. No, it's because it's gonna reflect it onto McConnell, and I don't want to have McConnell die. Alright, I know it's stupid. Alright, don't run in there. Like, give it a minute. Let's think about what we're gonna do. We don't want to just, like, run in and just, like, try to fight him. Like, wait for him to, like... Alright, let's go. Come on. Watch out. Watch out. There you go. Come on. Alright, good. Oh my god, I got hit. Okay, healing. Oh god, dude, watch out. Get heals. Heal. I'll distract him. Okay. Three.
Shoot!
Okay, alright. Chill. We got it. What? You're good. Okay, alright, that's big damage on him right there. Okay. There you go. Take him out. Good. Alright. This is all me. I'm gonna take it out. I'm gonna take him down. This is an easy boss. There it is. It's not fair. He can just do that. Okay, alright. Focusing. There it is. I'll take him out. Nice. Got him. Alright, he's under half. This is an easy boss. Bro, you need to, like... Alright.
Bro, shut the fuck up.
Okay, alright. This time I have a plan. So, what I'm gonna do this time is I'm gonna go and I will... Alright. Okay. Why don't we play together? Like,
We are. We're doing co-op Elden Ring.
Yeah, I know that, but like it's not working because like you're like, all right. So use your other spells. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's gonna be fine. We'll summon him in. We have to wait for his attacks and play off of his attacks. Okay? We can't just run in. All right, so we wait for him to turn around. Get behind here. All right, I'm going in. I'm going in. I'm going in.
Shoot him with magic. Shoot him with magic.
Okay, fine. Fuck it. All right, I'm gonna shoot him. Oh, I missed. Okay. There it is. Okay. There you go, there you go, there you go, there you go. Hit him right in his ass. Hit him right in his ass. Big dick damage. Big dick damage here. Big dick damage. He's dodging.
Ow.
Watch out, watch out. Heal, 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 heal. I'll get in there. Here, he's got aggro on me. Okay. There you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. Teamwork. Nice. All right. All right. I need to. Which one was I doing? Okay. All right. I'm not used to my keybinds. All right. Get ready to watch out in case he does one of those things. Okay. Shit! Okay.
Oh!
Good.
Oh!
Good job, good job. All right, I've still got 2 potions left. He's already a third of health. Big damage here. There is huge fucking... Watch out. Shit!
Huh?
Okay, okay.
Oh!
Okay, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. There it is, big damage. Big damage. Oh, God, dude. Nice, nice, nice. There it is, run. All right, get back and heal, get back and heal, get back and heal, get back and heal. All right, I got his aggro, I got aggro. There it is, good. Are you good? There it is, there it is, there it is, there it is. Big damage. Watch out whenever the shield goes yellow, you have to roll.
Dude?
Okay. No, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Get back, get back.
I'm out of heals.
I hit him with the triple. I hit him with the triple. Wait, you're out of juice?
I'm out of juice.
Okay, all right, let me do the thing and then you can just, all right, nope. There it is, good. We've got him here. We've got him. He's on the ropes. Oh, God! Okay, no, watch out, watch out, watch out. Roll. There it is, good. There it is, huge. All right, be careful, be careful. I'm gonna run out of mana.
Are you out of potions?
Yes. Just play it safe, play it. Don't you fucking... All right, it's fine, it's fine. I'll finish him, I'll finish him, I'll finish him. I'll finish him. Okay. I'm ready.
I was lagging, bro.
I know.
This game lags.
There it is. Okay. All right, I can handle this. I can do this. I can do this. Okay. Right now. Got him.
Oh, you got him?
Yes.
Wow.
I avenged you.
Thanks, man.
I just got this really cool weapon.
No, you didn't.
Really? I feel like I did. I feel like it's really good.
It's not. It got nerfed.
Let me see. Like, all right, so could I equip this? Like, if I want to equip it. Oh, it says I can't equip it. Fuck, man. Dude, I bet it would have been so good. Oh my god. Where's McConnell? He died at the last second. We did pretty much beat it though. Alright, we have to go up to that other area where all those guys are at. Let me heal, and then I'm going to resummon you. Okay, here we go. Go fetch Milena? Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Give me a minute. Let me focus here. There we go. Alright, we've made a lot of money too. We got a lot of money out of that one.
Can I have some?
Nope. Alright. Let's go. It's a team effort.
Heard that before.
Can give weapon to McConnell? I don't know how to do that. Okay. So you know how to fight this guy, right? Okay, alright, that worked out. So just be safe, okay? Like, I've got out my wizard staff. We're gonna be fine. Alright, right here, right here. That's you. That's alright, good teamwork. Good, nice. Huge damage. I helped out there a lot, actually. Okay. Okay, got him. Nice. Okay, so this is the... Be careful, be careful. This is a shield boy. Alright, turn him around. Okay, good job. That was me that hit him there. Be careful, be careful. Oh, went right through him. Finish him off. Wait a second. We have the elite. McConnell. Good. Bro, I got the elite on me. I'm doing big damage to him. I did 600. Just run away.
Holy fuck!
I got him. I killed the elite.
That's a lot of fucking mobs.
I killed the elite. It's fine. Whoa, wait. Oh, it's a lot of mobs. Wait a second. What am I doing? Whoa. Holy.
Retreat.
Oh my god. Okay. All right. Oh my god. I'm a wizard. This is insane. Bro, they got destroyed. Did you guys see that? This is insane. Here, let's make sure we get this. Okay, I'm gonna open this up. Make sure we get everything else around in this area, okay? Lord Sworn's greatsword, we're not gonna use that, but we have it. Just in case. Drop weapon for McConnell. If McConnell wants me to drop a weapon for him, I will. I think he has a good weapon right now. I'm pretty sure he started as samurai, so that means he has the katana. The katana is very good because it does bleed damage. Wait, did we literally aggro everything in the entire cave?
Yeah.
Or in the entire area? Like the entire camp? I got a flail, too. Okay, great.
Dude, have you ever picked up a flail in real life?
No.
They suck.
This isn't even hard. Like, I just hit one button and they die. I'm just thinking right now of all the people who were trying to invalidate my playthrough.
I did that.
And do you see what I can do now? Like,
yeah. Yeah, but the halberd is OP though.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
How's it overpowered?
It's OP.
It's not. If it was overpowered, listen, if it was overpowered, it would do more damage. No. Here, let me go up here. I have to talk to Melinda. And then I'll resummon you. Give me a minute.
Oh no! We got invaded!
Give me a minute. There we go. I can't fucking... I fucking can't. I fucking can't do the thing. I can't fucking do the fucking thing. So he can... No, it's not about... He's right here.
Does he have a horse? Is he on a horse?
Where is he? Shit, he's right there. Okay. Okay, so... Nice. Nice. Go for it. Go for it. Go for it. I'm a wizard.
Got him!
The same button over and over and he died. Bro, are you fucking kidding me? Was it that easy? I don't even know what to say. Wait, I can't talk to the... I can't talk to Jesus here. What is this? What do I do now? Send McConnell away. I have to unsheath McConnell. How do I do that?
You gotta kill me.
Okay. Okay. That worked out. Alright. Here it is. Dude. Oh, fuck. We need to do the giant, too. I think we can handle him. That shouldn't be too hard. Okay. There she is.
Greetings, traveler from beyond the fog.
Drink.
I am.
Don't drink a raw one.
I don't have. Actually, yeah, I do. I do have an ounce. Ready, guys? Ready? That's right.
I offer you an accord.
Okay.
Have you heard of the Finger Maidens? They serve the two fingers, offering guidance.
God damn, that's some good shit.
To the tarnished. But you, I am afraid, are maidenless.
They had to say the line.
I can play the role of maiden, turning runes into strength to aid you in your search for the Elden Ring.
That's some good shit.
You need only take me with you to the foot of the Erd Tree.
I'm gonna accept her.
Then it's settled. Summon me by grace.
Okay.
To turn runes into strength.
Okay.
Ah, another matter. I bequeath to you this ring.
A ring? Which ring is this? Oh, yeah!
Use it. It will summon a spectral steed named Torrent.
Okay.
Treat him with respect.
Okay. Alright, let me level up.
Shall I turn your runes? Let my hand rest upon you.
Yo, I'm gonna put it down at Margot.
For but a moment.
No. Just put it down here. Put it down here. Trust me.
Your thoughts.
Okay.
Your ambitions. The principles you would follow.
Alright. How do I know what's making me do more magic damage? But where does it say I'm more magic damage? The marked one? It says defense versus magic, but not offense versus magic. R1? Okay. And does Arcane do anything? No, it doesn't. Okay, let's do intelligence. I can't believe I'm putting points into intelligence. Like, this is so weird.
Ew.
It is. It's so weird. Like, I don't understand this at all. Like, what's wrong with me? Like, okay. Alright, let me use these here. I guess I might as well get a little bit more levels. And I'm gonna summon McConnell in just a second, okay? Level up. And we're gonna get another point into health. Okay, I think health is what I need. Okay, I'm dying a lot. Okay, back. And I think we should be good. Alright, so... are you here, or do I need to summon you again? Oh, I see you.
Summon me!
There it is. Okay. Here we go. Press Q, go back. Yeah, I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get more health, okay? I need more health. Obviously, health is very important. Dude, whenever I killed that whole camp full of guys with that arc thing, that was so fucking cool. Holy shit, that was so cool. Wow. Okay, alright. Let's...
Where's my horse?
What horse?
I can't summon my horse.
Okay, let's focus, 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 focus. Get on this guy here first. Okay, he's dead. Alright, let's focus on Giant. Focus on Giant. Come back, come back, come back. So he can't shoot us. Okay, this is gonna be a while. Alright, get back, get back, get back, get back. There it is, big dick.
Oh, you hit him in the eye, man.
Big dick, big dick. Yep, that's right, big dick.
Uh-oh.
Okay, okay, okay.
Oh, he's got a sword.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna use my heat. Okay, there it is. Got it. Big dick. McConnell, watch out. I got him. I got him. Not.
I got him.
Dude. This is OP. This is insane. I'm a god. Like, I'm unironically a god, and I'm not even trying. This isn't even my final form. I'm just killing everybody. Okay, we have to kill this guy before he does the thing, okay? Run up there and kill him. Got him. Alright, good job. Okay, we summoned everybody anyway. Okay, good job, good job, good job. Good job, nice, nice, nice. Well played. Okay.
Let's go left.
We will, but first we have to see...
But to take a selfie?
Alright, fine. I'll follow you. Let me heal up again. Dude, magic is really good. Wait a sec. Turn around, turn around, turn around. Wolves.
Just keep running.
Okay, okay, fine, fine. I'm gonna keep running. Watch out, watch out. This guy does a lot of damage. Like, don't fuck around on this guy. Don't fuck around on this guy.
Where you at?
I'm right here. Wait a second, wait a second. There's a guy behind you, there's a guy behind you. What? What the fuck?
What?
Dude, I feel like magic is really good. Can he do the Everjail with me? I'm assuming because like that mod said it's a bonus thing. Does it work or not? No? Okay, alright, let's not do it yet. Let's fight the giant. He should be over here. And after that, we're going to try to get Margit. Gotta wait for the mod. I'll message that person. If somebody could get a contact with him and let him know to message me on Twitter or something. And I don't know what his Twitter is, or I would message him myself.
Dude, how do we know that the add-on isn't just some ploy to steal our... Yeah, our credit card information, you know what I mean?
It probably is. Okay, I think it's right here. This is the guy. Yep. All right, go. Go. Go, watch out.
Birds! Oh!
Okay.
Not the birds!
Dude. All I do is win.
No matter what?
Yes!
You got money on your mind?
I can never get enough. This is insane. Look at this. Watch. I can't. It's on Nexus legit? Okay, I'll look at it after this, okay? Let me go get this item. Ooh, what's this? Where is it? Okay, what did I get? Ooh, golden rune +1. Okay, I'm gonna kill this eagle. Okay, nice. Alright, so now what? Okay, we got a foul foot and starlight shards. I don't know what that does. Okay, so... Alright. Let's go up towards Margit. No, stop. Okay, I've got to heal too. I want to make sure I'm full health all the time.
No!
Unga! It's Unga! Bloody finger Unga. Alright, focus. Stay out in... I bet he's gonna have like a big stick or something. Like Unga Bunga. You see what I'm saying? Where is he? Where the fuck did he go?
There he is!
There, okay, he's right there. He's right there. Bro! What the fuck? Watch out.
I got buried!
Oh my god, bro. How? He's so fast. I think I'm gonna lose this one, guys. Guys, I feel like I'm gonna lose this one. Like, it's...
Alright, I say we come back, we hit this properly, when the add-on comes out, we fucking make it happen, shake and bake.
Look, let me just go back and get my fucking, levels, okay? Just go back and get my fucking levels.
You got J rammed.
Yeah, real fucking funny, guys. Big funny. Big funny. I got killed by a ram. Woohoo! I know that. I fucking know that.
Matt?
I fucking know I died to a fucking ram. I know I died to a ram.
You're mad.
Let me get my fucking health back. Here. Let me go back over here. I'm gonna get my seed. I'm gonna level up. I'm gonna get my thing. I'm not gonna. All right, let me go. No, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. All right. Okay. We let the dogs out. Let's go. What the hell? What the fuck? That was easy. Like, I just click one button and they die. Like, I don't even need to think about it. Like, that's it. They just die. This is ridiculous. Okay, let me get my levels. It's okay. All right, so level up. We're gonna put 3 more points into intelligence. Back, and we're gonna use fucking, what are my spells that I can use? Memorize spell menu. Okay, I've got literally 2 spells. Okay, alright, so that's... Alright, we don't really have a lot of options here. Okay, so let me go ahead and item craft, and we're gonna make... yeah, we're gonna make these, and we're gonna make 3 of them. And I'm just gonna keep making more of these until I don't have to worry about them anymore. Okay. Alright, let's try and do this, it's fine. Flask, thank you, I forgot about the flask. Okay, let's do that. Flasks, add charge to flask. There it is, great. Allocate flask charges. We're gonna do a little bit more wizard juice, okay? McConnell, where's your thing?
I died.
You didn't die to the wolf, did you?
No, I died to the crossbolt.
Oh my god, it does like no damage.
It did all damage.
It did not.
You weren't there to see it.
I know. Here, let me loot this stone sword key. Okay, I can use that. We can use that soon. Let me talk to her.
Everyone's been grafted. Everyone who came with me. They crossed the sea for me. They fought for me. Only to have their arms taken. Their legs taken. Even their heads taken.
Live like a simp, you gonna die like a simp.
Stuck to the spider. Did you know? If you're grafted by the spider, you become a chrysalid. It's quite a lark when you think about it.
Sitting sideways.
You're all on your own, aren't you? Heading to Stormvale Castle.
Boys in the days.
Enticed by the one in the white mask, I suppose.
That's me.
Well, you've come to be one with the spider. Well, that makes us two peas in a
Box on
pod.
top of the screen.
But
I know you
don't
guys
have
don't
your
like the
courage.
box, but I have to have it.
It's scary, you know, having your arms cut off.
Yeah, I know that you guys are not
Your
fans of it, but
I want
yeah,
to
I just
be
have
like
to do it.
everyone else, but I'm just too scared. I'm nothing
Okay.
but a craven.
Jesus, chill out. Why? So people don't see. That's where my password is going to pop up whenever I. McConnell, you don't tell me you died again. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, is this... Alright, keep talking? Alright, I'll keep talking to you.
Oh, I know. Can...
Oh!
The poor thing deserves someone braver than myself. And the spirits look rather fondly upon you.
What is
I'll be
this?
glad of your company, I think, the little one.
Spirit calling bell. You can use ashes to summon... I never did this. Oh, I can't summon them during multiplayer. Okay.
It was a pleasure, Tom. Can you pass on a message for me?
Uh-huh.
If you see the little chrysalids in Stormvale Castle,
Yeah.
tell them I love them.
Oh.
And that, despite my craven heart, I'm sure I'll be joining their club soon enough. I'm finally getting the hang of this whole pain thing, you know.
Okay.
I'm at the Grace by
It was a
Margit.
pleasure to see you. Oh, tell
Wait,
them
you're
I
by
love
Margit?
Oh, yeah.
Fuck. Okay, alright, alright. I'll make my way up there. Okay, let's see. Alright, alright, alright. Wizard mode. Activated. Fuck. What? Hey, hey, hey. He can't fucking hit me. Got his ass. Okay, good. All right. Let's heal. Let's heal. All right, there we go. Good. Let me try to make my way up to Margit. It's okay. I'll meet up back with McConnell there. This is crazy. Like...
We're gonna turn Margit into a pickle. A pickle!
A pickle?
Can you believe it?
Oh. Come on. Nice shield? It's just... This is unbelievable. I don't even have to do anything. Who's this? Oh, it's a raccoon. Okay, alright, let's get Margit. Here we go. We've killed everything here. Let me restore my stuff and then we're gonna fight his ass. Alright. Give me a second. I'm kind of nervous about this. Like, I think we're probably fighting him too early. I think we should go fight, like, the dragon and like,
Asmon!
Okay, alright, you're right. You're right. Okay. I'm gonna use all three of these so I can level up again. Nice. Alright, so we're gonna get one more level here. Level up. Okay, alright, we have to use one more item. I'm an idiot. Guys, I'm not gonna die to Margit. Like, it's the easiest boss in the game. Like, there's no way I could die to Margit. Well, I mean that's not really true. But, like, there is a way that it could happen. It's just not going to. I have 500 health. Actually, you know what? I'm not sure about that. Okay. I'm a little bit nervous here, guys. I'm gonna be honest. Killing certain bosses will lock you out of co-oping the rest of the area? That sounds like bullshit. I don't believe that. Okay. Here we go. Alright. He's not here. Oh, it's damn. I thought we were gonna get past him.
Foul tarnished. In search
Called you foul.
of the
I know.
Elden Ring. Emboldened by the flame of ambition.
All right.
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
Okay.
Let it be Margit the Fell.
This is an easy boss. I'm not even worried. Big damage. There it is, there it is, there it is. Watch out, tail mode. Watch out, he's going tail mode. There it is, big dick. I'm big dicking. Okay, okay, alright, watch out. There it is, big dicking him, big dicking him, big dicking him, big dick. Okay, watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out.
The tail!
Watch the fucking tail. There it is. That's big numbers on him right there. Come on. Okay, okay,
Hammer,
okay,
hammer,
okay, okay.
hammer.
All right, focus, focus, focus. There it is. Good roll, good roll. Watch out. Get heals, get heals. I'm gonna go a big dick on him. I'm big dicking on him.
I don't have none.
I'm big dicking on him right here. Heal. Okay. All right. Stay focused. Watch out, watch out, watch out. Whoa! All right, I got him. I can take him out. I can handle him.
Cool, no!
Big dicking on him. Big dicking on him. Big dicking on him. Let's go. Big dicking on him. Big dicking on him. Fuck! There's lag. There's lag. Bro, like, this shit's laggy, man. It's so laggy, bro. Like, this game is so lag, bro. Like, oh my god. If it wasn't for my like, that's, dude. Like,
what?
That's lag, man. Like, cause
I wasn't even in your game anymore at that point.
I know, that's why you lagged me out. That's how I know it happened.
What?
Alright, so let's think about this. Let's not worry about that. Okay. So you have to alright, so whenever he's gonna go with the sword, you have to get away from him whenever he goes at you with the sword, man. Like, you have to do that.
How dare you?
No, I'm just saying, like, you just have to get away. Like, that's not my fault. Like, it's... Look,
do not sub to this man.
No, hey.
Don't push me.
All right.
I will cost you money.
Okay, all right. Sorry.
Don't push me.
Okay. All right. Just focus and let's get this done. Here we go. All right. There, we got one hit on him. There it is. Heal? Give me a second to heal. Okay, good. All right. Big damage. Okay, watch out. Hammer time. There it is. There. Watch out. Tail. He's tailing. He's tailing. There it is. Okay, let's get over to their side. Okay, I got 2 manas. 2 manas, no healths. 2 manas, no healths. Remember, he does the dubby. That's a dubby right there. Watch out, tail. Okay, good. Big dick on him. Big dicking on him. Watch out. That's tail. Big dicking on him. There it is. Come on, finish him off, bro. Finish him off.
Go.
I'm out of mana. Get him.
I got him.
All right, right here.
Oh.
Nice. Yes, dude. Yes, bro.
Yeah, boy.
There it is. Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh, bro, that was...
Asmon.
Yeah.
Yeah. See you later.
Give me a second. All right. Let me get my levels.
The hands of the fell omen shall.
Bro, we beat his ass. Too early for Margit? Let's go back. We gotta go back. There's other ones we gotta fight. We gotta fight the other ones. Beat the other ones? Yeah, dude, that was the easiest fight I ever had in my whole life. People thought, oh, you can't beat him. Yeah, I can. Watch. Here. Okay, I don't want to go to round table hold.
Forgive me. I've been testing you.
Typical woman.
To see whether or not grace truly does guide you.
Mm-hmm.
And whether you are fit to face the challenge that entails. It seems my worries were unfounded.
True.
Torrent had your measure from the very start, whereas I merely pretended. There is but one other thing I can do to offer you guidance. I can take you to the Round Table Hold, gathering place of tarnished champions, guided by grace.
I ain't not do that. Well, nope.
Shall I turn?
Let me level up. We gotta beat more bosses.
Let my hand rest upon
Okay, I'll go back to the church. All right.
Share them with me.
I do 1, and I do 2, 3, 4.
The principles you would
I do big intelligence. Okay. I want to do big intelligence. Okay, so now, all right, now I'm on Mr. Matt, and so I have to go back to church. Is that it? Let's go back to church. Travel. Are we going for Arcana build? It's gonna be like intelligence and Arcana.
This
Yeah.
way tarnished.
Wait,
May
what?
I have a word?
Wait, what the fuck?
A pleasure to meet thee, Tarnished. I am the witch Renna. I'd heard tell of a Tarnished hurtling about atop a spectral steed, and upon looking into the matter, the talk I surmise is of thee.
Yeet.
Thou art possessed of the power, no?
Yeet.
to call forth a spectral steed named Torrent.
Yeet. I can call the steed.
As I had hoped, I was entrusted this for thee.
What's this?
By Torrent's former master.
Spirit calling bell.
Oh! It is a bell for calling forth spirits. Summon them with it. From ash and return to the Erdtree, the spirits will obey thine command but briefly.
Okay.
As they recall battles past, now it is thine, to do with as thou wishest. Forgive mine intrusion, I doubt we shall again meet. But all the same, learn well the lands between. How long will it be, I wonder, before the tarnished tire of obeisance to the 2 fingers?
Oh my god. I don't think I ever went through that dialogue before. I didn't even know what the hell that was. Randy killed millions? Yeah. Alright, let's see what Mr. Guy has to say.
Well, you're back.
Okay, purchase. Okay, I don't think I need any of this stuff. Yeah, I feel like I really don't need to know any of this. Okay, let's see here. It's like, yeah, pots? Why would I buy a pot? Why would I buy a pot? He doesn't sell a lantern. Like, there's no lantern. Give me a minute, all right? Let me see what I can upgrade. Okay, strengthen armament. Okay, spend runes. Okay, so equipped weapons. Oh. So I can upgrade. I upgrade my staff the same way like you'd upgrade anything else. Is that right? Like, oh, okay. I didn't know this. I've never done anything with magic before. Okay, McConnell, do you have your summoning stone down? McConnell? Okay. Give me a minute. While he does whatever the fuck he's doing, I'm gonna do something else. He died? It's okay. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna try to fight the boss. I'm a little bit nervous about this, to be honest with you guys. Like, I really am. I've never really played a magic class before. And I'm, like, I don't really know how it works. Like, I don't know, like, what's good and what's bad with, like, using magic and shit, you know? Crucible Knight? That's fine. Crucible Knight will be a joke. Like, what are you talking about? Like, that's the easiest fight in here. All I do is walk away from him and he dies. Watch. I probably won't even get hit. Here we go. Watch this. He's getting destroyed. Fuck! Shit! Okay. Damn it! Okay. This guy is such a cocksucker. I don't think I'm gonna have enough mana. Like, I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna have enough mana for this. Like, he's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me for sure. Okay. Shit!
I'm trying to kill Margit.
Okay.
Alone.
Focus, focus, focus. I can beat him. I can beat him. Shit. There it is. There it is. Come on. Come on. Big dick on him. Big dick on him. Okay, I think I'm gonna run. I think I'm out of mana, man. Like, I feel like I'm 100% out of mana. Fuck, man. Like, I'm getting nervous. Like, I'm starting to get nervous. This fight's going on too long. Big dick. Big shit. Shit! Get that heal. Let's get that heal. It's a long day. Man, fuck that shit, bro. Like, yeah, right. Yeah, fucking right, bro. You want to summon me, McConnell?
Yeah.
Okay.
How though?
All right, let me go back over there. How? You use?
Do I need 1,000 souls?
Does he need 1,000 souls to summon me? No, just craft. It says just the finger. It's the golden finger thing. You need to put your sign down. Okay. So how does this work? So if I go over to the tunnel, I think that you need to level up, McConnell.
Dude!
What?
Let's kill Margit.
Okay. All right. That's fine. Where can I summon you? What do I have to do? I'm gonna use...
Put it by the thing. Put it by the thing.
Okay, alright. I'm gonna use... Create a summon sign for cooperative multiplayer.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. It's down.
Fuck!
What?
Melena's talking to me.
Ah, shit.
What do I do? What do I do?
Just ignore her. Don't let her control your life. Assign the remedy to quick menu? Yeah. Oh, okay. Here we go. It's time.
Girl? Nani?
Okay, yeah, very funny.
Fucking weebs, dude.
If you kill Godric, you won't be able to co-op in Limgrave. I don't think that's true. Okay, so you're gonna go through and then I go through, right?
Help!
Wait, I don't have my flasks. Okay. Okay. Two. Watch out, tail. Watch the tail. Watch the tail. Bro, I said.
I got hit by the tail.
I do.
Dude.
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Big damage. Big damage. Big damage. Let's get him down. There it is. There it is. Nice. 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 Nice pickup. Nice pickup. I got one more mana level. There you go. Go in on him. Nice. Nice. It's big dick. Big dick. Big dick. Big dick. Oh, that's the bleed proc. Oh! Holy shit, dude. Shit. Watch out, watch out, watch out. Roll, roll, roll. Nice, nice, nice. I'm almost out of mana. That's pretty much all my damage. All right, I'm going in sword mode, okay? All right, let's go. Watch out, watch out, watch out. Get those heals, get those heals. Take it out, take him out, take him out. Nice, bro. Yes.
Yeah.
There it is. What a pussy boy. What a pussy boy. Got his ass beat. That's easy, dude. Fucking easy. Now go back to the fucking church. I'll summon you over there. Go back to the church. That's the easiest boss I've ever done my whole life.
The huh?
Yeah, it's easy. I've never done an easier boss than that my whole life. It's been the easiest boss I've ever done. All right, level up, and we're gonna get one more point. I think here's what we should go with. Intelligence. Let's go with more intelligence. And so, pretty soon, as soon as I get a weapon that scales with Arcane, I'm gonna use it, but I just don't have a weapon that scales with Arcane. So we have to do what we have to do. Okay, let's go back.
How do I open the map again?
G. Balance, by the way. Okay, are you trying to diminish my skill? Is that what you're trying to do right now? Because I just want to know, like, ahead of time, so I can just, you know, I know what's going on. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I thought so. That's not true. We have to get more of these flowers too. Arcane is a luck stat. No, it's not. It's an arcane stat. It's like for special kinds of spells, like arcane explosion, arcane missiles, arcane blast, arcane dream. A lot of arcanes. Okay, let me use the remedy here. And inventory, how many of these do I have? I have 4. Okay, all right, whenever you're ready, just put down your stone. Bro, I'm actually a god. Like, I'm not gonna, I don't wanna, like, I don't wanna brag a lot, but... I am just, like, you can charge, but, like, I'm actually doing so well. Arcane is luck. Hood off. I don't know if I can take off my hood. I like the hood, to be honest with you. Yeah, I think I look badass. Didn't McConnell just beat that boss solo? No. Hey, you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
It's not down. Are you sure that you have it down?
Yeah, it's down, son.
Well, it's not down. Use the finger. Oh, it's up now. It's up now. Okay. Here we go. Meteorite staff and Kaled. I saw your mess. This is the, like, 7th time you've typed that in chat. Yeah, I saw it the first time. Yeah, I saw that message. I know. Listen, we will have a rule that if there is a spell that is too overpowered, that 80% of the chat agrees I am not allowed to use, I will not use that spell. But that will only apply to up to 5 spells. Okay?
This sounds arbitrary.
It is. I just made it up. I literally just made it up. Okay.
It's Gank Fucker.
Where the fuck is he?
2000.
Where the fuck is he? Where is this dick sucker? Where is this dick sucker? Where is he?
Oh shit! He's
Well,
on me.
Okay,
Oh my
I'm
God,
on
he's got so
my way.
much
I'm on my way.
armor.
I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Just run. Just run. Just run. Just run. Just run. Holy shit! Wait, he's not even taking damage. He doesn't even take damage. Like, this is... What? He got me. Bro, he got me.
Oh my
He
God! You
fucking
can
got me.
twink in this game, dude.
Really? I didn't notice.
Oh, you can twink
I
in
didn't
this
notice
game.
that. Wow, what a surprise.
Dude, what the
That's
fuck?
crazy.
I had no idea you could fucking twink in this game.
Where's your fucking stone? I'll resurrect you again. Church
It's
is
down.
terrible. Okay, it's down. All right. Here, I'm gonna go back and it'll be fine. All right, there's probably a cooldown on it anyway. It's not a big deal. I'll just go ahead and rest again. Maybe that'll make it spawn. Professional no-lifer. I mean, to be fair... I mean, dude, he killed you in, like, 1 second. Like, straight up. Like, you just got, like... You got killed in... Like, it wasn't even close.
I mean, what do you want me to say, dude?
I mean, I died fast, too. But, like, I mean, at least I got a couple of hits off on him. I mean, you know, like, I'm just saying...
He's a twink. What do you want? He's got full goat armor, and I'm fucking.
I'm just saying.
A weeb. I'm a weeb.
I'm just saying, like, I did do some pretty good damage to him. Change your password so you can't join? That's not how it works, unfortunately. Okay. Alright, let's go. Okay. Yep. Yep. Let me get this one right here. I got 143 souls. Now, we go down here. I think there's a dragon down here. Now, I don't know how we beat this dragon without the, without the horse. Like...
We can do it. We can do it.
Wait a second. Shit, he dodged. Okay, he's dead. We got him. Alright, just a minute. Let's focus, focus, focus. Think about this. Think about this. Don't make any rush decisions. Just be smart with what you're doing. Okay, alright. There's the dragon. That's the dragon. Okay, we're good. There's a dragonfly on me. There's a dragon. Here, you deal with the boss. I'll deal with the dragonfly. Got him. All right, he's down. Okay. All right. Just watch out. I'm going on him. Okay. Heal. Dude, I can't do any damage.
More heals, dude.
There we go. 300. Oh my god. Okay. Big damage there. Big damage there. Huge damage. Okay. Okay. All right. What we have to do is... I think that was a good try. I actually think that was a good try. We did pretty well. To be honest, I don't know if we can beat this guy.
No way. No shot.
All right,
no,
let's try one more. Let's do one more attempt. Let's do one more. I'm going to see if I can summon you. We're going to be good.
Okay.
Yeah, let's go.
By the way, I was actually really serious about wanting to get that Nathria set. It's so cool.
Yeah, I know we need to run Nathria, but like the thing is, like, it's just so hard to it's so hard to get people that aren't fucking garbage. Like, I'm just gonna be honest. Like, it's so hard.
I'm gonna go Horde. I'm actually gonna go Horde. Now that I got Glad, I'm gonna switch to Horde. So
you got Gladiator?
You didn't know?
No.
Dude, I can't believe you didn't know. I mean, you could just go to YouTube and type in Grayson gets Gladiator with McConnell.
For McConnell.
With McConnell and Flop, and just watch the YouTube video that's on YouTube right now titled Grayson gets Gladiator with McConnell. You could just watch it.
Okay.
On Grayson's channel on YouTube.
We'll look at it. We'll watch it. All right. Can you stream for Gladiator? I didn't even know that. All right, let's go. Fuck, man. Like, I'm only 2100. I don't even have full gear. Shit. What rating are you? You're only like 2400 though, right?
I'm 2515.
All right. Let's try and beat this dragon. Let's try and get this guy out of the way. Okay. Jump down here. Okay, birds, bird aggro. Just
birds?
Bird. There's a bird right behind you.
Did you know that modern day birds are descendants of dinosaurs?
Man, you know, that's what. All right. Get the dragonfly. Okay. What? I can't. I got it. Okay. Just focus. He's right. You see him? Do you see him?
Where are my souls, dude?
I don't know. Okay, so we have to focus right here. This is where the dragon is. All right, let's go. Okay, this is no problem. All right, just run away here. It's not a big deal. Dude, I can't even... I can't even do damage. Okay, all right, I'm going in. Holy shit! I actually can't take another hit. Okay. Okay. All right, it's fine. Let's go over to him again. Okay. There, I did 200 to him right there. 200. That was big damage. Okay. I hit him with the W. I hit him with W. All right, he's like half health. Watch out, watch out, watch out. I got him. 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 I can beat him. I can beat him. Dude, I rolled that.
Dude!
I rolled that.
You didn't roll that.
Okay, all right, let's go down. Let's go down to the fucking cave. Let's go. That we cannot beat that guy. Like, I'm gonna be honest.
That guy's hard.
Like, he is too hard. He is too hard. Let's go back.
What cave?
We're gonna go down to the bottom. It's the cave down at here. Yeah, we'll go to this cave down
dungeons.
here. Yeah, we just go to that cave. We keep getting levels because that boss is really, really hard. Like, I remember whenever I fought him the first time, it took me like an hour to beat him. Okay. Okay, there we go. Good. And let's see where I need to go. All right, I can't wait. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm actually gonna fall off. I'm gonna fall off. Like, I know I'm gonna fall off. Like, it's just it's gonna happen. Like, you know it, I know it, literally everybody fucking knows it. Like, I'm just gonna fall off like an idiot. Like, this is the same thing that's happened to me every time I play this fucking game. All right.
Don't they esta la cave?
Yeah. Right? Was that did I do it right? Okay, so we come down here and it should be right along this edge. South of you? Yes, I know that. I know where the cave is. I know where the cave is, and I know where it is not. Okay, we can easily beat this boss. Easily beat this fucking boss. Okay, I found it. It's right after the monkeys, okay? Dude, I feel like the more I do it, the more I'm starting to feel like magic is like really kind of like it's good. Like, I'm not gonna say it's overpowered, but like I'm gonna say it's good.
I don't know where the fuck you are.
I'm right here on the map. I'll be right back. I take a piss. It's not overpowered.
Okay, if I subtract where I am from where I'm not, then I can find out the position of Asmongold, and I'll know where he is. Man, I should have gone live, dude. Holy shit. Oh man, I gotta poop. I gotta poop bad. I gotta poop bad, dude. I gotta go. I gotta poop, dude. I hope he calls. I gotta poop.
Now what are you talking about?
Yo, what up?
Not much, just chilling. Okay. Do you have your summoning thing up?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Let me use my level up thing, and then I can use the other thing. All right, inventory. Oh my god, I only have one. This is actually my only. All right, we have to win this one, okay? Do you have a lantern?
No.
Okay. All right. Woo! Okay, all right. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait a minute. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Where'd you go? Holy shit. Wait, wait, wait. Bro, calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down. I don't even know. Where are you? Wait.
There's monkeys!
What? How are you just killing everything? Wait, what the hell?
Monkeys, Asmon!
I got one. I'm monkeys, monkey on me. Got him. Nice job.
A pickle!
Whoa, wait, stop. This is where the boss is. Okay. Here. So here's what we do. I'm gonna come in slow. I'm gonna handle the ads. You try to distract the boss, okay?
Yeah.
Whoa. Bro. Okay. I'm running. Okay. Okay, I got one. We got one. Let me handle these ads. Got him. Big dicking. Got him. Oh, we got him.
I got him.
Nice. Holy shit, we got his ass.
Asmon.
What?
Goodbye.
Okay, teleport out. All right, good. Go back to the, all right, teleport out. Go to the, just a second, let me see, where is this? Okay, actually, I don't need to be here right now. That's only for pyromancy stuff? Wait, should I go there? Wait, should I go to the pyromancy stuff? Dragon magic? Okay. But I don't know how to... I can't see. I gotta... Okay, I think I'm going the right... Whoa, oh, wait. Okay. Wait, where? I'm out of mana. Let's go. Look, I think I gotta go this way. I think this is the right way. And then I go up this way. And then I can't see where I am. Did I make it? Oh, I fucking made it. Okay, we're good. There we go. Holy shit. Alright, so let's see what I can do with my pyromancies. I think I have a dragon heart, don't I? I'm pretty sure I do. Okay, we can meet up at like the first one right outside of the gate. I think that's the best idea. Okay, let's talk to this.
Dude?
What?
What are you talking about?
Dragon fire. Dragon claw. Dragon bite. I don't have any of the dragon
That's
hearts.
faith. That's faith.
Okay. Yeah. All right. That's fine. I'm not going to use it then. Okay, let me teleport over there then. Yeah, we teleport over to like the first area, and then Cave of Knowledge. Where the fuck is the Cave of Knowledge?
Knowledge.
The fuck was that?
Knowledge.
Oh, it was the first area. I was like so confused. That's arcane and faith. Okay. All right, let me use this, and I should be able to... Can I level up here? No, I cannot. Okay.
Oh my god, what happened to you?
All right, I'm going to use my remedy. Now, what we need to do is we need to go over towards, like, the, towards the area where the, that one thing is. You just follow me, it'll be fine. Where is...
What am I doing?
Just put down your stone. Put down your thing.
I'm gonna put you down if you don't fucking drop the attitude!
But
you fucking dumb little bitch! No attitude!
I'm just asking. I just want to know where it is. Okay, there it is. Good. All right. Here we go. So... we need to go towards this area. And we should be able to easily beat anything in this area. I think. There he is.
I have arrived.
Good. Let's go. We need to make sure that we also pick up those Erd Tree leaves so I can keep summoning you. Okay. How the fuck do we get over?
Uh-oh.
No, what are you doing? What is this?
Oh, who is that, dude?
Pot friend IRL?
Hey. Oh, do this in real life. Do this in real life. Asmon, do this in real life.
Wait, jump if you'll leave if I do it. I'm not going to take any item.
Don't take any. Just do this in real life.
Jump if you'll leave if I do the thing. Fuck. Just... okay, alright. I think he's distracted. Alright, how do I... shit! Okay, alright, can I... okay, I'm gonna resummon you again. I'm gonna resummon you again. Did you get summoned?
Dude, you didn't do it in real life.
Because he didn't jump. I'm worried that if I do it, that's whenever he attacks.
You're really not going to do it in real life? He's jumping. You actually did it! Oh my god!
What a
Bro,
game!
That was worse than your dab. Oh my god!
What a game! Okay, let's go. We gotta go down this way. We don't want to fall off this time. Okay. All right, focus. We don't want to accidentally get killed by these things or fall off the edge. Don't want to have that happen, you know, because it would be bad. Oh my god, that's... oh, actually I almost fell off there. Just a second, what's this? Oh, I can level up my weapon again. Nice. Okay, so... I think we just go...
alert, major pod alert. Pot alert, major pod alert.
What was this? Were we getting attacked? Dude, I need to get my weapon leveled up. Like, I can't one-shot these things. I think that thing's attacking you.
I ain't scared.
Okay, sure.
I ain't never scared. Never
Oh wait, there's a guy on a horse. All right, focus. Guy on a horse. Bro, he keeps moving. It's actually annoying. Be careful. Oh my god. Okay, wait a second. This dragonfly could actually kill me.
Kill the horse.
Okay, just a minute. Whoa, wait, what?
We're gonna be eating good tonight.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Let's kill horse. Yeah, there we go. Good job. I didn't even know that could happen.
Ow!
Okay. It's fine. Just don't worry about them. Just don't worry about them. Okay, so we'll go over here. And oh, there's a bunch of mobs over here. I'm over here. Wait, can I do what I think I can do? This is crazy. Like, my damage is just ridiculous. Look at that. We just win. It doesn't even matter. Look at all the stuff we got. Okay, so let's look around here. And I don't know if there's anything to look at here. It looks like a bunch of nothing. Sliver of meat. Okay, let's go through here, I guess. Oh, there's a site of grace. Let's get this too. I need to get more of these Erd Tree leaves. Like, honestly, if there was like a hack that I could just use to just have infinite amounts of them, I would do that.
You ever done shrooms before?
No.
Man.
Watch this. This is so good. Like, I don't even need to do anything anymore. I just win every fight. This is awesome. Okay, let's go down this way. There you go. Nice. Good job. Okay. Alright, so here we go. We're going to go through this, and this should be no problem. So, these guys
I got quarters on deck for 25.
Yeah. What the fuck does that mean?
You want a gram?
What?
You want that Zaza?
Holy shit! Dude! Wait, watch out. Get behind you. Okay, we have to think about this. Alright.
No thinking.
Okay. I'm gonna wait after the next shot. Alright, go. Yeah, dude! Bro, you're not dead, are you? There's an invisible wall. Wait, what the fuck?
Huh? Dude?
I think I'm dead. Okay, let's get through that. Let's get through that wall. So you've got to ride over there. Yeah. Let's get through that wall, and then I resummon you over there. It's not a big deal. What a bunch of horse shit that is. Okay, give me a second. I've got to get through this myself, apparently. Okay, I'm just gonna get through this all the way. There we go. Okay, good. Get through here. Get that. Okay, all you have to do is just... Yeah, it's super easy. It's super easy. Okay.
We should definitely wait for that mod to come out, dude.
This is fine. This is fine. This will be no
is
problem.
horrible.
It's easy. Look at this. Look at that damage. This is only the beginning. I'm gonna be honest, like, it's really fucking fun killing 2 mobs at the same time. Like, that's actually fucking badass. Okay, let's talk to her. Give me a second.
Might I bend my name? The servant's there. I can't. But I swear, my good father decided himself to... The servant, they've since come. I fear it's... Please, would you mind in my soul, please? Thank you. Then please.
I'm gonna take her a letter.
Deliver it to my father.
I'm gonna give her the letter. I will do it. I'll be a good boy. All right, let's just get to the next bonfire, and then I'll be able to summon you, okay? And then we go into the castle. All right. Might as well pick some of this stuff up. Smithing stone 2. It's 2 smithing stones. Okay. The fuck? Oh, whatever. Who cares? All right. Where the fuck is the bonfire? Oh, it's right over here. Okay. I see. Okay, I should be able to summon you after this. Okay, here we go. And let's see here. No, guys, I'm doing my best, all right? Like,
I'm hungry.
I have to admit, like, magic in this game is fucking OP. This is crazy. I mean, this really is great. I mean, that's what I really mean. Like, this is really great. Turn to night? Why would I do that? That boss isn't over here. Okay. You see where I am?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Just drop your thing and I'll be ready whenever. Let me see what this is.
What?
Yeah, whatever. Alright, so what can I buy here? I need to buy another Ziostorm D. There's like 4 of them? Wait, there's a secret boss at night here? I'm pretty sure it's not here.
It is here, you idiot!
Yes.
Stupid!
Yes.
It's here!
It's here. Alright, fine. Fine, fine. Okay, I'm gonna change the time.
How don't you know that? You don't know that? How'd you not know that?
Because I'm an idiot, apparently. I didn't know something about the game. Yep,
wow,
that's right.
Dude.
I didn't know something about...
You used to be a gamer, bro.
Yeah, that's right. Oh. I've never fought this boss before. I don't know how this is gonna go, to be honest with you. I really don't. Okay, you ready? Holy shit!
Ow!
Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out.
Ow!
I got it.
Invaded by recusant.
Not gonna worry about it. Not gonna worry about it. Let's go. I'll deal with the soldier. I'll deal with him. Wait, no, he's fine. He's fine. He's fine. He's fine. Watch out, watch out, watch out. I'm out of mana. Fuck, he's running at me. Stop. Okay, alright, alright, alright. Okay. Shit. No, oh my god. Okay, I have to kill this guy. Well, alright, alright, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Should I resummon McConnell? I'm actually getting fucked. Okay. This boss is so... Is this a player or is this a guy? It's a fucking player.
That's a player. 100%
Jesus
that's
Christ.
a player. Look, you know, sometimes you get it, sometimes you get got.
It's a fucking torch.
That's my saying.
Fuck you, man.
Did you died?
Yes. Let me fucking get my stuff back. Let me get my stuff back. I'm gonna get my fucking the special root thing. If you get on the ledge, you can use magic and kill him. Bro, like like here, let me use this one right here. And I'm gonna use this, we resummon McConnell, and it's gonna be fine, okay? I'm not worried about it. Okay, inventory, and we'll use this. There we go. Alright, we just resummon, it's gonna be okay. Rest first? Yes, I will rest. And we'll go to night again. Pass time until nightfall. Okay. Give me a second. Alright. And we should be good. Let me just get McConnell in here, and we're gonna do this. This is gonna be easy. There he is. Alright.
Bro, you know what's crazy?
Yeah.
Dude, we used to go nutso when you got like 2,000 to 4,000 viewers, bro.
Yeah.
We used to go crazy.
Yeah. There's a lot of people.
You're at 52,000 now.
It's a lot of people. It is. Let's go. Let's just get this done. Alright, focus, focus, focus.
Ow!
Watch out! I can't hit him. He keeps running away. Okay, I'm doing big damage. Bro. This is not good. Shit! Bro, can you please take this seriously? Can you please, like, we have to beat him here.
You're telling me to take it seriously?
Yes.
I got one shot. I got one shot, dude.
You got 2 shot. You didn't fucking heal. I saw what you did.
I didn't have time. I had the bleed effect on me, bro.
You didn't have the bleed because it all does.
I did. I got blooded out. I blooded out.
That's not the way it works in this game.
That is the way it works.
Buy a white ring and this from Roundtable Hold to help him in invasions. Yeah, I'm gonna look into that. Don't worry about it. Okay, let me try this here. All right, I've got the remedy out. We're gonna be okay. Let me just change it to daytime, and we're gonna be fine. Pass time until nightfall. Let's go. You got 1 shot? Yeah, true. All right. McWeeb dance game. Let's go. He's not that hard. His bosses are definitely harder on a horse. No, they're not. Or easier on a horse? No, it's not a big deal. Watch. I'll show you how I do it. Let me go in on him first, okay? Bitch ass, why does he move away? He shouldn't even be able to do that. He moves so many... Dude, I can't even hit him. Okay, there we go, there we go, there we go. Big damage. McConnell, watch out. Okay. Okay. I've never fought this type of mob before. Actually, I did once before. It's not true. Dude, I can't even hit him. He's so fast. Maybe I should use the... I should use Arc.
Survival Evolve?
Fuck, no, not that. No, this ability actually works. Okay. There it is. Nice, nice. That's huge damage, huge damage. He's half health. He's half health. Okay. Good. There it is. Nice, 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 nice job, nice job, nice job. I'm big dicking. I'm big dicking? Okay, alright, alright, alright. We're gonna probably knock him off his horse. Focus. There it is. Are you out of heals?
Yeah.
Just, be careful. Man, I've only got one more. What the fuck was that? Okay, alright, horse is getting really low. Okay. Cock ass! Fuck! Watch out, watch out, watch out. All right. Okay. It's all on me. Animation lock. Shit! Oh my god. Just use the shield, it doesn't matter. I'm getting my ass beat. Okay, alright, we need to think about this in a better way, because this is clearly not working. Alright, let's give it one more try. Let's go in 100% and we beat him here. Okay?
I got
100%.
one more left in me.
Alright, that sounds good. Let's do it. I have one more item. Okay.
It all comes down to this. Now, guys, don't forget, if you enjoyed today's content, there will be more of it, especially next week once the mod comes out. So don't forget to sub to your favorite streamer right now. If you've got a free Amazon Prime account, you can sub for free right now, or you can just sub on your own, or gift some subs to your favorite people.
They're not going to sub. They're not going to sub.
Or you can sub to your favorite people. You can gift subs to your favorite people in chat. Like some of the mods. Some of the mods are very cool.
How are my mods not subbed? My mods aren't even subbed. This is... Thank you, guys. Thank you. I appreciate the subs. Thank you, guys. Thank you. My mods aren't even... Nobody's subbed. Like, my ratio of, like, viewers to subs is, like, 0.5. It's like there's people that have, like, 2 times as many subs as they have viewers. I'm, like, the opposite.
God, shut up. You're rich anyway. Shut up.
I'm just talking. I'm just talking. Well, I can't talk?
No, not when you're rich.
Okay. All right. All right, stay focused. He does that thing. We're actually doing really good. Okay, that's really good. Shit! Got him. Big damage there. Big damage there. Just heal. Just heal. Just heal. Just heal. Shit! Fuck, he gets getting me with that thing. Okay. Watch out, watch out. That's the one that fucks me, too. Just get him off. Just get him off the horse, and then we win. How did I get hit by that? Just get him off the horse and we win. Oh my god. Alright, alright, alright. Focus. There it is. Got him. Okay. Yes! 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 Big dick on him. Yes! Yes! Big dick.
Goodbye, Asmon. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yep, see ya. Knight Rider Flail. That's a good one. Gentlemen, I'm gonna just chill for a bit. I'm gonna relax, run some ads, have some fun, enjoy myself, and just kind of chill out. I'm gonna be honest. This was fun. Did you guys enjoy that? Champ, thank you guys very much for watching. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the gifted subs. Yeah, did you guys enjoy this? Was it fun? Amazing. All right, good. We need to. I'll see how this mod shit works, and like if it makes it easier, I'll just do that, because like it's like a lot of like little stupid things. You know what I mean? So we'll see what I can do. All right, let me go back over here and make sure I loot all these things. I'm glad that went so well. It'll make it seamless, like actual co-op. Yeah, that's what I'm hoping for. I'm gonna try it out as soon as I can. Okay, and that should make it easier. Check out the mod on YouTube. Yeah, I just need to talk to the person, and I'll see if I can download it and shit, and we'll go from there. But yeah, thank you guys very much for watching. I'm gonna be back on obviously tomorrow morning, same time usually, and you know, talk about some other stuff, do some other stuff. Might play some more of this. I kind of want to do Vaulton again. But I feel like this is more. I kind of want to do this. If you want me to be honest, I kind of want to do more of this because I just like this game and I like playing it, and I'm not really sure. But like as soon as we wrap that stuff up, as soon as trial's over and everything, we're gonna be getting ready to do Final Fantasy. I promised it. I've delayed it many times. My plan is still to do it, just because I know a lot of people have wanted that for a while, and it will happen.
Of the Economist think that this is going to be a real tough problem to solve, but it's not because of spending. We brought down the deficit. The bottom line is, how much does America owe? How much in the hole are we going? We're reducing that.
Well, that makes you feel better. If you're sitting there and the formulas run dry and you're sitting there with a screaming infant and then he comes out and he's like, where would you, people are in the hole. It's not about spending. It's about how much do we owe. We're reducing that. We're fixing that. Come on. Free email services like Gmail and Yahoo aren't really free. You pay with your privacy. In fact, the internet giants like big tech bank on exploiting your data by selling it to the highest bidder. Your business plan, Google has it. Your medical records, Yahoo can sell them to drug companies. We got to be concerned about email surveillance and the risks that come with it from free service providers. That's why I use StartMail. It makes me feel safe again. StartMail keeps my email private, period. Every email can be encrypted, even if the recipient doesn't use encryption. When you delete an email in StartMail, it's gone forever. And StartMail uses their own servers, not Amazon's, which means that they can be put out of business they can't be put out of business like Parler was. Switching to StartMail too, you can easily transfer all your current email data, and there's no starting from scratch. You get unlimited anonymous aliases. The feature protects your main email address from spam and phishing attacks. So when you're giving your email to a company but want to protect your identity, StartMail could generate a shareable alias email so people can't sell your information. And they can be deleted anytime. I love StartMail, and you do, because you know what it does? It makes me feel safe when I communicate.
Exactly.
Start securing your email privacy with StartMail. Sign up today and you'll get 50% off your first year. Go to startmail.com/TimD. That's StartMail with a T. Start. START, mail.com/TimD for 50% off your first year. Startmail.com/TimD. I'm telling you right now, when we find out what big tech is really doing to all of us and how much data they're harvesting, data is like surpassed oil as the most profitable commodity. We're going to be livid. It's your job. It's on you right now to protect yourself, whether you're communicating with email or whatever you're doing, whether it's VPNs or whatever you're doing. What you really need to start doing is really taking extra care to protect yourself online, because these companies are harvesting your information. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show, back in studio. How exciting. Just got back from Australia. The tour is over. Very excited to put out a special in early June. And you know what's fun about the special is it has a ton of material about COVID and the riots. So it's going to be really relevant. Like, that's what's good about it. It's June, so you could hear about COVID and nurses and riots. And that's what's the best thing about the special, is it's perfect, pitch perfect in terms of relevance. And it'll take you back. So if you want to go back in time to one of the worst times that you were ever in, you can go back in time with my completely irrelevant special that will come out in early June that no one will care about, and I don't even care about. But what's good about it is that I wanted to do the show live as much as I could, so we didn't put it out earlier. So now we've waited till June, so it'll have maximum effect. It's just like it's 2020 all over again in my comedy special, except there's more to it than that. There's other stuff. I talk about Pizza Hut. It's not only COVID. There's other stuff. Just got back from Australia, the land down under. Very exciting. Hospitable people, lovely people. Recapped it on the Patreon. Myself, Ben, Sam Talent. We're still feeling the jet lag. How are you doing?
Not great. How are you?
I'm fair. You know, I'm learning to live with it. And while we were over there in Australia, keeping tabs on all the podcast beef, we were reading stories and the news, and one of the stories I read was about this band D'Antwoord. Is that how you pronounce it?
That's right.
I believe it is. Now, D'Antwoord is a South African hip-hop duo, and they do the Zeph style of stuff, which I believe is a lot of gold, and it's they're very brash, and they live in South Africa, and they adopt like all these deformed people and they run around the woods with machetes and they take bath salts. It's something different, you know? Something, it's nice, it's different. And it's made up of Yolandi Visser and
Ninja.
And lovely people from, I'm sure, from all accounts. Now, and they Google what the Zeph style is, because they have this unique, their videos got crazy views because they were very unique. I find you freaky and I like you a lot. You know, rich bitch. That was a good song. Rich bitch. Nutella on masami. Nutella on the sami, because in South Africa, if you have Nutella on a sandwich, it means you're rich. Nutella on masami. So Zeph is a South African counterculture movement. Kyle Hans Brockman has compared Zeph counterculture to a lot of subcultures in the Northern Hemisphere. I don't know what that means. I want to know what it is, but from what I think it is very like Zeph music and culture. The music group D'Antwoord self-identifies as Zeph. In a 2010 interview, Ninja of D'Antwoord responded to the controversy arising from his claim that Zeph represented South Africa. Critics suggested it might rather just represent Afrikaans, while South Africa. He commented that racism is somewhat obsolete and a thing of the past for South Africa. What is...
So I think this is his... Yeah. Zeph is you're poor, but you're fancy.
You're poor, but you're fancy. You're ghetto fabulous, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's what it is. Zeph style. And it's fun and enjoyable. And so these people, D'Antwoord, adopted kind of this disfigured child.
Yes.
And named Taki.
Yeah, that's what he looks like there.
Now, Taki is now accusing them of being abusive. He is saying that he's accusing them of physical, sexual abuse and slavery. And he said
I always get confused.
he has a rare disease. And he said, quote, "They made me believe I was the devil." Buddy, that's all parents. They made me believe I was the devil. They made me swear more and made me believe that I could burn people in hell and that I'm the king of hell. Well, it sounds a little nice. They told me that I could bring... I wish my parents told me that I was the king of anything, Taki. They told me that I could bring darkness upon the world. So he said, and I read another thing. I think it was in The Guardian. He said, here we go. This wasn't The Guardian. What was this?
This is the SouthAfrican.com.
The South African, yeah. Blood rituals, porn, and violence. D'Antwoord's child slave tells all. Here's the thing about so Taki, they picked him up in his community of Feitas, at the time. And man, but you want to talk about accents that are horrible? Oh, yeah. I mean, the South African accent is the worst accent. It sounds like an Australian, like it just has like has Down syndrome. It's like it's horrible. So it's Feitas. He said in an interview, "My mother said it was going to be a good experience, so I went." Imagine D'Antwoord shows up and the mother's like, "Yeah, it's going to be great. Get in the car." The controversial group, whose music includes lyrics and imagery based on Satanism, gangsterism, incest, and other social ills, use the children as actors and props in their music videos and album covers. He said that they split their time between Cape Town and Johannesburg and also in Los Angeles. Well, of course. He has a rare skin disease, and they took him in. And some of the allegations include that he was exposed to pornography and sex toys, the sauna stuff, the naked stuff, taking the children to a private clinic to allegedly have their blood withdrawn for a blood ritual, congratulating him after he stabbed his brother, making Taki and his friends reenact the violent stabbing scenes in their music videos, Taki discovering black magic in a box in their family home and partaking in rituals, exposing the children to dangerous gangsters. Here's the thing. And Taki, my heart goes out to you here, but you have to be a little realistic. There wasn't a line of people going to adopt you, you know? Like there wasn't